Che-jung was extremely shocked when he heard the chief secretary telling him that he had to close this case. At first he thought that these were just jokes, but today was clearly not April Fool's Day, so he saw no point in saying such things. The chief secretary got tired of listening to this and started yelling at the guy because he himself was not thrilled with the idea, but he was ordered from above to do it, so he couldn't do it any other way. Che-jung reminded the man that they were talking about turning a blind eye to the counterfeiting of the 200 million won bonds, but he also didn't forget to tell him that they still had a little time left before they could arrest them. But the man wasn't going to listen to this. He took one of his books on the table and simply threw it at Che-jung while telling him not to interfere with this. However, Che-jung was not the type of guy who would just forget something like that. So he responded by telling the chief secretary to leave himself alone because he was not going to close this case. After which he began to leave, not paying attention to the cries of the chief secretary, who ordered him to stop. Sitting in his office, Che-jung continued to dig up new details about their case and at the same time told his colleague that if the chief secretary behaved properly, then he would listen to him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. They both thought it was the boss calling, but looking at the phone, they saw an unfamiliar number. Che-jung picked up the phone and immediately introduced himself as the head of the Intellectual Crime Investigation Department, Che-jong-hyuk. Unfortunately, it was an incredibly sad call, because during this call, he was told that his mother had died. Before they could even talk on the phone, Che-jung jumped up and started running away from the department. At that moment, there was not a single thought in his head except thoughts about his mother, to whom, as it seemed to him, nothing like this could happen. While Che-jung was running down the corridor, he didn't even notice his friends, who didn't understand where the captain was suddenly rushing to, and they also didn't forget that he still had to call back the investigation team. But the most interesting thing began when the captain ran out of the police station, where reporters were already waiting for him, who immediately began running to him and asking for an interview regarding the progress of the investigation. Che-jung had no intention of wasting his time on such conversations, so he pushed aside all the journalists and hurried to his car. And a few seconds later, he was already driving in his car, continuing to think about his mother. Captain Che's assistant tried to call him, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Che-jung rushed to his mother in his foreign car, hoping that the person on the phone was mistaken and that in fact everything was fine with his mother. Along the way, he finally picked up the phone and answered the call from his assistant, who immediately told him that the entire department was upside down because he had left in such a hurry. And also, according to him, responsible people came to the department and are going to turn everything upside down. Through his tears, the man was finally able to admit that he left because his mother had died. In response, his friend asked him not to worry about the affairs in the department, and also that he himself would soon come to Che-jung to make things easier for him. The man continued to tell him that he was her only son, who spent his whole life doing his own thing, but never did anything for her. His friend asked the man to pull himself together. Otherwise, at this rate, he could get into an accident. So he began asking Che-jung to stop the car and talk to him. But unfortunately, it was already too late, because as soon as Che-jung was distracted for a few seconds, a huge truck immediately drove into him. The driver of this truck immediately got out of his car and went to check how well he had completed his task. But when he approached, a surprise awaited him. Che-jung was still alive. But this did not frighten him. He simply began to smile and tell the man that he had been told more than once that it would have been best to simply close the case. Then both he and his mother would have remained alive. Che-jung listened attentively to this madman at this moment and simply could not believe that his mother actually died because of him. In any case, the truck driver didn't say another word to him, but only reached out to take the dash cam to erase the evidence. All that Che-jung managed to remember was a snake tattoo on his wrist, a faint smell of wood, and the voice of a not-so-young man. He repeated this in his head until another truck hit him, finishing him off. After a moment, he tried to open his eyes and heard people gathering around him, worried because they thought that Che-jung had died. But everything worked out and he came to his senses, even though his health left much to be desired. At that moment, he looked around and saw some rather familiar faces, so he had the feeling that he had already lived through this moment. It didn't take the guy long to remember that it was in the spring of 1997 when he was only 17 years old. Of course, he immediately had a hunch that these were just memories that appear before death, and besides, everything was exactly the same as it was that day. He thought that if he hadn't gotten it from those guys that day, he would have continued practicing judo. And this could have changed his whole life. Maybe then he wouldn't have become a policeman. Maybe he would have been a judo champion or some kind of trainer. But now this was actually the least of his worries, because he decided that before these memories ended, He had to meet his mother and talk to her. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the hooligans who had pestered him. This guy was shouting that Chae-jung shouldn't care what they were doing, just like they didn't care that he was going to judo. Chae-jung remembered that he had tried to stop them that day when they were extorting money. So he decided to tell them right away that he had a lot of things to do today, and he didn't want to waste his time on them. His words became a real trigger for them, which is why one of them immediately attacked him. But at some point, Chae-jung noticed that time had stopped, and all these movements were so slow that it allowed him to dodge the attack and launch his own counterattack. After he had laid one of them down, he again turned to the others and said that they were now breaking the law because they were trying to cause serious bodily harm to a person, thereby attempting to take his life. And even if they were minors, this would not protect them either. But from their facial expressions, it was clear that they didn't care at all and weren't going to listen to him. Chae-jung was so glad that they didn't listen to him, because now he was more than confident that he could punish them. They didn't have time to do anything with him, as he suddenly jumped over the fence and started running away, saying that he simply didn't have time to play with them. After such an escape, he began to wonder if he had always been so strong at this age. In any case, it's not that important now. He needs to see his mother, so he sped up even more to spend as much time with her as possible. After some time, he finally ran to the right place where he saw his mother and froze in place for a while. Tears began to well up in his eyes, and he was literally torn apart from the inside. Suddenly, the woman noticed him, so she immediately decided to approach him to ask what he was doing here at such a time. She became very nervous because she saw blood on his face, and at that moment, all Chae-jung could think about was that it was his fault that they died. But suddenly, the woman interrupted his thoughts because she started hitting him on the back and saying that she had already told him 1,000 times that he should fight back against those hooligans. Suddenly, the guy realized that he felt pain, which was so strange for him because it was too realistic for a dream. And then it finally dawned on him that he had apparently really returned to the past, and all of this was happening for real. But in fact, this couldn't help but make him happy, so he immediately hugged his mother, and she, in turn, simply didn't understand what was happening to her son. Chae-jung tried to prove to her that this time he would do everything possible to protect her. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a colleague of Chae-jung's mother, who at first glance was very happy to see the guy. But the guy's face immediately changed, and his thoughts were only about the fact that he incredibly strongly disliked this woman. What he knew about her was that her real name was Song Yang-ja, and she had 5 convictions for fraud under her belt. This is the same woman who was involved in real estate scams, Song Yang-ja, who gathered people willing to invest money and then gained their trust. She did this for about 3 years, as a result of which the victims lost a total of 3 billion won, and Chae-jung's mother, who had limited herself all her life to collect this money, also fell into the hands of this swindler. The guy remembers very well that the woman was incredibly depressed after that incident, and for several days she simply cried. Then Chae-jung did not act like the best son because he told his mother that one must be stupid to make such a mistake. But suddenly his memories were interrupted by that same Song Yang, who noticed that the woman had such a wonderful and respectable son. The boy's mother immediately began to talk about how her son's face resembled hers, but his figure was that of his father. Suddenly, Song Yan started speaking for the boy's father, about whom she only knew that he died in a car accident, which made him incredibly angry. At this moment, all that Chae-jung could think of was that if the woman didn't shut her filthy mouth now, he might not be able to hold back. Although then the thought appeared in his head that she could chat a little for now, because soon she definitely won't have such an opportunity. Chae-jung immediately decided that he would do everything possible to expose her fraud and then successfully send her to jail. After some time, he helped his mother with her small business and still thought about how he would put Song Yang-ja behind bars. At one point, his mother interrupted him, telling him that he could stop stringing the fish pie because she probably wouldn't be able to sell that many. She even joked that he was apparently such a simple person who needed to do everything to the end in order to calm down, to which he replied that he was just all over her. After her workday, they cleaned up and it was time to return home, which they did. On the way home, Cho-jae thought about something he never thought about, that every day when she was young, his mother walked a long way back home. But what bothered him most was that she was doing this for such an ungrateful son as he. So he decided that he would help his mother and go out with her every day, although she asked him not to do this because it might be hard for him. But Chae-jo immediately assured her that in fact this was not the case, and everything was fine with him. At these moments, he had a plan in his head that he was sticking to, and all she had to do was believe him. At that time, there were very few chain restaurants, so Chae-jung's mother started making kimbap, which office workers would buy on their way to work. Chae-jung didn't know how to make such a diner prosper, but he ate so much kimbap while sitting in ambush on missions that now he knows which kind will definitely sell like hotcakes. So one day, the guy decided to bring his mother a rather strange ingredient with which they would make that very type of kimbapa. The ingredient was kimbap with chinmiche, which was quite strange to his mother because she didn't understand why such a snack would be put in such a dish. Chae-jung didn't want to explain anything to her, so he just asked her to try it once, and then she would understand everything. A few minutes later, the woman made the dish with the new ingredient, and Chae-jung couldn't wait to see the woman's face when she finally tried it. And when she finally chewed this dish, her expression changed. She immediately realized that there was nothing special, but it was all so delicious. In any case, she started preparing a new dish and told her son to go to school. He tried to tell her that he would still like to help her a little, but before he could finish speaking, the woman had already done everything. And she also added, quite carefully, that if such a big guy was standing there, then customers would not approach because of a feeling of fear, so she asked him again to go to school. Chae-jung did not argue with her and said that if something happened to her, she could write to him on his pager, and he began to leave. While Chae-jung was getting to school, he thought that even with age, he still didn't want to go to school, but in any case, now his main task would change in order to catch the destroyer of his family. Chae-jung was late on the very first day, and a man who distracted the boy's thoughts told him about it. A smile appeared on Che's face because he saw a coach who was like a family member to him. It was his judo coach, Shin Sung-gil, a real mentor who supported and helped him after his injury. Therefore, unable to restrain himself, the first thing Chae-jung did was hug his coach when they met, which shocked the man. Shin-sol immediately asked the guy to stop doing this, and then turned his attention to his head, which was all in bandages. So he wanted to ask the guy what happened. Chae-jung decided to embellish it a little and said that he was beaten by local punks, which slightly upset the coach, since he is a judoka. The coach immediately told him that he would not be able to play sports for now, so he would tell the guys about it, and he sent him to class. Chae-jung tried to say that he was fine and could continue practicing, but in response he only heard screams that if he continued practicing, his blood pressure might rise and his stitches might come apart. The guy realized that there was no point in arguing, so he said that he would say hello to the whole class, and then he would go to class. He entered the classroom and, to the surprise of his judo comrades, bowed, thereby greeting him and showing respect. The guys immediately ran up to him because they saw that his head was bandaged and he was not in shape. One of them even started asking Chae-jung what kind of freak did to him. The guys made it clear to him that if this was the same Kim gang who dared to attack the judoka, then they would deal with him in a flash. Just let Chae-jung tell them. Here, the main feature of judo popped into Chae-jung's head. No matter when they met, from the very first day in the section, they were considered members of the same family. In the past life, after he injured the ligaments on his finger and elbow, they dealt with the school bullies before Chae-jung left. In order to gain time and drive out these bullies, he needed the help of the guys from the section because they could legally deal with almost any problem. But this time, Chae-jung decided that he would definitely graduate from the police academy, take the post of chief, and then find those criminals who destroyed his mother and himself. And now he listened to his elders tell him that they would handle everything and he could just go to class. Although Chae-jung tried to say that it was not necessary to do that, and he felt embarrassed that he had caused them so much trouble. But the guys immediately told him that he definitely shouldn't be the one apologizing in this situation because he didn't do anything like that. Chae-jung was incredibly grateful to them, so he said that it was time for him to go to class. And in response, his friends told him that he should not come to training until he was completely cured, and they would deal with the rest of the problems themselves. Chae-jung was very pleased to hear such things, because now he is sure that these hooligans are finished. Coach Shin-sol ran into the director's office to remind him of what the man had told him when he took his job. They immediately tried to calm him down, saying that they didn't know what had happened, but they thought it would be better to sit down and calmly discuss the problem first. Shin-sol, at their request, sat down on the sofa and immediately began talking about how they hired him on the condition that he would train children and not think about anything else. They interrupted him to ask what had suddenly happened, to which Shin-sol responded in an angry tone that his best judo student had been beaten, and now he could not continue training. He also didn't forget to add that he had to have 25 stitches in his head because someone didn't do their job. According to the man, he tried to stop the hooligans who were extorting money, and in the end, 10 of them beat up one. Shin-sol believed that it was simply not right to allow school children to do something like this, and he could not work as a coach in such a school. So he was going to take the boys and go with them to another school. The director immediately tried to stop him, saying that the teacher and the children would deal with this issue, but apparently he was not going to listen to anything like that. So he simply stood up and began to leave silently. The man understood perfectly well at that moment that Coach Shin brought in so many medals that he simply could not let go of such a valuable employee. So he asked Coach Shin again to sit down so they could talk calmly. But this time it didn't work, and Shin Sol told them that they had to catch those hooligans, and they could do it in any way that was more convenient for them. He didn't care anymore. Chejong entered the classroom where classes would soon be held and realized that there was no one there yet, and apparently he had arrived here first. He decided that while he had a free minute, he could make a plan, and to begin with, he wanted to write a list of victims. Then he began to think about who could be that criminal. All that was known about him was his strange voice, as well as a tattoo on his wrist. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who unexpectedly entered the classroom and for some reason attracted the guy's attention so much. The thing was that it was the same girl he met when he was running away from those hooligans. And now if he understands everything correctly, then they are in the same class. And since they would now study together, Chejong decided to ask for forgiveness for that time when he ran out and slightly scared her. She ignored him for a while, so the guy decided that he was talking like an old man, so she didn't even answer him. But then he looked closer and noticed that she wasn't answering him because of her headphones. So the second time he decided to shout much louder and ask her, "Or can this player be used as a voice recorder?" And when she turned around to answer the question, she saw the same guy who had recently scared her, which is why Chejong had to ask for forgiveness again. But she assured him that everything was fine, because after he ran away, she immediately called the police, and everything immediately calmed down. This didn't seem like very good news, but the guy was incredibly happy about it, so he decided to ask her much more about it. She didn't quite understand what he wanted to hear from her, so she simply said that she called the police as soon as he ran away, and so that he wouldn't worry. She assured him that she didn't tell them that he broke the fence, but this already upset the guy, because he understood that if she had said this, then the testimony would have supported the version. But the girl, of course, did not understand a word, so she looked at him with a slightly strange look. Then she decided to change the subject a little and ask how his head was, to which Chejong immediately replied that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by several guys who noticed that Chejong was in a good mood, and they didn't really like that. And it was all because someone snitched on some idiot getting hit on the head, so they got really badly scolded. It couldn't be said that the guy felt very sorry for them. On the contrary, he was very happy about it. But apparently this situation wouldn't be resolved just like that, because these hooligans had already ordered him to get up and follow them. But it seemed like Chejong had been waiting for this moment. So in response to their words, he began to laugh, which made one of them even more angry, causing him to stand up in order to hit the guy. But suddenly he changed his mind about doing this, because Chejong stood up and showed with his whole appearance that if the guy did this, it would be a huge mistake for him. Chejong did not hide it and laughed in front of him again. And then he even said that he laughed and would laugh at such a pathetic person like him. The guy thought that there was only one pathetic coward here, and he was standing right in front of him, because it was they who beat him up with the whole crowd. And to make it clearer to them, he pointed to his head and said that he almost died because of them. But the only thoughts that were in the bully's head at that moment were that Chejong was so huge. But on the other hand, he also understood that if they left him alone, then the seniors would come and deal with them. Therefore, without thinking twice, he took out his stationery knife from his pocket, which he was going to punish Chejong with. But the guy didn't panic, but only became convinced once again that the person in front of him was simply incorrigible. But Chejong wasn't going to tolerate this either, so he was able to easily dodge the blow and grab the hooligan by the neck, after which he knocked the knife out of his hands and then put it against the wall to carry out a little explanatory work. This noise immediately attracted many people who saw that Chejong from the judo section and the first-year hooligans were fighting. After some time, after the guy hung like this, he began to choke and asked Chejong to let him go. Chejong lost control, and if it weren't for that same girl who screamed at him to stop because he could really die that way, he would come to his senses. So he let this guy go with the thought that she was actually right, he shouldn't break the law, and he gave this guy his final warning. But apparently it's impossible to convey anything to these guys, because as soon as this hooligan caught his breath, he immediately told Chejong that they would still see who would win this battle. This phrase made Chejong come closer and hit them again, but he didn't manage to do it because these hooligans quickly ran away, after which Chejong felt an incredibly strong pain in his head, which forced him to lean on a chair and catch his breath a little. Several hours passed from that moment, and finally the teacher announced to all the students that the lesson was over and they could get up and go home. Chae-jung decided to thank the teacher for the lesson and simply said thank you, but the man's expression was too strange, after which he simply turned around and left, without giving the guy any answer. It was quite strange for him, because he was walking around with a bandaged head and the teacher didn't even say a word to him. It looked like the coach said something to the teachers because he had such a disdainful look. But after some time, it dawned on the guy that now he was apparently considered a hooligan, which is why they treated him that way. Suddenly, his thoughts and the attention of the other children were interrupted by the same teacher, who wanted to remind them that tomorrow there would be independent work. They were unhappy because this would be the third independent work this week, but the teacher didn't care what they thought about it, so he simply asked them to prepare for the next lesson. But the one who was most worried was obviously Chae-jung, who did not understand how he should write an independent work at such an age as now, because just a second, he was already about 40 years old. Suddenly, he remembered that their school was famous not only for its judo section, but also for its high level of education. Even now, he remembers how difficult it was for him because of these independent essays that he wrote every 2 weeks after he quit the sport. But fortunately, this didn't last long, because in his last year of high school, he came to his senses, and it turned out that the guy's brain works pretty well. He even thought that if he hadn't gone into patrol duty because he was afraid of being left without money, he would have probably entered the police academy. In any case, it was just an independent program for the first year of high school. However, when he finally opened the book with the assignment, he realized that he had apparently overestimated himself, and everything was much more difficult than it seemed to him. So he decided that he needed to do everything he could to remember, because he had forgotten a lot, and besides, he didn't even know what would be on the test. But he very quickly found a solution to this situation. He approached his classmate in order to clarify a few points. Chae-jung decided to immediately say that this was about tomorrow's independent work. The guy just wanted to ask his classmate to help him with the preparation. And if he shows him the notes at all, then Chae-jung will be incredibly grateful to him. Chae-jung's classmate was slightly surprised by such a request from him, but still decided to agree. After lunch, Chae-jung returned to class, but did not find his new friend, who had disappeared in an unknown direction. It was so strange for him, because Chae-jung was sure that the guy had just seen him here, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by that same girl who wanted to ask the guy who he was even talking about. Chae-jung pointed his finger at the place of the guy with whom he had spoken and agreed to help, to which the girl answered him that Suho was near the buffet, but where he was now, unfortunately, she did not know. But she suddenly remembered that he had been picked up near the buffet by the same bullies who had pestered Chae-jung. Now the guy's expression had clearly changed, which could only mean one thing, that they should now find Suho as soon as possible. They ran out of the classroom together and ran as fast as they could to the cafeteria, where they hoped to find Suho. But wherever they looked, they couldn't find him anywhere. So almost at one point, they came to the conclusion that most likely the guy was currently on the roof. Suho was actually on the roof, standing there beaten and thinking about what he did wrong. But when the guys ran out onto the roof, they didn't see Suho there either, which was a disappointment for them, because this was the last option where he could be. The girl immediately assumed that perhaps he had returned to class, so she immediately suggested going there. But just as they were about to leave, Chae-jung heard the sound of crying at the last moment, and when he looked behind the door, he saw Suho there. The guy looked up, and the first thing he said was asking for forgiveness, because he failed to keep his promise and help Chae-jung with his independent work. But it seemed to him that he had a good enough reason, because hooligans suddenly pestered him, and so he had to go with them. He couldn't do anything about it. Chae-jung immediately picked him up and began to wipe his clothes, while saying that it was actually he who needed to ask for forgiveness, since it was probably because of him that they beat him up. He was more than sure that these guys wanted to take out their anger on him, because they got it from him. And now they have only one path ahead of them, and they clearly won't like it. But then he remembered that he was not alone now, so he decided to suggest to the guys that they go and have a little snack after school. In the evening, when they left the local cafe, the girl could only notice that they both ate an incredible amount, but for them, this was normal, because they had not eaten anything all day. They sat down on the first bench, and Chae-jung thought about how, after returning, his body was simply broken, that he couldn't even eat one portion of food, and now he had eaten so well that he couldn't help but be happy. He also drank his coffee with great pleasure, saying that it had not changed at all, which was a little strange for the other guys to hear. But suddenly, Chae-jung decided to ask the guy one question, in which he wanted to know how bad Suho's life was because of these school bullies. Suho suddenly fell silent, and his expression changed. He didn't know what to answer Che-jong, so he needed a little time to give an answer. Che-jong understood how difficult it was for him, so he decided to support him a little, saying that now there was nothing to worry about, because they would not dare to touch him anymore, although Suho did not really believe in this. Che-jong decided to convince him that he would do everything possible to ensure that they would not touch anyone else. In other words, he was going to change this world, and the two of them needed to help him a little. The next day, Che-jong was walking to school, and he was in such a good mood because the air around was fresh, and he had a good day today. Meanwhile, a small number of journalists had gathered at the school's threshold to film a report on the school grounds, but the security guard was not going to let them do so. Che-jong just happened to be passing by this conflict, and he deliberately came closer so that the journalists would see the bandage on his head and think that he had been beaten by hooligans. And in fact, it worked, because one of them started to push even harder and asked Che-jong for permission to ask a few questions. The journalist begged the guy to tell him about these journalists, and Che-jong, looking at this guy, recognized his old good friend reporter Park Yong-il, but even he could not think that the man was exactly like this in his youth. So Che-jong decided to talk to the teacher who was stopping all this and offer his help, but the man immediately told him to go to class and not hang around here. Che-jong listened to him, turned around and started walking to his class, which greatly upset the journalists. But the guy was incredibly happy about this because everything was going much better than he could have expected. The next day, journalist Park Yan received a package, which surprised him a little because he had not ordered anything. He began to carefully read the letter that was inside and noticed that there was also a cassette tape, and the person who sent him this package called himself a witness. Park Young started looking for information and realized that the article could be incredibly cool, and he was also very angry that they thought that nothing would happen to them for this because they were minors, but he was going to investigate and destroy them. A few days later, Che-jong was already holding a newspaper in his hands, where Park Yun had written a simply wonderful article which could not help but please Che-jong because everything was going according to plan so far. Suddenly, on his way, he met a teacher who wanted to know what Che-jong was carrying in his hands, to which the boy confidently replied that it was a newspaper, which he began to read quite often. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he asked Che-jong to give him the newspaper and asked the boy to go to class immediately. Che-jong did just that, and afterward, when he was walking to class, all he could think about was that, judging by the expression on the teacher's face, everyone at school already knew about it. At school, Che-jong also couldn't stop and continued to distribute these newspapers to everyone. Even his judo friends received their copies, to whom he said that he himself sent this information to the editorial office because he could not tolerate the bullying of hooligans. Although even they did not quite understand such an act, because they could have sorted it out quietly, but why submit this article to the newspaper? Che-jong was prepared for this question, so he immediately answered them that it would be best to strike from both sides, and then the problem would definitely be solved. He believed that these hooligans would not admit their guilt if they were simply beaten up because they had neither shame nor fear. On the contrary, they could still claim that they were being beaten up by athletes. And in that case, they would have had to pay compensation, and the coach would have also given them a hard time, which was a good argument for the guys. Moreover, Che-jong did not forget to remind them that they were planning to go to university, and if they fought with these scum, then they would definitely put an end to their future. That's why he thought it was best to deal with them like adults, which the guys didn't look at so badly. Now the article seemed like a great idea to them. Che-jong was sure that when they saw this, they would be so afraid that they wouldn't dare do anything else, because if someone got hurt, he would be able to report it to the police. Suho was also noticed by a reporter in the schoolyard, so he approached So-yeon to tell her about it. So-yeon responded by telling him that it seemed like the second stage that Che-jong had talked about yesterday was a newspaper, which was so strange to them because no one would have thought that an article could solve the problem. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Che-jong, who appeared behind them so unexpectedly. So-yeon immediately decided to ask him, or was it necessary to report it to the police? Che-jong told them that in fact it was no longer necessary because they would come here themselves. The guy understood perfectly well that the policeman would not sit still when such a headline appeared on the front page of the newspaper, because if they did not start moving, then they would be reprimanded by their superiors. And so he was happy to announce that there was one last stage left, but for this they first needed to prepare for independent work. Sometime before this, Chae-jung recorded all of Suho's words on a dictaphone, who said that he worked part-time at a gas station and distributed leaflets, but all of the money he earned was regularly taken away by these hooligans. In total, they took about 3 million won from him. He also said that there are about 2 more people in each class and most likely about 100,000 are taken away from them every month. Chae-jung was very good at mathematics, so he quickly calculated that if he took at least 40 students, it would come to about 50 million won per year, which was quite a large sum. The day of independent work arrived, which shocked Chae-jung a little because there were so few questions. He realized that the teacher was apparently planning to finish early to let everyone go home before the police arrived. Apparently that was the case, because he gave so little time for everything, and then, without stopping for a single second, asked all the kids to hand in their work, starting from the back desks. At that moment, Chae-jung was thinking that everything was useless, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the teacher shouting his name and telling him to immediately go to the board. The teacher began to scold him for the fact that if he chooses an answer, then he should be alone, because then it becomes inconvenient for him to check, especially when he does it at random. But the guy smiled and said that he didn't do all this at random, but solved these problems himself, which angered the teacher even more, because he thought that the guy was deceiving him and definitely couldn't solve these problems on his own. The whole class heard this, so at one point So-yeon stood up from her desk and started saying that it was absolutely true that Chae-jung had decided everything himself. She had personally seen how hard he had studied, and if he didn't believe it, then the man could easily be convinced of it if he looked at the notes he had taken while preparing for the test. And right after So-yeon, Suho stood up for Chae-jung, who also confirmed that they prepared together yesterday. Well, Chae-jung simply couldn't help but add that if he plays sports, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything at all. The teacher didn't have time to answer him, when suddenly the secretary's voice was heard throughout the school, calling Chae-jung to the principal, where the boy happily went. When Chae-jung approached the director's office, he immediately noticed that quite a lot of people had gathered there, and from the expressions on these people's faces, it was absolutely clear that they were clearly not happy to see Chae-jung here. Apparently they all read the article and were not too happy that the guy did exactly that. One of them even decided to stop the guy and talk to him a little. He wanted to tell the guy that if someone asks him about something, then he just needs to say that he doesn't know anything. Chae-jung looked at him with a stony expression because he believed that real teachers definitely didn't do that. So he ignored every word the man said and simply walked past him, causing anger and aggression. But still, before entering the principal's office, he answered the man that although he did not understand what the teacher was telling him, he would still try to fulfill his request. Well, as soon as he entered the office, his surprise was immediately noticeable, because there he saw people whom he definitely did not expect to see at school. Right after Chae-jung entered the office, one of them asked his colleague to make his expression simpler, although he believed that he had every right to do so, because dealing with such matters himself in the morning did not bring him any pleasure at all. Well, then Chae-jung approached them, who first of all greeted the investigators, which surprised them a little, because they couldn't even imagine how the guy knew that they were investigators. But Chae-jung immediately justified himself, saying that his father was an investigator, which is why he determined it so easily. Chae-jung thought in his mind that maybe these people weren't in the same department, but he knew these people because they often crossed paths with his father, so he was quite pleased to meet them here. They immediately started asking the guy who his father was, since it was clearly too early for him to resign if he had a teenage son, to which Chae-jung answered them that he had actually died in a car accident, and that he had worked in the Eastern Precinct. They felt a little sad, so they asked the guy for forgiveness for asking him such questions. But they were even more surprised when Chae-jung said the name of his father, whose name was Chae Do-chul. He was a former fighter for justice, and one of the investigators obviously knew him well. The man was so happy to meet the son of such a legendary person, and at that moment, Chae-jung understood that everything would end much faster than he thought. After talking for a bit, the investigator finally decided to clarify whether the guy even understood why he was called here, to which he confidently replied that it was all because of the broken head and the article that had been published recently. The man laughed a little and immediately said that it was immediately obvious from the guy that he was the investigator's son, and immediately after that, Chae-jung suggested that they came because they needed to know the names of the other victims. He grasped everything so quickly, not only because his father was a former investigator, but also because he himself worked as an investigator for a long time. So everything was so familiar to him. And from the faces of the investigators, Chae-jung was absolutely right. But they didn't have time to answer before Chae-jung suddenly said that he would like to file a complaint against these hooligans. He believed that they needed to open a case for causing serious injuries during an attempted murder and a group beating. In response to these words, the investigators began to laugh because they realized that it was Chae-jung who gave the information to the reports that they used for their article. Chae-jung smiled and showed with his whole appearance that this was the pure truth, after which he decided to ask them for forgiveness for not following the procedure. But he still asked them not to forget that these hooligans were bullying other students, which went too far, and the teachers perceived it as harmless jokes, so he simply had no other choice. The investigators felt uneasy because they were sure that they were coming here to sort out a routine case where teenagers couldn't agree on something. And the chief investigator laughed at him. According to him, when he saw this article in the newspaper, he immediately suspected that everything was clearly planned, and he clearly learned this from his father. Moreover, he believed that the guy did absolutely the right thing, because when there is nothing else left, you need to enlist the support of the public. And now that they have figured everything out, the investigator would like to ask the guy what he would like to do. Chae-jung said directly that he would first like to catch those who beat him, and then gather the victims and give them the opportunity to testify without fearing for their safety. And right after that, he added that the management was probably already monitoring this matter, and they too should not be left without a bonus. The investigators were truly surprised because he spoke as if he had worked in the police for many years. Chae-jung was glad to hear this, but he still wanted to get down to business. And so he said that he was going to accuse them of attempted extermination, and then they would have to pay an amount that he would name. For example, those who beat him with a stick would pay 20 million, and everyone else would pay 10. He also provided investigators with a list of victims and the names of the perpetrators so that investigators could begin to pursue the case. The senior investigator immediately praised the guy and told him that he was simply a godsend for the police. So the man advised the guy to go to work for the police, because it seemed to him that the guy could definitely become a good investigator. After which, the man asked his colleague, Detective Kim, to invite the parents of the offenders to the office so that they could take testimony from them. And then he asked Detective Park to go to the station. He asked to bring those very hooligans. Literally a few seconds later, the parents of the hooligans were already in the office, and right from the doorway they started yelling at Chae-jung because they thought the guy had told too many lies about their children. The investigator realized that they couldn't be calmed down that easily, so he immediately told them that if they didn't want their children to go to prison, they needed to behave as quietly as possible, which caused even more screams because they didn't understand at all what was going on here and why their children suddenly had to go to prison. They believed that it was all Chae-jung's fault, as he had fake stitches put on his head and was now trying to appear as a victim. The investigator did not argue with them, but simply said directly that if they could not agree for Chae-jung to withdraw the statement, then their children would face punishment. So he asked them to calm down and begin to beg the guy to withdraw the statement. They immediately fell silent because they finally realized that they were wrong and that they had better use a different tactic for the conversation. The investigator also added that even if no formal charges are brought, he can still file a lawsuit in the future. When their children grow up, then the law does not apply to minors, and they will immediately go to prison. And after all these words, he added once again that they didn't owe him anything. They first had to come to an agreement with this guy, and before that he asked them to think carefully. Because if they came to an agreement now, then the law on minors would come in handy. After these words, a small silence was created in the office, which was interrupted by Chae-jung when he asked a question in which he wanted to clarify what the average amount of compensation for moral damages for an assassination attempt was, although in fact he himself knew this figure very well. The investigator understood perfectly well what the guy was getting at, so he decided to play along with him and said that for the attempted murder, people should pay 25 million won as moral damages, and for complicity, about 15. And as soon as the investigator said this amount, Chae-jung looked again at the parents of the hooligans and said that they had heard everything themselves, that this is exactly the amount he wants them to pay him, and then perhaps he will not sue them. He also immediately added that without compensation there can be no agreements. And of course, he did not forget to say that if in such cases a compromise is not reached, then the punishment will be the same as for an adult criminal. It was clear from the parents' faces that they were well aware of what was going on and what could happen to their children. But Chae-jung didn't stop there. He added that they would have to pay compensation not only to him, but also to other victims, so he was even willing to lower the price a little. And if they suddenly forgot, then Che-jong is always happy to help them and remind them that their children have been harassing about 40 school children during all this time. This figure clearly scared the parents because they were not stupid and immediately calculated approximately how much money they would have to spend so that their child would not go to prison. Che-jong considered it important that even if they pay compensation, their children could still be sent to a juvenile detention center, which the investigator confirmed, and added that this is a very serious crime, and everything depends on the court's decision. At this point, Che-jong decided to end this dialogue and began to leave, and the shocked parents could only look at his back. And as soon as he left the office, those same hooligans who were scared were waiting for the guy outside. Therefore, Che-jong immediately understood that they had heard everything, and probably understood that they would most likely never see them again. After which the guy walked down the corridor and enjoyed himself. He thought that he finally won at least one fight, which in his past life he lost without a chance. That same day in the evening, the investigator and Che-jem met with the boy's mother, who already thought that her son had done something wrong, so she was quite nervous. But the investigator calmed her down, after which he told her that since she had signed the compensation agreement, the lawyer of the guilty party would transfer this amount to their account, which made the woman happy, because she understood that these guys were also just school children who did not really want to ruin their lives. Although the man believed that each of them deserved it, so there was no point in worrying about it. He would also like to say that her son is just a godsend for the police. The woman was so glad to hear this, although she herself noticed that the guy had recently come to his senses, and she herself was still not used to watching him. At this point, their dialogue ended. The investigator said goodbye to Che-jong and his mother. While they were walking home together, Che-jong assured his mother that when she saw the results of his independent work, she would clearly be surprised, although the woman was almost certain that the guy had again taken last place, and she could only hope for better results. But when he told her that he had taken one of the first places, the woman immediately began to smile and say that if he could hold out for some time with such results, she would be incredibly happy about it. Che-jong decided to promise his mother that he would do his best to make her proud of him. She could hardly hold back her tears because she couldn't believe that the guy had actually come to his senses. In any case, now she needed to finish some business with the diner, so she asked the guy to go home, and in the evening they would cook dinner together. Meanwhile, the investigator was talking to his superiors, and when he put the phone down, he was very happy, which is why Kim immediately assumed that they might finally be called to the superiors to be praised, not scolded. The man, of course, was also glad that everything was going so well for them, but he still did not forget that they needed to continue working. The next day, early in the morning, the teacher came into the classroom to tell the children that the grades were already on the stand, and they could look at them. Che-jong was incredibly pleased because he looked at his grades and thought that according to the results of the independent tests in April, he was in 15th place, and then in 6th place, and in May, he rose to 3rd place. Therefore, it seemed to him that he had finally learned to study correctly, and even got a little used to doing it without any particular problems. He was also finally able to return to sports, and his doctor told him about it, and immediately after that, Che-jong decided to please his coach. Pak sent him to training with everyone, and he himself talked to his assistant about how the guy had started to study very well. Even the director asked them to keep an eye on the guy so that he would not only devote time to sports. Che-jong just looked at his uniform for a while and thought about how wonderful it had once been. So he decided that it would be a good idea to start all over again, because he was only 17 years old now, and he had a strong enough body, so he thought that he could succeed. At his very first training session, he noticed that his body was incomparable to what it had been before. Because it was so strong and fresh, he could literally do several exercises and not get tired. After a while, they split into pairs to practice some skills. The person who would be paired with Che-jong was thinking at that time that the guy had been getting too cocky lately, and he wanted to teach him a little lesson. But as soon as this guy grabbed Che-jong by his kimono and tried to perform the move, Che-jong again noticed that time seemed to slow down. He decided not to miss this moment and use it to his advantage, so he put his foot in front of his opponent and they fell to the floor, thereby preventing him from performing the move. Che-jong decided to apologize because it wasn't exactly sporty. But apparently his opponent was not going to be offended, and immediately said that since Che-jong had already completely recovered, they could try again. At one point, Che-jong noticed that his opponent was openly picking on him, which made him a little nervous. He immediately decided that he couldn't let this guy bully him, so he decided to take immediate action. At that moment, Che-jong was thinking that, as far as he remembered correctly, This guy would win a bronze medal at a competition in a few months, and then get into the Korean team. But now, this was far from the main thing, because now he was going to knock out this strong athlete. In his past life, he had a knife wound, so he had to remove 2/3 of his stomach. After that, he lost a lot of weight, and although it was not easy for him to fight criminals, he still used judo techniques all this time, just like now. But unlike that life, now he has amazing physical characteristics and unprecedented abilities that even he finds hard to believe. He understood that at this rate, he would be able to win a gold medal at the Olympics and enter higher education, and then his life would clearly change dramatically. Then he was more than confident that he would be able to find those very people who destroyed his mother and finally deal with them. While he was thinking about this, the coach at that moment stood in shock at how well Chae-jung was performing the techniques. The man who was sparring with him was very angry at Chae-jung because he used the technique on him. Their conflict was interrupted in time by Coach Park, who immediately realized that the guy simply had a reflex due to which he used this technique, with which Chae-jung agreed, and then began to apologize to his opponent again. But the coach didn't pay attention to these words. He just wanted to note with a smile that he forbade the guy to play sports with an injury. But Chae-jung didn't do this, so he was surprised that the coach was talking about it so confidently. Park was not going to believe it because he saw with his own eyes how Chae-jung ran, stretched, and trained so that his body muscles would not become stiff, all of which people who have not trained for a long time do not do. Chae-jung once again decided to ask for forgiveness for his actions. According to him, he understands perfectly well that his opponent wanted to teach him how to hold a stance, but he did not take advantage of this. Park decided to end the training at this point. Now he allowed them to practice on their own, and he asked Chae-jung to step aside so that they could talk to him one-on-one. They walked away, and the coach asked the guy again if he had been training in secret. Chae-jung smiled and admitted that his body was itching so much that he simply couldn't sit idle. After these words, Coach Park suddenly took out a rubber tire and asked Chae-jung to pull it with all his strength. And as soon as the guy did this, the man immediately noticed that now his strength in his wrists, his overall strength had increased, and his stance, everything was simply at a fairly high level. After this small test, the trainer decided to find out how the guy actually trained. Chae-jung told the coach that he hadn't really done anything serious, just a few approaches of handstand walking and CrossFit. But then he realized that he had said a little unnecessary information because all these exercises only became popular in 2010. After thinking for a while, Chae-jung decided to explain this by saying that he had heard that these exercises were incredibly popular in America, which he also decided to try, because the training that his coach taught him required mats, and he didn't have anything like that at home, so he looked for different training methods. Coach Park could have guessed this, but he had thought all his life that in America judo was taught terribly, so he simply did not understand what could be learned there. Chae-jung smiled and said that these were actually not exercises for judo, but for American football players. The coach understood that the guy meant a sport in which people run back and forth with a ball and beat each other up along the way. But the guy had a slightly different opinion. He thought that they were all professional American football athletes. In other words, they could be called real monsters. He thought so, if only because they, on average, run 40 meters in 5 seconds, and with one finger they can knock down an opponent weighing 100 kilograms. What was also surprising was that they jump over football players from other teams who are almost 190 centimeters tall. And it is they who perform these exercises that Chae-jung spoke about during training. He studied these techniques when he was a regular policeman to tone his muscles a little. Now it became clear to the coach why the guy's movements had suddenly changed so much, which was confirmed by Chae-jung himself. And then he added that it was actually time for him to leave. But just before leaving, the coach stopped him to say a few words to him. A few minutes later, the guy talked on the phone and in the end asked to send him an email with a detailed description. After which, he turned to the coach and assistant to say that they would send all the information by mail. All that was left was to wait a little. It was so surprising for the man and his assistant to realize the fact that the guy was able to get the contacts using a computer. But what is even more surprising is that he knows English. When did he even manage to learn it? In response to this question, the guy said that very soon an era would begin that would be open to the whole world, and he believed that it was necessary to be prepared for it in advance. And mentally he thought about the fact that he studied English, Japanese, Chinese, and even Vietnamese in order to catch criminals abroad. But Coach Park still didn't understand how they just agreed, and over the phone too. However, Chae-jung simply did not understand what was wrong with this, because it was just training and not some kind of national secret. Besides, he said that Korean school children wanted to learn their methods, and probably such a formulation influenced them. They liked this approach. Both men believed that America was a pretty smart country, since it was willing to help others. And since it came to this, Chae-jung decided to suggest to the coach to contact Japanese schools and ask them for training materials, which would be quite good, at least that's what Coach Park thought. But suddenly they realized that the guy also knew Japanese, which completely shocked them. Within an hour, they finally received a letter from America, and without thinking twice, Chae-jung decided to print out the received files. On top of everything else, the coach was so happy that even his printer, which he had not used for a long time, finally became useful. But everything was not as good as it might seem at first glance, because Chae-jung said that Japan refused to share the materials, but he tried to contact several schools and he also failed to obtain the data. The coach wasn't too upset because he actually understood that Japan was a rather closed country in this regard, but he was glad that at least America shared the data, although it would take some time to translate these files. According to Chae-jung, it will take at least 2 months to translate additional materials related to recovery, first aid, and other things. And as soon as the assistant coach heard this, he accidentally screamed because he did not believe that they would be able to get information on how to properly provide first aid. Chae-jung demonstrated this to him as evidence, for example, by pointing out the method of bandaging. Although the assistant did not understand anything because the entire text was in English, he thought that they needed to translate it first because it seemed much more important to him during training. However, Coach Park did not think so. He thought that it was unknown when and how the guys could get injured. So he thought that it was necessary to apply this knowledge as soon as possible, with which his assistant agreed. Looking at the assistant coach, Chae-jung thought that he was the technical assistant of the head coach and at the same time the team doctor and administrator, and he also met with the parents of school children even more often than the head coach himself. Coach Park interrupted his thoughts when he told the boy that he had done a great job today, so he asked the boy to take the printouts and go home to rest. When Chae-jung left, the head coach and his assistant went out to the backyard to talk about the boy, and the head coach thought about Chae-jung focusing on his studies rather than sports. Sang-muk didn't even know what to say about this, but he definitely noticed that after the head injury, the guy seemed to have been replaced. That's why he suggested that we just watch him first, since he had already started using technology, and this scenario was the most logical. The head coach quickly agreed, adding that he would be better at judo than studying. He just needed to try a little harder. After which, he also decided to go home and rest a little. And he asked Sang-muk to check his condition more often before the training camp. As soon as Pak left the school building, thoughts appeared in Sang-muk's head that he had been paid to participate in the competition of the same guy that Chae-jung had defeated in sparring today. And if he continued like this, then the man would clearly have more problems. Meanwhile, Chae-jung had already arrived home, and as soon as he entered, he immediately smelled the wonderful smell of food from the threshold. He looked at the table and saw there was just a huge amount of food, because of which the table was bursting, which surprised the guy very much. He even assumed that she won some kind of lottery. In response to these words, she smiled and told him that in fact, she just took money from her stash to cook a delicious dinner. Chae-jung was surprised by how much his mother had managed to save. She agreed with him and also wanted to tell him that if they succeeded with the investments that Ye-suk had talked about, then they would be able to move to a better apartment, which couldn't help but make her happy. The guy didn't quite understand what the woman was talking about, so she had to explain that Ye-suk was their aunt, who was saying that they needed to buy dollars in gold now. But then she realized that there was no point in explaining this to the guy. But Chae-jung didn't want to just end this dialogue. So he decided to clarify whether his mother told his aunt about his father, and he was also interested, or whether she told him about the money that Chae-jung received as compensation. The woman, without thinking twice, told the guy that she told him all this because they had recently become best friends, and according to her, Ye-suk was well-versed in all kinds of investments. The next morning, Chae-jung's mother was back at work and didn't even have time to rest, because the line of people who wanted to get her signature dish just never ended. At that moment, Ye-suk was looking closely at this picture, and in her head there were only thoughts about how incredibly jealous she was that the woman was earning money, and she was not. She was very upset to understand this because her store was a 300,000 project, but she could not even suspect that her son was friends with a policeman. But she wasn't going to be upset because her plan was to collect all the proceeds today, and as soon as she did that, she would immediately fly to East Asia. Meanwhile, Chae-jung called his boss to discuss a very important matter for him. 624. A few hours later, Chae-jung's mother went on a short break, and the first thing she did was go to her friend. She casually told her that lately everything has been selling very quickly. There aren't even enough ingredients, and since she managed to do it so quickly today, her friend suggested that she go straight to the bank. At this moment, Yesuk was only thinking about how she would take all of today's proceeds for herself and then disappear unnoticed. But suddenly her thoughts, and at the same time their dialogue, were interrupted by Chejong, who appeared quite suddenly. Even his mother was surprised to see him here because usually at such a time he is at training or classes, so she did not understand at all what he was doing here now. But as it turned out, he did not arrive here alone, but took with him an investigator who was examining his case. The woman was very glad to see the investigator, so she immediately decided to ask him what brought him here. Yesuk was quite the criminal because she knew very well what kind of person he was and how good a policeman he was, so she was a little scared. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Chejong's mother, who reminded the woman that she had already told her that Investigator Kim had helped her son a lot. And as soon as she finished speaking, Investigator Kim immediately took out handcuffs and turned to Yesuk, telling her that she had come up with a rather unusual nickname, because in fact her name is Mrs. Song Yang Ja. She immediately started yelling at him and saying that he was going too far if he decided that he could just threaten a law-abiding citizen like that. But the smile on the investigator's face never disappeared, because he was sure that he was right, because she was known throughout the country for being wanted for real estate fraud. Not even a few seconds had passed after this phrase, when the woman immediately jumped up and started running away. Investigator Kim chased after her and shouted at her along the way that she had better not waste her energy and stop right now. But at that moment, she was only thinking about the fact that he would do everything possible to avoid going to jail. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a man ahead who was already waiting for her in one of the passages. A few minutes before this, Chejong called the investigators he already knew for help, who happily arrived at the scene. He described the situation to them in detail, and Investigator Kim and his guys arrived at the scene to help his mother. At the same time, Chejong also thought that even if he brought the police, it did not mean that this woman would not be able to escape, so he immediately decided that he needed to block the escape routes. He had two possible escape routes in his head, so he thought they should put people there, and then she would have nowhere to run. He asked Investigator Kim to block the main road and the alley, then it would be much more difficult for her to get out, even if she tried to do so. Kim smiled at the boy's request, because he didn't even expect that Chejong had foreseen this. After which he turned to his colleagues, whom he asked to take up positions on the streets that Chejong had indicated. While the other police officers were taking their positions, Kim decided to ask the guy how he even knew that this woman was wanted, to which Chejong replied that he had found it strange from the very beginning that she had promised too high a percentage if his mother would only trust her with her money. And then when he met her, he remembered that he had seen her face on a wanted poster. This surprised Kim because he didn't think that anyone was paying attention to these leaflets at the moment. But at that moment, Chejong was thinking that Song Yang Ja had been wanted for a long time before this incident. She was quite agile and constantly ran away, but this time he was sure that they would be able to catch her. And so it happened. After a fairly short period of time, they still managed to put handcuffs on the woman, and at the same time, they told her that she was arrested on suspicion of fraud and attempted fraud. She understood that there was simply no point in denying it, so she simply remained silent when the police read her rights. Chejong's mother was a little scared, and she didn't want to believe what was happening here. She even asked her friend to say that she wasn't guilty and that it was all a mistake. But instead, she pushed the woman and said that she had made only one mistake, which was that she had not run away with the woman's money yesterday. These words were the last straw, for which Chejong's mother pushed the criminal, calling her a sheep, and all this was because she simply did not understand how she could do this to her. After which she started crying, and Chejong had to calm his mother down, telling her that there was simply no point in arguing with such swindlers. And this lying criminal also added that as soon as she began to tell her about her husband, who successfully died, she immediately thought that it would be easy to deceive her. These words became the last straw for Chejong, who immediately lost his temper. One of the police officers immediately asked the guy to calm down and not make stupid decisions that could harm him in the future. But it was not so easy to stop him, so they had to approach him. But even in this case, he was pushing too hard towards the woman for her to repeat it to his face. It was very difficult to hold the guy because he was incredibly strong and all this thanks to judo. That's why at one point they still couldn't hold him back, and with one movement he pushed away two men at once. The boy was very angry, and his mother was watching, having never seen her son so angry. But still she came out of her small stupor, and the first thing she did was hug him so that he would calm down at least a little. At that moment, Chae-jung realized what he had done, so he immediately stopped and asked her for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the criminal quickly ran to the car, just so that the guy wouldn't get to her. She literally started screaming for him to step on the gas faster and drive her section because she was incredibly scared. After which, investigator Kim stayed with Chae-jung and his mother in order to tell them that it was good that they caught her before they had time to hand over the money, because a little more and they would have gotten into big trouble. The woman agreed with him with tears in her eyes, after which she thanked him for his help. Chae-jung also thanked the investigator and his colleagues, and he also felt ashamed that he pushed the men, so he decided to ask for forgiveness for that as well. In response to these words, the investigator decided to make fun of his subordinates, saying that they both used to play sports and still couldn't hold on to one boy. In any case, be that as it may, Chae-jung did a great thing, and he wanted to tell the woman once again that she was incredibly lucky to have a son. Well, finally, investigator Kim said that they just had to check if there were any other victims, and then they could return to the station and close this case. At that moment, Chae-jung was thinking about what the investigator had called him, namely, a reliable son. These words were rooted in the guy's head, and he was only thinking about the fact that now he needed to acquire incredible power that would help him protect both himself and his mother, and power in this world is money. As soon as they entered the station, one of the police officers immediately approached the chief investigator and asked him to review the case report, which he would be happy to do, and he asked his guest, that is Chae-jung, to wait at the table. The guy sat down at the boss's desk without any problems, and the first thing he noticed was a small stack of business cards. He immediately decided to reach out to them and take a few pieces, because he was more than sure that they would be useful to him in the future. But when he looked at these business cards more closely, a surprised expression appeared on his face. At that very moment, investigator Kim, who had finished all his business, approached him, and he also immediately wanted to thank Chae-jung because he had incredibly greatly helped them solve another case. Chae-jung was glad to hear this, but at the moment he was more interested in one question, in which he wanted to know what kind of business card it was, because some manager was indicated on it. The man laughed and told him that it was the business card of a person who was involved in the actions that the investigator had recently begun to be interested in. But right after that, he added that this person was not the best. According to Kim, he wanted to trust him with his money, but then he found out through his channels and realized that the guy is not so good, because he constantly says that Korea will soon go bankrupt. Suddenly a picture appeared in Chae-jung's head, and he finally understood everything. This was the same Park Tae-gyu who was there during the national bankruptcy. The investigator told the guy that this man talked so much that he was almost fired because of it. So the policeman is now actively looking for another specialist, after which he began actively squeezing the business card in his hands. But he was stopped in time by Chae-jung, who did not allow him to do this. The man didn't quite understand why the guy suddenly wanted to take the business card for himself so much, but he didn't stop him. Chae-jung was so happy to receive this business card because he felt that he had received the best source of funds at the moment. A man in a small group at a meeting was talking about how companies were going bankrupt and that the companies that remained afloat were carrying out large-scale restructuring in order to reduce costs. But they didn't even let him finish speaking and immediately threw a small wad of paper at him. It was the boss of this company who didn't want to listen to even hints about bankruptcy from the guy. And besides, he had already forbidden him to talk about it. He reacted this way only because he believed that Korea was currently in its prime in its entire history, and in such a situation, Park Tae-gyu was still talking about some kind of bankruptcy and crisis, which he really didn't like because he was sure that other countries could fall apart but not Korea. This quite obviously upset the guy, which even made him want to smoke cigarettes, although he was sure that he was right, because now there are problems in Britain and Japan, so it is simply impossible for Korea to remain unscathed. He was frightened by the fact that neither the government nor the common people took this information seriously, although it was so important. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call in which he heard the voice of a teenager who introduced himself as Chae-jung. Chae-jung went on to say that he was calling because he had developed an incredibly strong interest in the national bankruptcy that he talks about so often. Park Tae-gyu immediately began to listen to him attentively, and the guy continued to tell him that if the man could only spare a little time for him, then they could talk about this matter in more detail. Coach Park came to the gym to conduct another training session where he noticed Chae-jung, who was sitting at his desk. And when asked what Chae-jung was doing here, the guy replied that he was just looking at something on the computer. Before he could finish speaking, the coach hit him quite hard on the head with a stick. According to the man, he did this specifically so that the guy would understand that he had freed him from training so that he could prepare for exams. and he was here twiddling his thumbs at the computer. But Chae-jong assured the man that he needed to see something here. But when the coach came closer to take a look, Chae-jong immediately decided to cover the computer screen with his hand. Although the coach simply did not understand why the guy was covering all this with his hands, because the other guys probably wouldn't read this, because they have muscles instead of brains. After which he turned around and started to leave, saying along the way that it would be easier to leave these guys alone, that it would be better for them to train, although Chae-jong had no intention of telling anyone. He decided to ask the coach, or could he use this computer sometimes? But the man didn't understand why Chae-jong was even asking him about this when he was already using it. Although he did have one request, he asked the guy to work on translating the training manual. After which he added that investigator Kim Jong-do had recently called and said that he would make a policeman out of Chae-jong, which clearly interested the guy, but the coach simply could not understand why the guy could not live a day in peace. He was glad that the guy at least didn't do stupid things anymore, but he immediately decided to warn him that if he came again with a broken head, then it would definitely be the end for him, which couldn't help but make Chae-jong laugh. The coach put his drink on the table and told the guy that in his case, it was better not to stress and not study too much, because when he finally finished studying, he would have hellish training. In his past life, he worked with the Financial Supervision Service many times before becoming the head of the Intellectual Crime Investigation Department. Therefore, Chae-jong knew very well that when you deal with swindlers, gangster groups, loan sharks, bank employees, you begin to learn various details of their lives. And at the moment, he was making a table of the data that he remembered. In other words, it was a kind of economic prediction book. So he believed that if he started digging on the basis of this data, then he could prevent the death of his mother and himself. A few days later, the kids finally finished their exams and were now ready to fully immerse themselves in the world of entertainment, which couldn't be said about Chae-jong, because he hadn't slept for several days due to preparing for exams and compiling materials, but his affairs wouldn't change because he would have even more worries later. On the way back home, they talked about the exam and what they noted in this or that task. Suho thought that the girl was worrying too much because the exams were already over, and there was simply no point in worrying about it. But for her, all this was not so easy. Chae-jong noticed that even his friends' faces had changed, and he thought that it was only because their exams were finally over or because there were no more bullies at school. He especially noticed this in the behavior of Suho, who clearly began to smile much more. So Chae-jong decided to invite Suho to go play on the computer, since they had all passed. They didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he whispered in Suho's ear that he had money today, so they could go have some fun. After which he noted that all this time they had been doing nothing but studying, and school children cannot study all the time. They must also know how to have fun. He believed that they should live their best lives, because even if they get hurt, it will still remain in their memory. At that moment, Chae-jong was thinking that studying for the sake of his future was quite good. Moreover, he also finally took up his studies, but these guys, they are not like him, who is living his life over again. So he wanted them to know how to have fun while they have such an opportunity. He often told them that they had to spend their time in such a way that they would not regret anything, because later they would grow up and sometimes drink and reminisce about the old days. But he was interrupted by a girl who said that now Chae-jong looks like her aunt who came back from a corporate party, and it makes her incredibly angry. Chae-jong started laughing at them, thinking he sounded like an old man, but he was sure they would grow up and understand, which was weird to hear from a young 17-year-old. Suddenly he noticed two girls going hysterical because they were being pestered by some man who was walking around the school. They thought he was a pervert, so they wanted to run away from there as quickly as possible. Chae-jong didn't think long before approaching and helping the girls. It was Pak Tai who tried to prove to the girls that this was not the case. He asked them to listen to him. But suddenly he was interrupted by Chae-jong, who came up from behind him to ask the man why he came to school in the first place and what he wanted from these girls. Park Tae began to explain to him that they all misunderstood. According to him, he was just looking for one teacher. But the students said that there was no such person here. So he decided to ask these guys too, if they knew teacher Chae-jong. The guy was a little surprised, but still told the man that Chae-jong was him, which made Park Tae happy. But he was still surprised that the guy turned out to be not a teacher, but a schoolboy. At that moment, it came to Chae-jong that he remembered that voice. It's because they recently spoke with a man on the phone and agreed to meet him at a cafe in front of Dongil High School. At this point, Park Tae was saying that he came here expecting something else because he had agreed to meet with a man named Chae-jong, but apparently this was just a mistake. He thought it was a school teacher, so he was in a hurry, because he had arranged to meet in a cafe before school, but now he was almost sure that it was just a prank. In response to these words, Chae-jong told him that he understood the man perfectly well, that this was a serious matter for him. But he also believed that no one was listening to him. And finally, someone appeared who was interested in this problem. But this also turned out to be a joke. But then the guy smiled and said that if the man thought that way, then he was clearly mistaken, because his name was really Chae-jong. But he still thought that they had agreed to meet on Saturday. Without waiting for an answer from the man, he turned to his friends to tell them that he would not be able to go to the computer club with them today. They started to worry a little about him going somewhere with this man, so they offered the guy to go with him, but he assured them that everything was fine and he could handle it just fine on his own. They decided to go into the first cafe they came across. The man decided to introduce himself again first. He said he was the manager of the Securities and Asset Management Department of the Western District of Parktae GYU. Chae-jong was very pleased to meet him. He was a first-year student at Dongil High School. At that moment, the guy was mentally thinking that their meeting had happened much faster than he had planned. But they were still planning to meet, so it didn't make much of a difference to the guy. The first thing Park-tae wanted to know was how the guy managed to get this offer. Chae-jong told the man that he actually had a friend who was involved in this field, and that he had come across this report completely by accident. Park-tae was immediately confused by the fact that the high school student had acquaintances in the financial market. Looking at this guy, the manager immediately thought that he was the son of some oligarch, because he looks very young, but gives the impression of being a rather serious person. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Chae-jong, who began to take out some papers from his briefcase and say that he had prepared some materials. Chae-jong gave the man a list of companies with strong legal management, and, according to the guy, he compiled these materials himself, adding his personal opinion to them. After reading a few lines from these materials, the man literally jumped up from his seat because he was shocked by what companies were also included in the list of companies with powerful legal management. And there was a lot more. For example, the operating losses of companies after expansion. After reading this, it immediately dawned on him that the collapse of just a few large companies could lead to bankruptcy and crisis for the entire country. At that moment, Chae-jong was thinking that he had added several implausible theses there, but it was precisely after such content that Park-tae would be able to formulate the crisis scenario that he had already spoken about. After Park-tae got to know this data better, he wanted to ask the guy how he thought the events would turn out in the end. Chae-jong thought for a moment, but eventually answered that he believed that a global economic crisis would occur, Korea would receive emergency financial aid, and then would be subject to economic sanctions. 97th year, the world crisis that engulfed all of Asia, and at that very time, a direct blow fell on Korea, the government, which was pursuing a policy of increasing the gross national income by more than $10,000, sold foreign currency, in order to join the Organization of Economic Cooperation. As a result, a crisis occurred in Korea. When everyone else was unwilling to acknowledge the approach of this crisis, the only person who spoke out about the threat of national bankruptcy was Park-tae GYU. And now they are talking with Chae-jong before this crisis happens, but now the situation is a little different. Chae-jong thought that if you look at the current situation in Korea, it is now at its peak because banks easily issue loans, no matter what amount you ask for. However, he also did not forget about the consequences of such generosity. In the end, all this could build up into a castle called debt. And Chae-jong said all this with an incredibly calm face while drinking tea. At that moment, Park-tae was thinking that all these were materials, although he would not show him everything at the first meeting, but he still wanted to know what emergency financial assistance was. Was it really an ordinary loan? Chae-jong did not think long before confirming this information, and then added that when Korea receives these funds, it will be the beginning of the end. According to the guy, the entire economic sphere will follow the instructions of the country that will give Korea this debt. It will simply be impossible to stop this because Korean enterprises will be too weak and foreign exchange reserves will no longer be sufficient. Moreover, due to the economic boom in the country, the opinion that prosperity and satiety will last forever is too widespread. It seems as if they just need to survive another crisis, and everything will get better. Because of such unfounded optimism, Korea will find itself in a real hell. But suddenly the guy's words were interrupted by the waitress, who accidentally heard Chae-jong's words, which made her too scared, and she accidentally dropped the dishes. Chae-jong immediately decided to help the girl, for which she was very grateful to him. Although in his thoughts at that moment it was impossible to stop the disaster in such a situation, he knows the future, So his task is to give hope to people who live in the present and do not lose hope for the future. When he finally finished helping the girl and she left, the guy finally confessed to Park Tae that he would like to invest 100 million won. Park Tae was clearly not ready for such a proposal, so he immediately told the guy that he needed to think about it a little. Chae-jung answered him that he had time to think. Since he had a meeting now, he could not stay here for long. He only told the man at parting that if he wanted to work with him, then he just needed to call. Chae-jung went to his friends at the computer club, who were already having a good time without him. The girl was so happy that Chae-jung finally came because, according to her, Soo-ho doesn't know how to play at all, and she wins him too easily. Chae-jung immediately took the coin and threw it into the machine, saying that the girl definitely wouldn't be able to handle him, because he spent all his time just flying in this game. He didn't lie, because as soon as they started the game, Chae-jung defeated the girl with just a few moves. There were already so many people gathered around them, because they had never seen anyone play this game so well. And Chae-jung started to laugh very much because he had already told the girl that she would not be able to defeat him. But in his head now, there were thoughts about what Park Tae was doing, probably trying to understand how the schoolboy was able to find so much useful information. Although Chae-jung was sure that Park Tae could delay the moment of choice as much as he wanted, but in his opinion the result would still be the same. Several days had passed since then, and it seemed that it was not Park Tae who was suffering from his thoughts, but Chae-jung, although the guy had given him only half of the materials, and so it seemed to him that it was high time to grab the bait. But on the other hand, he understood that if he called him first, he would cease to be in a leading position, when suddenly thoughts appeared in Chae-jung's head that perhaps the man simply used the data and disappeared. Although later this thought immediately dissipated, because he remembered that although he was somehow involved in financial fraud, but according to him, he did not do it on purpose. As far as Chae-jung remembers correctly, the man was a gullible lawyer defending swindlers. These thoughts gave Chae-jung a pretty bad headache, and he really wanted someone to finally tell him what was going on. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the teacher, who was standing at the board and saying that it was time to announce the grades, which they had all been waiting for so long. According to the teacher, anyone who scored less than 100 points would receive 1 hit for each point, after which he began calling the students one by one. The first was a student named Kak Man-sik, who scored only 78 points, which meant that he would now receive 22 strokes of the stick. After this guy, the next guys came along and were beaten with a stick, and this continued until the last student. Chae-jung was surprised to see this, but he was not surprised by the fact that the teacher was beating his students, but by the fact that he was beating them so weakly. Finally, it was Chae-jung's turn, who scored 95 points, which meant he would now receive 5 blows with a stick. A young girl arrived at the school, and while she was climbing the steps, she spoke with her father, who once again assumed that the girl was engaged in some kind of fraud, although she had already told him several times that this was not true, because she was a private banker and only worked honestly. But her father didn't believe in this. He was sure that since she worked in a bank, it meant that other people were using her. She was tired of listening to this, and she asked him to stop lecturing her. He stopped doing this, but after a few seconds, he decided to ask the girl when she would finally get married. He only asked to look at her sister, who was happily living with her husband. The father tried to convey to her that a woman should meet a good man, and the girl decided to turn this conversation around. She was just tired of constantly proving to him that she and her sister simply had different criteria for happiness. She was also sure that when she finally succeeded in this matter, he would never be able to say a word to her again. This girl's name was Banker Kwan, and she came to a rather serious meeting where several people were already waiting for her. She only had time to sit down and immediately asked her partner how things were going, to which he replied with a smile that everything was going quite smoothly because he had paid a lot of money in Hong Kong and bought a stock program. Besides, his precious employee is doing his best, so there is simply nothing to worry about. That precious worker was Park Tae, who turned around and greeted Banker Kwan with a fake smile. The girl had known Park Tae for several days, but when she saw him, she was a little surprised at the way he looked. The man called Park Tae closer so that he could sit with them and discuss further matters, and Kwan decided that this was clearly none of her business, and it would be better if she did not interfere in these matters. All she needed was for her investments to make a profit, and she cared less about how that would happen. At this point, Park Tae tried to say something, but he was interrupted by a small slap to the face from his boss, who noted that the guy should be shaved, otherwise they would see and think that they were holding him in captivity. Kwan turned to Director Kim again and said that it was not that important now. She just wanted her investments to bring her money. Everything else did not concern her at the moment. In response to these words, the man said how scared he was, because he understood perfectly well what the girl was hinting at. But he also decided to remind her that he could say the same thing, and also that they should trust each other, and therefore keep their promises. At the same time, in Dongil High School, Chae-jung stood and looked at his reflection in silence, while his friends tried to figure out why the teacher hit only Chae-jung so hard. The guys were worried about the boy, but he told them that everything was actually fine, and the teacher didn't hit him hard enough to worry about it. So I noticed that he was a good student and played sports, so she just didn't understand why the teacher treated him so badly. Chae-jung thought that he had done something wrong recently, although he himself had not noticed it, but the guy was still sure that everything was fine and the teacher had simply made a mistake. Besides, he thought that since the exams were already over, he could calmly concentrate on training, which made him feel better. And he was also quite interested in finding out what the guys would do. After this question, the girl became a little embarrassed before saying that if they didn't mind, they could go to her house. She was incredibly embarrassed before telling about what her mother had prepared to eat. They had been preparing so much for the exams, so her mother told the girl to invite her friends over. Chae-jung was glad to hear such a proposal, so he decided to suggest the girl to also go to the computer club and fight there again, but she clearly was not eager to do so. According to the guy, training will start tomorrow, so he has time today. Their conversation was interrupted by Soo-ho, who said that his mother also told him to invite friends. Besides, he was waiting for this day when they would post grades, but the girl immediately noticed that she had suggested it first, so they would go to her first. At that time, Chae-jung was watching them and thinking that they were so funny, and it was incredibly similar to the fact that they had never invited friends home in their lives. So he decided to help them and said that in fact there is time not only today, he meant that today they can go to So-yeon, and next time to Soo-ho, and everyone will be happy. After some time, they came to So-yeon's house, which surprised the guys. They didn't even think that she lived in such a nice house. So-yeon thanked them for the compliment and also decided to point out that Chae-jung was already there. On the first day of returning from the future, he ran away from hooligans and climbed over the fence of this very house. He thought to himself that it had been so long ago and how quickly time flies. Soo-ho was surprised that Chae-jung had already visited So-yeon without him, although things were far from that. So-yeon's mother was so happy to finally see the girl's friends, and she brought a guy. And not just one, but two. So-yeon felt awkward hearing this, so she asked her mother to stop saying such things because these are just her friends. After which she introduced them, and the woman responded by saying that she was very glad to meet them. Chae-jung also decided to separately say his name and that he was very pleased to meet her, although the girl's mother had already heard about him. They even decided to buy a small gift for her, although according to them, there was nothing special. Just a gift. It was immediately obvious how incredibly pleased the woman was to receive this gift. After which she said that they could sit in the room while she prepared the treats. While the boys were climbing up, they noticed that So-yeon had a rather spacious house. But their conversation was suddenly distracted by the aunt's room, who, according to So-yeon, forgot to close it again and would come back later and grumble. However, on the other hand, the girl thought that this was a great opportunity to enter this room. The girl suggested that they look around here a bit and then go to her room, although the guys didn't quite understand why they should do this at all, and why their aunt was living with them. According to So-yeon, her grandfather does not allow her to live separately until she gets married, so she decided to live with them. Suddenly, on Aunt So-yeon's desk, Chae-jung noticed some papers that were so familiar to him, and taking them in his hands, he realized that these were the same materials that he had given to Pak Tae, although they were compiled in a different form, but the list, and even the order, were absolutely the same as his. So the first thing Chae-jung decided to ask So-yeon was what her aunt did. But before the girl could give him an answer, they heard someone punch the wall. It was that same Aunt So-yeon who first wanted to know what her niece was doing here. Kwon came home early today, and it was a little strange for So-yeon's mom. The first thing the girl noticed was that there was an incredibly huge amount of different food on the table, and so she wanted to know the reason why they were throwing such a feast. So-yeon's mother told her that So-yeon had invited friends over, and so she decided to feed them. Kwon was so happy that she would now have a tasty meal, because she hadn't had even a small piece of food in her stomach all day. But suddenly her mood changed when she noticed that the doors to her room were open, and she heard the guys talking about her books on finance. That's why she didn't think long before entering the room and asking So-yeon what she was doing here. After which Kwon added that she had told the girl 100 times not to enter her room without permission. So-yeon didn't know what to say in response to these words because the door was open, so she looked in for a short while. The girl also decided to immediately add to her aunt that it was all her fault, because she shouldn't have left the doors open. Suddenly, Chae-jung intervened in their conversation, asking for forgiveness, and saying that it was he who asked So-yeon to come into this room because he saw books on finance and economics in her room, which interested him. But now, like no one else, he understands that he shouldn't have come here without permission, so he would like to once again ask for forgiveness for his actions. Kwon was surprised that a high school student had already developed such an interest in economics. Before Chae-jung could say that he was interested in stocks and investments, Kwon was already next to him and was telling him that he needed to say it right away. She started telling him that he could ask her anything. She would be happy to tell him. Suddenly, a thought crossed Chae-jung's mind that her face seemed so familiar to him, so he asked her to show him her portfolio. At this point, Chae-jung began to remember the fact that So-yeon said that her mother's last name was Kwon, so the guy was interested to know if there was anyone in the financial sector with the last name Kwon. And then he remembered Madame Kwon. She was a private banker and managed the finances of many entrepreneurs and politicians, thanks to which she gained fame in wide circles and valuable information. In her past life, she often helped Chae-jung in investigations. But now he understood perfectly well that her time had not yet come. But in the near future, she would become a famous private banker. Chae-jung decided to go from afar and started talking about how he had heard in passing that Korea has a huge long, and he would really like to know if it was true. Madame Kwon was surprised when she heard this because she thought that this was a rather difficult topic for a high school student. And she told him that it would take too long to explain now and suggested that he talk about this topic over food. So-yeon whispered to Soo-ho that her aunt simply loved to talk about economics, and so she suspected that now her mouth would not close throughout the entire dinner. Madame Kwon suddenly turned around and said that this time she forgave So-yeon for coming into her room and suggesting that the boys go downstairs to have lunch. During dinner, time flew by rather quickly, and the guys were already getting ready to leave, having first expressed great gratitude to the Kwon family for the delicious dinner and pleasant company. On the way, Soo-ho only talked about how much he had eaten, and Chae-jung noted that now they needed to come visit him too. Soo-ho didn't mind if they gathered at his house next time, but today it was time for them to go home, so the guys said goodbye and went their separate ways. On his way home, Chae-jung walked with a business card in his hand that Aunt So-yeon had given him. At dinner, she often brought up the subject of economics and talked about how stocks were not some passing fad and how a low tide did not mean that the sea was not strong. So she believed that it was very important to look at the root. So-yeon asked her mother to stop her aunt because she only talks about her actions. But instead, the woman asked Chae-jung to take her sister's business card and that would be it, to which the guy agreed. And now, on the way home, he went into the first payphone and called the number. He did it in such a hurry because he didn't have time to ask the woman the most important thing. Madame Kwon picked up the phone with a slightly frightened voice because she had no idea who could be calling her so late. But when she heard Chae-jung's voice, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she wanted to know why he was calling her. He told the woman that he wanted to ask her something about stocks, and this made her happy because she didn't think the guy would really be interested in stocks. Then he decided to ask the woman what interests him most, and this question was that the guy wanted to know where Pak Tae is now. Madame Kwon was a little surprised when she heard this question, because she couldn't even imagine why Chae-jung would want to know where Park Tae-gyu's manager was now. Chae-jung told her that he saw a list of companies with strong legal management on her desk, and according to him, it was he who compiled this list. This shocked the woman, and before she could respond, Chae-jung told her that the format had been slightly changed, but he was sure that the content was the same as what he had given to Park Tae. Even the order of the companies was the same, so Chae-jung wanted to know how it happened that these materials ended up with Madame Kwon. The woman simply couldn't believe it because she couldn't even imagine how the guy could create something like that. But suddenly she thought that if this was true, then her guess that this was not Pak Tae's level would be true. But what should she do next? Because if this time nothing worked out, then her father would definitely not recognize her. Her thoughts were interrupted by Chae-jung, who told Madame Kwon that if she had been deceived and forced to invest money, then she should get it back by any means, although she couldn't even imagine how this was possible. Chae-jung gave her a very simple analogy that if she suddenly wanted to catch a tiger, she just needed to go into its den. Meanwhile, Director Kim praised his manager Park Tae for doing a great job, although the man himself did not understand what he had done that he was suddenly being praised. Kim repeated once again that he praises him for the fact that Park Tae tried and that it was good, after which he added that Park Tae seemed like a smart guy, so it was strange to him that he didn't understand what Kim was telling him. Anyway, now that they were finally finished, Director Kim was glad to let the boy go home. Now Park Tae didn't understand anything at all, because it seemed to him that they still had to deal with investments and profit distribution. But in response, he heard Director Kim telling him that he had sheltered him when he was practically fired, and now he was asking him for money. And after a few more seconds, he got really angry and started yelling at Pak Tae because he saved him, and this ungrateful guy is asking him for money too. But suddenly his screams were interrupted when he heard some strange noise outside the door. One of his employees went to check who suddenly decided to make noise near their office. And before he could open the doors, Chae-jong simply knocked them down. After which the guy turned to everyone in the room and ordered them not to move. They saw this guy for the first time, so they didn't fully understand what he was doing here and what he wanted from them. Director Kim was the first one who decided to ask the guy who he was and why he was barging into someone else's office. After all, if he is a policeman, he doesn't look very good. He looks more like a schoolboy who got something mixed up. Chae-jong answered him that he's not really a policeman, but that is for now, and he came here only because he has business with Park Tae-gyu. Director Kim was very glad that this guy was not a policeman because now they could greet him properly. Each of them understood what this meant and how they would now talk to this guy, so the temperature of this conversation clearly rose. That same big guy wanted to be the first to talk to the guy and tell him why he was wrong. But Chae-jong simply ignored this piece of meat because he wanted to ask Park Tae-gyu a question as soon as possible. He looked at the man and asked the very question he wanted to know, or was the man here of his own free will? In response, Park Tae asked the guy to run away from here as quickly as possible, which is what the guy expected to hear, so he had more than enough information to understand what was really going on here. This was starting to irritate Director Kim, so he ordered the big guy to deal with this guy. The big guy was going to do it without any problems, so he grabbed the guy by the shoulder and swung. Park Tae-gyu and Kwon Young, after his intervention, their future also changed. Initially, Park Tae-gyu, together with colleagues who were of the same opinion as him, left the company, founded an investment company, recruited people, and began to attract investors. But now that he saw Chae-jong's materials, he hastily took out a loan from the bandits, so they took those materials away from him. The bandit who is engaged in issuing loans smelled the smell of money and kidnapped Park Tae to get more information, and then held him in captivity, forcing him to work. Eventually, he got close to Kwon Yeon, who had a large sum of money on her hands, and, as Kwon Yeon herself told him, she had already given the money to this bandit. That's why Chae-jong immediately told her that she couldn't call there now. If he was really kidnapped and held hostage, then she could be accused of complicity, even if she didn't personally participate in the kidnapping. At that moment, Chae-jong was only thinking about the fact that he simply could not allow Aunt So-yeon to become a criminal. And besides, he still didn't understand whether Park Tae had been kidnapped. But if Park Tae helps them voluntarily, then Chae-jong said that in that case, even the police won't be able to do anything. So Chae-jong decided to go there himself. But before that, he told Kwon Yeon that he would give her the contacts of a familiar investigator, whom she would call if suddenly the guy did not return after some time. Yeon did exactly as Chae-jong asked her. Exactly 20 minutes later, she called senior investigator Kim Jong-do and told him what they were doing and where Chae-jong was. She wasn't entirely sure that she was doing everything right, but she had no other choice and could only hope that nothing serious would happen. Meanwhile, Chae-jong took a punch from the big guy, which, although painful, did not cause him any harm. The bandit was quite surprised that the guy didn't fall unconscious after his blow, and Chae-jong still managed to tease him and say that apparently the man simply didn't hit with all his strength. And after that, he decided to back up his words with action and struck this guy on the head, because of which he fell to the floor, and Chae-jong was still surprised that he managed to knock out such a big guy with just one blow. The director watched their fight closely, and he couldn't believe his eyes that this guy was able to knock out his best guard. He immediately ordered his other guys to bring the man's body to him. Park Tae was also a little shocked, because he didn't have a clear understanding in his head of who this Chae-jong was and what else he was hiding. During his 26 years of service, Chae-jong had encountered a wide variety of criminals, such as thugs, which is actually quite common, drug addicts who would immediately grab sharp objects, and terrorists, former special forces soldiers with illegal firearms. It was easier to name those with whom Chae-jong had not fought, so such big guys who only differ in height do not pose any danger to him. Plus, these guys were so slow for him that it was like he was seeing everything in slow motion. Therefore, Chae-jong easily delivered precise blows to their heads, thereby knocking them out one after another. The guy also understood perfectly well that in judo, the weight category is very important, but in fights like this, it's not the weight that's important, but the experience, which Chae-jong had enough of. Thus, he was able to finish off everyone and only one remained, the one who fought the best of all. But even this did not help him, because he needed only one kick to put this bandit to sleep. Now the last one left is Director Kim, who, in Chae-jong's opinion, is clearly not going to give up so easily. And so it happened, Kim immediately reached for the knife, with which he was going to deal with the guy, but first he wanted to find out who sent the guy here. The director didn't receive any answers, so he didn't think long before starting to attack the guy. But all this was to no avail for him, because Chae-jong dodged absolutely every blow and did it with incredible ease. What irritated the man even more was that he couldn't even imagine who this guy was and how he managed to dodge so easily. It was as if Chae-jong could read his mind, and thus provoked Kim, telling him that he was probably thinking about how this guy was even capable of fighting like that with his bare hands. But if Kim is suddenly so interested, Chae-jong told him that he is simply not used to using weapons, because they only occupy his hands. But all sorts of insignificant people who are nothing special love knife fights, but in the end they always lose. Park Tae watched all of this carefully and thought only that he needed to call the police, but the problem was that he simply couldn't move. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Chae-jong, who asked Park Tae to take the materials that the boy gave him. Park Tae immediately started looking for them everywhere, and at one point, among a pile of papers, he finally found them. After which he heard the sounds of a police siren, which scared him a little. The thing was, if Chae-jong's goal was to save Park Tae, then there would be no need for him to come here in person. His other goal was to solve the crime that Kim Chang-duk almost involved Madame Kwan in, and of course to hide his materials so that they would not fall into the wrong hands. And now that everything fell into place and the materials were in Park Tae's hands, all that was left for him to do was finish what he had started. And to do this, he needed to kill the last of the bandits, who was also their boss. A few seconds later, Director Kim was lying on the broken table, barely conscious, listening to Chae-jong tell him that people in uniform should be called police. And a few minutes later, police officers already familiar to Chae-jong arrived at the crime scene. But as soon as they saw the pile of bodies lying on the floor and Chae-jong standing among them, they realized that they were a little late. After some time, other police officers arrived at the scene and loaded all the bandits one by one. But even in this case, Director Kim could not calm down, because he believed that they were all arrested illegally, since no one forbade them from earning money. The investigator and Chae-jong watched him closely and agreed that they would both punch him right then. Chae-jong also wanted to point out that they actually arrived at the most opportune moment, because if it weren't for them, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. But in any case, the investigator could not convey how great Chae-jong was and how grateful he was to him for what the guy did. However, at that very moment, he reminded him that the guy was not yet a policeman, so he especially shouldn't take such risks alone. Chae-jong immediately apologized for this, and the investigator at first wanted to scold the guy, but then he thought that he looked unharmed, which meant he was confident in his abilities. So he decided to ask the guy if he knew anything about the victims. Chae-jong said that Kwan Yeon is his friend's aunt. According to him, she was worried that her friend was kidnapped and held captive, so they came here to check it out. After which, the investigator added that this Chan-duk is a very unpleasant guy because according to their information, he kidnaps financiers, threatens them, and carries out financial fraud. In general, in more detail, the investigator suggested that the guy talk at the station, but for now, he asked the guy to rest because he had already tried his best. Everything happened exactly as Chae-jong had expected. The owner of the loan office, Kim Chang-duk, saw Park Tae's materials, kidnapped him, held him hostage, forced him to give him these materials and work for him, and Madame Kwan, to whom Kim gave these materials without suspecting anything, gave him a large sum of money. In the end, Chae-jong managed to save Park Tae and return the materials, and that was the end of his role in this matter, after which he went down to his new friends, who first of all wanted to know how the testimony went, to which the guy replied that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Then, Park Tae decided to ask the guy for forgiveness for causing so much trouble, although he himself did not think that everything would go so far. Park Tae tried to justify himself and therefore said that he was simply trying to get the loan as quickly as possible. Now it was clear to Chae-jong why Park Tae had agreed to such a deal. But now he hoped that the man understood that such people could not be friends, and he could only imagine what Park Tae had to go through. Yeon also joined in with Chae-jong's words, because she also felt that the man had to go through a lot, while Park Tae believed that he was okay now, and it was only thanks to Chae-jong and Yeon Kwan, and as a token of gratitude, he wished for both of them to earn a lot of money. At the end, he changed his tone, which Chae-jong immediately noticed, so he wondered what had suddenly happened. Park Tae immediately added that he had set his sights on a lot of money, which he couldn't handle, So he thought that now he should leave it all behind before anyone got hurt because of him. Chae-jong realized that now Park Tae wanted to give up everything. But the guy was not going to let him do this. So he immediately reminded the man about what they talked about last time. And then he added that the materials that the man received were only half of what there actually was, and the amount could double or even more. Yeon Kwon understood what the guy was getting at, so she decided to support him a little and asked him to try to explain to Park Tae what was really going on here. She then added that she would try to get an amount that was larger than what she was going to invest in Kim Chang-duk's office, because she didn't want to give up on the business halfway. Chae-jung was glad to hear this because it meant he knew they were on the same page. He also understood perfectly well why Park Tae had so many doubts, because even if his data turned out to be 100% correct, the stocks could fall and they would lose their investment. Surely after such an unpleasant incident, he was more worried, but the guy believed that he could not give up this idea. After all, Chae-jung promised to give him the rest of the materials very soon and also offer several cool ideas with which they can remove Kim Chang-duk from this game and then continue their game without him. After their little conversation, Yeon Kwon offered to give the guys a ride. But before they could answer her, their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by a telephone call. She picked up the phone and heard a man calling her, who introduced himself as Lee Yong-chan. After a few minutes, the conversation apparently went in the wrong direction, because she began to walk back and forth and become quite nervous. The man kept telling her that he knew everything. That's why he was calling her. He only asked her to stop lying to him and evading the answer, and she in turn could not understand why rumors were spreading so quickly. From the conversation, Chae-jong realized that the girl was apparently talking to her uncle, and Park Tae completely agreed with him, because it looked quite strange. At some point, the conversation came to an end and the girl said that she would arrive soon, after which she approached the guys and said that she felt terribly awkward, but apparently she would have to leave now. In response to these words, Chae-jong decided to ask what happened because she looked very confused. She said that their family lawyer called, and that's why she thinks that now the whole family knows about it, including her father. According to her, he is a very strict person who used to run a credit office, which was embarrassing to talk about. But for this very reason, he takes any problems with money very seriously. Chae-jong knew that Madame Kwon's father was Chairman Kwon Hui-soo, a fairly prominent figure in this business, and also a very wealthy man. The guy had almost no doubt that this man's connections and opportunities were very useful for Madame Kwon to become a private banker. It was also quite surprising for the guy that he already knew about what happened this morning. He has been retired for a long time, but apparently still uses his influence. Yeon Kwon interrupted his thoughts by saying that she would contact them later, and they responded by asking her to be careful. The girl arrived to her father quite quickly, and before she even had time to go in, she was already thinking about how much she wanted to run away from here. She tried her best to pull herself together because she shouldn't run away, because it was just her father, who definitely wouldn't do anything terrible to her. But as soon as she entered, he ordered her in a rather rude voice to sit down. Her uncle immediately began to leave the room, with words of support for Yen. She sat down carefully next to him and waited for her father to finish his tea so that they could finally begin their conversation, after which he threw her 3 photographs and said that she needed to choose one of them. According to him, he chose 3 good candidates who were nice and calm people. But instead of just picking one of these guys, Yen said that first she wanted to show him something, and it was those very materials. However, her father reacted quite sharply. He started shouting that he was not going to watch anything because he couldn't even imagine what a girl could do in a police station. He ordered her to wind up everything she was doing, but she wasn't going to do it, so she started telling him that if he said the same thing, after looking at these materials, she would immediately drop everything and go on a date. I was even ready to get married in 6 months if he would just look at these materials. It was clear that this was an incredibly tempting offer for him, so he agreed to it quite quickly. And as soon as he took these materials into his hands, his face immediately changed. Anne immediately noticed this, so she began to smile because she understood perfectly well that her father was the kind of person who understood everything perfectly. After he finally got acquainted, he had only one question in which he wanted to know whether she had composed it. But Yen immediately told him that it was done by one brilliant schoolboy, which the man didn't like very much, because he didn't want to believe that the girl had been talked into it by some schoolboy. She asked him not to dwell on this, because in her opinion, these are very valuable materials, even if they were compiled by a schoolboy, and if her father doesn't think so, then she's still going to take out a loan at interest and invest it. But in fact, at that moment, the man's head was filled with thoughts about the smell of money, and not small amounts. But he couldn't get the thought out of his head that it was a schoolboy who did it. So he asked the girl to put him in touch with this guy so that he could talk to him and then check the product and pay for it if it suddenly turned out to be good. Yan dialed Chejong, and as soon as he picked up, her father snatched the phone out of her hands. He introduced himself as a real source of money who was ready to invest in his idea. But before that, he needed answers to questions. The first thing he wanted to know from the guy was how much money he wanted. Chejong expected that such a conversation could take place, so he was completely calm, even when he realized that he was talking to Chairman Kwan. The guy assumed that the man had already looked at his materials, so he immediately added that in fact this was not the final version, but he would already like to know the man's opinion. According to Chejong, his budget is about 100 million, and he is going to invest everything there, and as one could already understand, the profit will only go to the one who owns this information. The guy was confident that the investments would start accumulating on their own as soon as his forecast started working. He did not stop and continued to tell the old man that the most necessary thing now is startup capital until the scheme starts working. And as soon as Chejong finished, the old man thought for a bit and asked the guy a question in which he wanted to know if 200 million won would be enough. But the man immediately told the guy that the repayment period was 2 years and the interest rate was as much as 40%. This surprised the guy incredibly, because he had barely expected to receive 1 billion, but here he received 2, so he immediately agreed to this proposal. At this point, their telephone conversation ended, and Yen immediately began asking her father if he was really going to invest 2 billion. She was incredibly happy about this and said how much she loved him, and he couldn't help but notice that she loved him only at such moments. But in any case, he decided to end the dialogue at this point and asked her to leave. But before that, he added that he was still going to leave this money to the girl, and if nothing works out, then she will simply be left in the red. En was still very grateful to him for this. Now she saw how her father finally began to understand her. After the girl, Lawyer Lee entered the office, and the first thing he wanted to know was whether their conversation had gone well. In response, the old man told the man that he had one important thing for him to do. One of the investigators came into the station in an incredibly good mood, and all because he bought kimbap from Chejong's mother, which was considered the most delicious in the city. The man also said that he had just met Chejong there, who had been helping his mother since the morning. Investigator Kim noted that such good children are rare to meet. The photographer, who was looking closely at the investigator from the street, could not hear what the men were talking about. So he decided to go inside, and the first thing he heard was the investigators discussing the fact that it was Chejong who helped them catch Chengduk. He pretended to come to make coffee, and at the same time listened to them talk about how this schoolboy had single-handedly killed 7 people. The investigator said that this guy should definitely become a policeman, and it would be a shame if they suddenly let such a guy go. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice that wished them good morning. It looked like an ordinary photographer who asked the men to tell him more about what they had just talked about. While Chejong was working with his mother, she asked him many times, or is that true? He was already tired of answering her, and said for the 100th time that everything was accurate, and that he was already starting to be embarrassed by the fact that she did not believe her own son. She told him that in fact it was only his money, and she would not interfere, but she was still worried and asked him if it would not be better to leave half of this money to pay for the university. After all, it seemed to her that if things didn't work out with the shares, the guy could simply lose everything. But Chejong simply didn't understand what it meant that it wouldn't work out, because even his friend's aunt had invested 2 billion, and by the way, she understands investments and is quite well known in this field. This was a small argument for the woman because she certainly did not think that anyone would invest such a large amount of money, but she was still very worried about her son. So Chejong decided to invite her to go with him and talk to her in person. The woman immediately agreed with him, and while he continued to work, the only thoughts in her head were about when he managed to grow up so much, get straight A's at school, do judo, and even help her. Suddenly he interrupted her thoughts, because he did not understand why she was suddenly looking at him so intently. And at that moment, she could only think about the fact that her son was a copy of his father, the same good person. She just wanted to ask him not to grow up so fast and to be a little boy for a little while longer. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when they heard someone taking their picture, and when they turned around, they saw the photographer there. It was a young guy who immediately asked them for forgiveness for such an unexpected photo. It just seemed to him that the mother and son looked so good together that he automatically clicked it. The woman told him that there was nothing to be afraid of and invited him to have a meal with them, but he stated that he was not really a visitor. He was journalist Park Yong-il and he would like to do an interview. Chejong was happy when he saw reporter Park and immediately greeted him. Although it still seemed to him that the man had glasses in his past life, It seems that he still has good eyesight. The guy also remembered that he saw him when there was that incident with the school bullies, and then his thoughts were interrupted by reporter Pak, who noted that they had actually already met the guy at school. Chejong remembers this very well, but now the thought of why the man came here could not leave his head. Reporter Park seemed to read the guy's mind, and therefore decided to tell that he managed to get some information from investigator Kim Jong-do, so he would like to interview Chejong. The woman didn't understand why her son was suddenly being interviewed, and Chejong himself made the same surprised face, as if he also didn't understand what they were talking about. Reporter Park noted that, in fact, yesterday, her son did an incredibly worthy deed that all of Korea should know about. According to Park, he single-handedly dealt with a gang of 7 criminals and also saved a hostage, which obviously frightened and surprised the woman even more. Chejong immediately started talking about how he urgently needed to go to school, but in his thoughts there was chaos and confusion. Where did this guy even find out this information? But before he could leave, his mother began to beat him and talk about what a scoundrel he was. She thought that he had become an adult, and now he's gotten himself into trouble again. Reporter Pak, watching this scene, realized that he probably wouldn't be able to get an interview today. Chejong had already started to get very angry because he thought that the reporter could have come at any other time, but no, he had to come and tell all this in front of his mother, even though he was a good journalist in his past life. But unfortunately, he has absolutely no sense of tact. After some time, Chejong finally translated all the remaining materials that his coach requested. According to the guy, there was a lot of useful stuff there, and he also couldn't help but notice that it was quite difficult, but the result was incredibly good. He had thoughts in his head about how this whole situation with Pak Tae and also preparing for the exams, all of this took him more time than he could imagine. And while the guy was thinking about it, the coach showed him a picture of the exercise and said that no matter how much he looked, he still did not understand how to do it. Chejong told him with a smile that in reality it was all simple. It was an easy exercise where you just had to move on 2 hands. And in his mind, the guy thought that this exercise was most suitable for judo training. The trainer couldn't help but say that they really do things completely differently, because if you look at this exercise, it's as if they're walking on all 4s. The essence of hand walking is in repetitive movements of the upper body, while the legs should remain motionless. The next exercise was similar to regular high jumps, and then Chejong said with a smile that these were the same exercises that he did at home. They are called burpees. The coach continued to read carefully until he decided that it would be a good idea for them to incorporate these exercises into their training. And he wasn't going to think about it for long, so he asked Chejong to change clothes immediately, and they would start right now. While the boys were warming up, the coach approached them rather quietly and shouted that they all should pay a little attention to him. Chejong stood next to him, and all the other guys greeted the coach. After which, Coach Park began to tell them that from today, they were introducing new exercises into their training, and that Chejong would help demonstrate these exercises. All the boys gathered in a circle and were already waiting for what their youngest would show them. He had been warming up for so long that he made them nervous. At this moment, Chejong thought that he could actually use these materials himself, but on the other hand, he understood that if they mastered the technique in advance, which they would use in the future, then this would help not only judokas, but also their country in the development of judo. After warming up, Chejong was finally ready to show the exercises, so they began the demonstration. Chejong was as collected as possible, and in his head he was thinking that in the second position, he needed to turn his body from the handstand. And relying only on 1 arm and legs, he had to support his own weight. While the other guys were watching this, they began to doubt that they would be able to repeat it in exactly the same way. Chejong was able to handle it too easily because his body is young and fresh at the moment. So all he had to do was just watch his breathing. Then there definitely shouldn't be any problems. After which the coach added that such exercises were a little different from what they did every day, and at first it might be unusual and difficult, but he was sure that they would be able to get used to it, and soon everything would be fine. But the boys definitely didn't want to repeat after the youngest, because they thought that he was too flexible, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to do something like that. But they would hardly be able to do it. But the coach didn't care about their conversations and asked them to just do these exercises. He also added that in addition to these exercises, they also have several new ones that they will also introduce into the program so that they have time to master them before the start of the training camp, which is why the guys were not too satisfied. It was obvious that they began to blame everything on Chejong, whom they already hated in their thoughts. And the guy understood this and thought that now they could hate him, but then they would all thank him. After 3 hours, each of the guys was exhausted from such grueling training, they couldn't even speak because they didn't have the strength to do so. The assistant was of course glad that they had a great time, but he was a little scared, because how could he give each of them a massage? The coach understood his worries, but immediately assured the man that in a month, maybe 2, they would all get used to such a load, so there was no reason to worry. In addition, Coach Pak plans to hire a professional massage therapist, but there is not enough budget for this yet, so we need to be a little patient. After which he announced the end of the training and allowed them to clean up and go home to rest. Chae-jung was also exhausted, although he had done these exercises before, but even his trained body was tired. Suddenly a guy approached him and wanted to thank Chae-jung for his work. This guy also said that everyone who goes to judo from their course refused to go on the graduation trip because the training camp is their top priority, and it seemed to them that this was the reason why Chae-jung was in such a hurry to translate the materials. This guy's name was Sol Dan, and he was the captain of the judo team. He was a first-class athlete who always won medals in competitions. In his second year, he already started receiving offers to study at sports universities, but he always behaved very modestly. These thoughts gave him the understanding that apparently the captain understood how effective this new method of training was, and while he was thinking about this, the captain suddenly told Chae-jung that although he was still a first-year student, he believed that the guy could pass the selection. Chae-jung replied that he had made every effort to do so, which made the captain very happy. The guy had completely forgotten about the regular selection, and it was a good thing they had this conversation, because he would hardly have remembered it. Regular selection is the selection of an honorary member of the judo section, chosen to participate in various major competitions as a representative of his school. Such selection was carried out during winter and summer training camps. Among the 50 members of the judo section, only 5 of the best guys are chosen, but it is worth noting that just in case, 5 more reserve athletes are also chosen. Chae-jung immediately decided that being a substitute was not an option for him, and he would definitely strive to get into the top 5. But considering all this, he understood that if he wanted to achieve such a result, then he definitely needed to train hard. After some time, the very day of departure for training camp arrived, which Chae-jung took with all seriousness. His mother was very worried about the boy, so she asked him to be as careful as possible when he got there. Chae-jung answered her with a smile that there was simply no point in worrying about this, because he considered himself an adult already, so he would behave the same way. He was more worried about the woman because it had been incredibly hot outside lately, making it incredibly difficult to stand on the street and sell kimbap. But she assured him that there was really no problem with it because she had been doing this for so many years. So she was more than confident that she would be fine. It really was summer outside, because even when you just stand there, you still sweat. And in the guy's head, there were thoughts that it was as if he had returned to the past yesterday. But during this time, he had already become so accustomed to this life. Chae-jung trained hard for the training camp, so time flew by. But the thought that he needed to rent his mother a quiet and good place for her work as soon as possible did not disappear from his mind. But for this, he needed his investments to work. He understood that after his return, everything was not going as smoothly as he wanted, but he was absolutely sure that events were not developing as before. Now it is very important for him to give his all in order to get rid of the wall that hindered him and his mother in the past. The assistant coach was talking on the phone at that moment and assuring his interlocutor that Sun Oh was their trump card from the second year, so he would naturally pass the competition. When he finished the conversation, he turned his attention to Chae-jung again. In his head, there were thoughts about how he needed to push Sun Oh into the regular selection by any means, and this kid was only hindering him in this. Looking at the guy, the man could only think that it would be better for him to study and that he had chosen judo in vain. But what was most unpleasant for him was that he was also on good terms with the seniors. You couldn't even find fault. And if he wanted to promote Sun Oh and not forget about the seniors, then he needed to get rid of this guy, and it would be best to deal with him before the training camp started. When everyone finally gathered together, they began to gradually enter the bus, which made Chae-jung even happier, because he had been waiting so long for the gathering to finally begin. He went to the training camp with only one thought. This time he would definitely be able to get into the regular team. All the guys were in a great mood at that moment. They were driving to the training camp and passing through incredibly beautiful places. But suddenly the situation changed when the bus started to skid very badly, and they were thrown from one place to another. It seemed like they had an accident or something, but as it turned out a little later, they had simply taken a sharp turn. Now the guys realized that their training camp would definitely not take place at sea, but this did not upset them at all. At some point along the way, Chae-jong accidentally overheard a conversation between two high school students who were talking about how it would be nice to drink a bottle of soju in the evening. One of them noticed that Chae-jong had heard their conversation, so he decided to invite him too. Chae-jong immediately decided that he would refuse because he was going to focus only on sports. Thereby, he made the elders very angry because they were not used to accepting refusals. But the guy wasn't going to continue talking to him, so he decided to just put on his headphones and continue listening to the music. Another hour of travel passed and the guys finally arrived at the place where they would train for the next month. The guys first looked around, and the first thing Chae-jong noticed was that everything here was much cooler than he imagined. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he and the guys noticed that another bus had arrived at the base. It so happened that girls started getting off this bus, who apparently also came for the training camp. Chae-jong wasn't particularly interested in them, because even though he looked like a teenager, his age had long since been much greater. But his colleagues, on the contrary, were interested in the girls. But it was understandable, because they were that age. The coach obviously didn't like this, because he wanted the guys to focus on sports, but they got distracted by something else again. So he decided to distract them from the girls and asked everyone to pay attention to the path that led to the sea. As it turned out, he wanted the guys to immediately change their clothes and run to the shore. He also warned them that whoever crawls slowly will run there and back, while they will go and set up the training equipment. This was quite unexpected for the guys, because the sea was incredibly far away, and in this case it would have been easier to land them as close as possible. 5 minutes later, all the boys gathered together, and at the captain's command they ran to the sea, because none of them wanted to run twice. Chae-jong hadn't run for so long that he was already looking forward to starting. And as a result, he came to the finish line first, which is what the coach expected. Coach Park simply couldn't help but notice that this guy used to be strong, but he wasn't strong for long. But now he has both strength and endurance. Chae-jong came first, and as a prize, the coach threw him weights. The guy was running so fast that it felt a little strange for him to put on weights. But on the other hand, that's what the coach wants, so he won't argue. The captain noted that Chae-jong was a great guy. At this rate, he would definitely set record after record. But obviously not everyone was so happy for the guy. Some of them started to hate the guy even more. After such a run, Coach Park allowed them to catch their breath a little, and then told them to put weights on both hands. And then they would need to listen carefully to what the graduates, who had specially come here to show a master class, would tell them. When each of them had 2 weights on their hands, Coach Park announced to them that they should now prepare for hand-walking training. After some time, they finally started doing this exercise, which was new to them. They finished these exercises, and the trainer suggested that they begin strength training. Coach Park noted that Lee had to work hard to rent the equipment, so they should all give it a try. For some of the guys, it didn't look like equipment, but like a real torture device. At this moment, Chae-jong was thinking that he didn't even think that they would prepare so thoroughly. There really were a lot of exercise machines that you would usually see in a fitness club. All this time, they were training without any equipment or exercise machines. They only had dumbbells or rubber bands with which they pumped up their muscles. Therefore, Chae-jong was sure that these exercise machines were also new to the guys. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by the coach, who reminded Chae-jong that he was an instructor here, who had to step forward and show the guys how to work on these machines. Coach Park decided to ask the guy if he had ever trained with such an attitude, to which Chae-jong confidently replied that it had happened somehow. Surprisingly, athletes have a lot of fears, because their body is their state of mind, so they can't try to use everything. Chae-jong believed that a visual example and demonstration of the use of the new exercise machines would help him calm the other guys down a little. While Chae-jong was showing the guys how to work on this machine, he noticed that it was too easy for him, so he decided that he needed to add a little weight. He started to add weights to his weights when suddenly he was interrupted by a trainer who wanted to know what the guy was doing. Chae-jong told him that he just wanted to add weight, to which the coach told him that if he were to increase his weight like that, he would most likely injure his knees, because as we know, half of his own weight is enough for a beginner. While Coach Park was talking about this, the assistant was only thinking that Chae-jong was showing off too much. But that didn't stop him from saying that there was nothing wrong with that, because it was Chae-jong himself. And if he was so familiar with the barbell, then he probably knew what he was doing. Although in his mind, he was only thinking that this was just a great chance to break the guy so that he would no longer think about getting into the regular team. So he came closer and started talking about how if you take the right position, then there will be no stress on the joints. At that moment, Chae-jong felt like Coach Lee was egging him on. The assistant once again approached the head coach to tell him that he just needed to trust Chae-jong and let him do what he thought was right, which Coach Park eventually agreed with. This made the assistant very happy, and he was ready to enjoy how the guy would embarrass himself in front of everyone right now, and it would be even better if he got injured. But apparently he underestimated Chae-jong too much and considered him a weakling, because right after he thought about it, Chae-jong easily lifted a barbell with a large weight. Coach Lee just couldn't believe it, so she stood there with her mouth open and just looked at the guy. Coach Park immediately approached the guy to give him a few compliments, and also added that no one here expected something like this from the guy, after which the coach asked the boy to help the other guys, which Chae-jong was ready to do with joy. Coach Park turned to the other boys and asked them to choose the equipment and gear for themselves, and Chae-jong would help them get into the right position. After some time, Chae-jong was torn. He tried to help everyone at the same time. He tried to explain to each of them that the correct position is very important, even if a person can lift only once. At one point, Chae-jong approached one of the guys to say that although he was doing quite well, the guy still wanted to recommend that he pull his arm a little deeper, then there would be more load on the biceps. But in response, he received only rudeness. This guy stated that he was not working out on a simulator, so he did not need the guy's advice. Chae-jong didn't expect that someone could be so sensitive. It seemed to him that he was still not used to working with a barbell. This same rude guy decided to approach Coach Lee and ask him a question, in which he was interested to know whether the coach was doing anything at all. The man immediately turned around and asked the boy to speak more quietly about such things. He also reminded the guy that Chae-jong was still a freshman and that he would hardly be able to get past him and get into the regular team. In response to these words, the guy said that he had a lot of hope for the coach. The man asked the boy to stop thinking about it and focus on training. Meanwhile, Chae-jong continued to actively give advice to his friends. Suddenly, he noticed that the same guy who disliked the guy was talking to Coach Lee, which made the guy very curious to know what they were talking about. Chae-jong had a vague feeling that Sun-oh and Coach Lee were hostile towards him because they were acting strangely. Moreover, it smelled like some kind of conspiracy. The man had already started to get very angry because he couldn't get the thought out of his head that this Chae-jong could cause problems that would cause Xian-ho to not be included in the regular team. After 2 weeks, the guys began to notice that their hands were still shaking after training, although not everyone was worried about this. Others were more worried about the fact that they had never met the girls from the neighboring building, although they couldn't help but notice that this time they were at least training properly compared to last year, when they did practically nothing. But their dialogue was interrupted at one point by Sun-oh, who believed that the guys were talking complete nonsense, because in his opinion, running with weights would not help in judo, and they were simply wasting time. According to him, they only make muscles hurt, and besides, there is not much time left, and he needs to start preparing for sparring, not running. Also in his head were thoughts about what Coach Lee was doing now, who promised him that he would sort everything out himself. At that moment, Coach Park was telling Chae-jong that he had recently started to pump up his muscles quite well. The guy answered him that it was all only because the coach had created such good conditions for them. In his opinion, it was obvious to the naked eye how hard they both tried. Coach Lee got tired of him sitting between them and listening to them talk among themselves, so he offered to move, but Coach Park immediately apologized to him and asked him to continue eating his lunch calmly. But his discontent was so obvious, and all because he couldn't stop thinking about how much he was tired of Chae-jong, who was sticking his nose into everything. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Sun-oh, who was moving his lips and trying to ask the man if everything was going according to plan. Because of this, Coach Lee choked on his food and almost suffocated. Fortunately, at the last moment, he was able to spit out the food, thereby scaring the other guys. He said that he simply choked on his food, although in fact, he understood that this was far from true. Everyone believed him, except for Chae-jong, who had been closely watching the man all these days and noticed how strangely he was behaving. He clearly felt how Coach Lee, Sun-oh, and a few other guys were trying their best to avoid Chae-jong. And this is most noticeable in Song-oh, who shows best how he tries to avoid him and how hostile he is towards him. Chae-jong thought that there were about 10 people connected with the coach and Sun-oh, which was a fifth of their judo section. The coach who turns others against Chae-jong and several athletes who exchange meaningful glances with him. This is just his assumption, but what if he really does receive money from their parents to promote them in sports? And if this is true, then for this money he promised that these guys would be taken into the regular team. This could cause great harm to the entire section in the future, which in turn would call into question their participation in major judo competitions. Chejong thought that maybe he should give up on participating in the competition before it was too late, because in a year he would already be a second-year student and would be able to fight to get into the regular team. So if he refused to participate, nothing bad would happen, although on the other hand, he didn't want to refuse so easily. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by other guys who came out of the cafeteria and were talking about how the food in this place was just terrible and that they would have been better off eating ramen. Among them was Sun-Oh, who noticed Chejong standing at the drink machine and getting himself a drink. At that moment, the thought flashed through the guy's head that he was unbearably fed up with this guy, who was constantly hanging around under their feet. And so the idea came to him to beat this guy up without waiting for the coach. This idea was not the best, but at that moment he didn't care and he still decided to implement it. Sun-Oh walked up and hit Chejong on the arm for no apparent reason, knocking the drink out of his hand. But before he had time to come to his senses, he immediately received change from Chejong. Song-Oh's friends couldn't believe that this was even possible. Was Chejong really that strong? Sun-Oh immediately stood up, grabbed Chejong by the shirt, and started yelling at him that if he considered him a simpleton, then it was time to change that. Although in his mind he was thinking about how this guy was able to push him so hard, Chejong didn't fully understand what was going on here and why Sun-Oh had made such a scene. And Sun-Oh, at that moment, continued to say that the coach was too lenient towards Chejong. But in fact, he knew very well what a scoundrel the guy was. But suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Coach Lee, who appeared out of nowhere and wanted to immediately find out what was going on here, to which Sun-Oh immediately replied that Chejong did not want to listen to his elders, so he decided to teach him a lesson. Coach Lee knew this guy's nature and what he was capable of, so he was a little doubtful that this conflict was really started by Chejong. But in any case, he asked them to finish and disperse. However, at the last moment, a thought came into his head that this could not go on forever, and it was time for him to work off the money that Sun-Oh had given him. So he turned to Chejong and asked the boy to come with him so they could talk alone for a bit, though he later also asked Song-Oh to come with them. They went outside, and Chejong didn't fully understand why Coach Lee even called him to go with Sun-Oh. Of course, Chejong didn't know what the conversation would be about, but just in case, he decided to record it. The conversation began with Coach Lee, reminding them that Chejong was in first grade. So he thought that his social life might still be frivolous and immature, although they all know that he is not a particularly rude and harsh guy. But then he suddenly started talking about how people might not even know how Chejong really is, and then he might get into trouble for it, which was so strange for Chejong to hear, because he didn't understand at all why the man was telling him all these old man lectures. After which, Coach Lee noted that Chejong was a good guy for trying to find new training methods and all that, but nevertheless, he didn't think it was time for him to be so greedy in order to become a better athlete to represent the school. In response, Chejong wanted to know the reason for such an opinion, to which Coach Lee calmly answered him that a strong thirst for victory is of course good, but as they found out, the guy is still a first grader. Therefore, he needs to act like all first graders. But it seemed to the boy that there was no rule that said a first grader could not become the best athlete and represent the school. The coach confirmed this and added that he was simply trying to tell him that he should make some concessions, although Chejong simply did not understand this, because he believed that until he could show his skills, there was no reason for him to refuse. The dialogue was calm, but at one point Sun-Oh couldn't stand it and started yelling at the guy that he was being impudent because the coach was talking to him. And he decided to object to every phrase he said. The coach tried to stop him, but Sun-Oh kept shouting that Chejong would still have plenty of opportunities to show his talent and take first place, but his seniors would soon not have such an opportunity. That's why they're talking to him now, so that he finally understands that he's a year younger, which means that it would be better for him to give in. Chejong realized that they were trying to intimidate him, although Coach Lee and Sun-Oh denied it until the very end. But everything was already perfectly clear to the guy. Now he understood how Coach Lee treated those who did not give him a bribe. Sun-Oh noticed the smile on Chejong's face, so he immediately started yelling at him and telling him that if the guy saw something funny in this, then he should hear again that he was told not to interfere with his elders and get out of their way. Chejong pretended that he didn't understand what Song-Oh was telling him, which made the guy go crazy, and he held himself back with all his might so as not to hit the guy. At that moment, Chejong closed his eyes and thought only that the only one who could no longer bear it was him. After which he opened his eyes and directly stated that Sun-Oh must have put pressure on the coach, since he was so focused on the fact that he should refuse to apply for the place of the best athlete. And besides, sending an athlete with an insufficient level of training would not bring anything good to the coach. These words became the last straw for Coach Lee, for which he slapped Che-jong. After which he added that if Che-jong continued to behave like this, then he should just quit judo. Even after that, Che-jong held on and apologized for the fact that his words might have sounded impudent, but he really didn't understand. If it's not that he lacks preparation compared to Song-oh or the other seniors, and there's no rule that a first-grade student can't represent the school, then why is he pushing him so hard to give up on this desire? Sun-oh once again couldn't keep his word and personally admitted that he bribed the coach and secured his support. After which he added that if the guy feels injustice, then he should also pay, although apparently he simply does not have parents who can do this. He started beating Che-jong and saying that he lives in a one-room apartment and came here to stir up trouble with his zeal for sports, and he believed that the only power in this life is money. Coach Lee immediately stopped this madman, telling the guy that because of such a prank, he could be excluded from the competition. Sun-oh turned around and started telling him that the only one to blame for all of this was the coach, who couldn't earn back the money he gave him from the very beginning, which is why this whole story dragged on. Coach Lee responded by telling him that if the guy continued to blabber on and on, then his life at the judo club would definitely get more difficult. But Che-jong didn't continue to talk to them. He just turned around and started to walk away with a smile on his face. The thing is, even though he made them angry, he still got the information he needed. After which he thought that he himself could easily take care of his life in the judo club and let the coach worry about his future. That evening, Jung came to the head coach's room to thank him for everything. After which he added that he wanted to quit judo, but he would always remember his kindness, and he learned a lot from the man under his guidance. But Coach Park wasn't going to just abandon the guy and wanted to find out right away why Che-jong suddenly decided to quit judo. He was also interested to know what was wrong with the guy's face again and who he got it from again. And so that they wouldn't talk in the corridor, the coach suggested that he come into his room and discuss everything. The first thing the coach wanted to know was why he was going to leave judo, whether it was because he had been training too much lately, and it was hard for him. In response to this, Che-jong said that he felt like he was just not good enough. But before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by Coach Park, who clearly didn't think so, and asked the guy to just compare himself to other guys, who in his opinion were an order of magnitude worse. That's why he wanted to hear from the guy the real reason why he was going to leave. Coach Park even suggested that someone was bullying the guy, but Che-jong immediately refuted this opinion, although he did not do so confidently enough. Because of which the man decided to continue to pressure the guy to tell him the real reason why he was going to quit sports. After thousands of explanations, Che-jong decided to let the coach listen to the recording he made a few hours ago. Coach Park didn't quite understand why he should do this, to which Che-jong said that first the man should listen, and only then he could decide whether he could stay in the judo club or not. Meanwhile, Coach Lee was sitting in his room and thinking that Che-jong would not blow this situation out of proportion, because it seemed to him that he had explained the whole situation to the guy clearly enough. Suddenly there was a knock on his room, and they said that the director was looking for him, which made the man quite scared. And they also told him that Che-jong was going to leave the judo club. Coach Lee went to the director with the thought that Che-jong probably told the director something of his own, and then was going to quit judo, and he thought that this was an incredibly stupid act. In any case, at that moment, Coach Lee was only thinking about the fact that the main thing was that this Che-jong didn't blab anything unnecessary, and he would deal with everything else. The first thing he decided to do was to find out why the two of them had such a serious atmosphere here. After which he came closer to Che-jong, put his hand on his shoulder and asked why the guy suddenly decided to quit judo. Without waiting for an answer, he began to talk about how the guy had apparently just had too much stress all day. But nevertheless, he still does not understand why Che-jong so suddenly decided to quit judo. So first he suggested the guy to relax, and in his opinion, all the guy needs now is to clear his head of extraneous thoughts and focus on sports. All these hypocritical words were interrupted at one point by Coach Park, who literally began to shout at the man so that he would finally pay attention to him. And when he finally caught the attention of this scoundrel, Coach Park wanted to know from the man, or if he already understood what situation he was in. But without waiting for an answer, he asked his student to take Che-jong and go out with him to get some fresh air. Che-jong didn't argue, and while he was leaving, he thought that he would probably never see Coach Lee again. Don-ik, while sitting with Che-jong on the bench, decided to ask the guy if he was really going to quit judo. In fact, Che-jong never had such thoughts. All this was only to show the recording to the head coach, but of course, he did not tell anyone about it, but only listened to Don-ik telling him that the guy had simply been through too much, and all he needed now was to speak out. So Chae-jung decided to say that they were all too busy preparing for the qualifiers, so it wasn't entirely convenient for him to tell them about it. Long before this conversation, Chae-jung did not know what would happen next, so he decided to turn on the recording on the dictaphone. So the situation that happened then with the coach was recorded in detail. Of course, at times he deliberately provoked both of them, but Sun-oh got much more angry about it than Chae-jung could have imagined. But even this played into the guy's hands, because in this way, he was able to get direct evidence of bribery. Meanwhile, after a short conversation with the guy, Dong-ik decided to go back and asked Chae-jung to come to his senses, and as soon as he was normal, it would be a good idea for him to return. But now, Chae-jung was only interested in one thing. He wanted to know what Coach Lee would do next. Coach Park first decided to remind Coach Lee that he was the director of this club, and the right to select athletes belonged only to him. Before Coach Lee could agree with these words, the director began yelling at him and saying that he, as a coach, simply could not do such a thing. At that moment, Lee was only thinking about what a bastard Chae-jung was, since he told everything and now he got into such a situation just because of some teenager. At this point, he still hoped that he could get out of this situation, so he began to tell Coach Park that Chae-jung had clearly exaggerated, and this whole situation was just a misunderstanding. But suddenly he saw Coach Park slowly moving the audio tape towards him, after which he added that there was simply no point in Coach Lee making excuses. It didn't take long for the man to realize what was going on, so he started apologizing to the director and begging him to give him another chance. But Coach Park was not going to give him anything, and all because he knew very well about his situations with small money that his parents gave him. But all this time he turned a blind eye. But now, he crossed the line of his kindness. The director told him that he knew very well that the man had taken money from many guys, besides Sun-oh, so now he suggested that he leave quietly. Then Coach Park would not blow this matter out of proportion and would not use other situations. According to him, this was the last sign of respect for him in 10 years of working as a coach. Besides, he knows very well that Coach Lee has the skills to teach judo, so he doesn't want to deprive him of the opportunity to continue growing in this direction, and all he can do now is hope that Coach Lee heard him and won't do this kind of thing in other places anymore. At this point, their conversation ended and Lee left the director's room, thanking him beforehand, and Coach Park went out to get some air on the balcony. He was a little sad because they had been colleagues for about 10 years. But on the other hand, he understood that if he hadn't dealt with Coach Lee, then most likely, Chae-jung would have left judo. Park believed that he was to blame for everything in this situation because he had let him get away with everything from the very beginning. Therefore, all the blame lies with him because of his carelessness and the fact that he did not know how to separate work and personal matters. And now because of this mistake, he is so ashamed to raise his eyes and look up at these twinkling stars. Several days passed from that moment, and Coach Park went up on stage to announce to each judoka that the day of the qualifying competition had finally arrived and that the next 7 days of fierce sparring would take place. He immediately told them that he believed in each of them because they had put all their efforts into training before the qualifying tournament, and now, of course, it was important to become a representative athlete. But even if they were not chosen for this role, they should not be upset. According to him, the purpose for which they lived and trained together for the past month was not to obtain the results of the selection of representative athletes, but to enjoy the process of training and the selection itself. So he asked each of them not to forget about this under any circumstances. But still, he asked each of them to try and make every effort so that they would not regret it later. And since they understood him, he decided that now they would begin a period of unlimited sparring for the further selection of a representative athlete. Only the first 5 people to reach 70 victories will be able to officially become representative athletes. And within a week, if an athlete does not get at least 10 wins a day, he is immediately eliminated. And this very test finally began. Those who led this event declared that they would have to enter in the order of the queue, as they would call their name, and as they probably already know, the winner of the sparring remains on the mat, and the loser waits for the next turn. There are only 5 places for representative athletes, so they immediately asked the participants to show their best, so as not to regret what they missed later. After some time of this tournament, it was finally Chae-jung's turn, who tied his belt and raised his hand, thereby signaling that he was ready to fight. Coach Park watched him closely and was in anticipation of what the guy would show this time. Chae-jung's opponent tried to get into the right frame of mind and think only about the fact that there was nothing to worry about, because they were both first years, which meant he had a good chance of winning. But that was only how it seemed at first glance. And in reality, it took Chae-jung a few seconds to put this guy down and win his first sparring match. He was glad to have achieved his first victory and thought in his mind that he only had 69 victories left. Sun Oh also watched closely how Che-jong was doing, and even he couldn't believe that the guy managed to deal with the enemy in just a few seconds. His thoughts were interrupted by his friend, who noted that most likely Che-jong would be the most difficult opponent, so it would be better if they sparred with him less often. But Sun Oh didn't think so. He believed that they had much more experience, so they could defeat him if they wanted to. Now Sun Oh was more concerned about another issue. He didn't understand why Coach Lee had left the team so suddenly, and why he was almost certain that Che-jong was involved in this matter. And Director Park also didn't say a word about this departure. No one knew anything, which made it even stranger. Sun Oh began to worry that this might be related to the situation that happened that day. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when it was announced that the next opponent on Mat A would be Song Oh, and his opponent turned out to be Che-jong. It was clear from the first second that this fight would be interesting, because the guys didn't like each other, so each of them would give it their all. Although Che-jong was still pleased that he and Sun Oh finally met in a fair sparring match where each could show what they were truly capable of. Sun Oh, on the other hand, tried to concentrate as much as possible and thought only about how he would definitely defeat him and become a representative athlete. The guy was sure that no matter how good Che-jong was, in his opinion, experience was still on his side. Che-jong was also a little worried about this, because he thought that the director was worried that even innocent employees might be involved. So he turned a blind eye to the bribery case. By holding only Coach Lee accountable in the end, all the staff and guys were able to focus on the qualifying tournament without any worries. This case was not made public, but it almost shook the entire judo club, and now Che-jong wanted more than anything to prove that he was worth the risk. Sun Oh continued to convince himself that he would definitely win and then definitely finish him off in this round, but first he decided that he needed to find a weak spot in his opponent's defense. He took a closer look and found what he was looking for, after which he decided that he needed to penetrate this weak spot and use his technique. But everything was far from as simple as it seemed to the guy at first glance, because Che-jong blocked every blow, thereby preventing Song On from grabbing him by the kimono. Although he did manage to do it at one point, Che-jong finally grabbed it, and so it seemed to him that all that was left was to knock the enemy over. But all of this was one big trap that Che-jong set up to catch Song Oh in a mistake. When Sun Oh had already lost the fight, it finally dawned on him that he had opened up to him on purpose. At that moment, Che-jong was just calmly waiting for the fight to end, because he understood that his hip throw had gone almost perfectly. And so it happened. After a few seconds, Che-jong was declared the winner of this game. Che-jong tried to shake his opponent's hand and say that it was a worthy fight, but in response, Sun Oh simply slapped his hand and said that he did not need those words. After which he stood up and started to leave, talking about how crazy Che-jong was. Although Che-jong was not upset at all, he was happy with the fact that he could now forget about bribery with peace of mind. The week passed unnoticed, and Che-jong was able to officially receive the title of representative athlete that he wanted so much. His friends, as soon as they found out about this, immediately suggested that he throw a party to celebrate. Che-jong was very grateful to them for their congratulations and for what they were trying to do for him, but he said he needed to go somewhere today. After he talked to them, he called Yan Kwan back to find out how the process of buying investment products through Hong Kong paper companies went. According to the girl, everything went quite successfully. There are no restrictions yet, so they were able to do it easily. She also added that if everything goes as they planned, then only from here she will be able to return 30 times more. This was good news for the guy, so he could only praise Yan for the work she had done. Global securities exchanges are beginning to face bankruptcy in Korea. As in the days when the Japanese bubble burst, Korea began to reduce or limit the sale of investment products gambling in anticipation of bankruptcy, and in order to take over the rights to the goods in such a situation, Che-jong created a paper company. Yan Kwan suggested to the guy over the phone that if everything went as expected, then perhaps they should slightly increase the shelf life of the product, which the guy did not quite agree with. The girl could not believe that Korea's strength was so great that they could survive this so quickly. But Che-jong assured her that it was not the country that would be strong, but the people who, in order to avoid a currency crisis, gave away their gold rings and other valuables, eventually paying off the country's debt. So Che-jong asked her to just trust him like she had done before, to which Yan Kwan agreed without further ado. And as soon as he finished talking to Aunt So-yeon, he and Soo-ho immediately appeared out of nowhere, which was a bit of a surprise for the guy, but in any case, he was very happy to see them. They were also glad to see him, so they immediately congratulated him on receiving such a prestigious title. Chae-jung was very pleased, and his wide smile signaled this, and he also couldn't help but add that this all happened thanks to their support. In any case, it was time for them to go, and they gathered near the police station, which made the guys a little nervous because they never thought that they would go to the police station to do volunteer work. As soon as they entered, they met two policemen there who were just having lunch, and the men immediately told the guys that they didn't need to go there. According to them, they should exit the station, turn left, and go straight. But Chae-jung stopped them in time to tell them that they had come here to volunteer on the recommendation of Kim Jong-do. After these words, another policeman came out to them, interrupted his lunch, and began to talk about how, surprisingly, they had arrived much earlier than he expected them to. But in any case, he was very happy to see them, after which he introduced himself. His name was Park Chan, and he was the chief of the Namdaemun District Police Station. According to him, he has already heard from Chief Kim Jong-do and therefore hopes for their hard work today. Before they started their volunteer work, he decided to ask them a few questions. So they went into the meeting room, where Chae-jung first asked them a question, in which he wanted to know why they came to their station as volunteers. After all, students usually don't come to them because they are very afraid of working in the police. Seo-yeon told the man that she really just wanted to experience the daily work life of a police officer. And Soo-ho noted that volunteering at the police station would be more meaningful and rewarding than anywhere else. Well, the last one to express his opinion was Chae-jung, who said that he is here because he wants to become a policeman in the future. Moreover, according to him, this has been his dream since childhood, although he thought that he would be fulfilling this dream for the second time. Chae-jung wants to help lost children with all his heart by showing them his kindness. And he also doesn't want to leave the elderly when others don't care about them. Chief Park immediately decided to tell Chae-jung that it would be incredibly difficult for him, so he could not trust patrols to kids like them yet, because they could run into criminals and then there would be trouble. But he was immediately interrupted by Chae-jung, who said that he wanted to show everyone that volunteering at the police station is a useful and meaningful thing, and most importantly, that the police are kind and not at all scary people. Now his main goal is to make the area a place where people won't be afraid to come for help. At that moment, Chief Park immediately saw that there was clearly sincerity inside this guy, which was just pouring out of him, compared to other students who came here to clean up and immediately left. And then the chief remembered that investigator Kim had told him that one of the guys who would come to him would be very smart and quick-witted. Apparently, he was talking about this particular guy. These thoughts were interrupted by the fact that he decided to tell the guys directly that he would give them 30 hours of volunteer work, and that this was more than enough to properly feel who the police are, although he immediately warned them that they should not forget about safety. After which he asked patrolmen to give these guys armbands, and he also asked to give them radios. Within minutes, they were properly equipped and more than ready to patrol the streets. Patrolling the street began when Chae-jung heard strange screams in one of the alleys. He looked closely and noticed several people there who were speaking very emotionally, which immediately made Chae-jung wary. But when the patrolman asked the guy what he was looking at so intently, Chae-jung answered him that it just seemed that way to him, and that in fact everything was fine. Although he was thinking in his mind how much he didn't like it, and decided that it would be better to check it out himself, after which he would go on with a calm soul. He told the patrolman that he would quickly run to the toilet and would definitely come back. Of course, he didn't go to the toilet, but went around a convenient corner from where that same small gang of guys was clearly visible. A man in a yellow suit came to the first market he came across in Korea. He was in a great mood because he finally got to this country after a long wait. After some time, he already had quite a lot of bags in his hands, which were filled with various products and things. But suddenly his thoughts about how wonderful it was here. Some man who immediately turned to the man and told him that they had some nice things for him and he should be interested in looking at them. The man answered his random interlocutor with a smile that he had already bought a lot of things, and it was time for him to leave. But this hooligan wouldn't leave the man's side and continued to tell him that they had simply excellent products. Most people really liked them, and he was ready to give him a big discount. Thus, he rather quietly led the man into an alley where other bandits were already waiting for him. He understood perfectly well where all this was going and what would happen next, but unfortunately, he could not do anything about it. They mocked the man, thinking that he was some kind of foreigner who did not understand them, so they allowed themselves to say various offensive things about him. Their leader even at one point took out a small bag filled with a prohibited substance, and a few seconds later, he consumed what was inside the bag. All this lasted exactly until the moment when Chae-jung suddenly appeared in front of them. The guy immediately ordered these bandits to leave the man alone and not touch him anymore. They noticed that the guy had a bandage on his arm, which meant that he was from the patrol group, which caused the hooligans to start laughing at him, but Che-jong didn't get flustered and calmly picked up his walkie-talkie to report the situation to Mr. Sun. Che-jong reported that he had discovered 4 criminals, and therefore he needed to immediately send help to the alley to the right of the dumpling shop. The victim of this conflict was completely confused because he did not understand what was going on and who this guy was. The hooligans at this point were saying that the guy looked pretty young, so it would be a good idea to deal with him quickly and continue doing what they were doing before. Che-jong had a similar opinion, so he immediately jumped up and ran towards them. At that moment, he thought that although he didn't know what this gang was planning in this alley, he definitely needed to act. One of the bandits immediately stepped forward to deal with the guy. But before he could swing, Che-jong pressed his head against the wall with incredible force, and now this hooligan no longer found it so funny. Because of this, the rest of his friends ran to attack, taking iron rods into their hands. But to their great regret, even this weapon will not help them today, because Che-jong was able to deal even with them. None of them expected to see this. Even the head of this gang did not understand what was happening and where this guy suddenly came from. Che-jong approached this guy to find out what he was hiding behind his back, and as it turned out, this hooligan was holding a brick behind his back, which he threw at the guy at the first opportunity. Che-jong simply put his hand up, thereby protecting his face from being hit by a brick. And this bandit at that moment tried to do everything possible to simply run away. But apparently he won't be able to do this today, because Che-jong immediately ran up to him, grabbed him by the clothes and returned him to the place where he was before. A few seconds later, he was already lying on the ground, moaning in pain. But this did not stop Che-jong. He approached this guy to tell him that he was arrested for threats and obstruction of justice. Almost immediately after these words, Che-jong heard the voice of a patrolman who reported on the radio that he had found Che-jong in one of the alleys. He ran closer to the guy and immediately wanted to clarify with the guy whether he was injured and what happened here. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by the same man in the yellow jacket, who wanted to ask them if they were by any chance from the police. Che-jong confirmed this information, after which he reached down to get the very same bag that the hooligan had waved in front of the man. The guy thought for a bit and decided that most likely these guys were just drug dealers, since they were carrying something like that with them. As every Korean knew, after 1990, Korea began to take active measures to combat drugs, and in 1976, efforts were made to systematically regulate the use of marijuana. However, as the number of cases of teenagers abusing harmful substances contained in butane, glue, and other things increased, it was decided to introduce legislation for the proper handling of harmful substances. When the police department found out about this, the patrolmen were very angry, because although it was said that since last year, the number of drug-related incidents in Korea had increased, they were not selling drugs in alleys in broad daylight. The head of the patrol department could not say a word, only that this was too big a disaster for them. Therefore, without thinking twice, he ordered that every single one of them be caught and dealt with. Che-jong told his friend, Investigator Kim, about this story, who was at times surprised that the guy seemed to have gone out to do volunteer work, but ended up attracting attention by preventing an incident. But he was also interested to know whether this case was definitely related to drugs, and if so, shouldn't the prosecutor's office handle such a case? Che-jong agreed with the man, but according to him, there was no confirmation of the connection yet, but if he understood correctly, then this case still needs to raise his crime detection rating. However, the investigator believed that the merits in this case belonged exclusively to Che-jong. In any case, to begin with, the investigator decided to talk to his old friend Major Pak, who was so glad to see his old good friend. Investigator Kim immediately suggested that they go together and check the streets, and then they would talk about everything, because it seemed to them that if the situation was so serious, they could even have lunch together. The investigator asked Che-jong to wait for the guy at the station, to which the guy quickly agreed. The guy looked around and saw the same guy who got into such an unpleasant situation, so he immediately decided to approach him to talk a little. This man in a yellow suit was called Victor, and he wanted nothing more than to continue his journey and not just sit in this area. But Che-jong had to disappoint him, so he said that no matter how much they didn't want to, they would have to wait a little longer. This made the man very upset, because in addition to all these problems, he still had a lot of things to do. In response to these words, Che-jong suddenly decided to ask him a question, in which he was interested to know whether the man was by any chance looking for business products. The man was surprised at how quickly the boy guessed, but in fact, Che-jong was able to check his things bought at the market, and according to him, these goods were too colorful and varied for a simple tourist to buy them. Victor noted that Che-jong was absolutely right. He had not yet decided on the main product, which is why he needed to continue searching so hard. Hearing this, Chae-jung decided to ask him about the intended direction of the business products he wanted. Victor told him that he would like to create something very similar to Korean noodles, which Chae-jung did not quite expect to hear. In that case, Chae-jung suggested another idea to Victor, such as coffee in cans. The man had absolutely no idea what they were talking about, which surprised the guy a little because it seemed to him that such drinks were already popular all over the world. But apparently he forgot that he had ended up in the past. So he decided to step away for a while and asked Victor not to go anywhere so that he could show him something. A few minutes later, he returned and brought the man coffee in a tin can, which he asked Victor to try. The man took literally one sip, but that was more than enough for him to conclude that this was simply the perfect taste. He had never tried anything like it. But today, he made a big discovery for himself. Chae-jung was glad that the man liked it, because in fact, it is a very popular product in Korea. So, if the man wants it, Chae-jung can help him find a similar product to sell. Victor obviously agreed, but first he wanted to know how the guy was going to do it. First of all, Chae-jung offered to recommend him products that he might like in his country, and he was also willing to advise him on these products without any problems. Although this already seemed strange to Victor, because he did not understand how an ordinary schoolboy could know what people from another country like. Chae-jung understood why Victor was reacting that way, so he decided to explain to the man using this coffee as an example. According to the guy, if he brought this coffee to his country, then most likely the sales would not be very big. He thought so, if only because there were probably a lot of sweet drinks in his country anyway, but even in that case there was always a workaround. But before telling Victor this workaround, Chae-jung asked him for 3% of the profit, and then he would easily give him the right solution to this problem, and would also easily help him sign contracts and accompany him all the way from purchase to sale. He also immediately noted that his proposal did not require an immediate response, so he decided to give the man some time to think until the investigation of this incident was completed. Investigator Kim Jong-doo's team and the Namdaemun Police Department teamed up and caught the remaining gang members who were trying to sell drugs to Victor, and all the drug gangs in the Namdaemun area were arrested. Meanwhile, after signing the contract with Victor, Chae-jung went with him to search for additional goods to export to another country. And although this trip was successful, Chae-jung still felt a little sorry that they could not take much more. Although Victor thought a little differently, it seemed to him that what they already had was more than enough for now, and he was also very grateful to Chae-jung, because if it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have been able to get such good goods. He was especially pleased that they were able to get a thermal cabinet, a device that keeps drinks warm. This was a real discovery for Victor. Chae-jung was very glad that Victor was satisfied, so he decided to give the man another gift. The guy started telling the man that his country would soon face a difficult period, so he advised him to invest his money wisely, because he, as his partner, was worried about the man. Victor, although a little surprised by such unexpected advice, still couldn't help but say that the guy's advice could be valued at thousands of dollars, and he received it for free, for which he was incredibly grateful to the guy. With these pleasant words, they said goodbye, and each of them told each other that they would see each other again soon. But then they would be completely different people. High school students, college students, and ordinary citizens gather from all over the country for a sports competition, where everyone who has been training hard for this day and his skill competes with others like him. In other words, this is a national competition. Chae-jung finally waited for this day, and he was again at such a large-scale competition, which could not help but make him happy. On the way, they were a little tired, so some of the guys wanted most of all to get to the hostel and rest a little. This competition took place in the city of Changwon, and Chae-jung remembered it, because as far as he remembers correctly, this is the hometown of his best friend and colleague Hyun-suk. So Chae-jung was so interested to know where his friend is now and what happened to him in the end. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by other guys who were worried about the dorm they would be living in, because in their opinion it was incredibly old. They even started talking about how it would actually be nice if they changed their place to stay overnight. But apparently there was no money, so they would have to stay in this place. Their whining was suddenly interrupted by Coach Pak, who wanted to remind the boys that they all probably already knew that the opening ceremony of the competition would begin tonight. So until then, they should calmly wait in their sleeping places. He also didn't forget to add that if they did something wrong, they would be immediately disqualified, so he asked them to be as careful as possible. At that moment, Chae-jung was thinking that the condition of their overnight stay was really terrible. It was even worse than he imagined. so it seemed to him that someone had played a cruel joke with their budget. He decided to call Yan Quan and ask her to fulfill an urgent request for him. Che Zhang told her that he wanted to get a share of the profits from the product he invested in, which was quite unexpected for her, so she wanted to know what happened that made the guy decide to do this. The guy calmed her down and said that he actually needed a very small amount, so it seemed to him that they could come to an agreement. 5 minutes later, Coach Park didn't want to believe Che Zhang's words when he told him that he wanted to change his place of lodging. According to the guy, he's sponsored by someone, and they contacted him to find out about the state of the housing, and when they heard how bad it was, they decided that they would cover the cost of their team's accommodation. Che Zhang decided to hand the phone directly to the coach so that he could talk to them himself. After the coach finished speaking, the guy added that in addition to the fact that the cost of accommodation as well as breakfast, lunch, and dinner would be covered, since the hostel was in such a state, he was not sure about the state of the canteen and the food that was allocated to them from the budget. Coach Park simply couldn't believe it for some time. He didn't understand what kind of blessing this was. After some time, they finally arrived at the place where they would spend the night for some time, and it was simply a luxurious hotel that amazed even Coach Park. Che Zhang noted that for the person who sponsors him, this is not a problem at all, although the coach, even in this case, believed that the amount should not be so large. The boss immediately assumed that the lady he was talking to was most likely from a family that owned a huge corporation. Otherwise, he simply did not understand where such a lot of money came from. Che Zhang decided to share with the coach the amount of money that this young lady earns per month, which shocked the coach even more. So the guy again asked the man not to worry about this issue. Besides, she sponsors them really sincerely. He just thought that he needed to repay her with the same good results so that her efforts would not be in vain, which Coach Park could not help but agree with. The competition began, and the first of the team to go out to spar was their captain Don Ik, to whom they immediately told that if he returned without a victory, they would not let him into the room. The fight went by quite quickly, and Don Ik still emerged victorious. Che Zhang congratulated his captain, and he responded by telling him that the longer they knew each other, the more it seemed to him that Che Zhang was a real sly one. Now it was Che Zhang's turn, and the guys told him that if he didn't win, he would have a special training session today. A few minutes later, Che Zhang was already bowing to his opponent before starting the sparring. But apparently, Che Zhang's opponent today was not one of those guys who respect their opponent, because he said something offensive before the fight, although Che Zhang did not understand him. There was no time to think about what he said there, because his first fight at the qualifying competition had already begun, and his opponent had already gone into battle, which was apparently his mistake, because as soon as he took a few steps toward Che Zhang, the guy immediately caught him on this mistake and performed a good move. Thus, he was able to finish this game quite quickly, which pleased both himself and his team. Then Che Zhang managed to win 4 more fights in a row, thus showing everyone who was the favorite for the most prestigious award. It was an incredibly amazing result, if only because he was able to achieve 4 victories in just 20 seconds. Even his coach couldn't believe it, although he had seen a lot during his sports career. After such success, Che Zhang suddenly decided to ask his coach if he could participate in the competition as a simple athlete and not from the school. This question confused the coach a little, but he still believed that the boy would be a good enough athlete in competitions outside of school. Che Zhang decided that he finished with those guys too quickly, so he wanted to compete with stronger people. Later, Che Zhang had several more fights, which he also won successfully. Thanks to such a strong start, Che Zhang was able to win almost the best award. However, no matter how much fun it was, one of them noted that the competition was now over, and they would simply go back to Seoul, which made them feel annoyed because they never got to see the sea. At this moment, Che Zhang also thought that there was actually still a little time, and so the idea came to him to see Hyun Suk. So he suggested to his teammates to eat sashimi at the seafood market, and they obviously really liked this suggestion. After some time, they finally got to this market, where dozens of sellers were calling to them, but the guys did not dare to approach anyone specifically. They looked around and for a moment simply could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes, because it was a market where you could find any living sea animal. But the problem was different, as it turned out. They had too little money, and even if they put all the money together, they still wouldn't be able to buy anything. Although Che Zhang was not upset and told the guys that they had enough money, and he would definitely make sure that they all ate their fill. They all decided to trust him, so they happily followed him. Che Zhang decided to visit that very Hyun Seok shop that his friend had told him so much about in his past life. And now Che Zhang had the chance to personally evaluate what kind of shop it was. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some man who began to tell Che Zhang in a rude tone that he was standing in the wrong place and that it would be better for the guy to move away before he got it. After which, Chae-jong noticed how the man literally had a woman hanging on his arm and told him that if he took all her money, he would have absolutely nothing left to continue trading with. But he obviously didn't care about her problems. He believed that since she borrowed money from him, she should pay it back on time. And a few seconds later, a young guy jumped out in front of the man, stood up for the woman, and called the man impudent for daring to speak to her like that. After these words, the man immediately swung his arm to hit the guy. But literally at the last second, Chae-jong appeared in front of the man, who with a smile asked the woman how much a kilogram of flounder cost her. Instead of a normal answer, this man attacked him again, wanting to know who the guy was and why he suddenly decided to butt into their conversation, and then added that this store was not working. The woman agreed with the man and told Chae-jong that she had some circumstances at the moment, so he had better come next time, and if he did so, she would be happy to give him a discount. But this rude guy wasn't going to let the guy go just like that, so he kept telling Chae-jong that if the guy came here again, he would hit him. Chae-jong got tired of putting up with this, so he decided to strike first and started by hitting his leg, because of which the man fell and began to scream in pain. But at that moment, Chae-jong finally decided to find out from this impudent man who he was and why he was knocking out money illegally. In any case, Chae-jong thought that if the man was finished, then it would be better for him to leave here before he got even more. But the man made it clear that the guy was just lucky today and nothing more. Chae-jong did not answer this man, but simply continued the conversation with the aunt, from whom he wanted to ask if they had perch. And at the same time, he looked at his future friend, who was now so small but was already protecting his mother. Suddenly, this boy turned to Chae-jong to find out if he was a gangster, so the guy immediately had to explain that he was the one who hated gangsters the most. But the boy just didn't want to believe him, because just now he was almost certain that Chae-jong was a gangster. Chae-jong wasn't going to argue with him, so he told the boy that he could think whatever he wanted. But then the boy wanted to know even more who he was. And Chae-jong said that he was just an ordinary high school student who practices judo. Also, Chae-jong decided to add that if the boy is so interested, he can watch it on TV somewhere in November. And most importantly, Chae-jong told him that in order to protect someone, he needs to become much stronger than he is now. So he advised him to start by studying hard. After some time, the guys ate incredibly much, for which they were grateful to Chae-jong first and foremost. After this small feast, the captain of their team suddenly became interested in knowing what TV show Chae-jong was filming. Chae-jong responded by telling him that their competition would be broadcast, and that was exactly what he was talking about. Although he was thinking in his mind that Hyun-suk, when he came to work at the station right after passing the police exam, he saw Chae-jong on TV, and the guy also thought that the words he said to him today should help the guy become much calmer. A month later, after this moment, the 97th presidential judo competition was broadcast on a large TV throughout the city, and Chae-jong's mother came to watch because the woman knew that her son would be shown today. But in fact, she, like all mothers, was very worried about her son and only asked God that everything would go well for her son and that he would return home as soon as possible. During these competitions, Chae-jong even managed to earn a nickname, and now he was called Fast Chae-jong, according to commentators. This is the emergence of a supernova star who will lead Korean judo. In addition, there were rumors that he is good not only in sports but also in studies. After such a loud announcement, the competition began and Chae-jong finally entered into battle with his opponent. This was already a completely different level and Chae-jong felt it immediately. But in any case, even with such an opponent, he was confident in himself and believed that he could defeat this opponent. Chae-jong noticed how his opponent began to run away from him little by little, while constantly looking at the time. The guy immediately realized that he had apparently run out of strength and endurance, so it was high time to start a new attack, which his opponent did not even expect. Thus, literally in the last seconds, he managed to carry out a good move on his opponent. The round was completed, and it became clear to everyone who saw it that the winner of this final was Chae-jong, who was able to finish everything in the blink of an eye. Coach Pak immediately ran up to the guy and started to cheer for him because he was able to do it and won such a big competition. Chae-jong was no less happy because from today on, he was able to become a national athlete. This is a historical moment when the youngest athlete was chosen for the Korean judo team. After Chae-jong's small celebration, a reporter approached him to congratulate the guy and also to take a short interview with him. The man with the microphone started by saying that when Chae-jong was a high school student, he competed in the general division and even won the championship. It all sounds like a story from a movie, so he wanted to know what the young champion felt like. The coach and the other guys were happy for him, and listened to Chae-jong say that he was very happy. He trained under the careful guidance of the coach, surrounded by the care of the older guys, receiving sincere support from the team. All this together helped him become a champion. He also simply couldn't help but send his regards to his mother, whom he asked to wait for him with a gold medal, which they would celebrate with a meat dinner. Next, the reporter wanted to ask the guy about his studies. Or more precisely, is it difficult for Chae-jong to combine studies and sports together? At that moment, Chae-jong was thinking that he had prepared a special speech for Hyun-suk, who was most likely watching this broadcast. The guy began to talk seriously about how it is actually quite difficult, but he thinks that everything depends on willpower and desire, because he believes that if there is desire, then you can cope with anything. The reporter was more than satisfied with the answer, so he wanted to ask the guy another question, in which he was interested to know what dream Chae-jong wants to achieve with his strong will. Chae-jong didn't think long about the answer, and said that at the moment he wants to get a gold medal at the Asian Games in Bangkok next year. And after graduating from school, his ultimate goal is to enter the police academy or law school to maintain justice in society. Hyun-suk and his family were actually watching this broadcast and had a lot to think about when suddenly his father said that it would be nice if this guy went to the prosecutor. The guy immediately answered him, asking his father to stop thinking of him as a junior colleague. It would be better for him to focus on family matters. And mentally, the guy hoped that as soon as his father received his salary, he would not give it out to other people left and right. Hyun-suk always disliked his father, who always spent his money somewhere, without thinking about how his children and their mother worked at work to provide for the family. Besides, he did not understand that if his family and home were in such a state, then what was the point of his work? Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when he heard Chae-jong saying that if you have a strong will, you can overcome any difficulties and achieve anything you want. Hyun-suk just looked at Chae-jong's face for a while and played the words the guy said in his head. And at one point, this led to the guy deciding that he would pull himself together and start studying hard, and then he would definitely become stronger. In November of that year, when concerns about heating costs increased due to the growing cold, winter came to Korea earlier than expected, and this was announced to all of Korea by the president, who began his conversation by saying that he was extremely uncomfortable talking about it. People were obviously very angry when they heard things like that, because in that case, they just didn't understand how they could trust the government at all. Chae-jong was watching this closely, and as soon as it all started, he immediately called Madame Kwon and asked her to start implementing their plan. The Korean economy has been literally swept by a wave of severe cold. Companies built on debt are collapsing one after another. Banks that were engaged in usury with dollar debts have also gone bankrupt. Small and medium-sized enterprises and small artisans, as well as large corporations, have been swept away by this wave. Soo-ho was already tired of waiting for his friends, who finally came to him, although they were surprised that he was waiting for them for so long. As it turned out, the guy initially invited only Chae-jong, so Yeon yelled at him a little. So Yeon went on, but Chae-jong and Soo-ho stayed behind because Chae-jong decided to give him a small gift. According to Chae-jong, there was nothing special about it, just kerosene exchange coupons and store coupons. Chae-jong decided to give him such a gift because he didn't pay enough attention to the guy while he was preparing for the national competition. Soo-ho was unsure if he could accept the gift, but Chae-jong assured him that his sponsor had sent him coupons like this for Christmas, and there were too many of them, so he hoped that the guy would still accept his gift without any conscience stains. Soo-ho was very pleased to see such gifts, and after Chae-jong's words, he still accepted these coupons, although he felt a little uncomfortable about it. Although Chae-jong stated that the guy shouldn't feel uncomfortable because they are good friends and in difficult situations they should help each other. At this point, their dialogue was interrupted by So-yeon, who returned back because she did not know the way to Soo-ho's house, so she asked him to go first. But before the guys had time to answer her, she saw two unfamiliar men in front of her, who turned to the girl to find out where she was going. So Yeon didn't think twice before hiding behind her friends' backs because she was actually very scared. But as it turned out, Soo-ho knew them very well, so he immediately approached them closer to find out why they were scaring the girl. According to Soo-ho, the two live in the same area as him, and he added that the two are training hard to become idols, although Chae-jong and So-yeon clearly didn't understand who they were. Before Soo-ho could explain it to them, these two suddenly intervened in their conversation to tell them that the water pipe in their dorm had burst due to icing, so the faucet was broken, and therefore they couldn't wash themselves for several days. Although Chae-jong didn't understand at all what these guys were talking about, on the other hand, these guys seemed so familiar to him, especially their manner of speech. In the future, there would be a music group that would call themselves a national idol group, but Chae-jong couldn't quite believe that it was really them. After all, looking at them, it was unclear, first of all, why they were in such a neglected state. Suddenly, Chae-jong's thoughts were interrupted when one of these guys simply lost consciousness and fell to the ground, and according to his friend, the guy had been complaining of weakness since the morning. So Yan became even more scared, which is why she started calling an ambulance, and Chae-jong tried in every way to reach this guy. At this point, his friend added that he also had a constant cough and blood from the mouth before. After some time, they were already in the hospital, and Chae-jong's fears that it could be tuberculosis were fortunately refuted, and the reason for this condition was ordinary malnutrition. His friend did not understand this and asked the doctor to explain to him, to which the doctor told him that malnutrition meant that he had no energy because he was not getting enough nutrients. Chae-jong was glad that the guy didn't have tuberculosis, because then they would all be at risk, but the guy still recommended the patient's friend to send his other interns to the hospital to get checked. But to my great regret, the guy said that it was impossible because the interns didn't have money for all these examinations, and therefore it seemed to the guy that they could get sick, and all this was because of him. Besides, he didn't know much about anything here because he lived in America for a long time. In response to these words, Soo-ho suddenly held out the very envelope that Chae-jong had given him and told the guy that he was of course not sure that it would help them, but he was sure that they definitely needed it more than he did. After which Soo-ho turned to Chae-jong to apologize for giving away the guy's gift, but he still felt that it was much more important to other people now, with which Chae-jong completely agreed, and also added that these were his coupons, and only he had the right to dispose of them. The guy to whom Soo-ho gave all these coupons almost burst into tears of happiness, because it would really help them a lot. Chae-jong confirmed it and said that it was a gift from Soo-ho, and he also wanted to ask this guy that when they become famous, it would be good if they did not forget about them. In his mind, Chae-jong thought that if these guys really were that same group from the future, then they would be able to repay them in full. The musician immediately turned to his friend to tell him that now they didn't have to worry about heating bills, and they would also have some food. After the hospital, the guys went to Soo-ho again and decided to have a little snack on the way, although the guy asked them not to eat too much because there were some goodies waiting for them at his house. As Chae-jong walked, he couldn't stop thinking about how Soo-ho's kind soul reminded him of one truth, that being willing to share what they have with those in need, even in a situation where you yourself don't have much, is so wonderful. Chae-jong's mother completely agreed with him that it was a shame to give away the engagement ring and perhaps it should have been kept. But on the other hand, she believed that Chae-jong's late father would understand such an act, and it would be better to use the ring more usefully than just let it lie on the shelf. Chae-jong took his mother's hands and said that if she really thought so, then he was ready to support her in this decision. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the reporters who recognized Chae-jong, a rising judo star, and asked the guy for permission to do a short interview. The man started by saying that the guy, as an active national representative, is the first to participate in the gold collection campaign, and so the reporter was interested to know if Chae-jong is really going to hand over his gold. Chae-jong answered the man without any hesitation that he thought about this decision for a long time and still decided that he could do it, because 2 gold medals would bring much more benefit to the country if they were not lying on the shelf in his house. The reporter was very surprised because it seemed to him that gold medals were of great importance to the guy. Chae-jong replied that this was indeed the case, but he believed that he could win them over with more effort, and he also asked them to pay attention to the fact that his mother was standing next to him, who had brought a wedding gift from her late husband to the gathering. The reporter was even more surprised by this because now he was even more shocked. How could people give away something so valuable? At that moment, Chae-jong was thinking about how his mother, who raised her little son alone in a single room in a basement, became famous throughout the world because he became a national representative. After their little conversation, the reporter could only say one thing, that he would hope that the gold they brought would be used wisely. When they brought their gold, they returned to their business, although Chae-jong suggested to his mother that they go out to lunch together. But she answered him that she couldn't because she needed to get ready for the workday early, and he had a short day off. So she advised him to meet and go for a walk with friends. And she would also like to tell him that today he behaved like a real man. She was very proud of him, even more than when he won that gold medal. Chae-jong blushed from such words and felt embarrassed to hear them. At this point, she finished and began to go home, and Chae-jong was slightly shocked, which is why he couldn't say anything more to her. At that moment, he thought that his mother, even on a day like today, was not going to rest. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw that reporter Pak was calling him, so he immediately picked up the phone. According to the man, he called the guy as soon as he saw him on the news. According to the reporter, Chae-jong's mother was a great girl for giving her husband's ring, and he wanted to tell the guy himself that if Chae-jong wins a gold medal at the Asian Games, then he will become a real national hero. Chae-young felt very awkward hearing something like that, but reporter Park kept praising him and telling him what a great guy he really was for taking part in collecting gold, because with such an incentive, their country would soon be able to pay off all its debts and rise up. The guy completely agreed with him, after which he wanted to ask the man one question, in which he wanted to know how the country handles the gold that it collected in this way. After all, the guy couldn't forget that citizens give away things that contain valuable memories with great difficulty. So he hoped that the state would not thoughtlessly use such things. But in response, he heard silence, because the reporter was reading a newspaper at that moment and saw something strange there. As it turned out later, the people trusted the new government and gave up their memories. The gold collected with difficulty was sold cheaper, without receiving international recognition through the 7 main trading companies. So Chae-jong decided to consult with reporters who could be trusted. After all, he, like no one else, understood that various unaccounted facts could easily arise in such a matter, and apparently he would have to change the direction of the case this time too. That same evening, Chae-jong came to a meeting with his partners, who were celebrating the new year of 1098, but were drinking more for the founding of the company Kwan and Park. Yan Kwan also noted that apparently the guy had foreseen this situation again, which is why he went to hand over the gold. Chae-jong answered her that he was not a prophet and that it happened completely by accident, and that there was no point in counting on it next time. But Yan Kwan reminded the guy that it was only thanks to him that they were able to earn so much money without any support, although Park Tae did not agree with her. So he noted that thanks to them, many politicians got into the investment arena. In addition, the man asked them not to forget that their boss, Chae-jung, had an influential friend from another country who gave them inside information. Although Yan Kwan was clearly surprised when she heard this information. Park Tae didn't want to go into details, so he simply noted that their boss now treated them as 1% assets, so no one could touch them. But they were still a little worried. So Chae-jong told them that there was no need for that. But for their peace of mind, he could arrange for them to have a small shield that would protect their assets. Yan Kwan didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so the guy told her that he would try to make it so that even if their company was exposed, there would be no point in attacking them. According to him, starting from tomorrow, he will have an important task, the essence of which will be to install this very shield in the right place. The next day, at the National Training Center, the guys who were already part of the Korean national judo team and the new guys who managed to win the national selection met, which is why some men were surprised that this coach could bring 2 high school students to such a level. They had also heard about a new legend named Chae-jong, rumored to be a monster rookie who had won the overall gold medal at the previous competition. Their thoughts were interrupted by Coach Park, who first introduced himself and then added that he was pleased to meet them all, because from that day on he would be the head coach of the Korean judo team at the Asian Games in Bangkok. He also immediately stated that since the country is now in a crisis situation, he intends to win as many medals as possible for the people, and therefore he needs their active cooperation. After which he decided to begin the presentation in order from youngest to oldest. At that moment, Chae-jong was thinking that it was in this very place that he would place the very shield that he had told the guys about. And then he finally introduced himself as a coach and an athlete. The position of coach he took on the recommendation of Coach Shin. He was planning to raise money for the national judo team he coaches, so he told the boys that he would do everything he could to actively help the boys improve their skills. 10 months later, at Gimpo Airport, the coaches, followed by the boys, walked out of the airport one after another. They had barely left when journalists started running up to them, wanting to know what their goal was at the Asian Games. Coach Park didn't think twice before saying that they would try their best to bring Korea as many medals as possible. This same reporter also decided to contact Chae-jong, from whom he wanted to find out, as the youngest athlete, how he feels and what goals they set for this tournament. Chae-jong's answer was quite short and clear. The guy said with a smile that they would return home only with a gold medal. The team captain was surprised after this interview that Chae-jong knew English so well, although he had noticed this on the plane when he saw their young coach reading an English newspaper. They all teased him a little, although it was clearly done with kindness, so Chae-jong did not take offense, but on the contrary, thought that they were full of energy, as athletes should be. Their attention was again drawn to Coach Park, who wanted to tell them that when they went to the hotel, they would most likely encounter many foreign athletes, among whom, he said, there would also be countries that could compete with them. That's why he immediately wanted to ask them that they should not forget about the blood and sweat that they shed to become unsurpassed athletes. The first steps in a new country were quite difficult for the guys, and all because of the incredible heat. They simply did not understand where such weather came from when they arrived here in December. Suddenly, Chae-jong was distracted from the thought that it was extremely hot here, and all because he saw a very beautiful girl who was also looking into his eyes. His stupor was interrupted by his friends, who wanted to know why Chae-jong suddenly stopped and did not go with them. The guy ran to his guys, and the girl continued to look at him. After which she took the phone in her hands, dialed the number, and when they picked up the phone, she said that the first contact had been successfully completed. Chae-jong and the team captain stood together in the hotel lobby and talked about how the massage was incredibly refreshing for the muscles. After a hard workout, it was just what was needed, so they both decided to go for a massage tomorrow as well. Then they parted and Chae-jong went to a restaurant to have a snack. But suddenly he forgot that he was hungry, because he saw the very girl that he liked so much. But his smile immediately disappeared from his face, because he forced himself to immediately pull himself together. He understood that he should not behave like this, although he still made the decision to sit down next to this girl, and as soon as she looked at him again, he immediately came up and sat down next to her. But instead of getting to know her better, he asked her a rather unexpected question, in which he wanted to find out if she was a girl who got close to men for money. It was clear from the girl's face that she clearly did not expect to hear something like this, but Chae-jong kept pressuring her and telling her that she shouldn't act like an athlete. And in his mind, he was thinking that when they first met, she did everything to make herself memorable to him. During the second meeting, he noticed that she was doing everything to weaken his vigilance. Their conversation was interrupted by a waiter who came up to find out what the guys would order, and after a short pause, Chae-jong asked to bring him a small cup of tea. But in the guy's thoughts was that the girl, at the third meeting, would finally begin to fulfill her mission, pretending that all this was an accident, although she immediately told him that she was not pleased to hear something like that, and mentally, she could not believe that he was able to see through her from the very first meeting. Chae-jong slammed his fist on the table and repeated once again that she simply shouldn't use men for her own purposes, and then everything would be fine. Besides, he simply didn't understand why she, such a beautiful girl, would get close to Asian men. Suddenly, she started smiling and clapping for him, and then added that the guy had excellent judgment, so she introduced herself as Natalia and she was an agent. Chae-jong extended his hand to her and added that apparently Victor had earned quite a lot of money to attract such people to work with him. She kept smiling, which meant that the guy was completely right, and now she wanted to know how the guy exposed her. According to him, he is just a rather attentive and cautious guy, so there's nothing strange about it. The girl was pleased to deal with such an intelligent person, so she noted that most likely the guy knew the reason why she turned to him. And Chae-jong didn't really know. He could only assume that she was here because he had achieved good results in the investment field, which surprised the girl, although she was told that the guy was a genius, but she didn't even imagine that he was that much. Therefore, after thinking for a bit, she decided that in this situation, it would be right to get straight to the point, so she suggested that he obtain Russian citizenship. This proposal even made Chae-jong laugh a little, but then he immediately answered her that he was not planning to leave his native Korea yet. And besides, he did not understand at all why he needed citizenship of another country. For the girl, this sounded rather frivolous, although on the other hand, this statement was full of sincerity. She didn't argue with him and decided to simply ask the next question, in which she was interested to know how he was able to predict the Russian collapse. Chae-jong knew very well that he couldn't say that he had already seen this in the future, so he answered with just 2 words, saying that it was a national trait. This was an incomprehensible answer for the girl, so he explained to her that one characteristic national trait was carried over from the Russian Empire to the Soviet Union, this recklessness, which manifested itself in the refusal to bow down, but to break through by any means. With these words, he made the girl once again convinced that, although he was young, he still had intelligence and insight, although up until this moment, She had not ruled out the possibility that someone was behind him, but now she was almost certain that this was not the case. So she again returned to the fact that the guy would be guaranteed Russian citizenship, 20 plots of land with houses and a huge lifelong pension. Chejong laughed again and repeated to her once again that, in fact, he was not interested at all. But the girl did not give up and asked him to tell her what the guy was missing in order to finally accept this offer. The guy stopped smiling and in a rather serious tone stated that the thing is that all his business is in Korea, which is why he doesn't want to leave this country. The girl was slightly surprised that the guy's main goal was not money. Chejong noted that in his case, money is just a tool with which he can find and catch his main enemy. Natalie told him that she was actually having a hard time understanding what he was saying, so she put a small amount of money on the table and said that he obviously had his reasons for doing this. And since he refuses everything she offers him, then she wouldn't mind just maintaining friendly relations with him. Chejong immediately understood that she meant business friendship, and no matter how much she wanted to, she couldn't help but say that the guy was absolutely right. Although in fact, the guy had heard a little about the organization that Natalie represents, so he decided to shake hands with her in honor of the beginning of their friendship. At that moment, the guy was thinking that his help to Victor had essentially turned into such help for himself. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Natalie, who, unexpectedly, even for Chejong, kissed him on the cheek. He froze in place and stood there silently for a while. And Natalie only added that this was a kind of farewell for close friends. And when she almost reached the exit, she told the guy that she would send him a small gift in honor of their friendship. After some time, absolutely all the athletes who came to this horizontal bar gathered at the National Stadium in Bangkok. Chejong and Coach Park were standing nearby, and Chejong suddenly noticed that Coach Park was kind of sad. And as it turned out, it was all because the guy had given him some work at the end of the day yesterday. Natalia's gift was a huge amount of material that related to rival countries in all disciplines, not just judo, thanks to which Chejong no longer had time for massage. In any case, they were now participants in a great tournament, and Chejong was thinking that this time, legendary players like marathon runner Lee Bong-soo and baseball player Park Chan-o should participate, and the guy wouldn't mind getting an autograph from them. While Chejong was thinking about this, it was finally Korea's turn to go out, so they were asked to get ready. A few minutes later, they emerged from under the stands and were immediately greeted by fans. The opening ceremony began with the athletes from each country coming out, and at this point, the athletes from South Korea appear. The next day, they went down for another lunch, which was the last one before they finally started performing in this tournament. The food here was very tasty, and all this is thanks to Kwan, who took care of the guys because even being in Thailand, they can still eat Korean food. Suddenly, Chejong was interrupted by the coach, who wanted to ask the guy one question. Namely, he wanted to know why Korean food is not included in the standard package. Chejong didn't know the answer to this question, but on the other hand, he himself didn't fully understand how they could have everything except Korean food. It felt like someone had deliberately excluded it from their services. The only thing he could say for sure was that there was no point in worrying, because they would be supplied with food. The guys from South Korea, although in a different sport, also wanted to eat Korean food, but unfortunately, they didn't have a sponsor like Chejong, so they had to eat what they give out here. Chejong noticed how the guys from the national rowing and canoeing team were looking at them. It didn't take long for the guy to figure out that they also wanted Korean food, and he immediately decided that it would be a good idea to invite them to the table. But before Chejong could do so, he was beaten to it by Coach Park, who approached the boys with a smile and said that they had a lot of Korean food, so they would be glad if they joined them. However, they were too polite, so they began to refuse because by their standards, it would be ugly on their part. Coach Park did not give up and said again that they had enough food, so they had nothing to worry about, and he also believed that Koreans should help each other. In that case, they simply could not refuse, so they decided to accept this gift. Chejong was so pleased to watch this picture. He considered Coach Park a kind and sympathetic person who could well become the next president of the Judo Association. The next day, the long-awaited fights finally arrived, and the first to enter the arena was Don Inc., who was the captain of the Korean team. Chejong supported his friend as much as possible, and therefore constantly told him not to forget their conversation before the competition. Dong-ik understood perfectly well the words of Chejong, who had repeated to him several times before the fight that his opponent had a habit of grabbing his clothes and then immediately starting an attack. So it was best at that moment to attack in the opposite direction and rush at him before he did it. This is the winning strategy that Dong-ik must use in today's competition. And as soon as his opponent grabbed the guy by the clothes, he didn't think long before also starting his attack. Chae-jong noticed this, so she started shouting to her friend that he started the attack correctly. And a few seconds later, Donik caught his opponent in another mistake, so he was able to use his technique on him. Thus, he was able to finish the first round of this tournament in his favor. They were very happy for the guy, because before this fight he was very worried that he would not be able to win, but in the end, he showed a decent result. Donik even cried, because all his attempts to reach this stage always failed, but this year, he was still able to pass the preliminary selection. Chae-jong believed that this was primarily his merit because the guy tried and followed the instructions, and he also did not forget to remind Dong-ik that this was just the beginning, and he needed to pull himself together. But it would be a good idea for Chae-jong himself to collect his thoughts, because his fight was about to begin any minute. But his opponent was much stronger than anyone else in this tournament. At least that's what everyone thought, due to his enormous size. According to commentators, this athlete is from Japan, and his name was Hisashi Miyamoto. He's a really big athlete weighing 140 kilograms. Also, one of his main achievements was that he was able to win a silver medal by a small margin at the Olympic Games 2 years ago. And their difference with Chae-jong was about 20 kilograms. So they were not sure that Chae-jong would be able to defeat such a formidable opponent. And most likely, this would be the most difficult fight in his career. Although the guy himself was not very worried and was just trying to collect his thoughts and do his job. And as soon as it was announced that the fight had officially started, Chae-jong immediately ran into the attack without a second thought. As soon as Chae-jong grabbed his kimono, the huge Japanese man used his fist to intimidate his opponent. Thus, Chae-jong immediately realized that apparently his opponent today was good at dirty games. But this did not stop him, and they continued to exchange blows. All this continued until Chae-jong also decided to play dirty and press on one of the pain points, after which the Japanese man felt incredible pain, and so he screamed. The fight was immediately stopped by the referee, although Chae-jong pretended that he had done nothing wrong. But the judge made it clear to him that if this happened again, he would be forced to disqualify the guy, so Chae-jong had to apologize for this. The big guy at that moment started singing that it was unfair, because he was giving him a verbal warning for that, because he pressed on the collarbone and it was so painful. But the judge quickly put this guy in his place, telling him that if he disputed his decision, he would give him a warning too. Chae-jong knew very well that putting pressure on the collarbone was a violation that could not be appealed, even if the athlete was disqualified, and he learned this from the materials that Natalia gave him. In other words, the judge of this competition was very limited in his decisions. Therefore, after a minute, the fight between the athletes continued, and the big guy immediately attacked Chae-jong, telling him that he would now punish him for such games. But that was his main problem, that the Japanese athlete was too excited, so his movements were incredibly predictable. Because of which, Chae-jong eventually managed to put him on his shoulder blades, thereby winning the round for himself. In doing so, he shocked not only the public, but also the entire Japanese team, which had never seen their athlete lose. Well, after the fight, Chae-jong came closer to him, extended his hand, and asked how the Japanese man felt now. In the rowing competition, the Korean team also won the championship and was able to beat their main rival, Japan. The guys watched this after their fight and were incredibly happy for their compatriots. The guys were also happy that this year in almost all sports, the Korean team is in the lead, which could mean one thing: they are the strongest. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and Chae-jong went to check who had suddenly come to them so late. When the guy opened the doors, a young guy spoke to him and introduced himself as a translator from Thai, and next to him stood a man who was a Thai judo coach. The coach started talking, and when the guy translated, the coach said only one phrase, in which he wanted to know if it was too much, although Chae-jong did not understand what he was talking about at all. The guy continued to translate, and as it turned out, he meant that the athletes from their team live on the floor below and cannot rest normally because they make a lot of noise. Now it dawned on Chae-jong, which is why he immediately apologized, and then added that it was because they had simply made a bit of noise when they were supporting athletes from their country in another sport. And Chae-jong apologized in Thai, which surprised the coach very much, although the guy said that he could speak, but only a little, and then asked his friends to turn the TV down. After which, Chae-jong took a small package with a gift and told Dong-in that the people who lived below them came to them and said that they caused them inconvenience with their noise. So he gave the coach a small gift and added that they were really sorry for the inconvenience they had caused them. The translator knew very well what was inside the box because it was red ginseng, which is the most famous health product in Korea. Jong also added that it is a very expensive product, but very effective. It is a food supplement, but has nothing to do with doping, so it is a really valuable product. The coach thanked the guy for such a present and asked them to be quieter in the future. After their conversation, Dong-ik simply couldn't help but notice that Jong was doing just fine in the social life here. In response to these words, Jong stated that almost all the qualifying stages for all disciplines had already been completed, and now he believed that the participants would begin to gradually eliminate their opponents. Therefore, in this situation, it seemed to him that it was better to make allies rather than enemies. Besides, Jong knew the Thai judo monster very well. He is the athlete to be feared the most in this competition. In one room, Japanese representatives gathered to discuss the fact that the Korean team had passed the qualifying round in all weight categories. And this angered one of the men, who simply did not understand how this was possible, because at their request, they removed Korean cuisine from their menu at the hotel. They also placed them on a floor with weak water pressure and terrible conditions. And all this should have weakened the Korean team, but apparently this did not happen, and even had a positive effect on them, since they passed all the qualifying stages. The dialogue was supported by another man who found out that the Korean team was separately sponsored by a Korean company, which is why they say that thanks to this, Korean food is delivered to them by plane every day. But this made the man in glasses even more angry, as he shouted at the top of his voice. It turned out that he was a member of the Kamakura committee, so they asked him to calm down a little, because the solution to this problem is simple. They can simply ban the import of food from outside. Kamakura didn't think it was a good idea, because then they could get into trouble with their government, and if it turned into a scandal, then nothing good would come of it. Then the head of these training camps suggested doing things a little differently. He started talking about how the Korean athletes, who had shown amazingly good results this time, would be disqualified, or at least it would get on their nerves, and he had a way to do that. Jong once again came out of the shower with a question: why is the water pressure so weak in this room? Suddenly he heard someone knocking on the door again. He was scared that it was his neighbors downstairs again, although they didn't seem to be making any noise. He opened the doors, and before he could say a word, unfamiliar men with red suitcases simply started entering the room. The guys got scared and immediately wanted to know what was going on here and who they were. One of them stood in the center of the room and asked them for a little attention, and the first thing he said was that they were temporarily prohibited from leaving the room. Jong put on his clothes and asked these strange guys again what they were doing here. And finally, one of them gave him a normal answer. It turns out that they are here for the reason that they want to test the Korean team for doping. It was clear from Jong's face that he didn't expect that his strength could be tested in such a way. The next day, the Korean team continued its performance at this tournament. Jong won again, but there was no joy on his face because he had completely different thoughts in his head. He thought about that very doping test. First of all, he was interested in the question of who gave the tip on them. He understood that despite the upcoming fight, someone preferred to eliminate them in this way. Someone is trying to condemn the results of their hard work in judo, which simply could not help but anger the guy. Therefore, after the fight, he decided to give the one who did this a small answer. He took off his kimono and began to shout that none of them could harm them, and if someone wanted, they could approach him one by one. The commentators of this tournament did not understand at all what was happening now, and were also not sure that they even had the right to broadcast such a thing, although it was clear to them that Jong was trying to dispute something in this way. The spectators also didn't understand what the guy was saying. What kind of doping were they talking about? Coach Park covered his face with his hand because he was a little ashamed to see such things. He thought that it was a mistake and he shouldn't have done it. Jong's mother also watched this closely and was a little worried about her son's actions. After such a prank, Coach Park immediately decided to talk to him, who did not understand why the guy acted this way. To which Jong replied that he was simply very angry, and that's why he did it, and he did not understand why the other guys were not so angry. Coach Park immediately reminded him that the guy was almost disqualified because of this, and, in his opinion, they were very lucky that they were able to get off with a simple warning. But Jong did not agree with him, so he also responded rudely, saying that the organizers had also done something wrong, which is why they had made such a simple punishment. After thinking about it, Coach Park still suggested that it might be true, and if it was, then there were people who were inciting them to do so. But in any case, he repeated to Jong that there was nothing good in his actions, and he would like to ask the guy not to do it again. Jong answered him that he understood everything perfectly well and would not do it again. mentally realizing that the committee members must now also be very worried about this. And all this was due to the fact that the Asian games are receiving much more attention than usual. Most likely, journalists have already begun investigating this case. And the Korean members of the committee have also begun to understand the situation, because this test concerned not just one athlete, but the entire team. After the coach finished scolding Chae-jong, he decided to go out and do his business, in response to which, Coach Park only asked him to try not to do anything else. Don-ik and the other guys were already waiting for Chae-jong and immediately wanted to know what punishment the coach had assigned to the guy. But Chae-jong noted that no one had assigned him any punishment. The conversation with the guys did not last long, and immediately after, Chae-jong stepped aside to talk a little with his mother. She was so happy to hear his voice, and according to her, she was really looking forward to his call. Because she saw the news, so she was very worried about this doping test and wanted to ask him as soon as possible what happened. Chae-jong answered her rather immodestly, saying that apparently her son is so cool that even other countries are jealous of him, and that's why they're trying to find something to complain about. But he immediately asked his mother not to worry about it. She knows him. She was glad that he called her, but it was time to say goodbye. After calling his mother, Chae-jong was wondering where he should start investigating this case, when suddenly he noticed the Japanese team out of the corner of his eye. Among them, he noticed the same big guy that Chae-jong had defeated before this incident. But he mentally decided that he could not suspect this man just because he was so emotional during the fight. However, this Japanese man apparently could not leave the situation just like that and addressed Chae-jong in Japanese, calling him a doper. Of course, he didn't even suspect that Chae-jong understood his language, so he continued to mock him, even though his teammates asked him to leave the guy alone. Chae-jong didn't answer him, although he mentally understood perfectly well what these guys were telling them. And as soon as they moved away, Chae-jong noticed how these guys were scratching their bodies, and there was a strange redness around their necks. Before Chae-jong could even guess what it could be, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his mobile phone, which suddenly started ringing. Natalie called him and wanted to ask the guy how he was doing. Chae-jong understood perfectly well that she was calling him because she was well aware of the situation, so he didn't make things up and said directly that he wasn't doing quite well. She was surprised that the guy answered her exactly like that, so she immediately decided to offer him her help. They are friends after all. And this time, Chae-jong adhered to the rule that help from a friend cannot be rejected, so he agreed. A man of short stature was sitting in one of the local cafes and was incredibly worried because he had recently been contacted by very serious people who asked him to do something. So now he had come to this cafe. Although he didn't really fully understand what the problem was, he only had some assumptions about it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Chae-jong, who came closer to the man and said hello, and then introduced himself as a coach and athlete of the Korean judo team. The man didn't quite understand what was going on and what this guy suddenly needed, so after he greeted him, he asked the guy what business he was there for. Instead of a normal answer, Chae-jong simply sat down at his table, which caused a little anger in the man, because he did not understand what kind of impudence this was on the part of the guy. But then Chae-jong said that he was the person the man was supposed to meet. These words made him understand that the guy was the same person with whom those people who called during the day introduced him. So now the man only wanted to know why they had gathered here today. Although then he decided that he really had nothing else to do in this place. So he decided to get up and start leaving. But Chae-jong obviously had no intention of letting him do that. So he asked the man to sit down and not do such a stupid thing. The man in response to this began to yell at the guy, because he did not like the tone in which the guy was speaking to him. But suddenly his hysteria was interrupted by Chae-jong, who asked his own question, in which he wanted to know how much the man received from the Japanese side. But without waiting for an answer, Chae-jong put the tape on the table and added that the man had one very talkative subordinate. The man understood perfectly well what all this could lead to, so he immediately took the cassette from the table and smashed it. When he finally finished, he turned to Chae-jong again to ask the guy why he was throwing away such important evidence. But his joy was interrupted again by Chae-jong, who noted with a smile that it was just a copy, which he didn't mind losing, and that he was holding the original recording in his hands. Chae-jong offered the man to give him another tape so that he could definitely vent all his anger, which made him very angry, because he thought that the guy was just a coach of the national team. But suddenly, Chae-jong became serious enough to tell the man that this was far from all the information he wanted to tell him, so he had better calm down and listen to him more carefully. Chae-jong wanted to tell the man that he had already found a way to pass this film to the organ that was directly subordinate to his ruler. And the fact that a man has left a stain on the management of these honorable Asian games, being provoked by another country, he is going to report all this to the king of his country. In addition, Chejong knew very well that the man and his older brother held high positions in military circles, and thanks to the man, his family and himself would be destroyed, and then they would be disgraced because he betrayed his country and the king. Fear was visible in the man's eyes. He understood where all this was heading, so he immediately decided that he simply had to stop all this. But he didn't understand just one thing. How could a simple judo trainer be connected with such serious people? But on the other hand, he realized that it wasn't that important now. And when this realization finally came to him, he knelt down in front of Chejong and was ready to listen to what he needed to do next. Chejong put his hand on his shoulder and replied that they would not object to doping tests for all members of the Korean judo team, because in Chejong's opinion, his athletes were innocent, and the test results would only confirm this. Besides, he also doesn't want to put the man in a difficult position. Therefore, in this case, I decided to offer to protect the honor of the competition by refusing those countries that incited the man. At that moment, the man realized that this guy had been convinced from the very beginning that this test was provoked by another country. But at that moment, Chejong was once again convinced that the man had been bribed because it was clearly visible from his facial expression. So the guy decided to repeat once again that he was giving the man a chance not to tarnish the honor of the Asian Games, and at the same time his own. Natalie was watching all of this closely, and with the help of a listening device, she heard the entire conversation between Chejong and this man, so she could say with confidence that Chejong was a great guy. After all, she gave him only personal information about Chachwak, but based on this, he drew conclusions about his actions in life. He was able to use this as a condition for negotiations. Moreover, she was surprised that Chejong was able to deal with such an uncontrollable opponent so skillfully, even though he only had a couple of empty, unrecorded tapes. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when the phone rang, and when she picked it up, she heard Chejong's voice, who informed her that he had already completed his task and asked her to go out, which made her very surprised. Chejong somehow found out that she was watching him, but he didn't specify how he did it, so he simply suggested that she go out so that they could have lunch together and discuss everything. The next day, the Asian Games continued, and they began with the commentators discussing the situation that was related to doping. On the part of the organizers of the competition in Thailand, doping tests were conducted, and those guys who had positive results were disqualified from the tournament, and the scores and successes of such athletes were also annulled. Thus, the most awaited judo final has finally arrived, and the participant of this battle will be Chejong, who has collected his thoughts and is fully prepared for this fight. Before the fight, Coach Pak approached the guy to tell him that everything would be fine and he shouldn't worry about it. Although on the other hand, his opponent was a monster who had won 2 national competitions in a row, but it seemed like Coach Pak was even more nervous. In any case, the man reminded the boy that his main skill was interception, so Chejong needed to be more careful with it. And he also asked Chejong not to relax and react quickly, even when there were thoughts that everything was already fine. In fact, Chejong's opponent was really huge. There weren't even such big guys in the Japanese team. But in the guy's head, there were only thoughts about the fact that he had overcome too much to stand here now, and when there was only one last step left, he must do everything possible to make his dream come true. At times like these, Chejong always feels lonely, as if there are no people in the whole world. Chejong never thought that he would be able to delve so deeply into judo, which was originally used to gain certificates and praise that would help him enter a university. But now Chejong definitely couldn't think like that, because if he wins right now, he will become #1 in all of Asia. The moment of bowing between the fighters came. The Thai fighter obviously had more support, but this did not frighten Chejong. On the contrary, he wanted to defeat this guy as quickly as possible even more. And as soon as the whistle blew, signaling the start of the fight, they both found themselves in a difficult confrontation. The Thai fighter quickly made a mistake, which Chejong seemed to use to his advantage, grabbing his opponent by the kimono and was already preparing to carry out his usual move. But then an unexpected turn awaited him. Usually at such a moment he manages to defeat his opponent, but today's opponent was not like the others, and all this was thanks to his crazy reaction, with the help of which he simply threw off Chejong's hold. Chejong ignored this and tried not to panic, so he immediately wanted to try a new technique, which was to strike the inside of the heel with his foot. But this time too, everything did not go as Chejong had planned. His opponent again repelled his attack in all attempts to strike him, after which they separated and looked at each other. The guys' thoughts at that moment were almost identical. They both thought that today's opponent was completely different from the guys who were before. Coach Park supported Chae-jong throughout the fight and shouted at him that the guy should not rush. And he also asked his protege to do everything possible so that his opponent would not grab him by the kimono. While Chae-jong was listening attentively to his coach, his opponent finally gathered his thoughts and began to run straight towards Chae-jong, thinking that he was invincible and had nothing to fear. He began to land a huge number of blows on Chae-jong, which the guy successfully blocked for now, and this did not pose any big problems for him. But suddenly they stopped, and Chae-jong's opponent looked at him with a smile, after which he asked a question in which he wanted to know, or does Chae-jong accidentally live in the same time as him? 30 seconds had already passed since the start of the fight, and for the first time in the entire tournament, Chae-jong managed to miss. But this was not so surprising, because Ratchanan is not just an opponent. But Chae-jong did not give up and continued to stubbornly attack his opponent. However, Ratchanan wasn't going to just stand there and wait for this guy to defeat him, so he tried to dodge all the attacks and also tried to counterattack. Everyone knew very well that Ratchanan's ferocious attack was quite risky, but Chae-jong was no ordinary guy either. This fight was so interesting that most of the spectators simply could not take their eyes off it, and also watched attentively for its continuation. But suddenly their fight was interrupted, which left both athletes stunned and not quite understanding what was happening. Chae-jong immediately raised his head and noticed that 3 whole minutes had already passed since the start of their fight. The commentators were no less shocked because 3 whole minutes had already passed, and the opponents had managed not to earn a single point against each other, so they were given extra time. During the entire tournament, this was the first time that spectators saw Chae-jong not receive a single point in a fight, so they began to worry that the guy might lose. But one person was not going to doubt Chae-jong and was rooting for him until the very end. The fans' shouts became louder and louder, which meant that the fight would soon continue. During a short break, Chae-jong noticed that his arms and legs were shaking and his whole body was tingling, which meant only one thing. He was gradually weakening. Looking at his opponent, he understood that in order to defeat him, he needed to do it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would have big problems. But on the other hand, he couldn't stop smiling because he really thought that this is how it should be at international competitions. It's cool and fun. So he immediately gathered his thoughts and decided to do everything possible to deliver the final blow that would bring him victory. They came face to face, and it seemed that Ratchanan was completely prepared for such a development of events. But still, Chae-jong outwitted him and was able to perform the technique for all 10 points. And after just 1 minute, Chae-jong was happy about his next victory, which he managed to achieve, and this victory was in the entire tournament. The gold medal of the Korean team was secured, which could not but please the Korean commentators, as well as the Korean fans. Coach Park even cried a little at one point, and this was not surprising because he had never managed to win a gold medal. Suddenly, Chae-jong's gaze fell on his opponent, who was also looking at the guy. Ratchanan smiled towards Chae-jong, thus letting him know that he respected him and that it was a great fight. After which, reporters immediately ran up to Chae-jong, who wanted to ask Chae-jong to answer them a few questions. One of which was that they wanted to know what impressions the guy was experiencing now. This question made Chae-jong enter a state of stupor, because he really didn't fully understand what had just happened and what he had even done. Naturally, he was happy, but on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that it was impossible not to be happy when you became the champion of Asia. But Chae-jong still had so much to do to get rid of the weight off his soul and be happy. So he replied that he was very happy and incredibly grateful to his coach and all his friends for their support. He also did not forget about his fans, who came from far away to cheer for him. According to him, their support gave him an incredible amount of strength. Suddenly he stopped and fell silent because he saw one person on the platform. And then he completely jumped up and started running towards the stands. Coach Park and the reporters were a little confused about what had happened to Chae-jong again and where he was running again. However, everything was quite simple. He ran to his mother, who unexpectedly arrived to support him. He was incredibly happy to see her because she didn't say that she wanted to come, but the woman at that moment could only say that the guy now looked incredibly much like his father, at least because the guy was able to see her from such a distance. Chae-jong decided to brag to her that he was able to get a gold medal, which made the woman very happy for him, but still asked him not to kneel and to stand up immediately. After which the guy decided to do something rather unexpected. He lifted his mother into his arms and started shouting that he was able to win a gold medal, and now he was holding his mother in his arms. but she clearly didn't like this performance, so she asked the guy to let her go quickly. After some time, an award ceremony was held in the arena, where all attention was focused on the judo star of the Republic of Korea, Chae-jung. Chae-jung had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and it finally arrived. Now the guy was biting his teeth on his long-awaited gold medal. Park Tae, sitting at his computer, wanted to find out from his colleague whether she really didn't regret it. Madame Kwan didn't think for a second before answering, so she immediately told him that it was definitely worth it and that she thought it was right. She also thought that it would be good if this decision was approved by the boss, which is why Park Tae immediately started to have heartburn, and so the man offered her a little drink. She happily agreed, but asked him not to overdo it and to drink only one glass. After such a difficult horizontal bar and such a difficult road, Chae-jung finally returned to his home, where he slept for quite a long time, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed that a man was standing above him. It was his mother, who was glad that the boy had already woken up. Chae-jung was scared about this, so he immediately jumped out of his bed to ask her why she was suddenly sitting there. She answered him that she didn't want to wake the guy up because she noticed that he was always busy with something and she practically didn't see him sleeping. After these words, Chae-jung immediately began to get dressed because, according to him, he was already in a great hurry. Moreover, he told his mother that this also concerns her because, according to the guy, they both have to go to the same place, which really surprised the mother because she didn't understand where she was suddenly supposed to go. They went out into the street together, and the woman wanted to tell the guy that today was his day off, and she didn't understand why he took her with him. But Chae-jung didn't want to tell her anything in advance, so he just asked her to wait a little until they got there. All the way, Chae-jung smirked and thought that the woman would definitely like what he would show her. Suddenly, they came to a huge building, and the guy decided to ask his mother how she liked this building in general. She looked at it carefully and said that it was quite huge, but that was not what the guy was talking about. And in order to bring her to the right thoughts, Chae-jung decided to ask his mother if she would like to trade here, to which she answered quite confidently that it would be quite good, but the rent in such a place is too expensive. Then Chae-jung asked her a direct question, in which he became interested in knowing if she wanted them to rent this place. She didn't understand why the guy was asking her this question, because it seemed to her that it was clear. Then Chae-jung smiled and offered the woman to completely buy out the building. The boy's mother started laughing with her and saying that he had some pretty good jokes today, but Chae-jung made a very serious face and showed with his whole appearance that he wasn't joking, because according to him, he really had earned a lot. And to prove this, he handed the woman a bank statement that proved this fact. She opened this small statement, where it was said that the guy owned more than hundreds of millions, which confused the woman a little, because she immediately thought that he got involved in something bad. But he immediately assured her that this was not so, because, oddly enough, this was money that he earned during his studies by investing. According to him, he hit the jackpot thanks to information from his friend's aunt. The woman had never seen such sums of money in her life, and she was also worried that the guy might do something wrong with this sum. Therefore, she decided to suggest that he simply save this amount, because then he would go to university, and then there would be a wedding. And for all this, he would need a lot of money. Instead of answering, the guy walked up to her, looked straight into her eyes, and then asked if she believed him. Chae-jung didn't wait for an answer and decided to say that he would never do anything that would make her worry, so he asked her to just trust her again. She immediately answered him that she certainly believed him, but still she believed that in life, everything is not as they want, and sometimes everything goes awry. In response to these words, Chae-jung told her that the price for this building will not change anytime soon, and according to his friend's aunt, in 5 years, the price for this building will at least double, because there is a subway nearby, and therefore, there are always a lot of people. Chae-jung knew that if he bought this building now, he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future, and also that his mother had been worried about him all her life, and from now on he was going to do everything to make sure she was healthy and happy. She decided that she essentially had no choice but to just trust the guy and do whatever he told her. After which they hugged, and Chae-jung began to talk about how much he loved his mother, but she noted that she had not noticed it lately because he ran away from home too often. Chae-jung thought that if he thought about it, it was time to finish the investments related to the moratorium, and he needed to look into Kwan and Park to check on the profit. Meanwhile, Kwan and Park stood and looked at their table, which was left over from yesterday's party. That's why Kwan said that they should have only had one glass each, but for some reason they couldn't hold back. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an opening door, through which only one person could enter, of whom the boys were already a little afraid. And as it turned out a little later, it was that same person. Chejong came at a rather inopportune time, so Kwon immediately jumped out in front of him to find out why he came on his day off. Instead of answering, Chejong decided to ask the girl a similar question, in which he was also interested in knowing what they do on their day off in the office. Kwon answered him that they came here to work, of course, but Chejong didn't like it a little because they greeted him rather suspiciously, so he decided to take a closer look at what was going on here, although the girl tried with all her might to shut him out. But she still couldn't distract Chejong until Park Tae cleaned everything up, so the man had to make an excuse, but Chejong stopped him and said that everything was actually fine and they shouldn't hide it. Then Park Tae stopped and said that they had done all the calculations and decided to take a short break for tea. Chejong noted that they must have been drinking pretty strong tea, since it left such an aroma, but in any case, he didn't come here to scold them. Besides, he himself believed that since they had done so well, such days should also exist, and he also immediately asked them to understand that he did not condemn such things as office romance. In response to these words, he received silence, which made him think that they really were together. And judging by how embarrassed they were, the guy understood that there was definitely something between them, but the only thing he didn't understand was when they managed to do it. In any case, he didn't come here for this reason. Then he opened the papers that Kwon gave him and saw something there that made him a little dumbfounded. The thing is that he saw there a sum that was much larger than expected, and this was quite strange for him. On the one hand, he assumed that thanks to Natalia, the moratorium in Russia allowed them to significantly increase their profit percentage, but even this amount exceeded all norms. But here too he was interrupted by Kwon, who wanted to point out that in fact, each of them had returned 70% of the profits at the moment. This didn't bring joy to the guy yet, because he didn't understand why this happened. They told him that they thought it would be much better this way, because that way they would be able to invest again and make money. Chejong wanted to make sure that they were confident in this decision and did not want to change it. They confidently told him that they would not change their decision, and he thanked them for this, because for them, it was most likely a rather difficult decision. After which he turned the laptop towards them and said that he also had something interesting for them. He was going to tell them what their next plan was, and according to Chejong, this time they would focus on the dot-com bubble. So he was confident that their company would do everything possible this time to make dot-coms fall in price. According to Chejong, there is about a year left until the bubble bursts. The guy assumed that most likely in 2000 the bubble would crack, and in 2001 it would begin to completely fall apart. And since all of America continues to invest, no one even guesses that the bubble could burst so easily. Chejong recalled how during that period in his past life, the damage amounted to about $5 trillion on the American stock exchange alone, more than 5 quadrillion won of investments turned into garbage. Considering this information, Madame Kwon noted that they also needed to hurry up and first make a list of all the companies that are related to it. And Park Tae decided to study the real-time measurement indicators through foreign investors. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by a phone call. When the phone was answered, the guy's friends told him that they were already nearby, so he told them that he would also be at the meeting place soon. After which he hung up and said that he had a meeting scheduled for today, so they would have to finish for today. Madame Kwon noted that he seemed to have become even busier since the Asian Games. Chejong replied to her that at the moment he has to play the role of a son, a friend, and a sports hero. As soon as he left the office, he immediately noticed his friends shouting at him. He approached them closer and became more and more surprised at what they were wearing, and when he came right up to them, he decided to ask about it anyway. Chejong found it a little funny to watch this, but he still wanted to know who advised them to dress like that. Another guy who stood behind his friends answered this question. This guy's name was Davis, and it was he who advised Suho and So-yeon to dress like that. Next to Davis, there was another guy who was already dressed a little more simply, and if you believe Davis's words, then it was his friend who works as an actor. Chejong looked at this guy in his mind and thought that his face was quite familiar to him, so he immediately began to try to remember where he saw him. And as soon as he heard the voice of this guy, he immediately remembered that this was the actor from the drama Slave Hunters, whose name was Jin Hyuk. Chejong was incredibly pleased to meet him, because according to him, he was a big fan of Jin Hyuk, which was quite strange for the other guys to hear, so Chejong had to add that he thought the guy would be a great actor in the future. After that, they stood outside for a while and decided that it was time to go inside the building that the kids liked so much. But at that moment, Chejong was thinking that at the moment, there were too many familiar faces inside this building. Most of them were corrupt and serious bribe takers. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a cute girl who asked Chae-jung to stop for a second and listen to him. This girl introduced herself as Lee Yan-hee, and as soon as Chae-jung heard this name, he immediately noted to himself that he had already heard this name somewhere. As it turned out a little later, the girl wanted to take a short interview from Chae-jung in order to select materials for the recording. So first of all, she asked him not to worry. While they were interviewing Chae-jung, the guys decided to take a little walk and see what else was in this building. And while they were walking, Jin tried to talk to Davis and tell him that he should restrain himself in some cases and not say any nonsense. After all, according to him, if he wants to interest the scriptwriters, he must prepare a small debut, which should contain as many neutral words as possible. Davis, in response to all these words, noted that this was precisely why he had taken Jin with him, who seemed to him to be a fairly intelligent person. But suddenly in the corridor, they met strange men in dark suits who looked very suspicious. And what is also important is that they addressed the guys directly. Each of them was a little scared and wanted to know what happened and who they were anyway. One of them came forward and asked a question, asking if they could spare a little time and chat with him. At this point, Chae-jung had already answered almost all the questions that the girl asked him. And at that very moment, the guy's phone rang, which is why the girl suggested that he take a short break, to which Chae-jung agreed. But as soon as he picked up the phone, the smile immediately disappeared from his face because he heard Davis screaming. The guy shouted at Chae-jung that he should run away from this place as quickly as possible. Chae-jung asked him to explain to him what happened and why he was saying that, but Davis did not explain, but simply repeated the same thing. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when the phone was picked up by the same man who apparently decided to make fun of Chae-jung's friends. A few seconds later, Chae-jung heard the man's voice and immediately wanted to know who he was, and mentally tried to calm down, because at that moment he was incredibly worried about his friends. At this point, the man finally decided to introduce himself, and his name was Kang Cheol-song. According to him, he was from the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. Chae-jung didn't care who he was. He wanted to know why he was talking to him now and what happened to his friends. But instead of answering, Kak-chul told the guy that they would discuss all the details when they met, and therefore suggested that they meet in a cafe in the lobby of the radio station. Because of this conversation, Chae-jung immediately jumped up from his seat and said that he had to leave because he had urgent business. The girl tried to tell him that they hadn't finished the interview yet, but apparently Chae-jung didn't care about this interview at all. He quickly rushed to the place where he saw his friends standing surrounded by strange men and asking Chae-jung to help them. One of these men started yelling at them to close immediately, otherwise they would be forced to use force. Chae-jung didn't really know how to react to things like this because he didn't understand what was going on here. After which he looked around a little and saw there the same prosecutor who had apparently just spoken to him. This man was the first to speak to Chae-jung when he asked the boy to sit down so that they could discuss everything calmly. Although Chae-jung had no idea what was going on here, he decided that the main thing was not to panic and react to all this calmly, so he sat down at the table quite calmly and introduced himself, and then wanted to ask the man what business he had invited him here for. Prosecutor Khan noted that the guy is quite calm, because it seemed to him that he would start their dialogue with aggression. But now it is pleasant to see how everything is turning out exactly the opposite. After which he extended his hand to him and introduced himself again. According to him, he held the position of prosecutor and his name was Kang Cheol-song. Chae-jung responded by saying that he was quite pleased that the man had followed him at the Asian Games, and mentally tried to remember the name Kang-chul because the guy thought that he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Chae-jung remembered that this was the name of the father, that boy Hyun Seok, who was transferred to the Crime Investigation Department of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. In response, Chae-jung would like to know what he's suspected of and why this meeting is needed at all. After all, he didn't see any other option. Looking at the man, Chae-jung noted that the prosecutor of the Crime Investigation Department would hardly just look for him. Prosecutor Kang was a little surprised that Chae-jung even knew the name of their department. Chae-jung immediately told him that he had some investigator friends, and that's why he remembered this when he heard the man's name. In this case, Prosecutor Kang decided to get straight to the point, and he began by saying that this time he had found some information about one organization, but according to him, there was very suspicious capital there, and as it turned out later, this capital was Mr. Chae-jung's bank account. And considering all this, the man would like the guy to explain this situation to him. At that moment, Chae-jung was thinking that this man's questions were similar to a typical telephone scam from 2020. But he knew perfectly well that a real prosecutor would definitely not do that. At this point, Prosecutor Khan continued to speak, and stated that this was the most suspicious known American organization with Filipino roots. At least that's what the man thought. Che Jong smiled after hearing these words and said that Prosecutor Kang misunderstood him because his friend was an American of Korean descent, which the man clearly didn't believe, because if this guy really was an American of Korean descent, then the man was interested in knowing why he spoke Korean so poorly, and he was also interested in looking at Che Jong's ID. Che Jong was not prepared to hear this, because he did not understand how such a person could demand his identification, after which he wondered whether a man could look at bank transactions without his consent if there was a warrant. Che Jong couldn't remember the answers to these questions, but in any case, it all seemed more and more strange to him, and he wasn't called anywhere, but the prosecutor himself found him. And this fact makes this situation even more suspicious. So first of all, Che Jong wanted to check with the prosecutor about whether he had a warrant. The man's reaction was immediately noticeable to Che Jong, which made him begin to suspect Prosecutor Kang of not having a warrant. Although all this could not help but make Che Jong smile, because in this way it was possible to state the fact that apparently the man grabbed his friends and called him here, without having a warrant with him. Before the man could answer the guy, Che Jong noted that in that case he was far from being a suspect, but simply a witness who could get up and leave at any moment. After all, given the legislation of their country, access to personal information is prohibited without a warrant. And it was clear from the prosecutor's face that he knew this very well, so the guy continued to say that in this case, this was a threat of violating the law on personal data. In the end, Che Jong pointed out that in that case, he did not think that he was interfering with the performance of state duties. And the prosecutor responded by noting that it seemed that Che Jong would not talk to him without a warrant. After which the man added that he actually had a warrant, but he couldn't show it to the guy, even if he was called a hero of the country. But these words only made the situation even more strange. After all, it's quite unusual to consider Che Jong and his friends criminals and suddenly chase after fake bank accounts. And even if he received a warrant, there's no way he could have known its current location. And then one thought came to Che Jong's mind. Who could this man really be? After which Che Jong looked around and noticed something not far from his table. There was a small flower pot with a small camera hidden behind it, which helped someone monitor their conversation. This made the guy laugh, causing him to start laughing quite loudly, because he realized that they were now being filmed by Kim Seok-yu's hidden camera. The man who was sitting opposite the guy simply couldn't understand why Che Jong suddenly started laughing so loudly. Had he really figured out what was going on? In Kim Seok-ju's CCTV room, the boys also couldn't believe that Che Jong had exposed them, but they no longer had any idea why Che Jong suddenly started laughing so loudly. So they decided that the right thing to do first was to make an order with the prosecutor's signature and send it. After some time, the warrant was already in the hands of the so-called prosecutor, who proudly showed it to Che Jong and added that if the guy wanted, he could go to the investigator's room and talk there. But immediately after that, he added that in any case, this would not change anything. The guys behind him started to giggle, but Che Jong was mentally surprised that the man had this order in the first place. So Yan walked closer to the guys to tell them to calm down immediately, because at this rate, they would quickly be caught. But suddenly Che Jong turned around and noticed that the guys were starting to laugh a little, which made him realize that they were just tricking him, and to be honest, he almost bought it. But on the other hand, he thought that it was so unfair for everything to end like this. So he approached the prosecutor and asked him to borrow a pen, which the man didn't quite expect, but he still gave him the pen. Immediately after that, Che Jong turned over the piece of paper and began to write something on it, after which he handed the man a piece of paper which said that the guy had guessed everything. But he didn't want to ruin the broadcast, so he asked the man to play along with him a little. At that moment, the man had many thoughts in his head, but he would never have thought that the guy would be able to guess so quickly. But in that case, he had only one option left, and that was to check how this whole show would end, so he continued the dialogue with Che Jong. The man carefully squeezed the piece of paper in his hands and began to tell the guy that now he would really like to see at least a copy of his bank account. Che Jong played along with him with a smile and replied that he stayed at home, but he could easily call to have it sent to him. And when he stood up to make a call, the man suddenly asked him to call here, if of course it wasn't too much trouble for Che Jong. In response, the guy wanted to understand why this was being done here, but the man, instead of answering, did not understand the guy's reaction. Did he really have something to hide? Che Jong told him that everything was actually fine, but in his mind he was thinking that now he would have to pretend that he was talking to someone. Moreover, in his opinion, now is the most convenient time for this, and if you play naturally, then everything should work out. After a few seconds, he pretended that his mother picked up the phone and he started asking her to find his bank account. And he also didn't forget to add in a rather loud voice that he had met the prosecutor at the radio station, and that was why he was calling her now. But suddenly his monologue was interrupted when, at that very moment, he actually received a call. Because of which the guy was a little ashamed, but still he picked up the phone and heard some man talking to him, according to whom he represented the investigative committee of the Financial Supervision Service, which began to make the guy even more nervous because he did not understand why they were calling him right now. They told him on the phone that the matter was that transactions worth $1 billion were found in a bank account in his name, and that was why they were calling to clarify. Or did Chae-jung actually make such payments? Chae-jung began to assume that all this was because of the money that he transferred to buy a building for his mother, and the prosecutor at that moment, looking at the guy, thought that Chae-jung was playing his role quite well. At this rate, he could become an actor without any problems. Suddenly, Chae-jung turned around and told the man that his mother couldn't find his bank account, so he would probably have to go home by himself. But this way, he would escape. Chae-jung knew that this would most likely disrupt the filming, so he looked at his friends and found a solution to this situation. He grabbed David by the hand and shouted that they had to run away immediately, which came as a big surprise to the guy. And after that, Chae-jung once again approached the prosecutor and told him that he really didn't know that it was a crime, because he just wanted to help his friend who had a heartbreaking story. David also did not slow down and at one point began to scream because he did not understand what kind of nonsense Chae-jung was talking and what he did there. The man who was playing the role of the prosecutor did not hesitate and immediately decided to start shouting and ordering all the agents to immediately grab Chae-jung and not let him escape. The guys didn't quite understand what this was all about, so they just stood there for a while. But suddenly the prosecutor started shouting even louder. He was telling them that all of this was no longer happening on a hidden camera. Everything was for real, so the guy needed to be detained for real as well. They immediately reacted and handcuffed David, and then told him that he was arrested for participating in gangster groups and violating the law on concealing illegal income. Soo-ho and So-yeon didn't quite understand what was going on and why the guys were being taken away for real. What had they done? Because they said that all of this was simply being filmed with a hidden camera. So-yeon reminded them of all the words they said to the guys before. She was sure that they would just film it all with a hidden camera and give them a cultural voucher for it. So she had no idea what was happening now. David couldn't calm down and screamed at the top of his voice that there was a hidden camera there and they were just filming a movie scene. So why were they taking him away now? The guys who were watching all this also started to worry because they didn't plan to play out such a scene. Seok Ji-woo decided that he had no other choice and the best decision would be to go there. He immediately ran out of the room where he and his friend were sitting, and Seok Ji-woo first ran to the prosecutor to negotiate. But the man did not understand why the guy suddenly decided to defend the criminal. At that moment, Seok Ji-woo understood perfectly well that if something like this happened during filming, they would of course cancel the program. And so he began to prove to the prosecutor that everything was not as he might have thought, and that they should first talk so that the guy could explain the situation to him. But apparently the man wasn't really eager to talk to him, so he turned around and started to leave, finally saying that he would call the guy himself and tell him everything over the phone. Seok Ji-woo immediately grabbed his head because he began to understand what he had just done and what this could threaten in the future. But suddenly they all stopped when Chae-jung said that he thought that was more than enough. They both started laughing, and the man could only add that when Chae-jung started to play out the phone conversation, he almost fell for it. After such a small dialogue, Seok Ji-woo started yelling at them because he didn't understand what they were both talking about and what was going on here. Chae-jung responded by laughing at him and telling the guy that he had a reverse hidden camera from Chae-jung and Kang Cheol-sung. David immediately started scolding Chae-jung and telling him that he was incredibly scared because he thought they were in serious trouble. What Seok Ji-woo wanted to know most at that moment was when the guys even figured out that there was a hidden camera nearby. Chae-jung noted that he began to suspect when he did not find a search warrant, and the prosecutor added that in fact it was not so difficult to guess, because when he entered the cafe, most of the guys behaved unnaturally. Although Chae-jung assured them that he was so confused at that moment that he didn't even think about it, the fact that they came accompanied by investigators and without a warrant was precisely what seemed strange and extremely pointless to him. But what was more surprising was that he would never have thought that Prosecutor Khan would betray them. Seok Gyu decided to end the broadcast at this point, and he talked about how thanks to these two men, Kim Seok-gyu's hidden video surveillance ended in a complete failure. Meanwhile, all of Chae-jung's friends pounced on him because each of them thought that he was about to be arrested. However, now Chae-jung wanted to talk to the prosecutor because since the filming was over, he would like the man to remove those handcuffs from him. At that moment, the prosecutor was thinking that everything had initially gone exactly as the guy had planned, but Chae-jung was too smart and agile a guy. Therefore, these thoughts made the prosecutor suggest that Chae-jung enroll in the law faculty. What he meant was that if he ever had the idea of becoming a prosecutor, he would be glad to see him. Unless, of course, he went to the police academy, and until that happened, he was not going to take the handcuffs off him. Chae-jung's expression immediately changed, because this was essentially a threat, and David became even more scared, because he wanted to take off those damn handcuffs more than anyone else. A few days later, the Seoul Central District Public Prosecutor's Office received a large number of journalists at its entrance who had come to see a show in which Prosecutor Kang was appearing. They even called him a star, which made him feel awkward, although he had mentally assumed this. But he could not have expected such a violent reaction from society. Suddenly, his moment of glory was interrupted by his assistant, who approached the man to tell him that he was being called by the prosecutor from the district attorney's office. Here his face changed and the assistant added that the boss asked him to come up to his office when he arrived at the department. Prosecutor Khan walked into the district attorney's office, not exactly looking happy. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was that he was about to have big problems, but he still collected his thoughts and asked his boss why he had called him. The man slowly turned to him and said that he had seen him on TV, which is why he invited him to talk for a bit. Khan was most afraid of these words, so he immediately began to ask his boss for forgiveness, because in fact he did not want to. But before the man could finish speaking, the boss interrupted him in order to praise him and say that it was an excellent job. Khan certainly didn't expect to hear this, so he asked his boss again. The man turned completely to face him and repeated to Khan once again that he had done an excellent job for which he would like to praise him. He also added that yesterday the prosecutor general called and asked if this amazing prosecutor Khan was working for them. But the best part is that it turned out that it was thanks to this show that Prosecutor Khan was promoted. Khan couldn't believe his ears, but he still managed to squeeze out a few words in which he said that he was very glad that his wish had come true. The boss was slightly surprised by his words, because he didn't think that the guy was doing all this for a reason. But Khan thought that it was obvious, because he agreed to become a clown, and this is obviously not done for no reason. According to him, he primarily wanted to improve the image of prosecutors. So he took part in the filming, and he did this because everyone around knows that many students are now studying to become lawyers, which greatly surprised the boss. The man always thought that a prosecutor was a much more popular job than a lawyer, but in response, he received only heavy sighs from Chae-jung because it became clear to him that the man was completely unaware of what was happening in the world, and according to him, now students are not interested in a position or career, but first of all, in money. Khan believed that the International Monetary Fund made children like this. Then the boss told Khan with complete confidence that he would have to take on an important case and report that their prosecutor's office was a good place, because only thanks to this, he was able to get a job in the central department. Khan believed that first he had to get into a high position so that he could start doing big things. Besides, Kang didn't understand why his boss suddenly decided that he himself couldn't become the prosecutor of the Central District of Seoul. The man thought for a while and finally sighed, and then said that he had 3 children at home who needed their father's attention. So he simply could not take such a position, because that way he would have to be at work all the time. In any case, he understood perfectly well what Prosecutor Khan was trying to tell him, but now he was not ready for this, so he asked the man to leave. After this conversation, Prosecutor Khan went to his office, where sitting at his desk, he thought that his life as a prosecutor began precisely from this moment. He looked at the photograph of his family and thought that if he chose this path, then in the future there would be countless threats and temptations waiting for him. But he had one option on this matter. He took a business card from a young guy who is involved in investments, and now that he is the prosecutor of the Central District, he needs to live a little differently. The man caught himself thinking that he had always considered Chae-jung to be a simple, smart judoka, but it turned out that he was an investment advisor, which couldn't help but surprise him. So without thinking twice, he picked up the phone and dialed the number that was on the business card. The conversation was quite quick because they agreed that they would meet next Sunday and discuss everything in detail. Chae-jung, sitting on the floor in his work uniform, was so happy to hear that he had finally managed to interest Prosecutor Kang. At that moment, the guy understood perfectly well that in order to catch those scumbags, he first of all needed to not give in to pressure from the outside. He just needs to stay steadfast and get his way, so it would be a good thing if he had the Central District Attorney as an ally. Chae-jong himself had been thinking about becoming a judge for quite a long time, but the problem was that he couldn't conduct or lead an investigation. So at the moment, all he could do was trust the honest prosecutor Kang and help him not to succumb to provocations. So he thought that if he went into the National Intelligence Service, then his life would change. At least that's what it seemed to him. Although on the other hand, he was not completely sure, but fortunately he still had a whole year to finally make a decision. In the meantime, he needs to answer something to his mother, who brought the workers some kimbap so that they could have a little refreshment and the work would go faster. The builders were so grateful to the woman for such a snack, and they also wanted to tell her that her son was helping them incredibly much, and at this rate, they would be able to finish quite quickly. She was very pleased to hear these words, and Chae-jong was so happy that his mother was finally smiling and that everything was fine with her. The 9-story building that Chae-jong chose after much deliberation was arranged quite simply, with shops on the 1st through 3rd floors and offices and apartments above. As Chae-jong's mother said, when the owner of the building leaves, the construction work is done haphazardly, which is why he was brought in to help. Chae-jong spent quite a lot of time at the construction site, but he still did more of the work of a supervisor, so he could easily step away to make a phone call. And one day David called him who, in his joy, wanted to tell the guy some amazing news. According to the guy, the director of the agency saw their broadcast on a hidden camera and then called David to extend the contract. Chae-jong was happy for his friend and congratulated him, and then decided to clarify whether this was by any chance the same director who had ignored the guy for 2 years. The thing is, Chae-jong was a little uneasy about this. He was embarrassed by the fact that David's group would debut later than it did in his past life, so he decided that he couldn't allow the contract to be signed now. So when David told him that he and Jin were going to meet with the director, Chae-jong suggested that they wait for him, and then they could all go together. After this conversation, Chae-jong told his mother that he urgently needed to leave for some time, which was quite strange for his mother. She even thought that he was doing it on purpose, just to avoid working, although the guy convinced her otherwise. After some time, Chae-jong already met with the guys, who did not understand where they were going, because the office was completely in the other direction. To which Chae-jong replied that they first had to go to the store to pick out a good suit for the guy. Jin thought that it was not entirely necessary, but David apparently did not think so, and immediately began to thank Chae-jong for buying him a suit. Chae-jong will happily fulfill his promise and give the guy a nice suit, because he should leave a good impression after the meeting. Although in reality, all this was in order to drag out time a little, because before this, he had asked Kwon to find out as much information as possible. And as soon as she did this, she immediately called Chae-jong, to whom she told that she had found some information about the company Hados, which Chae-jong had mentioned. And if her words were to be believed, then this company had long since gone bankrupt, and they had laid off the interns and gone abroad. Kwon also added that there is something else interesting about this company, and as it turns out, it is one of those who could not return all the goods from their company, Kwon and Park. Now Chae-jong understood why he was always uneasy. Because of this company Hados, they suffered losses, and as a result, the present changed. Kwon also found out that Jong Yeon, the name of the former director of this company, had separately founded a new company, so she decided to find out as much information about him as possible. Among the people in his circle, he is known as a kind but indecisive person, so they say that he is capable, and if Chae-jong is not against it, then Kwon advised him to pay attention to this new company and not to Hados. Since the company is new, it is small, so the investment will not be very high. Chae-jong completely agreed with her, so he asked Kwon to send him the address via message. Meanwhile, Young Yeon was having another conversation with a new actor in his small company, who was surprised to realize that the man was the only director among the employees, and the guy would be the only actor. It seemed to him that this was some kind of fraud, but the man assured him that this was not so, because they would work together, and if someone deceived someone, then everything would collapse, to which the young guy agreed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Chae-jong and his guys, who came to the very meeting to which the director invited them. Chae-jong was immediately recognized because Chae-jong was a fairly famous athlete, and he didn't hide it. But what's most surprising is that the director knew the guys who were standing behind, that is, David and Jin Hyuk. The man didn't understand why the guys had suddenly forgotten themselves here and how they ended up here at all. Che-jong forgot a little about the fact that apparently the guys had known each other for a long time. In any case, the man invited them inside to find out how the guys met Che-jong. They told him that he was their benefactor, and Che-jong added that they lived in the same area with his friend. That's how they met. The director immediately noted that he really liked the show in which David participated, and he was very surprised that the guy did not return to America. But according to the guy, he is not going to return there until he debuts here. Jung-yeon smiled nervously and told the guy that he really didn't want to tell them about it, but he would still be very sorry if they came here just because of the contract, because at the moment he was incredibly ashamed to call this place a company. Besides, he doesn't work on producing singers, and he was sure that he wouldn't be able to take care of the guys. The boys pretended to be upset, but Jin finally added that this was not what they had expected in the first place. The director was pleased with these words, but still did not forget to add that a rather important guest would soon arrive, so they needed to hurry a little. Jung-yeon stated that he was incredibly ashamed, because at this stage he could only support them with words and simply wish them success in any endeavor. According to him, he was incredibly ashamed. Che-jong listened attentively and looked at Jung-yeon, so he caught himself thinking that, as Madame Kwan said, this man really is a good person, and he clearly does not look like someone who would baselessly say that he cannot bear responsibility. So he decided to tell the man that since they had met, it would be quite sad to just part. Che-jong noted that the man probably knew how these guys sang, so he thought that the man should take them up on it. And in his mind, Che-jong was thinking at that moment that if the man took them into his team, then in the future they would bring him huge amounts of money. Then since they wanted it so much, the man asked them to sing one song first. And as soon as he said this, the rest of the group members immediately entered his office, happy to see CEO Chong. The man himself clearly did not expect to see them here, but this only made him even happier. David jumped up from the sofa with joy because he didn't say a word to them, but they still miraculously ended up in this place. Ji-san, one of the group members, noted that it was Che-jong who called them here. And right after these guys, a man entered the office who introduced himself as a lawyer named Hyun-shung Yap, and according to him, he was also called by Che-jong. Che-jong was so happy that everyone he invited here came on time, but the director was happy at first, but then he got a little upset because he simply didn't understand what was going on. In any case, at this point, everyone was primarily waiting for that very song that was supposed to conquer the CEO. A moment later, the man was already enjoying the song, which reminded him of his youth, which immediately improved his mood. Suddenly, his enthusiasm was interrupted by Che-jong, who noticed the fact that the man had recently been hesitant. But now, as it seemed to him, he was really seriously interested in this. In response to these words, the man told the guy that no matter how different the spheres were, if such wonderful guys did not cause any feelings, they should not be here. Che-jong smiled, because these words sounded to him as if the man was going to take them under his wing, if of course he himself had such an opportunity, which the man himself confirmed without any problems. He further added that the general director of the company Kaidos' instincts about the guys were certainly correct. However, the reason why he left the company was that it was profiting from the artists. In other words, the participants' abilities were guaranteed only by the fact that he was chosen by Kaidos, and if he had more freedom of choice, then even if he had to give up 70% of his profits, he would have taken them into his team. Then, considering the man's words, Che-jong decided that it was possible, since there were only 5 of them, and thus the investment would be quite high. Chong-yong answered the guy that it was certainly possible, but only if the company did not pursue selfish goals, after which the man decided to give a little advice to his younger colleague. The man's advice was that he asked the guy to never trust anyone in this life, because in his opinion, there are many immoral people who try to use newbies who don't know anything. No matter what flattery they use, it is imperative to read all contacts. After which he suddenly noticed that time was already running out, and he needed to finish this performance because he understood that now, any minute now, the guest should arrive. So he shouted to the boys to gradually finish singing, but he was suddenly interrupted by Che-jong, who asked the director to wait a bit, and then added that it would be good if there were only sincere people like him in the entertainment industry. And after saying these words, Che-jong finally decided to introduce himself as the investment consultant of Kwan and Park's company. These words clearly surprised the man. He even started shaking a little. His whole life flashed before his eyes as he just realized that the very investor he was supposed to meet was now sitting right in front of him. From such shock, he even fell off his chair and started screaming, which scared Che-jong a little. But then the man calmed down, and Che-jong started smiling again, realizing that the man had once again proven that his emotions were real. After which he told director Jong that he was thinking about starting the investment with 2 billion. After some time, Chae-jong came out of the building upset, and the whole thing was that Jong-yeon still did not accept his offer. The man asked for some time to think it over, which although Chae-jong liked, he still couldn't help but be upset. The guy thought that if he were in Jong-yeon's place, he would be able to return his friends to their places, and then they would become even more popular in the future than in their past life. But on the other hand, he was also almost sure that the man would sooner or later accept his offer anyway. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by David, who decided to approach Chae-jong and thank him for helping them today. But he believed that things could not continue like this. But Chae-jong did not fully understand what his friend was telling him. So David decided to say directly that from now on they would try to solve their problems themselves. And as it seemed to him, this would be the most correct action. Chae-jong was so happy that the boys made this decision that he could only wish them good luck and ask them to achieve the success they had dreamed of for so long. They said goodbye to the guy, and at the end, already in the transport, they shouted to him that they loved him very much. The boy entered the house and immediately saw his little brother and sister running to hug him. But as it turned out, they were in such a hurry not to him, but to the bag that contained food, which surprised him because he didn't even think that they could be so hungry here. The sister was upset because he again brought something different from what she asked him to and wanted to see the chicken. But while he was washing his hands, he assured her that everything in Seoul was too expensive and they couldn't afford it yet, so they would have to make do with what they had. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when they received a call from a landline phone, which was answered by a little girl, who immediately heard the voice of a young guy who introduced himself as her brother's friend. She immediately called her brother and said that some friend had come to visit him, which confused the young guy, because he had only recently transferred to another school and had not yet managed to make friends. But when he heard the voice on the phone, he immediately ran downstairs to open the doors and look at this man with his own eyes. The thing is that Chae-jong came to Hyun-suk, and the first thing he wanted to know was how the guy was doing in general. Hyun-suk was so glad that Chae-jong hadn't forgotten him after all and had returned as he had promised, and after he confessed to the guy that he had watched his interview several dozen times, and besides he had heard about Chae-jong 1,000 times, so the guy was more than sure that he would have recognized him if they had met by chance. Chae-jong had already received the address in advance, making an appointment with Prosecutor Kang for Sunday. When he was looking for the address, for some reason he was worried that it would be a burden for Hyun-seok, but fortunately, the guy was very happy about the meeting. After talking for a bit downstairs, they both went to Hyun-suk's house, where the guy was happily ready to introduce his brother and sister to their new friend. Chae-jong immediately noticed that the prosecutor and the children's mother were still at work, and it seemed that this was not the worst possible outcome. Besides, the little children recognized Chae-jong because they had also seen him on TV many times. Hyun-suk also decided at this point to admit that he was a little scared when he saw Chae-jong on TV with his father, which was quite nice, because it could only mean that it was quite realistic. In any case, to begin with, Chae-jong suggested that the guys have a little snack, and for this he brought pizza. Hyun-suk's sister was enjoying the taste of pizza, and at one point decided to say that Chae-jong was a cool guy, and she would like him to come visit them as often as possible. He was glad that the children liked his gift, so he asked them to eat. But more than that, he wanted to talk to Hyun-suk, of course, to find out how the guy was doing and what was new. Instead of the guy, his little sister answered this question, who decided to tell him that her brother was a very good student. He even occupied the first line in the class ranking. But Hyun-suk himself believed that this was not so important. After all, in his opinion, this is not comparable to Chae-jong, because he received a medal in judo and is not lagging behind in his studies and is among the top 10 in school. Although Chae-jong believed that the guy was rather slandering himself, because he recently moved from the provinces to Seoul, but this already deserves respect. Hyun-suk's younger brother also decided to intervene in their dialogue and told them that his brother wanted to become a prosecutor, just like their father. But apparently, Hyun-suk himself didn't think so, so he denied this information and said that he wasn't going to become a prosecutor for now. But Chae-jong didn't understand why Hyun-suk was so categorical on this issue. According to Hyun-suk, the saddest thing about this job is that he often has to stay home late and not be with his family, and for him this is really too much. Chae-jong actually understood the guy's choice, because he spent his entire childhood watching how both of his parents worked, and therefore did not pay as much attention to him as he wanted. Even at that moment, it was a little painful for the guy to see the children alone at home at such a late hour. All that Chae-jung could advise at this time was to straighten Hyun-seok's shoulders and eat as much as possible, because in his mind, he thought that the guy was a bit small, and this needed to be corrected as soon as possible. At one point, they all heard someone insert the keys into the front door lock, and a few seconds later, the father of the family entered the apartment, who had a smile on his face because he already missed his children very much. The younger children immediately ran to their father to hug him, and this was the most pleasant moment of the whole day for the prosecutor. But then his expression quickly changed because he saw that Chae-jung was at his house, whom he clearly did not expect to see here. Chae-jung immediately noticed that the man was not ready to see him here, and that was okay because they actually agreed to meet him on Sunday, but today he only came to see Hyun-suk. And while the guy was thinking about this, the prosecutor asked him a question in which he wanted to find out from the guy what he was suddenly doing here. Chae-jung was not prepared for the man to be so malicious towards him, and before he could answer, the man added that in this way, the guy was actually crossing all boundaries. He didn't like that the guy was having dinner with his children in his own house. And then Chae-jung realized that apparently the man simply didn't know that he and Hyun-suk were acquainted. And apparently it's high time to talk about it, which is what Chae-jung did. The prosecutor somehow did not believe that he, as a native of Seoul, could be acquainted with a schoolboy who had only recently moved there from Changwon, which was really surprising. But this is exactly what Chae-jung was talking about. But before he could say another word, the man immediately ordered Chae-jung to pack his things and leave, which further confused the guy. However, this made the man even more angry, and he started shouting even louder, telling the guy that he was not going to believe in such things. Also, against the background of this anger, he decided that their meeting was canceled, and Chae-jung was a little out of his mind, so he couldn't say a word in response. At that moment, the man was thinking that the guy had no right to invade his personal space because it was beyond the bounds of what was permitted, and he finally decided that even if he justified himself 100 times and it was not intentional from the very beginning, it was still tantamount to a threat for him. Chae-jung actually agreed at that moment that it was his mistake because of him, the prosecutor misunderstood him, and it was stupid enough on his part not to think about the prosecutor's opinion. After all, he completely forgot that he knows both him and Hyun-suk from a past life. But in this one, they are completely different. Besides, he offered the prosecutor cooperation, and he thought that for this he gained the trust of his family. Therefore, the best option in this situation was to ask for forgiveness for his rudeness, which is what Chae-jung did. And then he added that the prosecutor offered to meet him and gave him his address. And he hadn't seen Hyun-suk for so long that he came to see him. But the most important thing is that he had no bad intentions about it. The man listened attentively to the guy, after which he thought for a bit and at one point turned around to find out if this was really true. Chae-jung, with the same confident face, answered him that he actually did not pursue any selfish goals and was even ready to swear if necessary. At this point, Hyun-suk intervened in the dialogue, wanting to know from his father why he was behaving this way and what it all meant. But before he could answer, Chae-jung turned around and said that it would probably be better for him to leave, and Hyun-seok promised that they would see each other again. The children were a little upset that their new friend left so quickly, because in fact they liked him quite a lot. After which Hyun-suk literally pounced on his father, not understanding why the man was talking to his friend like that. He answered his son quite calmly, telling him that the boy didn't know much, so he shouldn't speak like that. Hyun-suk decided to point out that when he was watching TV, he and Chae-jung got along quite well on air, so it was quite difficult for him to understand what suddenly happened today. Father made it clear with his whole appearance that he didn't want to talk about it at the moment, but Hyun-suk still continued to talk about how he respected Chae-jung and he needed to know why his father was acting like that with his friend. Although the man did not understand why his son suddenly began to respect this guy so much, at the moment he was embarrassed by the fact that they took food from a stranger, although in his opinion Hyun-suk, as an older brother, should have supervised this. Hyun-suk did not respond to these words. He continued to talk to his father about the fact that he actually knew Chae-jung, although his father still was not going to believe it, because he thought that his son had made something up, because considering how famous Chae-jung was, this simply could not be. Then Hyun-suk decided to remind the story of how one guy drove away the bandits who attacked their shop when they lived in Changwon, although the man did not understand why the guy was telling him all this. But everything was much simpler, because in this way Hyun-suk was trying to say that that guy was Chae-jung. It was he who drove away those hooligans. And as soon as the man heard this, he turned off his TV and turned to his son. These words made Prosecutor Kang meet with Che-jong again and apologize for misunderstanding the guy. And he also now understands that he should have listened to the guy until the end. But he really couldn't even imagine that Che-jong was the same guy who saved his family in a completely different city. And now it's time to thank the guy for not being offended and for answering the call and coming back. Che-jong was not offended and thought that everything was fine, except for the place where they met, because he was still a minor. And they came to a place where only adults were allowed to go. Although the prosecutor thought that nothing bad would happen if the guy suddenly drank a glass. But of course, these were jokes. The man at that moment wanted to ask the guy one very important question. This question was that the prosecutor was interested to know if the guy was trying to make money and was investigating a criminal case at the same time. Was all this really because of his father? Before Che-jong could answer, the man added that he had actually made some small inquiries about the guy, for which he apologized in advance, but that was his job. Thus, the man knew that the boy's father had died when Che-jong was little, and despite the fact that he was chasing a dangerous criminal, no one had given an order for his death while on duty. Che-jong was silent at that moment and thought that the prosecutor probably thought that he wanted revenge. In fact, Che-jong doesn't even remember his father's face, and even though he started all this to catch the scumbags who destroyed his mother and himself, now he has to understand, won't it be a problem if the prosecutor thinks that it's because of his father? Che-jong thought for a bit more and still answered the man that at the moment he couldn't say for sure. But the prosecutor didn't press the guy, so he added that next time he was waiting for him at a meeting on the weekend, he also didn't forget to say that from now on, he was his reliable ally, and if he needed anything, he could calmly contact him. And after some time after this dialogue, Che-jong was already standing in the middle of a small room in a very bad condition and was thinking that his whole body was incredibly sore. And in front of him, there were quite a lot of people with weapons. And in the center was their leader, who was saying that apparently their investigator Che was already completely tired, and it was time to finish with him as soon as possible. He also couldn't help but say that Che-jong said that he was the king of the police crime department, but apparently he wasn't such a big problem. At that moment, Che-jong was thinking that he had managed to escape after he had obtained information about the drug trade. But it was only at first glance, because the criminals had set a trap and were always ready. He could never have even thought that he would get into something like this. If he had only known that this would happen, he would not have asked Hyun-suk for help. The guy understood that now he had to tell him not to come, because today was Hyun-suk's birthday, and he couldn't turn this day into a memorial day. Such strange thoughts were in Che-jong's head at that moment. Although on the other hand, he didn't give up the thought that he might be able to hold out until Hyun-suk arrived. But his thoughts were interrupted at one point by the same bandit who broke his phone and said that now apparently no one would be able to call him. What a disaster. And then he offered the guy to borrow his phone, which made him laugh incredibly. But suddenly their strange dialogue was interrupted by Hyun-suk, who arrived incredibly on time and finally helped Che-jong by firing his pistol. After which he threw the fire extinguisher on the floor and asked his brother to finish this job as quickly as possible so that he could still have time to drink a glass of juice. This was something that Che-jong completely agreed with, as he himself wanted to finish this as soon as possible. At first, the fight was going well and in favor of Che-jong and his brother, but at one point, his whole life flashed before Che-jong. His main opponent at the moment approached him quite unnoticed, and he was holding a knife in his hands. At this point, Che-jong woke up and could not fully believe that it was just a dream. He even checked his stomach for knife wounds, and it turned out that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. After which he was finally able to exhale, because it really was just a dream, but such a realistic one. But at that moment, he wanted to understand what this dream was about, and he also wondered if Prosecutor Khan got home okay. Suddenly, his thoughts and worries were interrupted by his mother, who finally waited for her son to wake up. He greeted her with a smile, but in his mind, he was thinking that he needed to get to work quickly, since he had missed a whole day yesterday. To begin with, he decided to consider candidates for the new office, Kwon and Park. He felt that Yeon and Tae Ji-wyu were not strong in real estate matters, so he had some problems. So he was not entirely sure who to entrust with fixing this problem. There was no specialist, and the guy himself did not understand this enough to do it himself. So for a long time, he could not understand what to do next. All his thoughts disappeared when he smelled the wonderful smell of the soup his mother was cooking. According to her, she wanted to make this wonderful soup herself because she hadn't eaten it for a long time, so she wanted to eat it quickly. Che-jong immediately sat down at the table and was already anticipating how delicious it would be. During this dinner, Mom decided to ask the guy what they had talked about with Prosecutor Kang yesterday, to which Che-jong confidently replied that he was simply receiving advice on his future profession. The guy also told the woman that if he suddenly became a prosecutor, the man would definitely help him with this, which made the guy's mother very happy. His mother's reaction was rather strange to him, because it seemed to him that she would not be entirely happy with his desire to become a prosecutor, but she assured him that a prosecutor is actually a rather good profession. In fact, in her mind, she was thinking that this profession was much better than being a police officer, so that's why she reacted that way. Besides, she noted that this prosecutor is a pretty good person, so the guy is able to decide for himself who he will be. After which they touched on the topic of construction work, and the woman told the guy that the building was almost finished, so from today, he would be able to come there, for example, come there with friends and have a good rest, which could not but please Che-jong. That same day in the evening, Che-jong came to meet with those very people he had told his mother about. These friends were investigators from the local police station, who had been inviting the guy to such a meeting for a long time, and now he finally found the time. True, some men didn't like that they came here because the four of them looked rather strange. This made him laugh a little, because in fact he didn't bring them here to eat. They were here to congratulate Che-jong on his medal. The guy was of course pleased to hear such things. But still he, like no one else, understood that this was clearly not the main reason why they came here today. But apparently the investigators didn't quite understand what exactly Che-jong meant, so they continued talking about ordering some meat. The guy smiled and told them that it was not about that. In his opinion, they gathered there not only because they wanted to congratulate him on receiving one medal. Investigator Kim could not understand what the guy was getting at. Had he really managed to get a few more medals, and he just kept quiet and didn't talk about it? Che-jong realized that they must have really come here just to congratulate him, so he thanked them, after which he added that he had received congratulations, and now he also had something for them. He took out a small package which, according to him, contained high-quality scented soap. During his stay in Thailand, he remembered them and therefore bought such a gift. They were glad that the guy thought of them and brought such a gift. But as soon as they wanted to take it in their hands and look at it in more detail, he suddenly took it away and asked them to wait a little before doing so. Before he gives them this gift, he would like to hear what the investigators have planned for today, to which they replied that they didn't seem to have planned anything and didn't quite understand why the guy was even asking them this. But then the investigator realized what Che-jong was getting at, so he smiled and called him a sly man who was great at disguising himself. Another investigator added that the chief says this only because he watched his broadcast with that prosecutor. Che-jong realized that they all watched the hidden camera footage, which they all confirmed together, and added that they were starting to worry about him becoming a prosecutor. And now that they've finally made up their minds and told the guy this, they would really like him to deny it and say that he doesn't want to become a prosecutor. At that moment, Che-jong was thinking about how good it was that he could immediately understand the motives of his boss. He read them like an open book, because it was so obvious to the guy that they were trying to lure him to the police with such actions. But while he was answering them that he had not yet made up his mind, the investigator then asked the guy to think about it as best he could. But he could not help but add that it seemed to him that it was better to be a free investigator than a prosecutor who worked in an office all night long. Although his words were quickly corrected by his colleagues, who asked the boss not to embellish. And at that moment, Che-jong himself understood it all perfectly well. But it was quite funny for him to watch how the boss lied and did not even blush. One of them was already tired of talking about it and suggested that instead of luring the poor guy to work for them, they start eating. These words made the boss very angry, so he began to order his subordinates not to eat this food, since they were so unhappy with their work. But no matter how hard he tried, they still managed to devour the food while he was talking. All this was a good atmosphere of investigators, which Che-jong liked so much. At that moment, he thought that even though they came from different places and went to different schools, they were still able to overcome difficulties, and now they have a close bond that is even stronger than that of siblings. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when two girls approached their table, wanting to talk a little with Che-jong. According to the girls, they are both big fans of the guy, so they would really like to talk to him. They also added that they are members of the KLH Club, which stands for the beloved Che-jong Club. The guy met people for the first time who were literally crazy about him, so he didn't quite understand how he should behave. He left an autograph for each of the girls, and apparently that was more than enough. While he was doing this, the investigators were discussing the situation and even joking that they were lucky to be able to sit at the same table with such a celebrity. Che-jong felt a little awkward, so he had to ask the men to stop teasing him. but apparently they were enjoying it too much, so they continued. Luckily, the TV that was in this cafe was playing loudly, and at one point the guy and the investigators noticed a report that was on at that moment. They were discussing that Han Sang-won had been on the run for 300 days, and his whereabouts were still unknown. The news also reported that the police are planning to establish investigative committees of the capital's police service in 6 regions of the country. Han Sang-won is the most dangerous escaped prisoner who has been hiding for a long time and is currently the main criminal who is wreaking havoc on the night streets of South Korea. This guy was known to every policeman in the country, and he had already gotten on everyone's nerves so much that just mentioning this guy could ruin their appetite. Chae-jong understood that now was the time when he hadn't been caught yet, and that was normal. Moreover, he knew that because of this guy, many high-ranking police officers had been fired. The guy currently knows the true face of Han Sang-won and knows not only his face, but also the faces of other dangerous criminals in South Korea, who even after committing a crime behaved as if nothing had happened. But what is most unpleasant is that at the moment it is impossible to catch them all. At that moment, the guy had thoughts in his head that his personal revenge was important, but since this life was a second chance received in heaven, it seemed to him that it was better to track down dangerous criminals and settle unfinished business. And Chae-jong decided to start with the robber, destroyer, and escaped prisoner Han Sang-won. After some time, Chae-jong collected all the things he needed, and before that he lied to his mother that he was going on a trip with a friend, and he did not fully understand whether this was considered running away from home. But the woman he decided to move in with immediately thought about it, but then asked the guy for forgiveness for this, because according to her, these are the times now, the world is collapsing. So young people are increasingly running away from home to get everything from life. But she was more surprised that the guy agreed to move into the apartment without even examining her. It was strange for her because there was nothing special about this house, and she also added that he had to pay the monthly rent in advance. But this did not stop the guy, and he easily agreed to these conditions because in his mind, he thought that with money, he could hide anywhere and not think that someone could recognize him. Although thick curtains in his room clearly wouldn't bother him. After some time, he finally got his work area ready and all the equipment was in place. All that was left for him to get was what the courier had just brought him, which the guy had been waiting for so long. One of the first important rules of covert investigation is to not give yourself away in any way. According to Chae-jong, the more insightful and prepared the criminal is, the faster he will figure it out and escape, even if the atmosphere around him is almost no different from usual. Han Sang-won is just like that. Despite the fact that at that time many people were mobilized to catch the escaped Han Sang-won, the arrest took almost 2 years. But Chae-jong now knew Han Sang-won's hiding place and was able to find housing nearby. This is due to the fact that during the arrest, a diary was found in which all his crimes, escape routes, and events of that period were recorded. Although in that life no one knew on what floor and in what apartment he was hiding, the guy had his own solution for this case, which in his opinion should help him. The source of all the rumors in the area are the local women who often get together to discuss people. Therefore, Chae-jong decided that during a covert investigation, he needed to get to know them without arousing suspicion. At one point, he interrupted their conversation when he came closer to them, and among them was the same woman who rented the apartment to the guy. Chae-jong decided to get to know them better, so, in honor of their meeting, he brought them a small treat in the form of rice cake. For these women, it was so nice they saw it as incredible politeness. He also added that they would be the first ones he would treat, referring to the fact that everyone was at work, which made the guy even happier. But they still thought that the pie was too big, so they joked that they could treat the whole neighborhood with it. In response to these words, Chae-jong told them that he was not sure about the whole neighborhood. Rather, he would try to treat the people from the neighboring house. But suddenly after his words, the women fell silent and fear appeared on their faces. This is what Chae-jong actually expected to see, but he pretended that he was also surprised and asked the women what happened. The woman in the red blouse decided to tell him, but she began to do it rather carefully, saying that in that house there lived girls about whom bad rumors were circulating. Chae-jong pretended to be incredibly interested, so he sat down next to them and began asking about these rumors as much as he could. And the woman continued to tell him that there were girls living there who left at lunch and returned drunk at dawn. This is the information the guy actually needed because during the escape, there was a girl next to Han Sang-won. Most of the women who spent time with him were from brothels. Then he decided to find out the apartment number of these girls. But instead of answering, one of the neighbors asked him not to get involved with them because it would definitely not lead to anything good. But the guy made a knight's move and said that he was not going to do this, but on the contrary, he wanted to know this information, so that God forbid he would not get there. In apartment number 204, a man and a woman were sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, the man woke up from a strange noise outside the door, which made him very scared. He immediately jumped out of bed and began to look out the windows, because it seemed to him that he had been discovered, but there was no one there, and therefore at first he thought that it seemed to him, and he simply wound himself up. But this opinion quickly evaporated when at one point there was a knock on the door, and they did it quite loudly, as if they specifically wanted to scare them. The woman also woke up because of this, and immediately looked at her man, saw his frightened face, and tried to calm him down right away, and later said that she would open the doors herself. When she did this, she saw a guy near the door, whom she rather angrily asked what he wanted. He greeted her with a smile and then said that he would like to come see them just for a minute. At that moment, the girl was assessing the guy, because she saw him for the first time, and the first thing she thought was that he was quite cute, but clearly underage. So she asked him again what he wanted, to which Chae-jung said that he just brought them some rice cake. He told her that he had just moved here and had come to treat them to some pie. While he was charming her with his beauty and the fact that he had brought them a cake, Chae-jung happened to notice a man's wallet on her shelf. And looking even closer, he saw a man's wristwatch and even car keys there. After which he decided to ask the woman if he lived alone. She didn't quite understand why he was asking this question, so Chae-jung immediately added to her that he actually also lives alone, which is why he asked, but it looked even stranger. After which she still decided to accompany him home if he finally finished telling her all this. But just as she was about to close the door, Chae-jung suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked one more important thing, so he held the door with his hand to ask the girl's name. He explained that he needed it because he had not yet made friends in the area, and she, as it seemed to him, was the same age as him. She smiled in response to such a hidden compliment, and in response, decided to find out how old he was, to which he answered 17, and this surprised her even more, because the guy was incredibly tall for his rather young age. Instead of telling him how old she was and what her name was, she handed him her business card and said that when he grew up, he could come to her and they could have fun together. The name Yu Mi was written on the business card, and this could not help but please Chae-jung, because this is the same girl who was hiding with Han Sang-won, whom he was looking for. After which the guy added that he had never given anything like this to anyone, but in honor of their meeting, he decided that he would give it to her. He pulled a teddy bear out of his backpack and handed it into the hands of the woman, who couldn't believe it, because no one had given her any gifts for so long. Also, Chae-jung asked her not to forget that when you press such toys on your stomach, a sound appears. And when he finally said this, he was ready to leave. He closed the doors and the girl stood at the door in a stupor for some time, which could not be said about Han-san, who was ready all this time. After which he left the room, and the woman told him that some guy had moved in and given her a teddy bear along with a rice cake. But before she could finish speaking, the man immediately snatched the toy from her hands. He started to cut this toy with his knife, although Yumi asked him not to do it, but he didn't care and only answered her that she should close her mouth. After some time, he finally got to the heart of this teddy bear and discovered for himself that it really was an ordinary toy. Yumi didn't understand what was wrong with him, to which he replied that he just had a bad feeling. So he decided to do this, and so that she wouldn't be upset, he promised to buy her a new teddy bear. They threw everything that was left of the bear into the trash and continued talking, not even suspecting that they were now being monitored by video surveillance. The next day, the girl saw Han-san off and was worried about him, although he immediately told her that it was not entirely dangerous because he would leave at dawn and return very soon. She agreed with him that sometimes you need to get some fresh air, and Chae-jung listened attentively to their entire conversation, lying on his bed in his apartment. At that moment, he thought that he understood, and he understood absolutely every word. And this could only mean one thing, that he definitely did not throw the toy in the toilet. It looks like he did it near the front door. Although the guy understood that this might not work, because this scoundrel is careful in everything he does. Meanwhile, they had gotten to love scenes, where they confessed their love to each other, and the man pretended that he was incredibly sorry that the woman worked and supported him. After which they started kissing, and Chae-jung wasn't going to listen to it, so he immediately took off his headphones. He walked up to the window and thought only about Han-san coming out as quickly as possible, because he really wanted to look at his face. After listening for a while, Chae-jung finally heard the sound of the door and thought that Han-sung had finally left the house, and the guy also thought about whether he needed to track the man again in case he suddenly decided to rob someone again. Even during his long escape, Han Sang-wan did not stop committing crimes, including theft and extortion. But when Chae-jong saw him through the window, he noticed that the man took absolutely nothing with him, and therefore it seemed to him that he just went out for a walk. And the best thing is that Chae-jong was sure that this would be his last outing in this life. Before that, Chae-jong decided to take a few photos to be sure and tried to do it as carefully as possible. Han-san walked along and seemed to be unaware of anything. He walked along his usual route. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and turned towards Chae-jong's window. Luckily, the guy was able to hide at the last moment, and the man never discovered him. He continued his walk, and Chae-jong just stood by the window for a while and didn't move. Chae-jong hadn't been so worried for a long time. It seemed to him that his heart would literally jump out of his chest. He took his cell phone in his hands and thought that given his uncovered face, Chae-jong was almost certain that this was that same Han Sang. So he called one of his friends from the police and told him that he had seen Han San, and from the pictures he was almost sure of it. After this call, the guy watched the street for some time, and just as smoothly he fell asleep. He woke up scared because he already thought that he had failed the task, so as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately looked out the window to check the situation. And at that moment, the man was just returning back. But what was strangest was that he was carrying in his hands the same toy that Chae-jong had given to Yumi. Did the man really take such a risk? Just for the sake of a toy? After some time, Han-san went up to his house and he looked quite scared. And it wasn't just like that. He immediately ran to the kitchen to the window to test his theory. He looked out the window and thought about the cars that he had never seen before that had appeared near the house. And he also noticed that the owner of the local stall had changed, which also confused him. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by Yumi, who had just woken up and immediately turned her attention to the fact that Han Sang had just returned home. He confirmed this information, after which he presented her with the very same teddy bear that he promised to buy her. Yumi was so happy with this gift that she couldn't believe it. Now she thought he was so caring. But the joy didn't last long, because at one point the man ordered her to pack her things and go to her friends in the evening, and then come to that very place. From this conversation, Chae-jong immediately understood that the man had guessed, and now he needed to come up with something quickly. The guy understood that most likely it was not his fault, but the fault of those guys he called at night. He was embarrassed that such experienced police officers could not maintain a familiar atmosphere so that everything would be as unnoticeable as possible. But suddenly he heard them start talking about that very place. And according to the woman, it was the house of that old man who died recently in that area. Chae-jong heard the house number, and it seemed to be 137. Chae-jong was embarrassed that they were becoming so hard to hear, but he still decided that it would be a good idea for him to also go out and wait for Han-san first. Investigator Kim and his men had been sitting in ambush for 3 hours, which was starting to get on their nerves, but the man was sure that they still needed to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Chae-jong stood at that very shop and asked the seller to give him buns worth 10,000 won. Along the way, he waited for Han-san, but the man did not come out, which began to bother the guy a little. While Chae-jong was waiting for his buns, a grandfather appeared out of nowhere and walked slowly past the boy. The guy noticed this, but at first he didn't pay attention, because he seemed like a completely ordinary old man to him. But in fact, it was that same Han-san who changed his clothes, and thus decided to get out of the trap. But some feeling made Chae-jong pay attention to this old man. The guy immediately realized that something was clearly wrong with this old man. Chae-jong noticed that he was leaning on the cane that held the assembly, not on the front, and his steps were too fast and wide for an elderly person. And then his gaze fell on the sneakers, which were exactly the same as Han-san's last time. Therefore, it was not difficult for Chae-jong to guess that Han-san had dressed up as an old man, but he also understood perfectly well that he needed to calm down immediately, because if he clumsily followed him, the criminal would understand everything, and then everything would fail. And for starters, he decided to change the situation just a little. The shopkeeper leaned over to the boy to ask him if Han-san had passed by yet, to which Chae-jong replied that he needed to wait a little longer. After which he immediately approached Investigator Kim to tell him that they needed to immediately find Yumi, Han-san's common-law wife. According to him, she works at the Venus Entertainment Club, so if you ask everyone there, you can quickly find her. And then he asked the investigator to come to the address that he wrote on a piece of paper, and all this needs to be done within 10 minutes. The man understood perfectly well what the guy was telling him, but at that moment, he most of all wanted to ask the guy where he was going. Chae-jong answered him quite confidently that at the moment he needed to test one theory. In the very house where his owner had recently died, Han-san climbed in and had already started changing his clothes after his performance, while he was thinking about how stupid the police were, because it was incredibly easy to deceive them. After which he began to search for food, because he had not eaten anything since the morning, but apparently the house had been standing for quite a long time, since there weren't even any noodles here. Suddenly he heard a strange noise behind the house, which he could not explain in words. And he was not mistaken. This sound was really strange, because it was Che-jong who jumped over the fence and got into the territory of the neighboring house, in which Han-san was. The first thing Che-jong did was calm down the neighbor who lived in this house, and then he carefully began the investigation. He asked the man for forgiveness for such a sudden intrusion, but according to him, he would need to do something on the second floor, which was quite strange for a man because the old man who lived here had died. Che-jong decides to tell him directly that he is from the police and is looking for a criminal who is hiding on the second floor of this house. Thanks to this story, the owner of the neighboring house gave Che-jong a universal key for this area, with which he can easily open the doors of the house where Han-sang is hiding and thus catch him off guard. But everything will not be so simple, because Han-san understood perfectly well that someone was following him, and what a surprise he had when he saw that the one who was following him was the same guy who recently came to them and brought them rice cake. It didn't take the man long to realize that this guy was somehow connected to the police, but what interested him most was how the guy found him. Did Yumi really tell him everything? Che-jong tried to sneak up as quietly as possible, but it was unlikely to help him because Han-san was completely prepared for such a development of events. Therefore, as soon as Che-jong took another step, he was immediately attacked by a man with a kitchen knife in his hands. But apparently he didn't expect that Che-jong could be such a strong person, because not only did he manage to react to this blow, he also managed to block it. And then he launched a counterattack, using his fist to hit the man right in the face. Han-san fell to the floor and tried to recover for a short time, because he didn't even expect that this was possible. But he obviously wasn't going to give up, so he picked up a piece of the vase that had broken due to his hovering and immediately went on the attack again. However, here he also met with failure, because Che-jong again reacted quite quickly and easily parried the first blow, and then counterattacked the man. That was the end of their skirmish. Han-san simply couldn't get up because his whole body was like one big bruise. Che-jong decided not to continue for now, but to simply wait for the boss, who should be here any minute, and in the meantime he decided to turn off the kettle. This was taken advantage of by Han-san, who rose to his feet and tried to approach the guy as quietly as possible in order to strike him in the back. But he didn't have time to do this because investigators showed up in the house in time and finally knocked out the criminal. Even Che-jong noted that the man dealt with this criminal quite coolly, after which they began to rejoice that they had finally managed to arrest such a famous criminal as Han-san. Investigator Kim couldn't believe it for a while, but a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. After the long-awaited capture of this dangerous criminal, the chief of the police department himself came to thank Che-jong for his help in this difficult matter. But Che-jong was still a humble guy at this point because he told the man that it was all thanks to the police, who were not going to give up and tried to the end to catch this guy, which they eventually managed to do. The man noticed that the guy was speaking to him quite politely, so he invited the guy to sit down so that they could continue their conversation. He took the guy by the hands and began to talk about how, according to his information, Che-jong had refused to give an interview to the press, and he would like to know the reason for this decision. Che-jong told him that he thought that this event should be announced by the police first, which was quite smart of Che-jong. So the boss continued the conversation, and now he would really like to know how Che-jong was able to find Han Sang-won. The guy said that he was just lucky because he went on a solo trip to have a good rest, and along the way he met Han Sang-won and then contacted Chief Kim, whom they have known for quite a long time. He also mentioned that it was a bit dangerous towards the end, but he was so glad that the investigators arrived on time, and when he heard this, the chief started talking about how it was probably time for investigator Kim to transfer to the main building, which the investigator himself would really like. At that moment, the man was thinking in his mind that Che-jong was a gold medalist at the Asian Games and also a witness in the Han Sang-won case, a rare talent that had gathered in the body of one guy. Such thoughts made the man ask one difficult question to the guy, in whom he wanted to find out, or had Che-jong accidentally thought about getting a job in the police through special employment. After talking with the boss, Che-jong and investigator Kim finally left the office, and the man was surprised that Che-jong was really going to miss such an opportunity, because he had been counting on him becoming a policeman until the end, and they would catch criminals together. According to Che Jiang, he was confused by the fact that if he was hired through special employment, he would have to start as a patrolman. And even if he became a police officer, he would still really like to finish the police academy before that and start with the rank of lieutenant. The guy understood perfectly well that with special employment, he would have to start as a patrolman. In his past life, he had devoted most of it to becoming a policeman. So he decided that if he were to become one in this life, he would need to start with the rank of lieutenant, which is already the highest management. The boss agreed with this because it also seemed to him that this was a fairly correct decision, but he still did not understand if this was so. Then why did the guy again refuse the next interview? Che Jiang explained that it is actually very difficult to be famous, because if he becomes a recognizable face, then it will be impossible to conduct a covert investigation, and this is one of the disadvantages of popularity in his future profession. In any case, the investigator decided to invite Che Jiang to celebrate the fact that they had caught such an important criminal, and also because Investigator Kim had finally been transferred to the main department. After their conversation ended and Investigator Kim left, Che Jiang sighed with relief and asked the man who was following them to finally come out. This man was reporter Pak, who immediately apologized for eavesdropping. But although he did not want to be impudent, he still really wanted to know more about what he heard. Che Jiang was not averse to sharing the information and told the whole story, which obviously surprised the reporter very much. The guy also asked reporter Pak not to belittle the work of the police, who also did not give up for a long time and tried to find, which caused a little laughter in the reporter, because it seemed to him that the guy was forced to speak like that by his superiors. In response to these words, Che Jiang asked the reporter a question in which he wanted to know whether he looked like the kind of person who would do what he was told. The reporter did not think long about his answer and immediately told Che Jiang that he did not look like that kind of person at all, after which he put down his notebook and said that this information would be quite enough for a special report, and he promised that he would definitely write that he was arrested thanks to the efforts of the police. Che Jiang was not against it, but still asked the reporter to remain anonymous, because he did not want to take part in this story. But before they part ways, Che Jiang would like to ask the guy one more question that he was curious about, or he could tell him some more news since he was from the social department. Without waiting for an answer, Che Jiang said that because of Han Sang-wan, they would remove vacancies in the high ranks of the police, carefully checking skills and personality. Also, Che Jiang added that he heard the police chiefs talking about this. This conversation happened very recently, so the information was still fresh. Then the reporter concluded that the police department was being reorganized and therefore he was already ready to look for detailed information about this. After which he thanked Che Jiang for the interview. He was very pleased to talk to him, and he promised the guy that he would definitely repay this kindness someday. Although Che Jiang thought in his mind that this was actually a made-up story, because Han Sang-wan's arrest was easier than the previous times, so it was clear that the high-ranking police officers would be satisfied. But if reporter Park reported this, then the high-ranking officers would be able to remain vigilant. The next day, all the newspapers in Seoul carried the news that the famous criminal Han San had been captured, and that a certain athlete, Che, had helped with this, which immediately confused Prosecutor Kang. So he immediately picked up the phone to call Che Jiang and ask him a few questions. But before he could greet the guy, he heard loud laughter in the background, which made it incredibly difficult for them to talk normally. Che Jiang explained that he was a little uncomfortable talking right now because he was currently with Chief Kim Jong-do and his team. The prosecutor nevertheless decided to say that he read the newspaper about Han San's arrest and realized that it was written at the bottom about Che Jiang. At least that's what he thought. But before the guy could answer, the investigators asked the guy to stop talking to the prosecutor because the food was getting cold, which confused the man because he didn't know them and didn't understand how they knew that Che Jiang was even talking to the prosecutor. Although later he found out that the guy was offered a special job, which scared and surprised the man at the same time, so he immediately began to tell the guy that they would make him a patrolman and asked him not to go there. Che Jiang laughed and immediately said that he himself knew this very well, which is why he refused this offer. This is what Prosecutor Kang wanted to hear, and as soon as Che Jiang told him this, the man immediately wished him a good time and suggested calling him later. After they finished talking, the man thought that he wanted to create a clean legal circle of people, so he didn't even want to think about the police. In other words, he wanted to get rid of all the dirt with the help of this guy. But now that he realized that he could become a policeman, it would be a waste of his talent, and he decided that he could not allow that to happen. 3 men were sitting in the conference room, talking about how since Han Sang-wan had been caught, the police would most likely not calm down now. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted when a man entered the office who wanted to see the district attorney, which scared them a little. The man was Prosecutor Khan, who was clearly not invited to this meeting. The man did not explain anything to them, but simply looked towards the district attorney and told him that he needed to talk to him immediately. The old man didn't want to go anywhere, so Prosecutor Khan had to start asking him right there and then to hire a new employee. He was talking about the gold medalist in judo at the Asian Games, that witness in the Han Sang-wan case, Che Jong, but all his words were incomprehensible text, so they asked him to explain everything in order. He was surprised that they didn't know yet, so he immediately started telling about how Che Jong had found and pursued the escaped Han Sang-wan and then even handed him over to the police, and that's why the police were going to take the guy away. Now the district attorney remembered that same judoka who was filmed in the hidden camera show. Prosecutor Khan immediately continued to say that they simply had to find him before the police took him away. Literally a few days had passed since that moment, and Che Jong had already received his badge as a distinguished investigator of the Central District Prosecutor's Office and was ready to begin performing his work duties. But first, the chief prosecutor wanted to introduce the guy to his colleagues. He started with the man standing next to him. His name was Han Cheol-ho, and he held the position of department head, and the woman's name was So Yeon-hee. And finally, the last of their team was investigator So Young-ho. According to Prosecutor Kang, he is as big as a bear, so they gave him the nickname Clubfoot, which made the big guy laugh a lot. Che Jong was pleased to meet them all, and he immediately thanked them all for the warm welcome and promised that he would work hard so as not to let any of them down. At that moment, the guy was thinking that although he expected some action to follow from the prosecutor's office, he did not expect that they would offer him the title of honorary investigator. And it seemed to him that this was primarily the work of Prosecutor Kang, who at that time was talking about the fact that Che Jong would be given his first case. After these words, he turned around and began to leave, calling Che Jong along with him. To begin with, they decided to go together to a meeting of all senior prosecutors, where Prosecutor Kang, of course, brought Che Jong, who first introduced himself and said that he was very pleased to meet them all. At first, the other prosecutors were surprised that Kang had brought this guy, but then the man reminded them that they had agreed on this matter, so they immediately changed their minds. In addition, he asked them not to forget that during this month, Che Jong would be a trainee investigator. Che Jong repeated once again that he was incredibly pleased to meet them all, and mentally thought that he had absolutely not expected that he would soon be working in the prosecutor's office. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the prosecutors, who decided to ask the guy a question, in which he wanted to find out if he knew what their department was called. Che Jong didn't think long and almost immediately answered that their department is considered to be in charge of combating serious criminal crime. Apparently, the man did not expect the guy to know the correct answer, because his reaction was quite strange, but this did not stop him from asking another question, in which he wanted to find out whether the guy knew which crimes were considered serious. Che Jong also knew the answer to this question very well, so he began to say that the most famous of such crimes are theft, destruction of a person, arson, causing harm, bodily harm, kidnapping and luring. This could also include rape, harassment, and intimidation, and Che Jong also knew that this department was responsible for banditry. Now the man had no doubt that they said that this guy was smart and quick-witted. He also decided to add that among all this, their prosecutor's office oversees investigations of large criminal organizations, which also includes gangster organizations that are scattered throughout Seoul. Well, since they brought up this question, the man decided to ask him one last question, in which it was interesting to find out if the guy knows how many gangster organizations there are in Seoul. Che Jong replied that as far as he knew, there were approximately 150 to 230 of them. About 60% of the organizations consisted of 15 people, and in addition, about 50 organizations were connected with drugs. They were surprised to hear such a complete answer. The guy spoke just like a real prosecutor, which could not help but surprise them. Prosecutor Khan himself didn't think that the guy would be so prepared for such questions. After this meeting finally ended, they left the office, and the first thing the man wanted to know was, how did Che Jong know all this? Che Jong couldn't think of anything better than to simply say that he had been taught this by everyone at the police station, after which Kang immediately said that if he had caught Han San a little later, he would have been able to get into a better department. Che Jong understood that with these words, Kang was hinting that he would have been promoted. And then I decided to ask Che Jong if he knew what economic crimes were, and the guy was ready for any questions today. So he immediately answered that they include tax evasion, fraud, and corruption. As it turned out later, with this question, the man was hinting that he was being transferred to the Department for Combating Economic Crimes. If it is the Economic Crime Department, then it is a special department of the Seoul Central District Public Prosecutor's Office, comparable to the Prosecutor General's Office. And in the future, it was one of the departments that was considered as a subdivision of the Special Department, which became the Anti-Corruption Department. This could only mean one thing, that Prosecutor Kok was finally going upstairs, and Chae-jong congratulated the man on this. The prosecutor noted that this promotion was thanks to Chae-jong, although the guy believed that he did nothing to achieve it. After they exchanged compliments, the prosecutor remarked that he still wanted to tell him about organized crime because he believed that you need to learn everything on the job. These words made Chae-jong think that the whole country would soon be engulfed by the dot-com bubble fraud, and he was going to pass on information about it to investigator Kim Jong-do. But then history would speed up. The new head of the Special Crimes Investigation Department of the main office, who is not protected by the authorities, and the prosecutor is expecting achievements due to promotion. All this was depicted in the guy's head very well, so at one point he thought about what would happen if these two people united. He understood that cases that would remain unsolved for a long time due to lack of evidence could be revived, and then a mass arrest of all criminals in these cases would begin. But on the other hand, Chae-jong decided that before he started thinking about the future, he just needed to focus on the current mission. With these thoughts, he was allowed access to some documents that are not shown to everyone, so he had a unique opportunity to dig into the documents of the prosecutor's office. Before his boss could finish speaking, the guy immediately started going through these documents, which is why she had to stop him. She explained how to do it correctly, after which she added that apparently the police were supposed to sort everything out and send it, but they forgot again. So now these documents are in a chaotic order. Although Chae-jong believed that the point here is that each prosecutor has his own style of organizing documents. The girl could not disagree with him, because she, like no one else, knew that their prosecutor preferred to organize all documents sequentially. And now that they had talked about it, she asked Chae-jong to put everything in order, as it should be. Chae-jong immediately started doing this, and at some point he noticed Dong-cheol's dossier in his hands. Although this name was not so famous, but this is one of the cases that destroyed the status of the prosecutor. This guy owned about 16 organizations. The case was at the Prosecutor General's office at that time, so Chae-jong could not read it, even though he knew it in general terms. Despite the fact that it was a small organization that was mainly involved in alcohol supply, entertainment management, and prostitution, it outsmarted the prosecutor's office, and the prosecutor in charge was even demoted. After scrolling through the file from top to bottom, the girl asked Chae-jong to arrange the file in chronological order, to which he agreed. But mentally, he was very much tormented by the question. He did not understand why this case was transferred to the prosecutor's office, because usually such minor cases are handled by the police. The register looked especially strange to him, because it was so perfect, not a single mistake. But Chae-jong understood perfectly well that these hooligans could not be so honest. It didn't take him long to realize that these guys had hidden a second register in which they kept track of their business. The next day, Chae-jong and his new friend were driving in the car, and this new friend was convinced that it was necessary to get out of the office sometimes because it could quickly become boring just sorting through papers. And just when Chae-jong came to the prosecutor's office, this guy remembered that he hadn't gone out to anyone for a long time. So he told Chae-jong that he could choose any restaurant where they would eat today. Hearing these words, the guy mentally understood why this guy was nicknamed Clubfoot. These thoughts were interrupted by his interlocutor, who for some reason was sure that the prosecutor really wanted him to be on his team. Chae-jong didn't quite understand why the guy was telling him this, so he explained to Chae-jong that the prosecutor even allowed him to go to the scene of the crime in order to get him interested as much as possible. Kosolapi meant that even an official investigator is not forced at the initial stage to conduct an investigation in places where it could be dangerous. Besides, Chae-jong surprised everyone today. When he just looked at the register, he immediately guessed that something was wrong with him. The Clubfoot was still shocked by how Chae-jong was able to do this. As soon as Chae-jong realized that there were actually 2 registers, he immediately contacted the prosecutor to tell him about it. The man doubted this, but still wanted to know Chae-jong's opinion, to which the guy answered quite simply that everything in this registry was transparent, as if the criminals wanted them not to pay attention to it. Chae-jong knew that it might be his bias, but he still thought that in this industry, the sales summary would be filled out superficially. But not in this register, where every little detail was written down. Prosecutor Kang told Che-jong that there was really nothing to worry about because he also wanted to suspect everyone at first. And if records were not kept properly, then the girls who owed the establishment money would have no reason to count their debts, and then they would simply remain there like slaves. But still, he also drew attention to the fact that these people record everything too accurately. Can such people really be so conscientious? Che-jong did not forget that in his previous life, Dong-chul had very few employees, but later it was discovered that there were more illegally employed women there, and at first it was pointless to manage 4 outlets with so many employees. And the prosecutor understood this perfectly well, and he could not help but notice that it was simply impossible to manage 4 establishments with such a number of personnel, and that there must be underground personnel. Che-jong liked this very much, because in this way the man literally read his thoughts. Thus, the guy carefully led the prosecutor to the conclusion that there is a second register. After some time, they were already at the site of one of the clubs that was arrested. The atmosphere was of course very bad, but the clubfoot couldn't be upset, because according to him, he caught Dong-chul's second accomplice here last week. After which he added that it would be a good idea for them to look around first, because if there really is a second registry, then there is a good chance that they can find it here. Che-jong was sure that this registry should be here, because in his mind, he thought that he looked in another place, but found nothing there. That's why he was so sure. Clubfoot suggested looking for their boss, because he knew that Dong-chul was catching people from their side. So he thought that they needed to put a little pressure on him. Che-jong absolutely agreed with him because if you just sit back and wait, then you can't avoid shame. Moreover, he couldn't help but think that the reason why the prosecutor's office itself launched an investigation was because the second register contained the names of high-ranking officials or key government officials. In a past life, an unknown woman left a secret register in front of a police station and then suddenly disappeared. It contained the names of numerous employees, including minors, and also a list and information about the VIP guests of the establishment. And as soon as the evidence was discovered, the case was immediately transferred to the Prosecutor General's office, so the police were unable to follow the case. At that time, it was assumed that not only was the evidence not found personally, but that the authorities were also involved, so the prosecutor's office wanted to quickly hush up the case. The reflection on this matter was interrupted by the clubfoot, who wanted to tell Che-jong that the guy was a great guy, that he had already become skilled at turning everything upside down at the scene of the incident. Che-jong realized that he had gone a little overboard with professionalism, so he decided to say that he did everything like in detective movies. After they found nothing in one room, they decided to go further and right, before the entrance. Che-jong's new friend suddenly stopped him and said that minors were not allowed in here, which was strange for Che-jong to hear, because there was a waiting room for employees in front of them. As it turned out, it was a little joke from him. He said so because beautiful girls change clothes there. But it seemed that Che-jong didn't find it particularly funny to hear it. As soon as they opened the doors to this room, they saw an incredibly large pile of clothes on the floor, which stank very strongly, because of which the guys immediately had to cover their noses. They didn't really understand what was going on here and why it smelled so bad, because last time this definitely wasn't the case. At this point, Che-jong decided to ask how many girls worked here. According to the clubfoot, there were about 12, which Che-jong couldn't believe, because at first glance, there were more than 50 things lying on the floor, which seemed like a lot to him for 12 people. And if you count all the clothes, there would be more than 100 outfits. Kosalapi could only add that on the day they raided the place, not everyone showed up for work, which was even stranger, since the report said it was Friday evening. Che-jong knew very well that usually in such establishments, the rush hour is on the eve of Saturday, so they could get a big fine for being late or skipping work. Considering this, it was strange that they did not show up for work, thus remaining at a loss. Clubfoot stood with his mouth open and looked at Che-jong, because he simply did not understand how the schoolboy could have thought of this, although the guy again assured his friend that he had seen all this in the movies. In any case, now Che-jong once again turned his attention to the fact that the dossier stated that there was nothing suspicious about the emergency exit. His colleague confirmed this, adding that there are police officers there now guarding him. Hearing this, Che-jong guessed that perhaps there was a secret room somewhere here. This assumption made the prosecutor laugh a lot, because now he had no doubt that Che-jong had watched too many films. Che-jong didn't pay attention to his words and continued to actively search for this secret room. At one point, he discovered that by knocking on one of the walls, one could hear a ringing sound, which his colleague could not believe. A few seconds later, they both moved the large cabinet away from the wall and noticed that there really was a hidden room there. The poor girl had been sitting in the basement for so long that she was literally dying of hunger, but she still kept in her head the thought that her uncle had told her to stay here until he came. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when she heard a rather strange sound coming from above. There were other girls there who were just as exhausted as she was, so she decided she would go and see what was going on. Chae-jong and his friend moved slowly but surely through this secret room, even though it stank even more. But they still hoped that they would be able to find the second register that they needed so much here. But suddenly their attention was drawn to an unknown girl who was calling out to some uncle in a loud voice. And when she finally came out of the darkness, she saw Chae-jong and the clubfoot, which surprised her a little. So the first thing she wanted to know from them was who they were. The guys turned around and looked at each other. At that moment, they were thinking about one thing. What is a person doing here? But then they heard the voices of other people, which amazed them even more. And then other girls started coming out from around the corner, who didn't understand what was happening and who these people were. After some time, the clubfoot was already talking to the boss on the phone and telling him that they were able to discover a secret room. And inside this locked room, they found quite a large number of women, each of whom was incredibly emaciated. After this conversation, the prosecutor went to the interrogation room, where the same criminal they had recently arrested was waiting for him, who was in a great mood because he was sure that he would soon be released. But this mood clearly won't last long, because Prosecutor Khan came to him not to joke, but to give him what the man truly deserved. He hit him in the face, which caused anger and misunderstanding. He began to shout at the prosecutor that he had no right to hit him like that for no reason. After which the prosecutor came even closer and began to talk about how they finally found out that the man, although he did not have a second registry, they also found out that Seok Dong-chul had many hired workers, as well as a wonderful secret room in which he locked the girls and hid the registry, which did not exist until then. Now Dong-chul's mood was clearly not as good as he wanted, and all because he understood that his secret had been revealed. But he was more angry that the prosecutor had let his girls go. All these words made Prosecutor Kang understand that Dong-chul was apparently not in his right mind yet, so he decided to hit him again and then end this conversation. At that moment, Kosalapi looked at these poor girls and simply did not understand how an adequate person could do such a thing, after which he began to blame himself that they did not find this secret room last time. Chae-jong mentally understood that if they had been found last time, these girls would have suffered even more, because they owed a lot of money. And Dong-chul was still at large at that time, so there was a high probability that he would have simply destroyed them. But he couldn't focus on these thoughts because these girls were constantly crying, and it wasn't strange because they had to go through a lot. Clubfoot thought that he was scaring them when he was angry, so he decided to tell them that he was angry first of all at himself, because he was inattentive and did not find them earlier, which is why he was really very sorry. Chae-jong realized that at this moment the guy needed support, so he asked Jo-ho to go and buy the girls hot food so that they could eat normally and at least recover a little. He left immediately, and while he was buying them food, he asked Chae-jong to look after them. And as soon as Jo-ho left, a girl approached Chae-jong, who began by saying that she didn't want to say anything from the very beginning. After which she added that at one point she began to worry that at one moment she would simply die of hunger. But she still believed that before she died, she had to get out, even if she was destroyed later. But most of all, she was worried that this bastard would lock up the other girls too. Chae-jong didn't know what to say to her in response to these words, so he first knelt down in front of her, after which he began to say that, first of all, he was glad that everyone was okay, and then he would really like to know what they were told when they locked them in this place. According to the girl, this man is simply an accomplice, and even if he is caught, he will be released immediately. And when he locked them up, he said that he would leave the police station in 2 days. He said that he would return immediately, and if they suddenly decided to escape, he would destroy them all. And if he suddenly fails to find them, then he will threaten their families or acquaintances. So the girl thought about whether they should all run away to a place where no one can find them, having only a promissory note and a physical refusal. Chae-jong listened attentively to the girl, and when she finally finished speaking, he thanked her and smiled. And as soon as they finished talking, the clubfoot returned to this place with a frightened face. According to him, a misfortune happened, which consisted in the fact that there were a lot of journalists outside who were already extorting comments. Chae-jong reacted calmly to this, but still understood that this was far from good news, and the clubfoot stood and for a long time could not understand where the information leaked from. Hearing this, the girls began to actively panic, so Chae-jong immediately turned to them, asking each of them to calm down and not worry, and he also had a plan, for the implementation of which they first had to take sunglasses, masks, and caps to hide their faces. And also, he asked them to take the most expensive bags and coats. Such a decision was absolutely incomprehensible to no one except Chae-jong himself. But there was no time to explain, so Chae-jong simply asked Jo-ho for help. He was to try to delay the reporters as much as possible. There really were a lot of journalists gathered near the prosecutor's office who wanted to find out the truth, whether the prosecutor's office had really found the girls who were hidden by the criminals. Meanwhile, Jo-ho stood behind these journalists and was about to finally fulfill Chae-jong's request, and he decided to start by shouting at them and asking them to finally calm down. And when they finally turned their attention to him, he started talking about how a special report was, of course, good, but he would like them to behave accordingly, and that meant that they should be calm and not make noise. Moreover, according to him, most of Dong Seok's victims are teenagers who are very scared, and they, as reporters, can cause even more irritation. Hearing this, they calmed down a little, but immediately after that, a bus drove up to the site, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. And a few minutes later, one girl after another began to get off the bus. Prosecutor Khan and another man immediately ran out of the prosecutor's office. The first thing he wanted to tell the gentlemen journalists was that the press conference would only take place after a small investigation, so he advised them to come in 3 hours. He argued that if they all started making noise, there would be too much confusion, and no one needed that. After which he finally approached Chae-jong to praise the guy and tell him that all this was possible only thanks to him. And when he talked to Chae-jong and heard what happened, he decided that he had to go to the girls and tell them that he was incredibly sorry for what they had to go through. The girls did not quite understand how to properly react to these words, so they answered him that everything was fine and they did not hold a grudge against him. Watching this, Chae-jong thought that it was probably not easy for a proud prosecutor to admit his guilt and bow his head before others. But as expected, he was a strong and outstanding person. The prosecutor also added that the investigation would soon be over and the girl would not need to meet with journalists one-on-one. And Chae-jong wanted to add that he would gladly give them the expensive things that they took. Hearing this, the girl finally understood why the guy told her to take clothes and bags with her. As confirmed by Chae-jong himself, he used this method in his past life when he hid victims. This method works both then and now without any problems. All that was left for the girl to say were words of gratitude, because she herself understood that if it weren't for Chae-jong, they would hardly have gotten out of there. But after thinking a little more, she wanted to know the name of her hero, and when Chae-jong introduced himself, the girl said her name, and her name was Hyun-ji. The guy was glad that he met a person like her, so he hoped that now she would forget about everything and soon return to normal life. And as soon as the girl moved away a few meters, only at that moment did the realization come to Chae-jong that this name was incredibly familiar to him, but he could not remember where he had heard it. But his attempts to remember were interrupted by Prosecutor Kang, who suddenly appeared from behind to praise Chae-jong for coming up with a way to help the victims go unnoticed. And he would also like to know from Chae-jong how he does everything so perfectly, although absolutely no one taught him before. In any case, according to the man, they didn't have time to talk at the moment because the prosecutor general was looking for Chae-jong to talk to the guy for a bit. There weren't many people at this small gathering, but their status was high enough that the guy felt awkward at times. The topic of their conversation was that they believed that this was Chae-jong's calling, because thanks to him, they were able to find important evidence, for which they were incredibly grateful to him. Although the guy himself assured them that he was just lucky, and without the help of Prosecutor Khan and Investigator So, he would not have succeeded. And mentally, Chae-jong could not believe that the head of the main department of the Prosecutor General's office himself was looking for him. This was incredibly surprising to him, and these thoughts were interrupted when that same Prosecutor General said that he would like to thank Chae-jong and fulfill one of his requests. The other prosecutors who were at this small meeting immediately looked at each other, because even they were not prepared for such a turn of events. At that moment, Chae-jong understood that he might not have such a chance again, so he thought about asking to look at the archive of the main department's affairs, but on the other hand, he understood that he did not have such obligations yet, so he told the man that he just did what he had to, and that he had no desires at the moment. Although he did add that he would very much like Korea to be the safest place where people could go. The Attorney General noted that he and the guy had similar desires, so now all they had left was to try to fulfill this desire. After these words, they let the guy go and Chae-jong left, And the Attorney General could not even imagine that this guy was so simple. His colleagues couldn't help but agree with him, because they constantly offer him help, but he constantly refuses, and they even began to worry a little about this. The Attorney General couldn't help but think about Chejong's words and the fact that the boy had outstanding talent. These thoughts certainly made him happy, but he still wanted to tell Prosecutor Kang that since they had caught Dong Chul, their Prosecutor General's office was going to conduct a search and confiscation of the property of that establishment, which was what Mr. Kang was supposed to do. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted when the boss received a phone call, and when he picked up the phone, he heard a female voice who introduced herself as Madame Kwan from the Kwan and Park Company. The man had no idea why he was suddenly receiving a call from the manager of an investment firm he had learned about from his colleagues, but before he could ask about it, Kwan told him that she wanted to inform him that the .com market in Korea was unstable. Meanwhile, Chejong went to the meeting and told him that they were able to close Dong Chul's case, which made Chejong's interlocutor happy, so he offered the guy to treat him to food, because it seemed to him that during all this time, the guy still had not managed to eat properly. The guy agreed, and the Prosecutor Kang first asked Chejong what he wanted. Chejong answered the man that he actually eats everything, and then suddenly remembered that he needed to say something else, and for this he reached into his pocket, from which he subsequently took out a small device, which he asked Prosecutor Kang to look at, on which there were numbers and, according to Chejong, this was the profit from the investments he had made earlier. The man picked up the device, and when he realized that not even a week had passed, and his 5 million had turned into 6, his hands immediately began to shake from an excess of excitement. Chejong immediately assured the man that he was not joking in any way. It was just how cool.coms work in America. And he also added that perhaps by the end of this month, the man would be able to earn another 2 million. It seemed that this should please the man, but he was so perplexed that he even managed to get a little upset. But this was all because he was too happy. He was really grateful to Chejong. He even took his hand to say it again. After talking with Prosecutor Kang, Chejong finally went home, carrying a small bag of goodies for his mother, to whom he had been so inattentive lately. But today, the guy decided to fix it. Prosecutor Kang allowed Chejong to look at the archives of the Special Prosecutor's Office, and thanks to this, he spent quite a lot of time there. Although he did not even look through the archive of the Middle Department, it is a huge success to be able to look through files that the police could not know about, because direct lawsuits were brought against the prosecutor's office, the Prosecutor General, and the Special Department. But Chejong decided to continue the investigation tomorrow, and for now he returned home to spend some time with his mother. And then a small problem awaited him. He couldn't find her anywhere. He searched the whole apartment and still couldn't find her. In his head, he began to go over different options of where she could have gone, but at one point his thoughts were interrupted when he finally heard her voice. And before she had time to ask the guy what happened, he turned to her and began asking where she was at such a late hour and why she was even leaving the house alone. She didn't understand why Chejong suddenly became so angry, because she only went to the neighbors to treat them to snacks and chat a little. Hearing this, Chejong calmed down a little and realized that he had wound himself up again. After which he came closer to her and simply hugged her, which surprised the woman a little, and it seemed to her that the guy was behaving especially strangely today. Although later, she realized that even though her son had already grown up, he was still scared that she was not at home, so she decided to tell him that she would not go anywhere and would never leave him. He definitely did not have to worry about that. The first thought that came to the guy's mind was that she could have gotten into an accident, as happened in her past life. A few days later, Chejong and his mother decided to go and have a little rest, and for this they chose a ski resort. The guy's mother was so grateful to him for coming here. She had never been to such a place, and she really liked it. She also couldn't help but notice that this was their first family trip, although it seemed to Chejong that it wasn't really a family trip. And all because Chejong also took his friends with him, who were grateful to him for going to such a place, because in fact, it was their first time at a ski resort. From the very beginning, he was going to go here only with his mother, but his friends unexpectedly tagged along with them, so he had to take them with him. Besides, Chejong hadn't forgotten that his mother always liked noisy gatherings. So considering this, he could say with confidence that everything was going as it should. But later it turned out that not only Su-ho and So-yeon, but also the family of Prosecutor Kang would go on the journey with them. The man first approached Chejong's mother and introduced himself. She knew the man firsthand, so she was incredibly happy to finally meet him. Chejong thought about it for a long time and finally decided that Prosecutor Kang had been working very hard without rest, and he also hadn't seen Hyun-seok for a long time, so he decided to call them too. And when everyone was gathered, they finally went to the hotel to unpack their things and finally get settled. For example, So Yeon had already taken a room for herself, which the guys clearly didn't like, because they thought that this room was bigger, and since they needed more space, they should live here. Chae-jong decided to immediately reconcile them, and therefore said that there was another large room where they could stay. He asked them not to argue, but rather to go out onto the balcony and look at the beautiful view where Kwon and Park were already, whom the guy also did not forget to call. Chae-jong stood and enjoyed the view from the window, thinking to himself that he hadn't been here for a long time. Sometimes there were criminals here who hid under the guise of ski resort workers, so he learned to ski while pursuing them. Soo-ho, for example, was very worried because he had never skied, which embarrassed him a little. Chae-jong decided to support him and say that he would also be doing this for the first time, but according to him, he was not worried about it at all. So Yeon overheard their conversation and proposed a small bet. Whoever goes down the highest slide first will get ice cream. Chae-jong was surprised that she would suggest such a thing because he had never heard of her skating before. But on the other hand, he quickly accepted the offer. Chae-jong's mother was so happy that her son finally looked so happy, which Prosecutor Kang, who generally thought that the guy could only be serious, could not help but agree with. After some time, the whole group went skiing, but first they asked the instructor to tell them the basic rules of this activity. Before he could even begin, they all suddenly turned around because they saw some athlete sliding down a hill on a snowboard, which looked incredibly impressive. And when they saw who was doing it, So Yeon immediately realized that she had apparently lost the bet and would have to buy ice cream. The first thing Chae-jong did was take a snowboard and go to the highest hill, which was incredibly pleasant to go down. After which his friends immediately began to suspect that Chae-jong was clearly not snowboarding for the first time. Although he continued to tell them that this was not true and that he was really standing on a snowboard for the first time, mentally thinking that he was not even lying, because in this life he was really riding for the first time. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a woman's scream, and when they turned around, they saw a girl flying towards them at incredible speed. She crashed into Chae-jong, who managed to group himself and catch her. That same evening, they all gathered at the table, and the first thing they all wanted to know was whether Chae-jong's wrist was okay. They were all worried about him because when this girl was flying at them at an insane speed, he so recklessly rushed to save her, which is why he injured his arm. Chae-jong assured them that he was actually fine, although Prosecutor Kang didn't want to believe it, so he suggested that the guy disinfect his wound with a shot of alcohol. The guy clearly doubted this, if only because his mother was sitting next to him, in front of whom he would not want to drink, although she showed with her whole appearance that he could do it. Then he took the glass in his hands and said that he would do it if only his mother would pour it for him. It was clear from her expression that she was incredibly surprised by this decision. Prosecutor Khan began to laugh and say that in fact, this was quite the right decision, since the first permission, in his opinion, should be obtained from the parents. She took the bottle and started pouring it for him, telling him that he had worked hard. But still, she would like him to try a little more before he graduated from high school. Chae-jong immediately smiled at her in response and said that he would do everything so that she would not worry about this. And in response, he asked her to take care of her health. And when they finally finished speaking, Prosecutor Khan decided to make a toast, even though he said he wasn't very good at it. The toast was not too long. He decided to drink to the happiness of the family. After these words, they all picked up his words and said them for us, and then they all drank together. The gathering continued for some time, and then Chae-jong decided to go out onto the balcony and breathe some fresh air, and Prosecutor Kang followed him out. The guy immediately told him that he just went out to get some fresh air, and Mr. Khan, in his opinion, went out to smoke. But in fact, the man came out onto the balcony to say a few words to Chae-jong. Suddenly, he started talking about the registry that they had recently been able to find in that secret room. Chae-jong couldn't forget this, so he immediately said that he remembered, but didn't understand why the man suddenly remembered him. As it turns out, this matter reached the municipal council. At least that's what Prosecutor Khan says. The man also added that Deputy Kim Song-ryong has a second-class municipal councilor, and if you believe the rumors, then this man joked that there would be perestroika in that area. But what is most dangerous is that they say that behind Deputy Kim, there is someone else. And what is most surprising in this whole situation for Prosecutor Kang is that they say that those who connected Deputy Kim with the echelon of power have disappeared without a trace. All contacts disappeared quietly, as if they never existed. In any case, it only means that someone took strict measures in high places. Then Chae-jong would like to know what happened to Deputy Kim. Was he caught? Prosecutor Khan knew one bad piece of news about this, and that was that on the day he returned after being summoned to the investigative department, he hanged himself at home, and no one still knows the reason. It didn't take the guy long to figure out that it was a setup and that someone had actually ordered it. According to Khan, it is not known for sure, but the National Forensic Service has already registered this case as suicide and also spread rumors that it happened because of drugs. But the prosecutor still believes that he committed suicide too carefully, and this is definitely not without reason. Che-jong couldn't believe it for a long time, and Prosecutor Kang continued to say that if we talk about second-class municipal councilors, then they are not just politicians. According to him, someone from business circles may be involved, so all this is one big headache. After these words, the man told the boy that he actually didn't have to answer him, because he just told him about it, and then decided to ask Che-jong to be as attentive to his mother as possible, although he didn't want to say with these words that the boy wasn't helping her enough. He told him all this with the goal that Che-jong would understand that when he enters college, and especially when he becomes a prosecutor, there will be much less time, and she raised a wonderful person, for which they should say a big thank you to her. Che-jong promised that he would try his best to do this, although in his mind, he was not sure that he would become a prosecutor in the future. After these words, Prosecutor Kang went back inside, and Che-jong remained standing on the balcony for a little while and thought, in his head, thoughts about some new organization that could be connected with those who harmed his mother and him in a past life were now closed. The next day, Che-jong and his mother went out to lunch, and the guy suggested that she go skiing at least once, but she didn't think it was the best idea. She told him that it would be much more interesting for her to watch Che-jong skate. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the same girl who fell on Che-jong. She said hello and asked the guy how his wrist was. Che-jong was glad to see the girl and immediately told her that he was actually okay and that she didn't have to worry. After which the girl wanted to know if Che-jong would be okay with her and his father joining them to have lunch together. The guy and his mother didn't mind, and as soon as they sat down, he introduced himself and also introduced his mother. The girl's father first of all thanked the guy for saving his daughter, and his name was Kozel Shak. And his daughter's name was Ina, and she was 18 years old, which means that she and Che-jong are the same age. Che-jong suspected that they were not from Korea, but he still couldn't help but notice that they both spoke excellent Korean. As it turned out, the man was a professor of English at Hankook University. Ina noted that when she crashed yesterday, she thought it was some kind of rock, but it turned out to be Che-jong, and so she would like to know if he does some kind of sport. There was a couple at the next table who didn't like the fact that Che-jong's group was talking so loudly, but she tried not to pay attention to it and once again asked how her son was doing with the food. He didn't answer her very kindly, but rather spoke a little rudely about how pork cutlets were the same everywhere, and in general he wanted to ask her why she was suddenly so kind today. After which he began to get angry at her and raise his voice, saying that he was sick of how kind she was today. All of this was heard by Che-jong, who felt sick from these words. The thing is that Che-jong was very confused by this guy's voice, which was very similar to the one he heard from the guy with the snake tattoo on the day of his death. A few minutes later, this guy finished all his food and said that now he wanted to leave. Che-jong's mother noticed that something was wrong with her son and that he was behaving rather strangely, although the boy assured her that everything was actually fine. However, in his mind, there was only one thing that was on his mind. Although this guy was a little younger, Che-jong was almost certain that it was definitely his voice. So at one point, he decided to check it out and told his friends that he needed to leave for a while. He had some urgent business. Che-jong followed in that guy's footsteps and only thought that now that he had gone back in time, he realized that his enemy could also be the same age. He was trying to find a guy who had mysteriously disappeared somewhere. Suddenly he turned around and noticed a similar jacket, which he had clearly seen somewhere before. He followed this guy out into the street, but he was no longer there, and his mother followed him out, wanting to ask her son why he suddenly jumped up and ran out. He knew he had missed the guy, so he told his mother he had just imagined something. On the way back to the room, the guy's mother decided to ask her son how he liked their dinner and whether he liked everything. They stopped and the woman started talking about how she regretted that they never went out before and that they needed to be together more often. However, the guy was not too eager to talk about it, so he told the woman that he was not offended and that it would be better if they ended this conversation at this stage and went home quickly. But instead, the woman asked him to wait there, saying she needed to go back to the dining room because she had forgotten her scarf there. She started to leave, and the guy thought about how strange things were happening to his mother. And he thought so, because the scarf that his mother had gone to get was in his hands. But what angered him even more was that quite a lot of time had already passed since she left, and he had to stand still and wait for her. That's why at one point he couldn't hold back, threw the scarf and left with the thought that he doesn't need parents who abandon their children for their own sake. The next day, early in the morning, the man walked through a small forest and spoke on the phone about how there was no longer any need to worry about Deputy Kim because he was able to resolve the issue. Suddenly his conversation was interrupted when a guy jumped out of nowhere, which scared him a lot. It was that same guy in the green jacket who apparently got lost, because everyone knew that it was forbidden to walk in these places. But he didn't care at all what the man was telling him. He immediately turned around and started to leave, and the man continued talking on the phone. The man added to his interlocutor that in any case he was obliged to sit and not stick his head out until the elder called him. These were the last words before the man hung up, and after that he called the same guy who had not managed to go far. He stopped, and the man began to come closer and closer, asking him a question along the way, in which he wanted to know what a young guy like him was doing here at such a time. The man literally started pestering the guy and telling him that apparently the guy had simply run away from home. But he didn't stop there, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately stole the guy's cap, which obviously made the guy very angry. He didn't think long before getting into a fight to get his cap back, but the man turned out to be an opponent too strong for him, who easily used several techniques and knocked the guy out. After which he climbed on top of him and started talking about how the guy apparently liked waving his arms. But he immediately wanted to tell the guy that it wasn't that simple. But still, he did it in order to later offer the guy to go with him so that he could feed him and give him a little work. Upon arriving home, Chae-jong immediately went to the prosecutor's office to go to the archives, where he found Kim's case, which, as he thought, turned out to be not just a suicide. He found out that the person involved in this case was a counselor with a 3-year term, and he committed suicide as soon as he was discovered and investigated. This case is already 3 years old, like the Kim case. The middle bridge to the above mentioned disappeared without a trace, as if it never existed at all. Chae-jong continued to read all these documents carefully, and he simply could not believe that the organization had existed since then, at least 30 years, if you count the time before they finished off this guy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an old man who clearly did not expect to see Chae-jong here, at least not at such a late hour. He wasn't going to kick him out, but just wanted to know what kind of interesting case the guy was looking at for so long, to which Chae-jong replied that he must have a lot of Korean cases, and he was just looking through the materials of unsolved cold cases. The old man was glad to hear this because looking at Chae-jong, he remembered his younger self, when he was young and full of enthusiasm, which made the guy laugh, because at the moment, he is not even an official investigator. The man understood this, and all he could add to Chae-jong was that he would like science to advance and thereby reveal all the cold cases. These words made Chae-jong ask the man a question, in which he wanted to find out whether the old man had some favorite thing in mind. And when the old man named 2 things that he often remembers, the guy immediately suggested that the man talk about them in more detail over a cup of coffee. The old man laughed and teased the guy a little, telling him that the future prosecutor was apparently going to find out a few secrets from the old man, although Chae-jong assured the man to the end that he simply wanted to share his concerns with him. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted when Chae-jong's cell phone rang. At that moment, Mr. Kwon called him, which even slightly scared Chae-jong. After all, he hadn't spoken to the man for a long time, so he immediately thought that perhaps something had happened. The old man understood from the guy's face that this was probably something really important. So he told Chae-jong that if he needed help, he was always here and always ready to help him. Chae-jong noted that he felt a little awkward leaving like that, so he asked the man to meet him next time. The old man was not at all against it, and now that they had finally come to an agreement, he asked the guy to go quickly so that he could clean up and also go home. On the way home, Chae-jong walked and thought about how he had dug through the archives for a long time, trying to find information about this organization, but in the end, he found nothing. But in the meantime, he called Madame Kwon to talk to her a little and find out what happened. She asked him to come into the office for a while today. The thing was that they were coming to the end of their story about .com investments, and she thought it would be nice to finish it together. Chae-jong noticed that this was actually a great idea, so he immediately told her that he would be there soon. He called a taxi and literally a few minutes later was next to Kwon and Park, from whom he first decided to find out how their move to the new building was going. Kwon was a little hesitant about the answer, because the thing was that she had been so focused on .com that she had forgotten about it. He smiled and said that they would soon be hiring a few people, and there would be a lot more work. So he asked them to finish the move before then. But first he would like them to do one thing for him. After which he told them that he was thinking about creating a shelter for teenagers who were running away from their families. Kwon and Park looked at each other because they didn't quite understand what Chae-jung was talking about, and most importantly, how he was going to implement it. Chae-jung reiterated this and added that he wants to help teenagers who need help or who may be going through a change, and he would really like to provide not just shelter and food, but also education, medical care, legal support, and counseling. Park Tae immediately noted that this required quite a lot of expenses. But first he would like to know how Chae-jung even came up with this idea. A few days ago, when Chae-jung lost track of that guy in the green jacket, he continued to wander the slopes in search of him, but unfortunately returned empty-handed. But the most important thing that struck him was that among all these people there were many children who had been abandoned by their parents and had left. So he decided that since they had managed to earn a lot of money, he believed that now they could afford it. Before everything was different. But now, he wanted to change something. Kwon and Park Tae sat with their mouths open and could only say that they were surprised by Chae-jung's decision again. After talking with the guys, Chae-jung went on to do his business, thinking along the way that Kwon and Park Tae were very talented guys. But it seemed to him that they were a little lost in their field. In any case, it wasn't that important now. Now he was thinking about the fact that he needed an informant who could move like a limb, because before the regression he had about 8 personal informants, among whom were bandits, hostel owners, and convicted swindlers. While Chae-jung was thinking about this, unknown guys were following him quite carefully, and even managed to take pictures of him. One of them suddenly started talking about how he was already tired of doing such things, and besides, he was quite hungry. So he suggested taking a few more photos and then going to the Jajangmyeon restaurant, which was right in front of them. His colleague couldn't help but agree with him, but as soon as they turned around and wanted to continue filming Chae-jung, they noticed that the guy had literally disappeared. One of them immediately started shouting that he missed it only because his friend distracted him. His scream was interrupted at one point by Chae-jung, who grabbed the man by the collar, and then he threw him out of the car, along with the camera he was holding in his hands at the time. After which he began to slowly approach the man, simultaneously asking him who sent him here. A few minutes later, they both stood in front of Chae-jung and told him that they had been sent here by the errand center. Chae-jung looked at them with an incredibly intimidating look, which made them ask him to believe them, that they were just doing what they were paid for and nothing more. And besides, they were willing to give him the client's contact information, so they had nothing to hide. The guy realized that they weren't lying, so he decided to let them go, saying that he couldn't look at them anymore. They immediately got into their car and drove away as quickly as possible, and Chae-jung began to carefully examine the phone number of the guy who forced them to follow him, after which he decided that it would be a good idea to call this phone number and talk to him. Imagine Mr. Kwon's surprise when he picked up the phone and heard Chae-jung's voice. After some time, Chae-jung was already near the estate where Mr. Kwon was, and he was met by a very strange-looking butler. The man first introduced himself as Lee Yeon, and as soon as Chae-jung heard this name, he thought that in fact he had already heard it somewhere. After which he looked more closely and noticed a sign that meant that this person was a lawyer. But then it was even more surprising because why does a lawyer look so much like a butler? Suddenly the realization came to him that this was the lawyer who was Chairman Kwon's henchman. Chae-jung was invited inside, where he was first treated to tea, for which he was very grateful, but he was even more glad to finally meet Mr. Kwon. At that moment, the guy caught himself thinking that it had never even occurred to him that he would be able to meet Chairman Kwon like this. But at that moment he felt incredibly constrained. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the chairman began to speak, and he began by deciding to apologize to the guy. He wanted to apologize for spying on the guy for so long, which was nice to hear, and now Chae-jung thought that Mr. Kwon was quite a nice person. Besides, the guy couldn't believe that the man was speaking to him so politely, although it was obvious that he was much higher in status. But first he would like to know why the man was following him at all. The man's answer was quite unexpected. According to him, he simply had nothing to do except sit and drink tea all day. So he suggested that Chae-jung call it the curiosity of a rich old man. After which he began to talk about how when he was younger, he was actively involved in usury. So he had to be a little strict with his children so that they wouldn't go down the wrong path. But even with such an upbringing, his daughter does not want to get married at all and insists that she prefers to earn money. In this regard, he believed that she was similar to him. And then he suddenly heard that her stubbornness was broken by some schoolboy. who did it many times faster than the old man. And now he would like to know how Che-jong managed to pull off something like that. Che-jong didn't know what to tell him, so he decided to change the subject and find out if the man was satisfied with the results of the investments he made. To which Mr. Kwon confidently answered and said that it was more than he expected because it multiplied his wealth several times. The guy was happy with these words because he couldn't help but say that if the chairman hadn't given them the initial investment, everything wouldn't have been so good. After which the guy suddenly started talking about the fact that since he had already come here, he would really like to make a small suggestion. He gave the man a book and asked him if he would like to use some of the money he earned for something meaningful. Written on the book in large letters was a plan to create a shelter for runaways, which at first surprised him. At that moment, the man thought about the fact that he had long heard that the guy was very smart, but he certainly did not expect such a proposal from him. That's why he started laughing, and his lawyer, when he heard this laughter, couldn't even imagine what they were talking about, but he was so interested to find out. After Che-jong left, her father's daughter came to meet him and also heard her father laughing, which surprised her. But when she came in and sat down, he immediately became serious again and again began to tell the girl that she was already old enough and she needed to get married. She ignored his words and just wanted to know why he called her, but he also did not answer her question and just continued to pour her tea. And after a short silence, he finally started talking about the fact that a young man had approached him about business. Madame Kwon was a little angry because she didn't understand what was going on in this young man's head, how he could think that Mr. Kwon would agree to sponsor his business. But her words were interrupted by a man to say that he would do it for her. Now Kwon had absolutely no idea what was going on, so the chairman decided to tell his daughter that Che-jong wanted to open a place for teenagers who run away from home. Hearing this, she noted that it was actually not just a matter of good deeds, since it was known that by creating a positive image through the use of shelters, the Kwon and Parker company would be perceived as a good company. Thus, if a crisis happens in the company, it will not fall apart as easily as other companies that did not help people in any way. And the man, hearing this, understood that this was right, because any person engaged in business should see real benefits in everything. Then he picked up a small envelope, threw it on the table and asked the girl to open it and look at what was inside. There were copies of the house registration in her father's name, and as soon as she saw it, the man added that he thought that if he stayed there for 5 years, he would lose at least twice as much. Moreover, he believed Che-jong, who said that the man would be able to earn money that he would not be able to take with him to the next world. So to sum it all up, the man was ready to support the refugee shelter, and so he asked them to start building it now. Che-jong and her mother watched the news, which reported that people had finally found the remains of the Dragonfly boys, and according to the reporters, they were found in the neighboring mountains, not far from the village. The boy heard about it for the first time, and his mother told him that these boys were named that way because they went to catch dragonflies and got lost. Well, if this is so, then Che-jong could not rejoice, because this is good news. But most of all, the boy's mother was happy that there are people in the world who will not leave others in trouble, because according to journalists, some anonymous person helped find the children. At that moment, Che-jong was smiling and thinking about one of the cold cases in South Korea that he looked at in the prosecutor's office archive. So he tried to remember as much about it as possible, and then anonymously reported it to the police. After some time, the case was solved, and the police did it much earlier than in Che-jong's past life. The children were returned to their parents safe and sound. It had only been a day since they had finished talking with Mr. Kwon, and Che-jong had already managed to find a building for the shelter and a person to fill the position of director. Although the guy still felt like it wasn't enough, he also talked to the shelter administration and everything seemed to be going well, so much so that the guy had to think that he was doing much better than he expected. But for now, he would have to put these thoughts aside, because he needed to talk to the prosecutor, looking at whom, Che-jong immediately noticed that everything was complicated for the man. The man did not try to hide this and therefore, with a calm soul, told about the fact that in his entire career as a prosecutor, he had only dealt with bandits. Therefore, he was not sure that he could cope with an economic criminal who twists the heads of his enemies. In the past, Che-jong was transferred to the Intelligence and Criminal Investigation Department, and the guy could actually understand the prosecutor. By the way, this is precisely the reason why Che-jong liked the prosecutor so much, because instead of catching the criminal, he believed that it was better to make sure that no one got hurt. So Che-jong told the man that he was more than confident that the prosecutor would cope, and he would do everything possible to help him with this. Also, Che-jong decided to add that the prosecutor is a person who can be trusted. These words were clearly the most pleasant thing the prosecutor had heard today, although only surprise was visible on his face. After which, Che-jong decided to ask for a little help from the prosecutor because there was only a week left before the end of the honorary investigator's term, and the guy still needed to have time to do some things. As winter break begins, Che-jong will officially become a senior and will no longer be able to pursue his favorite investigation, when suddenly his words are interrupted by a cell phone call. The prosecutor smiled because he noticed that Che-jong could receive so many different calls from people throughout the day. This time, Pak Tae called him to tell him some interesting news. According to Park Tae, they noticed suspicious activity and contacted Che-jong immediately, after which he reminded the guy about a portal called Next, which they were advised to buy. So now the operatives are trying to undermine this internet portal, and that is why Pak Tae immediately thought it was too strange. Che-jong knew very well that during the Korean.com era, there was a group of scammers who had ruined many people, so now he thought that everything was going as it should. In addition, the guy did not forget that economic crimes are not easy to prove. Unlike the police, prosecutors cannot act only on the basis of statements. Until this moment, Che-jong was very worried about how to warn the prosecutor about the existence of scammers. But now, thanks to Park Tae, we can say that there was a breakthrough. But apparently he just finally figured out how to organize this. And that's why he suggested to the prosecutor to conduct a targeted investigation. Several men were sitting at a bar and drinking, and one of them decided to boast that he could drink as much as he wanted, but only expensive alcohol. He also couldn't help but say that he managed to earn 4 times more than he invested. Now he understands what it's like to be a millionaire. After which, this guy turned his attention to their oldest member, Mr. Kim. But the man didn't want to talk to this guy, so he asked him to immediately watch his words and not say too much, and he immediately understood everything. After which, the old man added that at the moment he would rather treat Deputy Hwang to a strong drink. Hwang at the time thought that all this was trivial because he simply rented this place and did not do anything special. But since his glass was full, he decided to make a toast, in which he again noted that their main task is to earn as much as possible, so they should work much more, nothing complicated. This guy's full name was Hwang Jung-soo. He was 34 years old, an agent-level fund manager, and was considered the architect of the so-called stock price manipulation operation. On top of all this, Che-jong added in his presentation that Hwang Jung-soo allegedly has 4 accomplices. Also, according to Che-jong, they use a secondary account, the funds in which are off the charts, and, if you believe the guy's sources, it is estimated at about 10 billion won, which clearly amazed everyone present, including Prosecutor Kang. At the moment, it is 10 billion, and it is expected that in the future this figure will increase several times. Hearing this, the prosecutors realized that they similarly have big problems that need to be solved immediately. Che-jong understood perfectly well that they had obtained this money by deception, so he did not rule out the possibility that because of this, many people simply committed suicide. After this, everyone immediately became active and was ready to take the criminal. And Prosecutor Kang was not against it, but first he wanted to know if Che-jong would go with them. Che-jong had been hoping for this offer, so as soon as he was asked, he immediately agreed. But the girl immediately noted that first they had to figure out how to prove this crime, because it was clear that Hwang Jung-soo and his gang could simply format the computer, and then they wouldn't achieve anything. Che-jong was prepared for this question, so he told her that it was indeed possible, but they had digital forensics at their disposal. But as soon as he said this, he realized that this instrument had not yet appeared at this time. Prosecutor Khan immediately wanted to know from the guy what this digital forensics is. Che-jong tried to explain to them with a smile that it was some kind of recovery program, but they immediately told him that such a thing did not exist because they thought it was simply impossible. The guy then suggested that if they were trading through a brokerage firm, all records of transactions would be stored on their servers. Prosecutor Kang thought about this, so he asked Jung-ho to start by checking Hwang Jung-soo's relatives, friends, and acquaintances. This needs to be done in order to check whether they have hidden money in their accounts. In response to this request, Jung-ho suggested following these guys, to which Prosecutor Kang gave permission, but immediately asked the guy to do everything as carefully as possible, and most importantly, not to get caught. And in general, he asked all participants in this investigation to give their best, because many people could suffer, and they should not allow this. After some time, Che-jong and Jung-ho arrived at the place where their criminal had settled. Jung-ho told the guy that yesterday, right after work, he went into room 103, the monthly rent for which was taken from his brother's account, although this apartment was in the very center. But Che-jong immediately noticed that the windows were opaque, so it would be difficult to arrange surveillance. Then he decided that he would probably have to be a scout again, which the clubfoot did not fully understand. Che-jong realized that his friend was not aware of this. So he began to tell him that before coming here, he had been investigating exactly like this, which made Jong-ho laugh and remark that he also loved these secret investigations. But unfortunately, they did not have the money for such operations. And this already surprised Che-jong, because he simply did not understand how the district prosecutor's office could not have money for such operations. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when the car doors opened. Chung-ho immediately saw a familiar face and said hello, and then introduced himself to Che-jong, who according to him was the youngest member of their team. This strange man was too emotionless, but he still introduced himself in response, and his name was Go Sung-soo. As it turned out a little later, this man is the clubfoot's informant, and there is nothing to worry about. Minutes later, the man began to tell that he had examined everything and was now almost certain that this was the very place from his observations of the counter-spinning. In other words, he wanted to say that it seemed to him that there were at least 8 people here. One of them seemed to drink almost every day. The other seemed to sleep all the time. Che-jong was surprised that he was telling everything in such detail, so he became curious to know how the man was able to find out all this. Was he really inside? The man told the boy that in fact, it was not difficult to complete this task even from outside, according to him. Today they ordered lunch from a Chinese restaurant, which made Che-jong wary. At this point, the informant's story ended and Chung-ho praised him. And right after that, Che-jong turned to Chung-ho and invited him to go to that Chinese restaurant. Disguising yourself as a courier is one of the types of secret surveillance. It is a classic, because most people do not look at the courier's face. A great way to avoid suspicion, because they have become an extremely strong part of a person's life. As they said in a popular TV commercial, you can go anywhere in the country with an iron briefcase. The informant led them to the place where their target was being delivered. So the first thing they decided to do was talk to that same courier. But the man immediately told them that he would not be able to help in this matter. Che-jong didn't quite understand why he responded so sharply, but as it turned out, there was a good reason. They were closing this store, so soon there would be no place to deliver food. The guy tried to ask the man to work a few more days, but the man sighed heavily and said that, unfortunately, this was impossible, although he would really like to. But his son had an accident, so he had to find money for treatment as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jung-ho immediately suggested to Che-young that they look for another restaurant because they couldn't return to the prosecutor empty-handed. Then the guy decided that they had no other choice. He asked the owner of this store where he wanted to find out, or had he not yet put a stamp on the contract. The owner replied that he had not done this yet, although he did not understand why the guy was even asking him this. But after a few seconds, it became clear that, as it turned out, Che-jong had decided to buy this store. The man didn't want to believe the schoolboy, but the boy persistently asked how much money the man wanted for this store. And after some time, Che-jong was already on a motorcycle with the sign Chinese food delivery and was ready to deliver orders. But when Prosecutor Khan found out about this, he was incredibly angry that they dared to do this without his knowledge. And he also reminded them that he sent them only so that they would find out how many people were there. And during this time, they managed to buy a Chinese restaurant. Jung-ho was trying to convey to him that they simply had no other choice. And at that moment, Che-jong was thinking that it was actually not a big deal that the prosecutor was so upset. In addition, he had the thought in his head that by quickly becoming the main shareholder of Next, it would be possible to minimize the damage caused to Hwang Jung-soo, so Che-jong considered this purchase justified. While Jung-ho was eating dumplings one after another, Che-jong picked up the phone and started talking to new customers who ordered 3 servings of Chinese treats. And when Che-jong heard where exactly the delivery was needed, his face instantly changed, because this delivery was to that very same room 103rd. A man entered room 103 with a small package and informed the others about it, after which he decided to immediately ask his colleagues whether they had placed an order and what they had taken for themselves. One of them didn't really want to talk about it, so he replied rather emotionlessly that they had ordered Chinese food again. After which, in the same tone, he said that their guest would not come again today, which angered the man, because this only confirmed the fact that he drinks with beauties and specifically does not go to these meetings. Then he decided to suggest screwing this guy because they also want to relax. But this only made his interlocutor smile because it was enough for him to remind them of what they were doing here, The whole point was that if they screwed him over, then they wouldn't be able to get a penny. Their conversation was interrupted when they heard the doorbell ring and realized that the delivery had apparently already arrived, and now they would finally have something to eat. As soon as the man opened the doors, he was amazed by the new courier, because he was so tall. Che-jong began to talk about how he had only recently started working, and that today he went to this call instead of his brother. While he was telling them all this, Che-jong noticed that the lights were turned off in the entire room, and that was most likely why nothing could be seen from here. Che-jong decided to find out how they even worked in such darkness, to which the man answered him rather rudely and said that the guy just needed to do his job and leave. He realized that there was no point in talking to him, so he turned around and started to leave. Suddenly, a man's hand appeared on his shoulder, and he wanted to know why the guy was suddenly looking at him like that. Che-jong decided to say that he was just a little jealous of them because they could work like that in an office, and he was really curious about whether he could get a job like that if he got the qualifications. The man removed his hand and told the boy that if he tried, he would succeed. Then Che-jong asked the man for permission to come in and have a look around, which he was given permission to do. But the man still continued to think that the guy was quite strange, and he needed to be careful with him. He looked at the monitor of one of the workers and saw a man playing a turn-based strategy game there. Che-jong assumed that they were developing games, but the man smiled and told him that he didn't quite understand what Che-jong was talking about because it was the first time he heard such words. Suddenly, the man who had met him approached him again and asked if the guy knew anything about stocks, after which he started telling the guy that they were working with billions, although he suddenly stopped and said that this was a pointless conversation, because a guy like him could not know anything about this. After a few minutes, Che-jong came out of that office because he had already seen enough. Immediately after that, he picked up the phone and called his boss, telling him that the place was confirmed. He also said that he saw documents that appeared to have been worked on several computers. The boss was surprised that the guy was able to find out everything so quickly, but he assured the prosecutor that there was nothing wrong with that, because he only found out what he needed and nothing more. The next day, the capture group was already ready to capture the criminals. The leader of this operation immediately asked the guys to focus on saving the computer. Meanwhile, the criminals continued to work and talk about what they would do with their share when they finally got their money. Suddenly, there was a knock on their door and they started talking about how they had come here to pick up the dishes, which scared them, because they knew that the dishes were supposed to be picked up from them yesterday, and they had also put them outside the door. But the operative did not give up and continued to say that there were no dishes here and asked him to open the doors as soon as possible because he had a lot of work and no time for these games. One of them wanted to sleep, so he asked his colleague to finally open the doors so that he could sleep, because they were bothering him quite a lot. But as soon as he opened the doors, he immediately got hit on the head, and the capture group began to carry out their task. The guy who was trying to fall asleep immediately jumped up from his seat and started shouting at his subordinates to immediately delete everything from the computer. But fortunately, they didn't have time to do this, because the capture group worked excellently today and managed to neutralize every criminal. Chung-ho immediately called his boss back to please him and tell him that they finally had all the evidence. Now they would definitely be able to put these guys away. Meanwhile, in the well-known Hanwol Foundation, everything was not as calm as desired, because the second capture group, together with Che-jong, arrived there. Meanwhile, Hwang sat at his desk and was worried, because he didn't understand why his accomplices were suddenly calling him. After all, he had explained everything to them a long time ago. At one point, a man approached him and asked him to spare a few minutes of his precious time, but Hwang immediately told him that he was very busy. Prosecutor Khan decided to continue playing this game and therefore asked him a question in which he wanted to know what the guy was doing, because as far as he knew, he was supposed to have a meeting with Team 103 right now. After such a question, Hwang finally turned his attention to his new interlocutor, but only to find out who he was and how he knew about it. The prosecutor had been waiting for this question for so long that he was very happy to tell them that he was from the Seoul prosecutor's office. At that moment, Hwang realized that he urgently needed to destroy the evidence that was on the computer. But he didn't manage to do this. Che-jong was there and managed to take the guy's hand in time. He then pinned the man to the table so that he would listen to what the prosecutor was telling him, namely that they had a warrant for him and that he was officially under arrest on charges of fraud. Prosecutor Khan noted that he could remain silent and contact a lawyer, but given the amount of evidence against him, it would be useless. He decided to just start screaming to be let go and that he was not guilty of anything, but it seemed that this brought even more pleasure to the operatives. After some time, Prosecutor Kang sat with him in the conference room and told Hwang Jung-soo that it was in his interest to cooperate with them. And if he gave them all the necessary information, he would be able to avoid punishment, and the prosecutor would be able to rest longer, and everyone would be fine. Although Hwang at that moment was only thinking about the fact that his father's friend was the chief regional prosecutor, so he decided that he would remain silent and wait until he was pulled out of here. But his thoughts were interrupted by Prosecutor Kang, who realized that apparently Hwang had decided that he would remain silent and that at one moment they would come and save him. But this was far from the case. After which he took a huge stick in his hands and said that while the authorities will be pulling people like him out of prison, life will clearly not become better. With these words, he wanted to tell the guy that this time he wouldn't get out of it and would definitely tell him everything. They hadn't even managed to hit Hwang once. They had only swung at him, and he was already ready to speak and tell everything. Chae-jong and Chung-ho heard the screams and realized that Prosecutor Kang had apparently already begun to crack this nut. They were suddenly joined by the chief prosecutor, who wanted to find out how the investigation was progressing, and apparently he arrived at a rather unfortunate time. After all, he came in at a time when the situation had become a little more complicated. However, Chung-ho tried to distract the man's attention by saying that they had made the arrest before the criminals had carried out their plan. Chae-jong also decided to add that if they had succeeded, it would most likely have turned into a disaster for the economy and ordinary investors. The boss understood everything perfectly well, but he still decided to remind them that they were not the police, so he asked the guys to be a little softer. At this point, another prosecutor approached Chae-jong and noted that Cho had invested a lot of money in this operation, and that he was therefore incredibly ashamed of the very thing he wanted to apologize for. Although the guy immediately told him that there was nothing to worry about, because he was very pleased to know that his efforts were not in vain. In addition, the fund manager who manages the guy's assets says that the market is currently too overheated. The man noted that they simply could not act differently because in such a case, speculators and swindlers could intervene, so he believed that they were literally obliged to act as quickly as possible. Although in his mind he was thinking that he had also noticed that something was wrong with the stock market lately, which meant that Chae-jong was aware of their plans, which made the guy seem really unusual to him. Now the most important thing is for Hwang Jung-soo to speak out on the matter. Then they can close this case and not worry about what will happen next. The girls on their team noticed that this guy looked like a tough nut to crack, so she thought that it might be quite difficult to do. But apparently she imagined it, because this guy gave in pretty quickly, and after a few minutes was ready to tell everything. However, Prosecutor Khan believed that they were still very far from the end, and until they got information on everyone, they would not be able to stop. Now the girl had changed her mind and now believed that it would be incredibly easy to do. After the boys finally got their job done, they could finally start enjoying their drinks with peace of mind. But one of them was not so happy. It seemed to him that this work was clearly not for him, and everything they were doing was very bad. There were several other people like him who were dissatisfied with everything. Even the food was not what they wanted. At that moment, the guy couldn't stop thinking that if he had known then that this would happen, he would never have run away from home. Now he understands perfectly well that it was a big mistake. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by three men who appeared quite suddenly on the territory of this work area. Prosecutor Kang spoke first and told them that they were looking for Kim Duk-soo. One of them replied that he works here, but today he has a day off. Then Chae-jong came up to him and started squeezing his shoulder so hard that the guy screamed in pain, but he didn't stop pressing. In defense of their friend, other workers immediately stood up who were clearly serious. Prosecutor Kang was also a little angry at the guy because he started acting without his permission. To which Chae-jong replied to him that why did he even come here if he was going to stand behind and watch? That same poor guy, like everyone else, didn't understand what was going on here. Suddenly, Prosecutor Kang finally noticed Kim Duk-soo, whom he immediately asked to come to him, although the old man himself did not fully understand what was happening here and who these people were. Kang decided to tell them that they came from the Seoul District Prosecutor's office. After which he added that he, Kim Duk-soo, had been arrested on charges of financial crimes. Kim Duk-soo understood everything. In his head, Hwang Jung-soo was the person who betrayed him, at least because he promised that there would be no problems. So he started shouting back at them that they had no right to arrest him. Prosecutor Khan had no intention of playing games with him, but simply ordered his men to arrest the man immediately. At this moment, Chae-jong was distracted for literally a second, as his friend immediately broke free from the hold and tried to hit Chae-jong. But it was his mistake, because he didn't even have time to touch Chae-jong before he delivered a direct blow to his nose. Because of this, the other guys started yelling at him, but the guy just asked them to come up to him and say it to his face because he has poor hearing. Duk-soo looked at all this at that moment and thought that he had spent an incredibly huge amount of money, and if he was going to be caught, he definitely didn't want to do it here. That's why he decided to run towards the emergency exit, where his car was parked. He really believed that he would be able to escape while the prosecutors were fighting with his people. But the old man apparently did not take into account the fact that his opponent was Chae-jung, who quickly dealt with the hooligans, and then caught up with the man so quickly that he did not even have time to realize how the guy was performing his move on him. After such a blow, the man's back hurt incredibly badly, and he was shaking all over. Now it was possible to say with confidence that the man would not run away anywhere. This was the last straw for the prosecutor, and he asked Chae-jung to stop immediately, and also added that if the guy took even one more step, they would talk to him in a completely different way. When the prosecutor came closer, it seemed to him that Chae-jung had broken his spine, which is most likely why the man could not move. He immediately asked Jung-ho to call an ambulance so that they could help him. The prosecutor began to scold the guy for beating the criminal too hard, and in response, Chae-jung reminded Kang what he did to Hwang at the prosecutor's office, which made the man even more angry. After this conversation, Chae-jung decided to check if there was anyone hiding here. And at one point, he noticed several young guys who were doing something unclear here. He decided to approach them and ask about it. He assumed that they worked here, and they confirmed it with an uncertain voice. It was clear from them that they were very afraid of Chae-jung and of talking to him in general, and they answered his questions uncertainly and with apprehension. Chae-jung noticed this right away, so at one point he asked the guys if they were by any chance the ones who ran away from home. One of them smiled, because inside him there was hope that they would be saved, so he confidently answered that they had run away from home. Chae-jung continued to suggest that they were probably brought here and promised work at the train station or bus terminal. The guy was shocked because he didn't even have a rough idea of how Chae-jung knew about everything. Chae-jung sighed heavily because in his mind everything was clear, because at that time brokers simply sold people to those who could pay. This was not uncommon, so he immediately thought about it. He decided to calm them down a little, so he noted that everyone has their own circumstances, and in any case, it was not easy for them. But now, according to him, everything is over and they will soon be able to return to normal life. These words made them incredibly sad, so they even started crying. But before he helps them, Chae-jung asked them to tell him everything. They sat down in one of the rooms of the prosecutor's office, where Chae-jung brought them some food and tried to calm them down, because he saw that the guys were still very scared. He understood that they were not guilty of anything, because it was only the adults' fault that they were unable to protect them. Chae-jung decided to lighten the mood a little, so he asked the guys to ignore this guy and just relax and talk. One of them, however, decided to start talking about how they were scared when new people came to them, because they immediately thought that they would be sold again. Chae-jung asked him to be more specific, so he asked what kind of people were supposed to come. The guy lowered his head and said that it must have been people from China. Although this place was not much different from an ordinary auto repair shop, it was to this place that he and his brothers were once brought. They thought that everything would be fine now, and they would soon go home. But that day, Duk-soo told them that they were now being sent to the house where new families were waiting for them. While they were there, they saw a lot of terrible things, and people there spoke to them in a completely different way. Duk-soo always treated his enemies or debtors very harshly, and all the dirty work was done by that crazy guy who obviously really enjoyed it. After which they placed the person who was beaten under the press together with the car, and there was no trace left of him. One day, a crazy man came up to this guy, waving a sledgehammer, and told him that from that day on, this would be his duty. Chae-jung couldn't believe it. Were these crazy guys forcing poor school children to destroy evidence in the process of recycling cars? The guy was scared by Chae-jung's violent reaction and thought that he had said something wrong, but Chae-jung immediately calmed him down and said that Duk-soo would definitely get into trouble in prison for that. Next, Chae-jung wanted to know what the guy's name was. He introduced himself as Han Seon-ho, and when he said his name, Chae-jung wanted to ask Han Seon, or did he not remember that man's partners? Han Sung lowered his head and said that unfortunately he didn't remember it because they were wearing hats and sunglasses, so he couldn't remember them. And his friends confirmed this, who unfortunately also didn't see their faces. Chae-jung told them that every little thing was important in this matter, so he asked the boys that if they came up with any little thing, it would be nice if they told him about it. And as soon as Chae-jung spoke about the details, the boy suddenly remembered one. He saw how one of them was talking on the phone, and he had a small tattoo of a snake on his arm. When Chae-jung heard this, He immediately fell into a stupor because this kind of tattoo could only remind him of one thing. He of course understood that perhaps such a person was not the only one in all of Seoul. But suddenly he was interrupted by a guy who noticed that there was still a car that they had worked on last night and it was still there. Prosecutor Kang and Chae Jong became active and immediately asked the guy, or could they look at this car right now? They came together with this guy to that place, and he pointed his finger to them that she was located at the very top. The car was not in the best condition. They crushed it into a pancake. And Chae Jong noted that he always thought that Kim Duk-soo was just playing with money. But in the end, he turned out to be a much more vile person. The prosecutor asked Young-ho to call the police and tell them to investigate that white car. According to the prosecutor, they worked with her last night, so it is very possible that there are fingerprints or something else left there. At this moment, Chae Jong was thinking that since there was a lot of dust and other contaminants in the landfill, the chance of preserving the evidence was quite low. But on the other hand, if they managed to find something, then they would be able to understand who was involved in this. If the guy with the tattoo that Seon-ho was talking about is connected to the person thereafter, then the evidence from the junkyard could be the key to fully exposing the organization. Suddenly, it came to Chae Jong's mind that the difference between the case with Deputy Kim and the case with the official of 1996 was that in the first case, we are talking about a car, or more precisely, about the presence of fingerprints or DNA in the car. But in the case of Deputy Kim, only a month has passed and perhaps they have a chance to find a lot of new information. Such thoughts made the guy turn to Prosecutor Khan to tell him that while he was calling the police, he would like to ask one more question, in which he wanted to know what kind of cars were used to transport Deputy Kim. While the man was thinking about the answer, Chae Jong looked around and, unfortunately, did not see any surveillance cameras around the dump, although this would have made their work much easier. Meanwhile, Prosecutor Khan turned to the boys and said that they were finished with this, and now all that was left was to conduct a small check of their personalities and send the boys home. But they froze in place, which was strange for a man. Did they really not want to go home because their parents were clearly waiting for them at home, worried about them? Chae Jong understood them perfectly well. Each of them most likely had their own reasons to worry about this, and for now they were not very eager to return home. So he suggested that maybe they needed time to make sure they were safe, and if they were brought home now, they might run away again. But they couldn't take care of them forever either, so Chae Jong had to think about this problem a little. And at that moment, the realization came to him that he would finally be able to try out his shelter for runaways. After some time, they arrived at the very shelter, which had just finished construction. And before entering, Chae Jong told them that they could stay in this place as long as they wanted. Just at that moment, Mr. Kwan arrived and decided to see what he had invested the money in. Chae Jong immediately introduced the man as Chairman Kwon Ho-soo, who, according to the guy, made a great contribution to the construction of this center. Although the old man himself believed that there was nothing special about it, because he only helped them realize their idea, nothing more. After which he turned to the children and told them that he had actually heard about their situation and that the center was created specifically for them. Mr. Kwan first wanted to introduce the person who would be in charge of this shelter. This sweet woman's name was Mrs. Park Yeon-ja. She has been taking care of orphans since she was 20 years old, and according to him, she will take care of them as if they were her own children. According to her, she was very pleased to meet him, and she also couldn't help but say that she had heard about Chae Jong. Mr. Kwan thought it was no surprise since the guy was a gold medalist on the judo team, and he was also the one who planned the shelter. And recently, he has been helping the elderly stay in society. Chae Jong was very pleased to hear such things, but still the focus today was on these guys, because they were the first teenagers in this center. The woman noted that most likely their meeting was a decision of fate, and she hopes that they will be happy to spend time with her. Chae Jong couldn't help but be happy that such a woman would be looking after the boys, because dedicating yourself to someone isn't that easy, so he couldn't help but say that she was truly a wonderful person. It was clear from her that such words from Chae Jong were very pleasant for her, but she also thought that this was only possible thanks to other people, including Representative Kwan, although Chae Jong was thinking at that moment that the woman was very kind and could definitely be trusted with the children. But the woman still really wanted to know how Chae Jong decided to realize such bright ideas at such an early age. Chae Jong told her that he really just wanted the guys in a similar situation not to feel abandoned, and that would be so wonderful. Besides, he actually ran away from home several times, so he knows very well how a person feels in such a situation. Although he mentally understood that it was a period of regression, he felt lost and useless after his arm injury. In any case, He couldn't help but tell Chairman Kwan that he was really surprised. Even though he knew that he had made a huge contribution, he didn't know that he would buy such a huge building. The man laughed and said that he himself didn't really think that everything would be so good, and it was really worth it. And besides, he thought that since they were already doing this, they couldn't keep the children in a cramped space like a chicken coop. Chejong was glad to hear this, because in this way he understood that he and Mr. Kwan were apparently on the same wavelength, and since they understood each other so well, Chejong would like to propose one idea. He wanted to set up a free shop and food court on the ground floor where children could eat freely. This idea was a bit of a surprise to Mr. Kwan and Pak Yeon. Chejong also added that he felt that children could even operate it themselves under their supervision, which would help them develop independent skills before going out into society. For example, when Sun Ho was asked what he was interested in, he said that he didn't really do anything except like to play on the computer. At first, Chejong thought that the guy liked computer games, but as it turned out later, the guy meant programming. The guy felt a little awkward talking about it because everyone told him it was a useless exercise, but Chejong immediately grabbed his head and said that this was a wonderful activity. Moreover, Chejong thought it was amazing that Xian Ho was able to find himself in this and wanted to do such a difficult job. He thought so because he knew better than anyone that the computer industry was developing more and more every day, and that telephones would soon become full-fledged computers. The other guys were skeptical about Chejong's words, thinking that it was simply impossible, because even when you say it, it sounds strange, although Chejong still believed that programmers would soon create such a world, and each of them had a chance to become a part of it. Pak Yeon, hearing this, suggested creating a small computer room where they would put computers and find teachers for the children. Other guys said that they love football, and one of them even wants to become a professional player, and another likes to draw comics. Mr. Kwan noted that each of them had set quite high goals for themselves that would be difficult to achieve, but he immediately said that they would support them so that they could achieve their dreams. At the same time, when the shelter for runaways was completed, the building that Chejong bought was also completed, and the first thing the guy did was bring his mother there to show their new apartment. She thought it was too luxurious for two, although Chejong thought it was quite normal because she worked a lot and now all she could do was enjoy herself. She was very happy, so she simply could not help but tell Chejong that he was a very good son, for which she was very grateful to him. The woman would so much like her husband to witness this moment, he would clearly be delighted. These thoughts made her shed tears, which scared Chejong, although she tried to tell him that it was just something that got into her eye and nothing more. Although Chejong guessed that most likely Mom remembered Dad again, so he decided at that moment to give her the gift that he prepared especially for her. She was already tired of accepting gifts from him, because it seemed to her that all of this was too expensive for her. But this only made the guy smile, and he hurried his mother so that she would unpack as soon as possible. Imagine the woman's surprise when she saw a ring inside this box. And it wasn't just any ring, it was the same engagement ring they donated during the fundraiser. She was not mistaken, because right after these words, Chejong added that this was an important day, because it seemed to him that Dad would like to see them happy today. Chejong told his mother that he was able to get it, so he asked her to put it on quickly. The woman was so happy to see this ring on her finger again, because it reminded her so much of her loved one, who unfortunately is no longer around. At that moment, Chejong was thinking that he wanted their new home to always have only happy moments. The next day, Jung Ho approached Chejong, and with a serious face wanted to ask the guy how he dared to do this. After a few seconds of Chejong's silence, Chung Ho began to shake him and shout that he had no right to avoid answering, because he did not understand how he could now be happy at work without his beloved partner. As it turned out, today they all gathered here together in order to see off Chejong, because his internship time at the prosecutor's office had ended, and therefore he needed to leave this place. Although Prosecutor Kang was sure that the guy would come to their work after school and therefore was not very worried about it, Chejong wanted to tell each of them that he was immensely grateful to them all, and that he truly valued the time he spent in this department. After Chejong finished speaking, Prosecutor Kang asked the boy to go outside with him so that they could talk to him. The first thing the prosecutor wanted to know was whether his son had passed everything on to Chejong. The guy confirmed this, after which the man asked to convey his special gratitude to Chairman Kwan. They quickly finished with this, and the prosecutor suggested that they finally get down to business, since he had already learned that Chejong had asked him about the investigation into the car that Kim Won had used. According to the prosecutor, they took the car, The guys examined everything and took it apart completely. According to him, they found only one fingerprint, which was made up of several of the same ones, so there was no way to examine the DNA. Upon hearing this, Chae-jong then suggested separating the fingerprints. Prosecutor Khan did not understand what the guy was talking about and reminded him that they were not in a movie and that this does not happen in real life. Chae-jong forgot that it was not the time when this had already been invented, although it would clearly help them now, so he concluded that without modern technology, they would always have difficulties in simple places. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to his mind, and for this reason he decided to ask Prosecutor Khan what was needed to invent a new forensic technology. He didn't quite expect such a question, but still tried to answer the guy, saying that for this, first of all, a developer is needed, but most likely time and budget play no less a role. Then the guy suggested that if the developer was talented, then it was a win-win option. And then Prosecutor Khan thought that the guy was going to invest in some university or something like that. At first he thought it was a joke, but from the expression on Chae-jong's face, he realized that it was far from a joke, and the guy was really going to do it. Chae-jong was walking through the airport when his phone suddenly rang, and when he picked it up, he heard the voice of Jong Yun, the CEO of Evian Agency. This man holds a senior position in the agency he once attended. The man called Chae-jong to say that before he and David formed the team, they were worried about personnel changes. This news made Chae-jong scream throughout the airport because he couldn't believe that the man was actually looking for replacement workers. He immediately realized that he had reacted too emotionally to this. So he asked the question again, but in a calm format. The man started telling him that Teeman currently belongs to the JIKE company, and they want to take the rest for themselves. Chae-jong had heard of such a company before, because in his past life, JIKE was one of the top 3 entertainment companies. Before returning, Chae-jong overheard that Jin Young participated in GQD's debut. Everything happened just like in his past life. But he knew very well that if they handed over all the members of JIKE, CEO Jung would suffer a big loss. However, GQD has too many hits written by Jin Young Jin to just give him away. In other words, they can't just exchange the main vocalist Taemin. So he decided that the best solution in this situation would be to simply buy up JIKE shares. Chae-jong explained his decision by saying that they were currently only recruiting established guys without trying to find talent. So Chae-jong felt like JIKE was also having a hard time right now. He even assumed that these guys do not pay dividends on time, so it would be a good idea to take advantage of this opportunity and buy JIKE. Chae-jong understood that even if they paid twice as much, it was still a business that would stay afloat for at least 10 years. And even if he ended up in the red, he still didn't see any other choice at the moment. Besides, Chae-jong would really like to see all the artists together, and he doesn't want to watch them separate and go their separate ways. So now all he has to do is ask his interlocutor to do everything in his power. The man was glad to hear this, so he didn't think long before promising the guy that he would do everything possible for this. Chae-jong hung up the phone and thought that now, if everything went according to plan, Director Jong would no longer have a reason to refuse investment offers. So it could be said that this was good for both Mr. Kwon and Miss Park. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his friends, who arrived on time, and the first thing they wanted to do was congratulate him. They said what a great guy Chae-jong was, and the guy smiled and continued to listen to the pleasant words to himself. In honor of this, Soo-ho even decided to prepare a dance, saying that it would soon be very popular, although Chae-jong, like no one else, knew that this dance was popular 100 years ago. He was so carried away that he didn't even notice how the guy suddenly started to leave. After some time, they finally arrived at the hotel after a long journey and were so happy with their room, which was so expensive. Chae-jong was glad that the guys liked it because initially he didn't want to go to Japan himself, so he decided to take Soo-ho and So-yeon with him, who kindly agreed to go with him. The guy noticed that the place hadn't changed at all, and So-yeon thought that the guy had already been here. That's how it was, though it was in a past life. In order to catch the leader of the Busan smuggling organization, he had to fly to Tokyo. He was hiding in this hotel at the time. Then he stayed overnight and took advantage of the opportunity. After he arrested the criminal, he rested a little more. But of course he couldn't tell the guys this, so he said that he had been here several times for international competitions. At one point, the guys started talking about how they were starting to feel a little ashamed because the guy had paid for their ticket and all the expenses during this trip. Chae-jong noted that all of this was done by sponsors because he didn't want this trip to be a burden for them. Although in fact, Chae-jong paid for everything, and the sponsors were a cover so that the guys wouldn't worry about money. He abruptly changed the subject and wanted to know what the guys would be doing tomorrow, to which Soyeon confidently replied that she would go to the hot springs, and Suho was already dreaming about how he would go to Akihabara. Chaejong didn't mind, but before that he decided to tell them honestly there was a person in Japan that he definitely wanted to see, so he would like to go see him first. The guys didn't understand what he was talking about, although Chaejong himself didn't remember the name of that man. All he knew about him was that he was called a forgotten genius. The man woke up late at night with an incredibly severe pain in his head. Now he realized that yesterday's end-of-semester get-together had been too much. But apparently this was not his main problem, because when he turned around, he saw a woman lying in his bed, which made him very scared. So much so that I couldn't even stay on the bed and just fell off it. He lay on the floor for a while until he heard the voice of this girl, who asked him with a smile, or was it his habit to wake up like this? But when the guy got up, he saw that Minami was lying in his bed, which shocked him. He just stood there for a while in a stupor and didn't know what to do next. And at that time, she laughed very loudly. Minami decided not to play with the man for a long time. So as soon as the opportunity arose, she showed him a photo where they were together and asked him to take responsibility as adults do. The next day, the man was already at work, but he couldn't get what happened that night out of his head. He was very worried that others might find out about it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the man became very scared because he thought that they had come to do some terrible things to him. But when the door opened, he saw Chaejong in front of him, who entered Professor Ichiro's office with a smile. When Chaejong entered his office, he immediately noticed that it had quite a bit of space, only 4 meters wide. He didn't even have a storage room for junk, which confused the guy a little. Ichiro noticed that the guy was looking around, so he immediately told Chaejong that he just hadn't been cleaning here lately. So it seemed very dirty, although Chaejong immediately assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, he asked the professor not to worry about it, because he understood perfectly well that the man was a very busy person, and he clearly had more important things to do than some cleaning. Ichiro thanked the guy for his understanding, but Chaejong still noticed that the man was somehow too tense, but he could not understand the reason. The man suddenly interrupted the guy's thoughts to say that he didn't look exactly like an investment consultant, because he looked too young, and he also spoke Japanese well, all of which was surprising. Chaejong started laughing and responded by saying that the man was actually the same, because to earn the title of professor at 30 years old is also very difficult. Besides, Chaejong did not forget to mention that the man is quite famous. They call him Dirty Bernie. And as soon as Ichiro heard this, he immediately screamed and asked the guy not to remember anything like that again. In 1991, all the financial systems of the Japanese government were hacked at the same time. A threatening message appeared with a dirty rabbit and words that they were destroying Japan. This incident left its mark on the history of hacking in Japan, and the Japanese government, realizing the criminal's strength, offered him a position as a professor and the development of security programs. This hacker was that same Professor Ichiro. It was a pleasure for Chaejong to sit next to the man who developed the foundations of digital forensics and did so here at Minato University. Even now, except for a very small circle of people, his name is unknown to anyone, but he left his mark on forensics. It was precisely to meet this genius that Chaejong came to Japan, so as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately told the professor that the Japanese government did this for its own interests. But the position of professor is truly amazing, although the man himself believed that there was absolutely no merit in this because he was just a fool who knew nothing except work. According to him, he has problems with society because he always works at home. In fact, the computer is his only friend. This was the case in Chaejong's past life, and this is what is happening in this one. Looking at the man, Chaejong thought that the man seemed to often feel lonely. When he was in Japan, it must have been very hard for him to live alone. But before Chaejong could continue the conversation with him, suddenly Minami entered the room, which scared the professor very much, which is why he immediately told her that she had come at the wrong time. Looking at this girl, Chaejong thought that if she was a student, then she dressed too badly. She realized that the professor had a guest, so he decided to go out so as not to disturb them. As soon as she left, Chaejong noticed that the professor looked quite tense since he came in, and so he became interested in finding out what was bothering the professor. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by the professor, who began to apologize to Chaejong and tell him that this was his student, Minami. According to him, she sometimes appears unexpectedly. Chaejong didn't say anything to him about this. He simply suggested continuing their conversation, after which he told the professor directly that he would really like to buy his hacker skill. This surprised the man very much because until the end, he thought that the guy came to him with a specific order, but apparently this was not the case. And when Chejong confirmed this, the professor began to tell the guy that he did not understand him because what he personally researched was based on hacking. But before he could finish, Chejong interrupted him and began to talk about how the program for searching computers is based on the structure of hacking, and now it is used only by intelligence services of different countries. And for ordinary people, it is a new concept. The guy thought that thanks to the professor's skills, many problems can be solved. Even if the man is a criminal, Chejong still wants to help him. After a rather long conversation with the professor, Chejong returned to his friends again, who were actually already tired of waiting for him. So the guy offered to treat them to dinner so that they would not be offended by him. They entered the first cafe that was on the way, and the guys immediately noticed that there was a rather pleasant aroma of meat there. But then Chejong noticed something else, namely the same girl who came into Professor Min-me's office today. At that moment, the girl was talking about how she had recently agreed on a new big deal and therefore suggested that her friends go to Hawaii together. They immediately realized that she had a new client, whom the girl tried with all her might to hide, but still decided to tell her friends that this client was one of the professors at their university. Chejong heard all this and immediately understood everything. Apparently, the girl intended to use Professor Ichiro for her own selfish purposes, although he wasn't entirely sure about it either, because it was quite noisy in this cafe, so it was a bit difficult to hear anything. So he decided to check it all out immediately. He told his friends that he would come in a few minutes and ask them to take a table in the meantime. In fact, he literally burst into where Min-me and her friends were sitting, saying that he had completely accidentally heard the name of Professor Ichiro. He tried to find out from the girls whether they were his friends, but in response, they only remained silent and looked at Min-me. Chejong did not stop talking and began to tell about how he was a student of the technical faculty, and completely by chance he entered Professor Ichiro's laboratory. But suddenly his stories were interrupted by Min-me, who noted that she and her friends were actually talking about serious things. After these words, Chejong asked for forgiveness for interrupting their conversation like that, then wished them a good evening and began to leave, which caused a small smile on the girl's face. Although her friends looked after this guy and said that he was so cute and handsome and they would be happy to meet him. Although Min-me thought that there was nothing special about the guy that could catch her attention, she also didn't forget to point out that he was a student of the engineering department, which meant that he was a student of that stupid professor, after which she continued to talk about how she decided to get the most out of this professor, and it seemed to her that there definitely shouldn't be any problems with this. Her friends were not sure that everything could go well, after all. It was quite a big deal and something could definitely go wrong. Although Min-me still thought that everything would be fine, at least until her graduation, it was quite safe to do it. But what was funniest for her was that she was ordered to deceive him. She herself would not have done such a thing. The person who asked her to do this told the girl that this professor would leave, but they would still pay her until graduation, which was very beneficial for her. Everything the girl said was recorded on a small voice recorder, which Chejong had conveniently attached to the bottom of the table when he visited the girls. The next day, the professor heard this entire conversation. On this tape, it was recorded how the dean of this university was the same customer. Also, the girl said during this conversation that they actually had nothing, and it was all a lie. But this does not stop them from deceiving him. At first, the man was very angry to hear all this, but then he began to cry from the realization that he was actually not guilty of anything, and that the girl had nothing on him except the photograph. Chejong tried to calm the professor down, so he immediately told him that he was very sorry, but mentally, he understood perfectly well that the man had essentially been drawn into such an unpleasant incident. Only now did Chejong begin to understand why the man had been so agitated back then. Chejong even thought about the fact that perhaps the man had already encountered similar things, because if you think about it, by nationality, the man is actually Korean. But for some unknown reason, he had to leave his country. At least that was the case in Chejong's past life. Now he wanted to find out from the professor why the dean was watching him and doing such dirty tricks. Professor Ichiro thought for a long time, but not a single idea came to his mind. Then Chejong suggested that he think about it for a bit, because he was sure that they had some misunderstandings, which is probably why all of this started. All Ichiro could remember was that he had recently asked the dean to upgrade the computers to newer ones. According to the man, their engineering department is underfunded. The research recently has been of extremely low quality, and all this is due to the limited budget. Research cannot be carried out normally. But for Chejong, it was still very strange to hear such things. So he began to think that maybe he should investigate the dean's actions, and then everything would fall into place. Ichiro didn't fully understand why Che-jong suddenly decided to help him, because it seemed to him that it would be easier for the guy to sign a technical contract and leave it at that. Che-jong explained it all by saying that he was a bit curious by nature. The dean was using the student to observe the professor. It seemed to him something that simply couldn't be ignored. The man was so ashamed to hear all this, it seemed to him that this matter was such a disgrace for a university professor. Although Che-jong didn't quite agree with him, since it was obvious that Professor Ichiro wasn't to blame unless he did nothing. But then he wanted to know what Che-jong was proposing. The guy responded by assuring the man that he was, in fact, an expert in such matters, and that the man had nothing to worry about. After talking with the professor, Che-jong went for a little walk around the city. The guys were a little surprised by the beauty, because they had never been abroad and did not think that somewhere could be so beautiful. Suho suggested eating sushi since the weather was just perfect for it, and this idea was actually quickly supported by Che-jong and So-yeon. Che-jong looked at his friends and thought that they seemed so cheerful to him. Apparently, it was all because of their trip. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when a man addressed Che-jong by name. When he turned around, he saw a man there who introduced himself as Yoshida Enreku. Before returning, Che-jong and his team obtained information through connections with the Japanese police Yoshida, with whom they had arranged in advance to meet at a place that could be called a Korean courier center to obtain information about Dean Kitamura, and there was something to see there. They were able to gather so much useful information in just half a day, for which Che-jong could only thank Yoshida. After such a short dialogue, Yoshida, without thinking for long, turned around and began to leave, and Che-jong continued to carefully examine these documents. In the dean's office, meanwhile, the same dean was talking to his so-called assistant, to whom he told that this time Ichiro had received 700,000 yen, and so he ordered her to take everything and send it to the account that he gave her. He also added to her that she shouldn't put too much pressure on him because who knows what will happen if he starts to panic. After these parting words, he hung up the phone and thought that of course they had to spend a lot of money with him. But on the other hand, thanks to Ichiro, they would be able to earn even more. There was only one problem for him, and that was that a third-class university had its own limits on how much you could earn, and it was only because of Ichiro that they couldn't get the money he dreamed of. He felt like he might be a little inexperienced, but if they controlled him well, they wouldn't have to worry about money for at least 10 years. He looked at his watch and realized that he should get ready, because important guests were coming to see him soon. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door and realized that they had arrived a little earlier than he expected. But when the doors opened, the dean half expected to see other people. And at the door was Ichiro, who greeted the dean and expected the same from the man. But instead, the dean simply told him that the man should come see him later, because he had a guest coming now. Ichiro continued to stand in place, which is why the man began to get angry at him and say that apparently the guy lacked the manners to leave after the first request. The dean was already carried away, and he simply could not stop. He continued to tell Ichiro that a professor who does not even know such basic rules of politeness cannot teach children normally, and in general, he did not understand where such people got such educated parents. But his monologue was suddenly interrupted when he heard more people enter his office. So he immediately turned around to see who else had come there and saw a very familiar woman in front of him, and next to her a young guy. This woman immediately noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. But fear immediately appeared on the dean's face, because he couldn't even imagine what could have brought a woman here, although she believed that in this university, there were no closed doors for her. The dean couldn't really argue with this, and then Che-jong entered the dialogue, who decided to introduce himself first. He called himself Che-jong from the Kwan and Park Company. It was this guy that the dean was supposed to meet with, and now he couldn't even imagine how it happened that they came to him together. The woman immediately suggested sitting down and talking about a situation that had arisen quite recently. The dean just stood there in a stupor for a while because he simply didn't understand what was going on here. The woman began the dialogue by saying that the investor had requested cooperation with their university, so she came here in person. Che-jong also added that from the beginning, he only wanted to meet with the director, but then he thought that since he was already here, it would be a good idea to discuss this issue together. The university director decided to get straight to the point and talk about how Che-jong was going to launch a program for international students in their engineering department. Che-jong began to explain that they, Kwan and Park, run a shelter for runaway teenagers, and so they thought it would be good to allow those who aspire to a career in engineering to study. The dean at this point began to feel much better, and even began to think that the guy looked so young, which made it seem like a good idea to focus his attention on this guy. At one point in the dialogue, the director wanted to know why the guy chose their university. Chae-jung began to talk about how he had personal affairs with Professor Ichiro, so thanks to the man, he came across this particular university. Ichiro, in turn, said that he was developing a program that could examine and restore data about calls and messages that had long been deleted from a mobile phone, and Chae-jung was not against investing in this project. The woman hearing this became so pleased because it seemed to her that this was quite interesting and would be in demand in the future. The only thing she doubted was that the development might not go so well, but if everything went well, then it would most likely become a wonderful discovery, which confused the dean a little because he was hearing about it for the first time. At this moment, Chae-jung watched the man carefully and noticed that he had already completely relaxed. So he decided to ask the director to demonstrate the program right here, if she didn't mind, of course. The woman was only happy to take a look at it if they had everything ready, to which Ichiro began to take out his laptop to connect the program. After which, Chae-jung approached the dean and asked the man to borrow his mobile phone. Chae-jung decided to explain to the man that they, as investors and developers, do not have the right to give out their phone numbers in order to be unbiased. Even though he was worried about it, he still reached into his jacket to give her his phone. But suddenly it dawned on him that if this program really worked, then they would be able to restore all the deleted calls and messages. Suddenly, Chae-jung stopped him, saying that it was probably not very correct to ask for a mobile phone since it could be connected to his personal life. And as a solution to this problem, he suggested using this computer as an experiment. This was a very bad sign for the man because he had hidden bank accounts and stolen research data there, which would clearly get him into trouble. So he immediately thought that this could not be allowed to happen. He started talking about how the computer was used for official work files, and if suddenly important documents disappeared, it would be a problem. So he was forced to refuse. But at this point, the director intervened again, who still wanted to try to do this, since such an opportunity clearly does not arise often. The man still tried to avoid it, so the woman began to think that he was not interested in it, but to keep him calm. If something went wrong, she promised to take all the problems and consequences on herself, so she once again insisted that he give the guy a try. The dean remained silent for a while and did not want to do this, so Ichiro could not stand it and decided to find out what was going on. Was the dean really hiding something? He pretended that it really offended him and that in fact there was nothing wrong with it. Then the director simply does not understand why he suddenly became so scared and does not give them the opportunity to carry out the experiment, although he stated that he was simply very surprised. Still, the dean gave permission for this, and at that moment stood and watched this carefully, thinking that the files are always deleted completely, and even if they try to restore them, they still shouldn't succeed. But that's how it seemed to him for a while, until Ichiro discovered one very interesting file. And a few seconds later, they saw a huge number of deleted files, which made the guys very wary. And the dean began to understand what kind of problems he was in for. She began to break through to the computer to prevent the guys from looking through all the files. But Chae-jung did not let him do this. Moreover, he read out loud that there is a threefold difference between the faculty's funds and real research income. The dean tried for a long time to prevent them from reaching the end and seeing what files were there. But Ichiro at one point simply couldn't take it anymore, got up from his workplace and pinned the dean to the wall. After which he started yelling at him and asking why his name was on his research. The dean tried to tell him that he didn't know how it happened, but Ichiro obviously didn't believe a word he said and continued to yell at him until he got the truth. Chae-jung decided to intervene in time and calm them down, because the best solution in this situation would be to simply call the police and tell them all the details. The dean was clearly against this idea because he believed that he had done nothing wrong for them to call the police. But Ichiro clearly thought differently, and at one point he couldn't stand it any longer and literally attacked the dean. He shouted at him with all his might and demanded that the dean confess and ask him for forgiveness because he had known for a long time that it was a deception. And next to him stood the director, who looked at him with such a look, after which everything became perfectly clear to the dean. After some time, the police finally arrived and were going to take the man away, but he still couldn't calm down and continued to shout that he was not guilty of anything. He even had the audacity to ask for help from the director, who was watching him closely. He shouted at her about how he had devoted an incredible number of years to this school, but all she could tell him was that he remained shameless until the very end. After which she asked the police to immediately remove him from her sight so that she would never see him again. A few minutes later, the police car headed to the station, and Chae-jung noted that since they had managed to catch the dean, Mina-mi would soon be found as well, and then this matter would be over. Then the director approached them to ask for forgiveness from Chae-jung for having to see such a shameful sight, but he assured her that there was no reason to be upset. She smiled and suggested that they discuss the issue of his studying abroad a little later. He understood her perfectly, so he immediately agreed to such conditions. Well, she didn't forget about Professor Inchiro either. She asked him for forgiveness for not paying him enough attention, although he is an incredibly valuable worker, which was so strange for the guys. After all these apologies, Chae-jung decided to clarify what the woman was going to do with the dean. She smiled and started talking about how he needed to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. So she was going to use all her connections to make him rot in prison for at least 10 years. After such an unexpected answer, she said goodbye and left. And Chae-jung invited the professor to sit down and discuss their future plans. They sat down on a bench that was nearby, and the professor immediately began to thank Chae-jung for helping him get out of this situation, because if it weren't for Chae-jung, he would still be a puppet. But the guy thought that he hadn't done anything wrong, because they were able to find evidence only thanks to his forensic skills. And the man was grateful to the guy for making his skills make sense. However, Chae-jung immediately decided to tell the professor that in fact, everything was not over yet. According to the guy, they have not yet finished discussing the issue of rights to sell his technology. The man was already scared, but Chae-jung was talking about business. And when the professor calmed down a little, Chae-jung decided to say that he had one small request. And this request consisted of Chae-jung offering the man to go with him to Korea. The professor clearly did not expect such a proposal, and Chae-jung explained such a proposal by the fact that in Japan, they would be limited by geographical boundaries, and therefore, it would be a good idea for them to move to Korea and fully concentrate on research. After some thought, the professor finally gave the guy an answer, and unfortunately, he was forced to refuse Chae-jung this trip. This answer was incredibly unexpected for the guy, because he was almost sure that the man would agree to leave with him. But as it turned out, the professor's main goal now is to get back the research that the dean stole from him. In other words, he simply didn't want to run away anymore. Chae-jung decided not to try to convince him, so he agreed, and they stopped arguing, because he understood that his intervention changed the course of events compared to his past life, and how glad he was that the professor would no longer have to suffer. But still, he was a little sorry that he would not go with him. So the guy told the professor that he really wanted to get his hands on this forensic technology, but apparently nothing could be done, which brought the professor down to earth. And then he started approaching Chae-jung to tell the guy that he didn't really mean it. He wanted to say that even though he wouldn't go to Korea with him, he was still ready to sell the guy his technology. Chae-jung was very happy to hear such words, because in fact he no longer hoped that the man would agree to give him his technology. But the professor promised him that he would definitely complete the development of his forensic technology here in Japan, and then would definitely share it with the guy, for which Chae-jung decided to thank the professor, also telling him that the Kwan and Park Company would provide him with comprehensive and unlimited support in his case, which made the man even a little awkward, but he did not stop hoping for cooperation. After that, he wanted to ask Chae-jung for one more thing, namely, he wanted Chae-jung and his company to support one more person, and the guy agreed almost immediately because it was the professor's recommendation. The man began to talk about how he had a friend who found himself in a similar situation. He also had to immigrate here with his parents at the age of 12. And if we are to believe the words of the professor, then now, due to personal circumstances, he is single-handedly developing a car video recorder, which amazed Chae-jung. He had no idea that such things had begun to be developed so early. The professor clearly didn't expect such a reaction from the guy, but Chae-jung even fell out of reality a little when he heard this. And after some time, Chae-jung decided to ask the professor where this guy is now. The next day, Chae-jung went to the address the professor gave him. This time he was with his friends, who were already tired of the guy disappearing somewhere all day long, so they decided to go with him to Kyoto. By the way, tomorrow they were returning to Korea, and they definitely didn't want to sit at home, and they wanted to spend this time usefully. They finally approached the very house that the professor had indicated, and Chae-jung immediately decided to dial the intercom. But so far this was to no avail. No one was answering. But after some time they heard a voice from the intercom that wanted to know who they were, and in response to this question, Chae-jung asked his own, in which he wanted to know if this was the house of Mr. Kitara Kunihiro. And when the guy confirmed this information, Chae-jung introduced himself and said that he was from the Kwan and Park Holding, and also did not forget to remind the guy that they had talked to him yesterday, on the recommendation of Professor Ichiro. After these words, the man opened the door and once again, only this time to the guy's face, said that he would not do anything, and that Ichiro was clearly wrong about him. Chejong didn't expect such an answer, so he froze a little in shock, and at that moment the man once again asked Chejong to leave. Besides, he wasn't in the mood to talk about it at the moment because he felt very bad, and later he would call Ichiro himself and explain everything to him. After which he tried to close the doors, but Chejong stopped him in time, not allowing the man to do so. He tried to tell his friend Ichiro that he was currently traveling around Japan with friends, and that tomorrow they were leaving for Korea, so he didn't have much time left, and he still wanted to talk to the man. Suddenly the man looked at Chejong's friends and suddenly ran towards Suho. He grabbed it with his hands and started repeating some name, Hiroshi. After some time, they were all sitting together in the man's kitchen and listening to him apologize to them. According to him, it happened by accident, and he simply confused the guy with another person. Chejong assured him that there was nothing to worry about, because it could happen to anyone, and besides, they were also a little guilty for coming to visit him without any warning. After that, he decided to introduce himself, calling himself Kitara Kunihiro, and his Korean name is Chon-Soo. According to him, he used to work in a company related to semiconductors, but soon quit and is now actively engaged in small developments on his own. Chejong was impressed that he was already a general manager at such a young age, and among his research, he was particularly interested in the development of a car video recorder, although according to Chejong, he does not quite understand what kind of development it is. Even though the guy lied a little, he still wanted to ask Chong-Soo to tell him more about it. He enjoyed talking about his inventions, so he had no problem telling them that it was a device that attaches to a car and automatically records video, regardless of whether the car is moving or not. Chejong himself understood perfectly well the principle of operation of this device, but he still wanted to make sure once again that he understood Chong-Soo correctly. A car recorder, or as it is also commonly called, a black box, which in its past life, after the spread of these video recorders, the percentage of cases solved became significantly higher. With CCTV cameras on streets and alleys, at ATMs and restaurants, and the addition of car video recorders, a network was created that made it difficult for criminals to escape. Therefore, knowing about this, Chejong was very interested to look at the prototype of such a wonderful invention. But unfortunately, Chong-Soo did not have the prototype in his hands yet. All he could show were the drawings. Although Chejong didn't understand the drawings, but looking at the picture, he noticed that the shape was very similar to what is called a video recorder. And now he would like to ask the man how much time he will need to complete the development. Jong-Soo was prepared for this question, so he quickly said that without proper support, he might need another 7 years. And upon hearing this, Chejong immediately thought that the time of his invention in his past life coincided with the man's words. But then the man added that even with financial support, it would take about the same amount of time, which was a little unclear to Chejong. Chon-Soo explained to him that, as it was clear, the drawings were 80% ready, but as it turned out, the whole problem was in the memory, because recording video around the clock requires a large amount of memory, and modern technology does not yet allow this. That's why he said that it would take him at least 7 years to increase the memory capacity to an acceptable level. These words gave Chejong confidence that the person sitting in front of him was the one who invented the video recorder. While Chejong was talking to Jung-Soo, Suho and So-Yeon were enjoying tea and couldn't help but notice that their conversation was dragging on for quite a while. Suddenly, So-Yeon noticed that there was a photograph of a boy who looked quite similar to Suho. Although it seemed to the guy that there was no similarity between them, the girl asked him to look after her again, because it was obvious to her that they had the same aura. Chejong accidentally heard what the guys were talking about and also decided to pay attention to these photos, in which he actually also noticed a slight resemblance, because in the photo on the right, the boy looked especially similar to Suho, after which Chejong finally decided to ask Chong-Soo who the boy in the photo was. Chon-Soo smiled and said that this was his son, but unfortunately, he is no longer with them. He died, but even after that, he remains the most precious person to him. The man said that his son really loved riding a bicycle. According to the man, he always rode it to school and back, but one day he did not return home. Chon-Soo still can't come to terms with his loss. He is tormented by a feeling of guilt that he couldn't protect him. Every time he sees the car, he remembers it. After that incident, the man sold his car and quit his job. because it seemed to him that if he had been there, everything would have been different, and all these thoughts haunt him. So he dedicated the rest of his life to developing a video recorder so that this would never happen again, after which he turned his attention back to Soo-ho, who was sitting and listening attentively to what Young-soo was telling them. He couldn't help but notice that the guy looked very much like his son, and if his son were a high school student, he would probably look exactly like Soo-ho. He felt incredibly embarrassed that he cried in front of the guys, so he immediately began to ask them for forgiveness. At that moment, Chae-jung began to understand what personal circumstances Professor Ichiro was talking about. It also became clear why the man reacted that way when he saw Soo-ho, who looked so much like his son. Then Chae-jung decided to make an offer to Mr. Jong to go with him to Korea. From the man's expression, it was clear that he expected to hear anything but this. And Chae-jung added that in Korea, Kwon and Park's holding company has a shelter for homeless teenagers. The guy told him about this in order to tell the man that he could continue his research there and sometimes help children, because Chae-jung believed that in this way, he would help himself cope with the pain of losing someone dear to him. A few days later, the guys were already sitting in class and talking about how, although the trip had long since ended and they had been going to school for several days, Soo-ho was still in the clouds, and the whole point was that for the guy, this trip was so cool that he wanted to go there again. But now they were in their final year, which meant that they would have a new class teacher who would teach them classes and help them prepare for exams, so the kids were incredibly interested in finding out who it would be. And they didn't have to wait long because almost immediately after these words, their new class teacher entered the classroom, looking at whom it was clear that it would be quite difficult for them to study, because this man immediately warned them that he would punish them for every mistake. Chae-jung remembered this man from his past life, and it seemed this teacher was called a Viper. But suddenly he asked the children to be extremely attentive because he had prepared a little surprise for them. After these words, a man entered the classroom who amazed absolutely everyone, including Chae-jung. A new student entered their class, greeted everyone, and she literally glowed. She introduced herself and said that her name was Irina Shark. That same day after school, the girl, along with Chae-jung and his friends, went out for a walk, where they began to talk about how they hadn't seen each other for quite a long time. Seo-yeon immediately intervened in the conversation constantly in order to say that it was so incredible that they would study in the same school and in the same class, and she would also really like to know why the girl didn't tell them that she wanted to move to Korea. Irina answered them that in fact they were not interested in this. She did not ask. Chae-jung didn't even think that she could do something like that, because when they met at the ski resort, he couldn't even imagine that they would soon be studying together in the same class. Irina was glad that she managed to make a small surprise for the guys, and Chae-jung, looking at them, thought that in his past life he did not have so many friends, and he was glad of the fact that now everything had clearly changed. Suddenly a phone call interrupted Chae-jung's thoughts. It was David who called him. The first thing he wanted to know was how his friend was doing. After the main vocalist Kim Jae joined the group, their group finally debuted, and are now incredibly popular, which makes Chae-jung wonder why David is even calling him. As it turned out, their problem was rather unusual, because they ran out of rice, which made Chae-jung a little dumbfounded. After some thought, Chae-jung decided to ask David why he was even telling him about this, to which the artist replied that the director said that they would starve because they ate too much, and that is why they had not eaten anything for several days, and it seemed that they would soon die of hunger. Then Chae-jung asked him to calm down and pass the phone to Young-hoon. Another guy picked up the phone, and Chae-jung decided to find out if it was true that they were starving, because he couldn't believe that President Young wasn't feeding them. As it turned out, the thing was that they had already spent hundreds of millions on food, which simply amazed Chae-jung, because it was a huge amount that could be spent solely on food. That's why they took away all their cards and all their money, and David also said that they were also forbidden to borrow money. And they call in order to ask Chae-jung to go to his mother's and eat at a restaurant. But the guy at that moment still could not understand, even if they were so hungry, how could they spend an amount equal to the cost of an apartment? After which he told the boys that they could all come to his mother together and she would feed them. After which he hung up. And as soon as he did this, Soo-ho and So-yeon immediately ran up to him, wanting to know why David had just called him. He didn't understand why they suddenly had such loving glances. But after a few seconds, he seemed to understand that they just wanted to visit this place and see their idols. So Yeon noted that they hadn't seen the guys for a long time, and she also thought that Irina needed to meet them too. But she had never even heard of such a group, so she wanted to ask the guys who they were. After some time, They arrived at the building that Chae-jung owned, and Irina literally couldn't believe it. And the guy kept adding that in fact, it was his mother's building. So Yeon admired the entire way that Irina was fluent in Korean, to which the girl told a story about how she diligently studied the language by watching Korean television entertainment shows. At that moment, Chae-jung was walking down the corridor and thinking that he hadn't been here for a long time. And in some places, he didn't even recognize these corridors. The guys came closer to him to find out why he suddenly stopped, to which the guy replied that he simply noticed these pots, which he had not seen before, and this confused him a little. Suho assumed that his mother bought them, and so Yeon assumed that perhaps they were just a gift from someone. In any case, they both didn't see anything wrong with these pots. Chae-jung agreed with them, but mentally began to think that he seemed to be developing a professional deformation because he was always suspecting something, and it seemed to him that he needed to get rid of this stupid habit as quickly as possible. But he still couldn't just leave these flowers, so he bent down and started to climb in there to take a closer look at them. And when he did this, he was right. There really was a small camera hidden there. Because of this, the guy got scared and immediately started running to his mother in the restaurant because he thought that something had happened. But as soon as he ran into the restaurant to see his mother, he saw a whole film crew there, and in the center were his artist friends. David immediately noticed his friend Chae-jung and immediately started shouting to him that they had decided to give him such a surprise. He pretended to like such gifts, although he mentally cursed all of it. Besides, he didn't understand why there were so many cameras here and why his friends were holding this child in their arms. David immediately praised Chae-jung for being able to figure out so quickly what was going on here, and that in fact Young-hoon had screwed up a bit, and that was why they were now filming an entertainment show. Irina and So-yeon immediately realized that they were filming an entertainment show called Parenting Diary because it is the most popular show right now. Also, according to Young-hoon, he told the director that they knew each other, so the man really asked that Chae-jung also take part in the filming. And besides, his mother was clearly not against it when she invited the entire film crew to her restaurant. Now Chae-jung knew that it was all a little prank, and they weren't really hungry, even though they kept telling Chae-jung that they hadn't lied to him about the money. Suho, meanwhile, also decided to approach Hai-rim because he was a big fan of hers. It was her first time encountering such an insistent fan, so all she could say was thank Suho for his support. Chae-jung immediately decided to go up to Young-hoon and ask him why the girl had come here in the first place, but he couldn't answer Chae-jung so quickly, so he said that he would tell him about it a little later. The guy immediately noticed that this man looked awkward and was clearly very nervous, and it seemed to him that this was clearly not because of the filming. He could only hope that it was just fatigue and not a premonition of something bad. Meanwhile, from the balcony at that moment, a man was carefully watching the filming of this show. They were able to film the show quite quickly, after which the director simply couldn't help but tell David that he was on top. Young-hook decided to approach Chae-jung to tell him that he did quite well on the set today. Standing next to them was the same girl whom Young-hook had asked to step aside so that he and Chae-jung could talk alone. When the guy told everything to Chae-jung, they immediately took the girl to the other end of the restaurant to talk to her about her problems. As it turned out, the girl has a stalker who closely follows her wherever she goes. The girl told the guys that from the very beginning, she thought that these were just prank calls. But then these calls became more frequent, and what they told her on the phone was not at all funny. The man who kept calling her wanted to know why she didn't answer her phone calls for so long, because he waited for her all day, and when she asked who he was, he always answered that he was her boyfriend, and how upset he was that she didn't remember him. That's how it all started. Since then he called her every day and told her about her every step, and did it in his disgusting voice. A little later, horrible gifts began to be delivered to her house, which began to frighten her even more. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, and so she yelled at him, telling him that if he called her again, she would be forced to call the police. But this man apparently wasn't going to give up, because he continued to call her, and one day he even said that he had prepared a special gift for her, which made the girl even more angry. And he didn't lie, because that very day, she entered her room and saw a woman's outfit, her photographs, and also roses that were scattered all over the room, which scared her even more. Chae-jung immediately wanted to know if the girl had filed a police report, and apparently she did so, and they even conducted covert surveillance. But whether it was a coincidence, or he somehow found out, but as soon as the police showed up, the calls and visits stopped, as if by magic. According to the girl, the police came several times, but nothing happened, so they said that she might be overreacting, and that since she was not physically hurt, she just needed to observe the situation. Chejong himself understood perfectly well that at that time stalking was not taken seriously, but if he had already entered her house, then one could say with certainty that this was a really dangerous stage. But even if evidence was collected and he was arrested, he would still get off with a light punishment and be released. In such a case, the police will most likely simply consider this to be overly persistent courtship. And it is highly likely that, upon release, the criminal will again find a victim and eventually finish the job he started. So at one point he stood up and started telling her that she really had nothing to worry about because he could guarantee her that they would put this criminal away. After these words, she even stopped crying, although she still didn't fully believe the guy. But he assured her that he actually had connections in this area, so they would definitely resolve this issue. Chejong was confident in himself, and he himself was not against finally changing the attitude towards crimes related to stalking. A small guy stood behind a tree and carefully watched as the little guys near the house played ball, when suddenly he heard the voice of the security guard of this complex, who had long since begun to notice the guy, so he finally decided to approach him to find out who he was and why he was constantly hanging around here. But before he could do this, the guy jumped up and immediately started running away. It was obvious to the women standing nearby that this guy most likely just came to look at the celebrity who lived in the neighboring house. Moreover, they believed that because of her, they were constantly having big problems, and the guard had to patrol twice as much, although he himself did not see any problem in this. The man left, and the women continued to talk about how some strange people had appeared there recently, constantly yelling under the windows, which made them very scared. Meanwhile, the guard finally entered his room with a smile because he thought that his high rim was so cute because there were so many different youths hanging around her. After a short rest, he went to her apartment, where the first thing he did was start going through her things, while saying that it would be a good idea to take some of her things to the dry cleaners. Suddenly he noticed that next to the closet there was a clock that was striking in gold. The first thing he thought about was that High Rim didn't wear a watch like that, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, thinking that the girl's tastes must have simply changed since she decided to buy such things. However, after a few minutes, the realization came to him that this watch might not be hers. He immediately began to examine the apartment and at one point went into the bathroom, where he saw 2 toothbrushes. The man continued rummaging through other things and at one point discovered a man's razor, and then it began to dawn on him what was going on. He became too angry because he thought that High Rim had decided to betray him. So he thought that the only right decision in this situation was that he needed to destroy her and do it as soon as possible. All of this was recorded on a small camera, which Chejong again inserted into the eyes of the child's toy, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately showed it to police investigators. After which he came closer to High Rim to calm the girl down and tell her that she could no longer worry about this, because everything was finally over. He also wanted to tell the investigators that since they already knew the situation from Miss High Rim, then they could safely conclude that the stalker's actions had crossed all boundaries. Therefore, he asked them to take at least some measures, because otherwise, not only Miss High Rim might be in danger. One of the investigators immediately slammed the table and started talking about how they just needed to find this man immediately and lock him up. He suggested doing it now, so as not to waste time, and his partner immediately agreed with him, who also believed that this scoundrel should be sent to jail as soon as possible. But before they could get up, they were suddenly stopped by Chejong, who told them that, in fact, it was still too early to do this. They didn't understand what he was talking about, so Chejong tried to explain to them that even if they filed a complaint now for illegal entry and threats, he would serve a maximum of 2 years, which he thought was too little to reform a criminal with delusional ideas. A week later, a car pulled up to the house where Her-in lived, and a guy got out of it, who at that moment was talking on the phone about how he was nearby and that nothing would happen to her. Behind him stood the same guard who heard the guy speaking affectionately to High Rim, which made him even more angry. He was already fully prepared to use the weapon to destroy this guy. When night finally came, the man carefully made his way into the entrance where High Rim lived, taking with him a fairly large knife. After a while, he made his way into their bedroom and was already ready to do what he came here for. At that moment, all he could think about was how much he loved her, and she ended up betraying him. A minute later, he started shouting that she had no right to treat him like that. But he never managed to deliver the blow, because at one fine moment, he received a punch in the face from the investigator. It was clear from his expression that he was shocked and had no idea who this man was. But he didn't have to guess, because a few seconds later, he was already in handcuffs and listening to a man tell him that he was under arrest for repeated and illegal entry, threats, and attempted murder. He immediately turned to Hiram and began to tell her that she had acted very meanly when she agreed to arrange something like this. But when the girl turned to face him, she turned out not to be a girl at all. It was another investigator who had dressed up as a woman, after which they took him out of the house, which was watched by all the residents. They could not believe their eyes that their faithful guard was capable of such a thing. But even in this situation, he decided that starting to yell at her and saying that he would not leave her alone was a good decision. He continued to talk about how when he got out, her life would become hell, and he would kill her at the first opportunity, which caused the girl to immediately start shaking with fear. The man really thought at that moment that this was not the first time he had been caught. He thought that he would only be able to serve 1 year, after which he would get out and continue to do the same thing, only 1,000 times worse. But his thoughts were interrupted by Che-jong, who came up close to the man to ask him why he suddenly decided to smile like that. The guy wanted to remind him that, in fact, the fun was just beginning, and soon he would feel everything he did to his victims. And as soon as the police car left, Che-jong picked up the phone and called Mr. Kwan, to whom he had one small request. The incident caused by the fans' obsession, does he deserve punishment? These were the headlines on all the popular newspapers in Seoul. But most people were only in favor of punishing this man, because it didn't matter how old he was, he could have gone so far that the girl would have simply died. Although there were those who said that arrest was too harsh a punishment for the fact that he was simply courting her. And besides, celebrities are always attracted to such perverts. But the trial was inevitable for this man, which went quite smoothly and without any particular problems until the moment when the defendant Kang Moon-sik was given the last word. At that moment, he started crying and telling the whole room that he really regretted what he had done, but according to him, it was all only because he loved Hiram too much, and that was why he made such a terrible mistake. While the lawyer was presenting the case materials to the judge, the man continued to say that while in the pretrial detention center, he repented of his actions and even wrote a letter of apology about it, and he also wanted to swear that he would never repeat it again. And if the judge is so merciful to him, then he would really like to ask him to give him another chance. It was difficult for Che-jong to look at this man, because he understood how hypocritical this man was. At that moment, the man, although he was crying, was mentally thinking that usually such words are given to him for a maximum of 3 years, after which he goes out and continues to do his dirty deeds. So he was sure that he would soon return to Hiram again. Having heard all this, the judge was quite ready to announce the verdict, and he began by saying that firstly, the defendant's crime was at the attempted stage, and the court took into account his repentance and strong desire to reconcile with the victim. However, the court takes into account that the defendant asked for leniency not from the victim, but from the judge, and also that this is not the first such crime, and also the high probability of recidivism, which makes it necessary to isolate the defendant from society. The man certainly did not expect such a reprimand. He was sentenced to 22 years of imprisonment without the possibility of appeal. Immediately after he heard this, he began to hit everything he saw with his hands and shout that this was simply impossible. He even decided to yell at the judge because he believed that since he wrote more than 100 pages of repentance and the fact that he was drunk, they should save him. But his screams were cut short at one point when a police officer approached him and forced him face down on the table. However, this was still not enough, and he continued to shout that it was simply unfair that he was given such a sentence just because he was courting a girl. He continued to shout that this simply could not happen, but no one was going to listen to him anymore. They simply began to lead him out of the meeting room. Che-jong thought from the very beginning that this man would get a maximum of 10 years, but apparently Mr. Kwan put in enough effort to achieve such a decision. Although Madam Kwan believed that he should not thank him, because it was Che-jong himself who had played a rather painful role in all of this. Besides, she believed that even such a term was too short, and it was necessary to close him for the rest of his life, because she, as a woman, perfectly understands Hiram's fear. She could only hope that this incident would change their attitude towards the problem, because there are clearly many more such cases than they can imagine. Che-jong also thought so. It seemed to him that now that there was a case where a stalker was imprisoned for 22 years, the victims who had been enduring the horror alone until now would finally gain courage, and other such stalkers would begin to fear the consequences. Next, Che-jong went to the next meeting with the inspector, who was already waiting for them. The first thing the guy noticed was that the inspector looked absolutely wonderful in this outfit. But apparently he wasn't entirely happy to hear that, because as soon as the guy came closer to him, the man called him a bastard. However, he then calmed down because he saw the very scientist that Chejong had spoken about. The guy, without thinking twice, decided to introduce them. He introduced the professor first, who, according to the guy, would tell them about forensic analysis technology. Professor Ichiro, remaining in Japan, finally completed the development of forensic analysis technology, and as soon as Chejong learned about this, he immediately offered to sell the man this technology to the police. After meeting, Chejong decided to check with his boss whether he had prepared what he asked him to do. Although the man did it, he still did not understand why it was necessary. So Chejong once again assured him that in this situation, it would be enough for him to simply trust. The chief was thinking at that moment that this forensic analysis technology that the professor had developed seemed to be very useful for investigations. But he was far from sure that everything would go smoothly, because the officers present today were known for their pickiness. Exactly 1 hour had passed since then, and Professor Ichiro had finally finished his presentation and was ready to hear any questions from his viewers. One of the officers noted that he believed that this technology was very innovative and that it could indeed be implemented into their system. Although not everyone thought so, some of them were quite skeptical. He was a little unbelievable that they could really recover data from a computer that had been formatted twice or 3 times. Professor Ichiro himself decided to answer this question and assured the gentleman that if the work was done on a computer, then it was possible, and the same applies to deleted messages from phones. But at one point, the policeman interrupted him and added that at that moment, he wanted to know if this program had been used in real conditions, because he believed that they could not invest in technology that had not yet been tested. After all, they had already spent a huge amount of money on a contract with data recovery technology that was supposed to be vital, but it turned out to be useless, and the budget this time was even bigger, which is why he was so doubtful. At this point, Chejong entered the discussion and asked Inspector Kim to get what he had asked him to take with him. After which, Chejong walked to the center and was going to show the men the effectiveness of the digital forensic analysis program right now. After this phrase, about 5 minutes passed, and everyone in the room was happy because they were able to restore the data, thanks to which they were able to find evidence that they could not restore in any way, and because of this, they could not put the suspect in jail. They believed that with this technology, they would be able to catch any criminal, although one of them still believed that it was too early to rejoice, and they still needed to conduct some more tests. But then Investigator Kim began to insist very strongly that they simply had to buy these technologies. After all, with the help of this technology, they will be able to put in jail all those who were released due to lack of evidence, which other officers agreed with. He asked them to calm down first and let him think for a while, but they continued to press him, and Chejong and Professor Ichiro watched this closely. They finished discussing and were finally able to conclude a contract, after which Chejong and Professor Ichiro left the negotiation room. Ichiro could never even imagine that he would receive 200 million a year, although Chejong believed that this was a well-deserved amount that he would receive for another 20 years for sure. Because of which Ichiro almost burst into tears, and he also really wanted to thank Mr. Chejong, because if it weren't for the guy, he would never have been able to get such an opportunity. Chejong thought a little differently, in his opinion. It was necessary to thank exclusively the professor who provided them with such an invention, and the guy would also personally like to thank the professor for the fact that he met Chon-Su. According to the guy, Chon-Su is now working hard on research together with a team that came to him from Japan, and the guy also added that the construction of a new office building and research center with an area of about 50,000 square meters will soon be completed. Chejong believed that the black box that Mr. Jong-Soo was working on, this technology, when completed, would be of great help in police investigations. While the professor was listening to all this, he thought that Chejong was truly a rare young man who had both the desire to serve society and the ability to realize his ambitions, so Ichiro would look forward to his future achievements. The next day, Chejong was already standing on the stage and listening to a speech given by one of the officers before presenting him with a reward for capturing the criminals. At that moment, Chejong was thinking about how it had been a long time since he had been in the assembly hall of the headquarters, where he had first received the King of Arrests award. For his courage and contribution to the police, Chejong was awarded the title of Honorary Policeman by Police Chief Kim Kwan-yeon. At that moment, Chejong put his hand to his head and shouted that he was a senior inspector who was very grateful for such an award. But then he forgot a little that the guy was no longer in his past life, and he didn't even have a rank yet, which made the other police officers laugh a little at him. Although some thought that he was a great guy, since he had such big ambitions at such a young age. Che-jong realized that he had said it reflexively, but it had caused an unexpectedly good reaction. But not everyone was happy with such words. In the distance, Che-jong noticed Prosecutor Kang, who, upon hearing this, became a little upset. After this event, the man immediately asked the guy why he suddenly decided to introduce himself like that, whether he really wanted to become a policeman, to which Che-jong replied that it was just a slip of the tongue that didn't mean anything. Although Kan didn't really want to believe him, because he noticed that the guy had been hanging around with the police lately, and that was very suspicious to him. He even began to worry that with such a lifestyle, the guy's grades would start to slide, and he should continue to study in order to become a good policeman in the future. But Che-jong began to laugh and assured the man that he was getting excellent grades. Even his mother was satisfied. These words calmed the prosecutor down a little, so he decided to tell Che-jong that the guy was a pretty good son, and Che-jong decided to tell the prosecutor that he was going to Daejeon in a few days for a competition and wanted to buy his mother her favorite pastries there. But suddenly he fell silent and thought about something very deeply, which is why the man began to raise his voice, because the guy was not listening to him. But at one point, he still answered and said that he was thinking a little. In any case, the man wanted to tell the guy that he was born to become a prosecutor, and apparently now he could go astray, which is what the man wanted to correct. He started telling the guy that there is no easier profession than that of a prosecutor, because you just sit and work with your hands. And at that moment, Che-jong smiled and thought that their job is physically easier than that of the police, and that is the pure truth. If he had become a prosecutor instead of a policeman, he could have investigated many crimes differently than in his previous life. And unlike the police, he could have had a more direct influence on the sentencing of criminals. But Che-jong was a little confused about how to react to crimes that had not yet happened, so he decided to ask Kan about it. He asked him a question in which he wanted to know what the man would do if he knew that a crime was about to happen. The man thought for a moment and said that it was actually a very stupid question. But Che-jong still insisted and asked the man to imagine that such a situation had happened, that only he knew about this crime and only he could prevent it. Several little boys decided to go around a rather dangerous place on their way home, but one of them thought that this should not be done. According to him, there was nothing dangerous there because there was no one there and it was the fastest way. But they immediately told him that they would not go there because the adults would scold them later for going there without permission. The little boy was not one of those who were afraid of such places, so he decided to go there alone, thinking on the way that his friends were just cowards and fools, because he had already been there 1,000 times and nothing had happened to him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice from behind him, which called the name of the boy, whose name was Kim Sang-min. When he turned around, he saw a man in a mask in front of him, who was looking the boy straight in the eyes, after which he took out his knife and swung it at the poor boy. But he didn't have time to strike because he heard a scream. It was Che-jong. Today at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the body of a 7-year-old boy, Kim, was found at a construction site in the Taeyong area of the city. The boy's body was very badly damaged. The examination revealed that the body was burned using a solvent. On May 20th, 1999, a 7-year-old boy was stabbed to death. His entire body was covered in wounds, and then he was burned. This brutal crime was called the Daejeon child case and caused a great stir, but due to the imperfect technology of that time, the criminal was never caught. And so, 14 years later, before the statute of limitations on the Daejeon child's case expired, a TV channel showed a program dedicated to the case, and thanks to a powerful wave of protests against it, the statute of limitations was lifted. Thanks to this, it was possible to arrest many criminals who were hiding, waiting for the statute of limitations to expire. That is, now Che-jong understood perfectly well that in order to change the law on the statute of limitations, the child had to die. But he clearly didn't like this, because he believed that they couldn't just leave a child to die if there was a chance to save him. That's why he didn't think long before he went on the attack against this maniac. In this way, he bought some time for the boy to run away from this place as quickly as possible. He immediately listened to Che-jong and started running away as quickly as possible. But the criminal was not going to give up just like that, so he decided to destroy Che-jong, who attacked him. The guy at that moment looked straight into the eyes of this man and thought that he knew the name of the child, and that the fact that he was not at all embarrassed now only meant that he did not just come to this place for no reason. In his past life, Che-jong thought that the Daejeon child case was a random crime committed by a psychopath. But now he realized that it was a planned act with a specific motive. While Che Jong was thinking about this, he became even more angry, which made him want to attack the man again after forcing him to put the knife on the ground first. But apparently everything will not be as simple as Che Jong expected, because as soon as this criminal had the opportunity, he immediately tried to strike, and it was almost successful. However, he did not calculate the fact that Che Jong was not an ordinary student or schoolboy, but a judoka who was able to stand up for himself, so at the last moment, he dodged and launched his counterattack. The man fell to the ground, and when he got up, Che Jong noticed a snake tattoo on his left shoulder. Che Jong was a little scared because he didn't fully believe that this could be called an accident. His thoughts were interrupted by the criminal, who noted that the guy, for an ordinary passerby, fought quite well, but he still thought that the guy was just lucky. Moreover, he was more than sure that Che Jong would die here today, after which he continued to attack Che Jong and did so with his knife, which was very sharp. But Che Jong wasn't going to just stand there and remain silent, so after another attack, he told the man that he was the one who got into the wrong company, which made the maniac even more angry, causing him to attack the guy even more. However, all this was useless, because Che Jong was confident in himself. So after another dodge from the knife, he caught the man in a mistake and performed his move. The guy threw him to the ground with such force that after a few seconds the man began to feel incredible pain. Apparently, this was due to the fact that he simply broke his arm. He looked at the guy and thought that he looked like an ordinary high school student. But still, it was exactly this guy that had to be told that he was giving up and accepting defeat. The man told the boy that he would put the knife down so that they could talk in peace. But it was all a trick, because he collected a small amount of sand in his hand, which he ended up throwing at Che Jong, after which he immediately tried to escape from the crime scene. But he didn't manage to run far, because at one point he was met with 2 pistols that were pointed at his head, after which he didn't dare run away. And from behind the scenes of this story came Natalie, who appeared incredibly unexpectedly for the guy. Che Jong's surprise was immediately noticeable, but he actually didn't hide it and just wanted to know what she was doing here. At this time, the criminal was thinking that although he didn't understand what kind of guys these were, one thing was clear to him. This was a professional organization. And then the phrase kept repeating in his head that if they weren't careful, they risked exposing the company. He was about to swallow the ring, which he carefully removed from his finger after saying goodbye to them. Natalie immediately screamed and asked him not to do it. But it was already too late and he did it anyway. He swallowed the ring, after which he began to lose consciousness. Well then, Che Jong saw a terrible picture in front of him, in which a man began to choke and foam began to come out of his mouth. After the guy's body was taken away, Che Jong, holding the ring in his hands, thought that the police should have investigated this case, but unfortunately, he committed suicide, and now the risk of being exposed is almost 100%. Besides, he understood perfectly well that this was the organization's business, and it undoubtedly used the snake symbol as an emblem. But this was good news for Che Jong, because he finally got the first clue that would help him find those who wanted to destroy him. He had to interrupt his thoughts when Natalie approached him, who wanted to first tell the guy that they took care of the body, after which Che Jong would like to know what she was doing here. She smiled and told him that it was not good to ask such boring questions right after he met his old friend. Thus, she joked a little, after which she said that in fact, in short, in Russia, they decided to take Che Jong under protection, which could not help but shock. She also added that, given the artifact Victor had provided them with, his ability to foresee the moratorium, and of course all his talents, it was decided that it was necessary to establish a close relationship with him. At first, Che Jong wasn't very happy about this, but then he thought about it a bit, and decided that in fact, personal protection isn't that bad. Natalie was glad that he said that, so she wanted to know who that guy was that he just fought with. Natalie understood perfectly well that he was not fighting for nothing, and that this poison for self-destruction that he carried with him, he did not look like an ordinary hired employee. These were the methods of a professional spy. That's why she was so interested in asking Che Jong who he was so desperately looking for. According to him, he doesn't know exactly who he's looking for and who's behind this. The only thing he's sure of is that it's an organized group, but that's just an assumption. Natalie smiled because she immediately understood that Che Jong really just didn't want to tell her, and apparently she would have to figure everything out herself again. She looked at him and thought that he was so mysterious, and the more she got to know him, the more questions she had for him. So she told him again that she was worried about him, and couldn't let her friend Che Jong deal with this danger alone, and since she was already here, she wouldn't mind offering him her help. In response to these words, Che Jong thought for a bit and still said that he had one request for the girl. In one of the offices in Seoul, a man began to get very nervous because Park Dae-ri still had not returned. And quite a lot of time had passed since he disappeared, although in fact, he had only been gone for half an hour. But the words of the man's assistant did not calm him down, because he did not forget that this Park Dae-ri was a responsible person, and apparently something went wrong. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the phone rang, and the man immediately picked up. The man was informed that Sachsan's son had just returned home, and that he seemed to be unharmed, but there was no contact with Dae-ri Park, and the police were not taking any action either. He was also told that information about the unidentified body had not been received by the police department. Hearing this, the man immediately decided that Park Dae-ri was still alive, and he just needed to wait a little to ask him personally what happened there and why he did not complete the task. He also understood perfectly well that an attempt on a child's life was not such a difficult matter, so he could hardly fail. But the mission failed and there's no contact with him, and the police are not aware of it. And the strangest thing is that the body was never found. Considering all these facts, he quickly concluded that someone must have interfered. So he immediately jumped up from his seat and immediately ordered Kim Kwajang to call back all the observers, and he also ordered them to immediately erase all traces. He thought that the best solution in this situation would be to withdraw the entire branch in Daejeon. So he ordered all the people to pack everything in 1 hour, and immediately after that, they should move to the training camp in Gangwon-do. For him, everything was so serious only because a few months ago in Seoul they were almost caught. So now they have to be extremely careful. Then they were accidentally discovered by some prosecutor. But this time, everything was clearly different. Late at night, the father took his son out of the house and told him that since the little boy had long wanted to go to the sea, they would fly on a plane right now to admire it. His wife did not understand what this sudden flight was and why they were so abruptly getting ready to leave. But the man asked them to be as quiet as possible, because the villain who wanted to attack them during the day could return. So they needed to run as quickly as possible. She asked him to call the police since everything was so serious, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some man who asked them to listen to him for a bit. He only wanted to ask one question. He wanted to know if he was Mr. Kim Kwang-chol. The man, seeing this person, began to shake with fear, and at first remained silent, even when his wife spoke to him. At that moment, he could not believe that they had decided to destroy their entire family and sent a killer to do it. So he immediately started screaming and asking his wife to take the child and start running away as quickly as possible, and he would try to hold him back. But suddenly, he heard a voice asking him to stop and listen to it. It was Chae-jong, who took off his mask and cap and began to say that he was far from dangerous and they did not need to run away from him. The man didn't want to believe the guy, but his little son screamed that this was the same guy who in one fell swoop drove away that scary guy who tried to harm him. His father immediately stopped to take a closer look at the boy. A few minutes later, the man was already bowing before Chae-jong and asking him for forgiveness for his reaction, and he would also really like to thank the guy for saving his son's life. Chae-jong asked him not to apologize because he himself understood perfectly well why he was suddenly taken for a suspicious person, because his face was covered. But in fact, he just had a cold. However, Chae-jong was hiding from one organization in this way. But he did not want to talk about this to his family. Also at that moment, Chae-jong thought that in his past life, this boy's parents did not particularly insist on an investigation. Looking at them, he understood that they had apparently decided to remain silent then in order to protect their daughter, and while he was thinking about it, they again decided to thank him. Chae-jong noted that instead of gratitude, he would rather know more about the person who attacked his son. But upon hearing this, the man immediately began to panic and say that they urgently needed to leave, so he couldn't tell the guy about it. Chae-jong had to stop the man again and ask again because he thought that any little thing could be important, but he wasn't going to listen to the guy and just continued to walk away. So Chae-jong had to scream and tell the man that the man had committed suicide by taking poison as soon as he managed to neutralize it. The guy also couldn't help but say that they are very dangerous, and in order to prevent new victims, he needs the help of a man. In response, Chae-jong heard the man say that he only knew his name and what he looked like. He later added that the name was probably fake and that he didn't have a photo, so he wasn't sure he could help him. About an hour had passed since then, and Chae-jong, sitting in the car, was going over every word that the man had said to him. According to him, it all started with the fact that he started trading jade bracelets, and then his partner suggested selling cheap fakes from Germany under the guise of jade. He should have refused immediately, but the money clouded his mind. Their business began to grow rapidly, and soon suspicious individuals began to appear in his company, posing as clients. From that moment on, he began to realize that his affairs were slowly but surely starting to get worse. Therefore, he decided to demand the return of his share and allow him to leave this business in peace. But as expected, he was refused. In the end, the man made a decision and took only the money that belonged to him anyway. A month later, he saw a report on television about an assassination attempt on a person, the victim of which was his former companion. And yesterday, they almost harmed his son Senmin, and now he is sure that he would never have gotten involved with them, knowing what all this could turn out to be. Given this whole story, Chejong realized that they finally had a good lead. His thoughts were interrupted when he decided to thank Natalie because thanks to her, they finally had a photo fit. She thought that the guy might not thank her for such trifles. Besides, she was more interested in finding out if these people were somehow connected with Chejong's past. Before the guy could answer, she suddenly noticed that it was probably quite difficult for him to fight them alone, so she was happy to offer her help. In response to these words, Chejong simply remained silent and looked at the composite sketch, which made it clear to Natalie that the guy definitely needed something from them. But he was embarrassed to ask for it. But still, having plucked up his courage, Chejong decided to ask Natalie to look after his mother. Such a request immediately shocked the girl. The guy decided to ask for this because he would most of all not want his mother to suffer because of his activities, and therefore he needs someone who will discreetly protect her. She breathed a sigh of relief, then leaned back in her chair and said that it really wasn't a problem at all. After which she added that she had hoped to hear a slightly different answer. But apparently she still forgets that Chejong is not just a person. She also never thought that she would have to be so persistent towards someone, but she still tried to talk to Chejong once again and invite him to join their squad. Now the guy is faced with a choice, which he clearly needs to think about carefully because there are only 6 months left until he reaches adulthood. And he already has 3 options, and he clearly needs to decide where he will go. To begin with, he was sure that he would not choose the option that Natalie was offering him because he was not going to leave his country. Besides, intelligence needs to obey orders without question, and he prefers to act in his own way. Considering this, he had only 2 options left, among which he could choose the profession of a prosecutor. As for prosecutors, they have great powers and access to information that is not available even to the police. But after Prosecutor Khan told him that even if he knew everything about the crime that was about to happen soon, he would still contact the police for help. In the end, Chejong's thoughts were that prosecutors do not do field work, but only sit in offices and sort through papers. So putting all his thoughts together, he answered Natalie that he had a goal that he had to achieve, so he wouldn't be able to do it while in an organization with a strict hierarchy. She expected such an answer, so she wasn't very upset. At least it seemed that way, because after a few seconds, she literally started yelling at him and saying that he would then most likely go to the police or the prosecutor's office, and there, as it seemed to her, things would be much worse. In January 2001, the bandit finally caught up with the man he had been chasing for several blocks. But the man was clearly not an ordinary person, because as soon as he was at a dead end, he immediately took out his knife, which he was going to use to defend himself. Before that, he tried to talk to the guy who was chasing him. He started asking who he was and what he wanted. The answer clearly shocked the man, because he told him that his name was Pak San. He was 30 years old, and they called him Monkey. After which he began to come closer and closer, while saying that he had 5 convictions for trespassing and theft, and that he was also an experienced repeat offender who specialized in burglaries in empty houses. After leaving prison in 2001, he, as usual, tried to rob an empty house, but accidentally ran into the owner, and now he is standing in front of him in a dark alley and trying to destroy him, which is why the man began to scream even more, because he thought that the hooligan was talking complete nonsense. After which he could not stand it any longer and went into battle first, using his knife. But after a few seconds, he realized that this was a bad idea because his attacker dodged this attack too easily. And then he hit the man in the face, not giving him a chance to win this fight. He twisted it and began to hold it so tightly that the man could not break free under any circumstances. And it seems he is doing it very well. As it turned out a little later, this man was Chejong, according to whom he had just saved a man from becoming an exterminator, although he is not a policeman yet, but he is a student at the police academy. After some time of waiting, the man sat tied up and waited for the police to take him away. And while he was doing this, at some point he decided to ask Chejong how the guy was able to find out where he was if he wasn't even a policeman. The guy answered him quite quickly and clearly. He just hired a detective to find the man, and after a short period of time, he managed to do it. Chejong spoke with the investigator, who by this time had already become the head of the department, and the man allowed the monkey to be brought into the department so that they could process it. That's why the guy didn't think long before grabbing him by the clothes and dragging him to the police station. But before that, Chejong decided to talk to the monkey a little, telling him that he remembered him, and therefore he wanted to warn him that if he tried to rob someone else's house again, he would find him and break his neck. The criminal immediately began to nod his head, letting Chejong know that he understood him, after which they headed to the station. The next morning, Chejong was walking through the local police station and talking to his best friend on the phone, who was telling the boy that he had missed his enlistment, which is why Chejong had to ask him for forgiveness. Suho also noted that Soyeon is also a student and he missed his friend's party, but the guy tried to explain to them that his session had just started, and they had already said goodbye to her a long time ago, so at the moment he was very busy. Although Suho thought that Chejong was still much freer because at least he didn't have to go to the army, unlike Suho, they decided to end the conversation there. Last winter, Chejong graduated from high school and entered the police academy. Prosecutor Kang Cheol-sung was very upset, but he really wanted to become a police officer as soon as possible, so he made this decision. Now, Chejong actively attended lectures where the professor talked about how the ultimate goal of criminal psychology is to study the characteristics of criminals to prevent crimes and facilitate investigations. According to him, criminal behavior is determined not only by innate traits, but also by interaction with the social structure, upbringing conditions, and so on. By analyzing these factors, they can more accurately predict the actions of the criminal. Therefore, an excellent investigator must take into account even the most insignificant habits of the suspect. Chejong listened to all of this attentively. At that moment, he remembered that this professor's name was Im Seong-won, and in his past life, he was a member of parliament, and as far as Chejong knew, he worked hard to improve the criminal profiling methods in the country, and as a professor, he was very diligent. After the lecture was over, the professor decided to announce the final assignment. They had a list of groups that he had compiled before, and now a representative of each group needed to come out and pull out a piece of paper. And as soon as they did this, he explained that on each piece of paper the name of the criminal was written, and their main task will be to find out when, where, and how this criminal committed the crime, why he did it, and whether he has any mitigating circumstances. All this needs to be drawn up in the form of a report. And most importantly, the professor asked them not to forget to interview each of the criminals. And this task immediately seemed not entirely simple to the students. The next day, Chejong's group went to the prison, which the guy was visiting for the first time, and it was a little strange for him that meetings with such people were held in the cafeteria. At one point, his thoughts were interrupted by his colleague, who noticed that Chejong was somewhat upset, and it seemed to him that their captain was just a little nervous. Chejong told him that he actually knew their suspect, and he had some disagreements with him, so he was a little nervous about it. Their dialogue was interrupted at the moment when the very same suspect was finally brought out to the guys. This suspect turned out to be Han Sang-won, who also froze in place when he saw Chejong in front of him. About 6 years had passed since then, and now they finally met again. And as soon as he recovered from his stupor, he immediately began to shout towards Chejong. He called him names and all sorts of bad words. They quickly laid him down on the ground, thereby forcing him to calm down, and immediately told him that if he continued to act up, they would immediately send him to solitary confinement. After which, Chejong came closer to tell the man that he himself did not expect that they would meet so quickly, but still asked Han Sang-won to behave a little more restrained. And if the man suddenly decided to act differently, then Chejong quickly reminded him of where they were at the moment, which meant that he could break his arms and legs, and no one would object. His friends, looking at this whole picture, could not believe what was happening here. They were especially surprised when the criminal asked for forgiveness from Chejong. But they still wanted to know what Chejong had done to make the man attack him like that. Chejong smiled and told the guys that he actually didn't do anything like that. He just put the guy behind bars, which shocked the guys even more. But now the issue is not about that, but about questioning the guy. The guys agreed with him, so after a few minutes they were sitting at the table and explained to the man in general terms why they had come there in the first place. And now that they had done this, Chejong, in a calm voice, asked the man to explain to them in detail about his life. But apparently Hwan Seok couldn't tell him anything like that, so he asked the guy to leave already, because they both weren't very happy to see each other. Chejong actually knew that Hwang Seok would say exactly that, so he decided to take something with him. He brought the man some delicious food, And as soon as he saw it, Che-jong added that if his interview was worth it, he would be able to eat it, so he advised him to do it as soon as possible before the food got cold. At first, it seemed that the man was taken in, but then he pretended that he was not interested, and that he was not going to fall for such a pathetic chicken. But Che-jong was not going to stop, and continued to talk about how, as far as he knew, his girlfriend was also in prison, so he shouldn't even dream of food from outside. And the guy also knew that he didn't have any money in his account either. So considering all this, he could easily conclude that all this time he had been eating only prison food, which sometimes gets boring very quickly. All these words, along with Che-jong's satisfied face, made Hwang Seok incredibly angry, which is why he suddenly started screaming very loudly. But after some time, he still ate all the food that Che-jong brought him, and told the guys everything they asked him about, for which Che-jong even thanked him. However, his conversation with the man did not end there, and in order to continue, he asked his colleagues to go outside the door and give him a few minutes so that he could talk to his friend. When the guys came out, Che-jong handed Hwang Seok a photo fit of one of the criminals the guy was looking for. And when he looked closely at this photograph, Che-jong suggested that the man work together on one matter. Their conversation dragged on for quite a long time. The guys even got a little tired of waiting for him, so as soon as he came out, they immediately decided to ask him what they talked about with the man. He told the guys that they didn't talk about anything like that, but were just having a nice chat. Although he thought in his mind that Han Sang-wan seemed to be unaware of the installers, they had planted a person in the prison, and this was already a pretty good result, oddly enough. But there were very few places where crimes were planned, more often than in prison. And now that Hwang Sang-wan shares with him the information he receives in prison, it will be easier for them to identify dangerous people. Anyway, the boys wanted to thank Che-jong because thanks to him, they would get good grades on the exam. And after this assignment, they would have a vacation, so the boys wouldn't mind if Che-jong told them about what he would do during the vacation. Before he could answer, he suddenly remembered that he urgently needed to make a call, so he asked the guys to wait for him a little. He called Park Tae, who told Che-jong via text message that they were able to earn about $3.5 billion, and that was just from the shares of one company. In the early 2000s, the shares of internet companies, which had soared to abnormal heights, fell sharply with the rise in interest rates. The bubble that was bound to burst did so anyway, and Kwon and Park foresaw this and sold all the shares they had before the fall itself, and Che-jong believed that this was only the beginning. Park Tae completely agreed with him, so he continued working, and Che-jong said that he would contact him as soon as something else happened. At this point, all Che-jong could hope for was that they wouldn't be discovered in the end. After all, he understood that if their company and he himself were under too much scrutiny, it would be too bad for his career, especially since several years ago he asked Natalie for help, thanks to which they were able to create several fictitious companies, but he still can't trust her. In addition, in this case, he could attract the attention of the state or the secret services, which he would really not want. So he decided that they needed to confuse the roots even more so that they would not be exposed. In any case, now he can breathe a little easier and relax with his friends. After the exams, Che-jong heard that his friend had nothing to do on the weekend, so he decided to offer him to do sports. But the guy immediately refused because he knew what Che-jong was like and how seriously he did sports. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by another student who ran into the lecture hall to say that the rector was calling for Che-jong. Exactly 1 minute later, Che-jong was already in the rector's office and was ready to listen to why he was called. The rector asked the guy to sit down because, in fact, he called him here in order to introduce him to Ki-ren. Ki-ren, the chief of police, he was the person who became the chief of police when he first started working as a detective in his past life. Despite his good-natured appearance, he was very cold-blooded, carried out reforms, and had a huge impact on increasing the police budget. Therefore, Che-jong pretended that he did not know the man personally, but saw him at headquarters. And he also couldn't help but add that it would be a great honor for him to meet him personally. Ki-ren couldn't even expect such a reaction from the guy, but in any case, he was pleasantly surprised. Besides, he couldn't help but add that the guy simply had an excellent memory, since he remembered such details when he was just passing by. And as soon as Che-jong sat down next to them, Ki-ren immediately wanted to ask the guy what clan he belonged to. Che-jong didn't really like answering such questions, but he still told them that he was from the Choi Gyeongju clan, which made the man laugh incredibly hard because he realized that he and the guy were from the same clan, so he was not surprised that Che-jong came from exactly that clan. Che-jong himself just found out about this. Even in his past life, he didn't know about it. The rector added at this point that now Che-jong had reliable support, And in fact, he called Che-jong to introduce him to Ki-ren better because he would be his successor and would soon take over as the police chief. Therefore, now if Che-jong has any problems, he can easily turn to Ki-ren. These were all the words they wanted to say to the young man, so immediately after that, they let him go. And as soon as Che-jong left, the rector immediately wanted to know Ki-ren's opinion about this guy. But the man could not say so right away, because it was still too early. Although in his mind at that moment, he was thinking that Che-jong was like a disobedient stallion who couldn't tell the sky from the earth, and he wasn't at all sure that the guy would be suitable for the police force that he was planning to create. In March, when the cherry blossoms began to bloom, a new school year began at the police academy. So many things fell on them that even on weekends there was no time to rest. The first thing to do was to check the new orphanage in Gwangju, and the main sponsor of this new holiday was Natalie, who came to visit the guy. As soon as they saw each other after a fairly long separation, the first thing they decided to do was exchange compliments about how they both had become even better than last time. Natalie also helped sponsor one of the shelters that Che-jong and the team opened recently. The official reason for this decision was that she wanted to create such shelters in her country, but her real goal was that she wanted unhindered communication with Che-jong. But Che-jong was not against it, so he immediately began to tell her about the new building and its location, and also that there was a school, library, and other useful institutions nearby. Natalie, listening to all this, interrupted him at one point. In fact, she was not particularly interested in it. What she liked most at that moment was that someone was currently watching them, and it seemed like an exciting adventure to her. The man who was sitting in the black truck at that moment was indeed watching the couple closely. But most of all, he was angry with Natalie, because he knew perfectly well that she was a legendary spy who had repeatedly baffled many organizations. But he couldn't even imagine what this big shot was doing in Korea. Because he didn't understand anything at all, it irritated him even more. Because he tried to find in his head at least one reason why Che-jong contacted her. But he clearly couldn't do it. And then one of his assistants said that according to intelligence, she came to teach them the shelter system. But the man immediately asked him to shut his mouth, because he would never in his life believe in such things, because it seemed to him that the woman simply did not have time for such trifles. Suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by that same Natalie who approached this truck and started knocking on the door. She noted that they apparently liked her so much that they decided to watch her so closely, so if they didn't mind, they could have a cup of coffee together. They kindly agreed to come out and talk, but they miraculously found themselves in one of the alleys of that area. So the man from the car immediately noticed that this place didn't look like the kind of place where they could have a cup of coffee. Natalie smiled and answered him that she actually really likes quiet places where no one bothers her. Besides, looking into the man's face, she was sure that he would also be much more comfortable if there were no extra eyes around. He did not respond to her statements like these, so he decided to suggest that she get straight to the point. And first of all, he would like to know from her why she suddenly came to Korea. She told him that, at the moment, according to the official version, her name is Angelina Makarova, and she is an ordinary office worker. That's why she was sent from her country to support the shelters that a local volunteer is opening here. Because in her country, in fact, the problem with runaway children is also very relevant. According to her, the president personally gave her the order to develop measures, and here she is. But the man was not going to believe a single word she said, so he immediately told her about it. He asked her again to tell him the truth. Instead of answering, one of Natalie's men reached into his pocket to get something. This scared the man and his assistant so much that they also reached into their jacket pockets to get their weapons. But Natalie decided to talk to them a little more, so she stopped her man. After which she decided to say it directly, according to her. They want to get Che-jong, which quite obviously surprised the man, because he expected to hear anything but that. After this answer, he started mumbling something and Natalie started getting nervous because she was tired of explaining everything and the man didn't get it. However, she understood that in Korea they might not react quite normally to their desires, and they were prepared for such a development of events. After which she simply turned around and started to leave. She did not explain a word to the man anymore, although she believed that what she told him was more than enough for him to understand everything. Returning to his workplace, the man first decided to check what Che-jong had done to get so much attention from another country. His biography said that he was a 2-time gold medalist who entered the police academy. There were many other different merits, but the man still believed that this was too little to interest Natalia. And the company of Kwon and Park, with which the guy was closely connected, also did not present any particular interest. Considering all these facts, the man simply could not imagine what it was about him that had interested them. But suddenly an idea came to him, so he immediately ordered his assistant to contact the Judo Federation. The man understood that if he suddenly turned out to be right, then they simply had to take Chae-jong to themselves, and in no case allow the guy to be lured away by another country. The next day, on his way to training, Chae-jong was talking to his friend, to whom he was going to show some techniques, and the friend began to get angry at Chae-jong because the guy was late. So Chae-jong had to remind him that he was a student, and nothing bad would happen if he had to wait for the teacher. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a man who stood right in front of Chae-jong's face and asked him to give him a few minutes of his precious time. He immediately asked the guy to forgive him for catching him off guard, and after asking who he was, the man began to take out his business card. Chae-jong never thought that this man would be from the National Intelligence Service, and apparently he would have to talk to the guy after all. After some time, they were already sitting in a small cafe, and before they started talking, Chae-jong could not understand why the National Intelligence Service needed him at all. He had a hunch that they might have been on his trail because of the profits from the bubble that had recently burst. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that this was simply impossible because they had covered their tracks several times, which meant that his company was completely disguised. The man interrupted all his guesses and decided to ask directly. He became interested to know if the guy knew Angela Makarova. Chae-jong was a little surprised that the man knew Natalia's fake name, but in any case he answered him that they knew each other, and that she worked, as far as he knew, in the embassy of another country. But immediately after his words, the man put down a photo of the girl and said that her real name is Natalia, and she is a spy, although it is not even known whether this is her real name. According to the man, he couldn't talk about it at all, but she is a legendary spy who has undergone special training since her youth. And now he was interested in why such a dangerous woman suddenly decided to help Chae-jong. Without waiting for an answer from the guy, the man also immediately told that the more he studied the guy's biography, the more surprised he was, because he was not just a medalist in judo or an excellent student at the police academy. He had something special. And when the man finally understood what was so special about this guy, he came here to talk to him personally. Chae-jong was a little worried about such words. But then the man suddenly stood up from his table and almost on his knees began to beg the guy not to betray his homeland. At first, the guy didn't even understand what kind of nonsense this man was talking about and why he suddenly had to betray his country. He tried to suggest that the man put this issue off, but he was not going to stop and continued to yell at him and say that this woman wanted to make sure that the guy had another citizenship. He continued to believe that the woman was going to use the guy to create a weapon that could destroy anyone. Chae-jong, listening to all this, thought about how the man was still wrong, because this was far from true. But apparently, the agent didn't think so, because he continued to talk about how Chae-jong had helped the judo coach train his colleagues back in school, and the materials were very useful. At one point, the guy tried to stop the man, because he simply did not understand why the man was telling him all this. After which he decided to tell him everything directly and told him that at their first meeting, she suggested that he change his citizenship. But he pretty obviously refused the offer, so the man doesn't have to worry about it. Moreover, the guy could confidently say that he had no desire to leave his country. After these words, he said goodbye to the man because he was late for an important meeting and began to run away. And the agent could only shout after him that the guy was a hero. After some time, Chae-jong went to training and thought that apparently Park Tae had disguised their company so well that even the intelligence department was not aware of their affairs. To be honest, at one point he began to worry that everything might be over. And then his thoughts were interrupted by a call from his friend, who was literally yelling at him because he was already tired of waiting for him. After which Chae-jong jumped up and started running to training because he was really very late. In the new semester, they agreed with their classmates to meet on weekends in the gym. Last semester, he trained them during the day, and now requests for training were pouring in, so he had to spend even his weekends. At the beginning of each such training session, he began by making the guys run a few laps in order to warm up a little and activate their muscles. During one of these training sessions, a man approached Chae-jong and his students and began to say that they were apparently from a sports university since they were training so well. The guy corrected him with a smile and said that they were actually from the police station. After which the man noted that it would be a good idea for them to work out with a personal trainer, although they have a good figure. But according to him, it could be much better. Chae-jong looked at the man again, and it seemed to him that this man was clearly a charlatan, and at first it was a little strange that he was trying to deceive them. Moreover, looking at his muscles and feeling the unpleasant smell coming from him, Chae-jung decided that for now, they would refuse such a service and continue to train on their own. But the man continued to say that he simply thought that they had been training incorrectly somewhere, and if they did not follow the advice of a professional now, then they would definitely regret it very much. Chae-jung ignored the guy, and as soon as his charges finished with the treadmill, he immediately told them that they were now moving on to the lower body. But this strange guy decided to interfere again, and therefore started talking about how they were training incorrectly, and he would now help them. He came closer to Chae-jung's subordinates and started talking about how all they needed was to sign up for personal training. And if you believe his words, he doesn't often offer this, but looking at how they were training, he simply couldn't stand it anymore and decided to approach. Therefore, Chae-jung asked the boys to immediately put the equipment back in place, after which he found out that they had paid for their subscription for 1 month. At least that's what Suho told him. Hearing this, Chae-jung turned to that strange guy and said that he would practice today and leave, so they should return his money. This clearly scared this jock. He accidentally shouted the word return and began to worry very much. Chae-jung tried to calm him down and therefore said that he would pay for this day, but for the rest of the days, he had to return the money. But according to this strange man, this was not the case. How suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge man appeared, heard the noise, and decided to check what was going on there. Chae-jung told the man that the coach was too insistent on personal training, but they refused and now want to leave, although they are willing to pay for today. And as soon as he heard from the guy that they wanted to return the money, he immediately went up to that same coach and hit him. Chae-jung and his friends were a little surprised to see something like this, so they stood motionless for a while. Soon this huge man started yelling at his worker even more and telling him that he had already warned him once not to insist on his own training, but apparently he did not want to listen to him. After he scolded the guy, he came closer to Chae-jung and asked him for forgiveness for the incident, citing the fact that this coach had only been working for them for a short time. But then he suddenly rolled up his sleeves and told the guys that their hall did not allow returns and they would have to solve this issue in a different way. Suho and So-yeon immediately realized that these were ordinary bandits and they needed to leave. But apparently Chae-jung didn't think so. In response to these words, the guy said that the world has gone crazy and bandits are opening gyms. This big guy decided to immediately punish the guy for such words, while saying that he wanted to treat him as best as possible. But he made him angry, and now they will get everything from him. But this big guy was suddenly interrupted by the cry of Chae-jung, who stood at attention because he saw an officer behind him who was senior to him in rank. A second later, they saw the future rector of the police academy, Major General Ki-ren. The man first praised Chae-jung for his observation skills, saying that he wanted to see how the young people would cope with such a task. Although from the expression on this bandit's face, it was immediately obvious that he was scared and definitely did not expect to see the police in his hall today. Chae-jung told Ki-ren that they asked for a refund for their gym membership, and they responded by threatening them. The guy also immediately added that perhaps they belong to some organization because they have rather strange tattoos, and the way they confidently threatened only confirms this hypothesis. Ki-ren, hearing this information, suddenly began to laugh at the guy and tell him that this was actually just a small misunderstanding, but he still offered his help. Of course, Chae-jung was very pleased that the man cared about them so much and offered them his help, but he still assured him that they could handle this on their own. He laughed and said that he didn't mind if young people sorted out their problems themselves. And since they refused, he will go take a shower and later they will definitely see each other. As soon as the man left, Chae-jung turned to the big guy again and reminded him that if he understood him correctly, there were no returns in this establishment. But without giving him a chance to say a word, Chae-jung began to tell the man to immediately find all the other clients and also return their money. And he also demanded that he forget about his gangster life. Otherwise, they would treat him differently. However, it was immediately obvious that he was not going to do this because he believed that he needed to train the puppy to not be afraid to open his mouth in front of the tiger. After which he called his guys and ordered them to calm down the rowdy customers and then show them where the exit was. They immediately approached Chae-jung and his friends to say that it would be nice if they went out themselves and didn't make noise because they would interfere with the other customers' business. But apparently, besides Chae-jung, Suho also didn't want to leave just like that, and he started saying that they had no right to just kick them out, and if they touched him with even a finger, he would show them what he was capable of. However, he was immediately calmed down by Chae-jung, who whispered to his friend that they were not police officers and were not allowed to fight. But he asked him not to worry because, in fact, Chae-jung has a small plan that he said would help them. While the guys were talking, this big guy again started shouting for them to immediately leave the hall. But the guy suddenly fell silent and picked up his phone to dial one number. And a second later, he had already called the police station and started talking about the fact that there had been an attack in the gym. Chae-jung also said that they asked them to return the money, but instead they began to threaten them. Ki-ren was watching this scene closely, wanting to see what Chae-jung would do. And now, looking at all this, the man understood that the guy had not crossed the line and had settled everything. This indicated that the guy had good self-control for an age when a sense of justice usually boils. A few hours after Chae-jung called the police, this huge muscle man was kneeling in the office of a very serious man and listening to him tell him that he would have to negotiate separately with the victims, and it was only thanks to his connections that everything ended up that way. But this made the man very angry, because he repeated to the big guy several times that he should be more careful with the police, because they no longer turn a blind eye to everything for bribes. And besides, they are now actively demolishing illegal businesses left and right. The big guy responded that he knew why he was immediately hit on the head, because the man simply did not understand how he could trust the gym if he was immediately caught by the police. After which he reminded him that they started a legal business to avoid raids, and he himself is asking for trouble and setting him up. And as soon as he finished, he added to the man that if he could not compensate for their losses due to this incident, then this area would go to Hansangmu. That same day, the big guy gathered all his men and began asking each of them why they had no money in the cash register. The turn came to that very strange trainer, with whom it all began, and he decided to answer this question. So he said that the compensation to those who suffered from extortion was quite large. Because of this, rumors began to spread, and there were much fewer new clients. And as soon as he finished speaking, the big guy hit him and said that this was far from the right answer. He believed that it was all because of him, because he brought in some unknown person who set them all up. Now he was very angry because it had taken him so long to rise to be respected among his own. But now, because of this brat, everything is lost, so a plan for revenge has already begun to form in his head. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed that something dangerous for him was happening on the street. The whole thing was that Chae-jung opened his own gym, which he built opposite the bandits' gym, and now he stood on the street and handed out flyers so that new clients would come to them as soon as possible.